System of Economic Contradictions, or, The Philosophy of Poverty. By Pierre Joseph Proudhon. 1847. Introduction, The Hypothesis of a God. Chapter I, of the Economic Science. Chapter II, of Value. Chapter 3. Economic Evolution's First Period, the Division of Labor. Chapter 4. Second Period, Machinery. Chapter V, Third Period, Competition. Chapter 7. Fifth Period, Police, or Taxation. Chapter 8. Of the Responsibility of Man and of God, under the Law of Contradiction, or a Solution of the Problem of Providence. Introduction, The Hypothesis of a God. Before entering upon the subject matter of these new memoirs, I must explain an hypothesis which will undoubtedly seem strange, but in the absence of which it is impossible for me to proceed intelligibly. I mean the hypothesis of a God. To suppose God, it will be said, is to deny him. Why do you not affirm him? Is it my fault if belief in divinity has become a suspected opinion, if the bare suspicion of a supreme being is already noted as evidence of a weak mind, and if, of all philosophical utopias, this is the only one which the world no longer tolerates? Is it my fault if hypocrisy and imbecility everywhere hide behind this holy formula? Let a public teacher suppose the existence, in the universe, of an unknown force governing suns and atoms, and keeping the whole machine in motion. With him this supposition, wholly gratuitous, is perfectly natural. It is received, encouraged, witness attraction and hypothesis which will never be verified, and which, nevertheless, is the glory of its originator. But when, to explain the course of human events, I suppose, with all imaginable caution, the intervention of a God, I am sure to shock scientific gravity and offend critical ears. To so wonderful an extent has our piety discredited Providence, so many tricks have been played by means of this dogma or fiction by charlatans of every stamp. I have seen the theists of my time, and blasphemy has played over my lips. I have studied the belief of the people, this people that Proudhon called the best friend of God, and have shuddered at the negation which was about to escape me. Tormented by conflicting feelings, I appealed to reason, and it is reason which, amid so many dogmatic contradictions, now forces the hypothesis upon me. A priori dogmatism, applying itself to God, has proved fruitless. Who knows whither the hypothesis, in its turn, will lead us? I will explain therefore how, studying in the silence of my heart, and far from every human consideration, the mystery of social revolutions, God, the great unknown, has become for me an hypothesis, I mean a necessary dialectical tool. If I follow the God idea through its successive transformations, I find that this idea is preeminently social. I mean by this that it is much more a collective act of faith than an individual conception. Now, how and under what circumstances is this act of faith produced? This point it is important to determine. From the moral and intellectual point of view, society, or the collective man, is especially distinguished from the individual by spontaneity of action, in other words, instinct. While the individual obeys, or imagines he obeys, only those motives of which he is fully conscious, and upon which he can at will decline or consent to act, while, in a word, he thinks himself free, and all the freer when he knows that he is possessed of keener reasoning faculties and larger information. Society is governed by impulses which, at first blush, exhibit no deliberation and design, but which gradually seem to be directed by a superior power, existing outside of society, and pushing it with irresistible might toward an unknown goal. The establishment of monarchies and republics, caste distinctions, judicial institutions, etc., are so many manifestations of this social spontaneity, to note the effects of which is much easier than to point out its principle and show its cause. The whole effort, even of those who, following Bossuet, Vico, Herder, Hegel, have applied themselves to the philosophy of history, has been hitherto to establish the presence of a providential destiny presiding over all the movements of man. And I observe, in this connection, that society never fails to evoke its genius previous to action, as if it wished the powers above to ordain what its own spontaneity has already resolved on. Lots, oracles, sacrifices, popular acclamation, public prayers, are the commonest forms of these tardy deliberations of society. This mysterious faculty, wholly intuitive, and, so to speak, supersocial, scarcely or not at all perceptible in persons, but which hovers over humanity like an inspiring genius, is the primordial fact of all psychology. Now, unlike other species of animals, which, like him, are governed at the same time by individual desires and collective impulses, man has the privilege of perceiving and designating to his own mind the instinct or fatum which leads him. We shall see later that he has also the power of foreseeing and even influencing its decrees. And the first act of man, filled and carried away with enthusiasm, of the divine breath, is to adore the invisible providence on which he feels that he depends, and which he calls God, that is, life, being, spirit, or, simpler still, me, for all these words, in the ancient tongues, are synonyms and homophones. I am me, God said to Abraham, and I covenant with thee. And to Moses, I am the being. Thou shalt say unto the children of Israel, the being hath sent me unto you. These two words, the being, and me, have in the original language the most religious that men have ever spoken the same characteristic. One elsewhere, when Jehovah, acting as lawgiver through the instrumentality of Moses, attests his eternity and swears by his own essence, he uses, as a form of oath, I, or else, with redoubled force, I, the being. Thus the God of the Hebrews is the most personal and willful of all the gods, and none express better than he the intuition of humanity. God appeared to man, then, as a me, as a pure and permanent essence, placing himself before him as a monarch before his servant, and expressing himself now through the mouth of poets, legislators, and soothsayers, Musa, Nomos, Numen, now through the popular voice, Vox Populi Vox Dei. This may serve, among other things, to explain the existence of true and false oracles, why individuals secluded from birth do not attain of themselves to the idea of God, while they eagerly grasp it as soon as it is presented to them by the collective mind, why, finally, stationary races, like the Chinese, end by losing it. 2. In the first place, as to oracles, it is clear that all their accuracy depends upon the universal conscience which inspires them, and, as to the idea of God, it is easily seen why isolation and statu quo are alike fatal to it. On the one hand, absence of communication keeps the mind absorbed in animal self-contemplation, on the other, absence of motion, gradually changing social life into mechanical routine, finally eliminates the idea of will and providence. Strange fact. Religion, which perishes through progress, perishes also through quiescence. Notice further that, in attributing to the vague and, so to speak, objectified consciousness of a universal reason the first revelation of divinity, we assume absolutely nothing concerning even the reality or non-reality of God. In fact, admitting that God is nothing more than collective instinct or universal reason, we have still to learn what this universal reason is in itself. For, as we shall show directly, universal reason is not given in individual reason, in other words, the knowledge of social laws, or the theory of collective ideas, though deduced from the fundamental concepts of pure reason, is nevertheless wholly empirical, and never would have been discovered a priori by means of deduction, induction, or synthesis. Whence it follows that universal reason, which we regard as the origin of these laws, universal reason, which exists, reasons, labors, in a separate sphere and as a reality distinct from pure reason, just as the planetary system, though created according to the laws of mathematics, is a reality distinct from mathematics, whose existence could not have been deduced from mathematics alone. It follows, I say, that universal reason is, in modern languages, exactly what the ancients called God. The name is changed. What do we know of the thing? Let us now trace the evolution of the divine idea. the Supreme Being once posited by a primary mystical judgment, man immediately generalizes the subject by another mysticism, analogy. God, so to speak, is as yet but a point, directly he shall fill the world. As, in sensing his social me, man saluted his author, so, in finding evidence of design and intention in animals, plants, springs, meteors, and the whole universe, he attributes to each special object, and then to the whole, a soul, spirit, or genius presiding over it, pursuing this inductive process of apotheosis from the highest summit of nature, which is society, down to the humblest forms of life, to inanimate and inorganic matter. From his collective me, taken as the superior pole of creation, to the last atom of matter, man extends, then, the idea of God, that is, the idea of personality and intelligence, just as God himself extended heaven, as the book of Genesis tells us, that is, created space and time, the conditions of all things. Thus, without a God or master builder, the universe and man would not exist, such is the social profession of faith. But also without man God would not be thought, or to clear the interval God would be nothing. If humanity needs an author, God, and the gods equally need a revealer, theogony, the history of heaven, hell, and their inhabitants, those dreams of the human mind, is the counterpart of the universe, which certain philosophers have called in return the dream of God. And how magnificent this theological creation, the work of society. The creation of the demiurgos was obliterated, what we call the omnipotent was conquered, and for centuries the enchanted imagination of mortals was turned away from the spectacle of nature by the contemplation of Olympian marvels. Let us descend from this fanciful region. Pitiless reason knocks at the door, her terrible questions demand a reply. What is God? She asks. Where is he? What is his extent? What are his wishes? What his powers? What his promises? And here, in the light of analysis, all the divinities of heaven, earth, and hell are reduced to an incorporeal, insensible, immovable, incomprehensible, undefinable I know not what, in short, to a negation of all the attributes of existence. In fact, whether man attributes to each object a special spirit or genius, or conceives the universe as governed by a single power, he in either case but supposes an unconditioned, that is, an impossible, entity, that he may deduce therefrom an explanation of such phenomena as he deems inconceivable on any other hypothesis. The mystery of God and reason. In order to render the object of his idolatry more and more rational, the believer despoils him successively of all the qualities which would make him real, and, after marvelous displays of logic and genius, the attributes of the being par excellence are found to be the same as those of nihility. This evolution is inevitable and fatal. Atheism is at the bottom of all theodicy. Let us try to understand this progress. God, creator of all things, is himself no sooner created by the conscience, in other words, no sooner have we lifted God from the idea of the social me to the idea of the cosmic me, then immediately our reflection begins to demolish him under the pretext of perfecting him. To perfect the idea of God, to purify the theological dogma, was the second hallucination of the human race. The spirit of analysis, that untiring Satan who continually questions and denies, must sooner or later look for proof of religious dogmas. Now, whether the philosopher determine the idea of God, or declare it interminable, whether he approach it with his reason, or retreat from it, I say that this idea receives a blow, and, as it is impossible for speculation to halt, the idea of God must at last disappear. Then the atheistic movement is the second act of the theologic drama, and this second act follows from the first, as effect from cause. The heavens declare the glory of God, says the psalmist. Let us add, and their testimony dethrones him. Indeed, in proportion as man observes phenomena, he thinks that he perceives, between nature and God, intermediaries, such as relations of number, form, and succession, organic laws, evolutions, analogies, forming an unmistakable series of manifestations which invariably produce or give rise to each other. He even observes that, in the development of this society of which he is a part, private wills and associative deliberations have some influence, and he says to himself that the Great Spirit does not act upon the world directly and by himself, or arbitrarily and at the dictation of a capricious will, but mediately, by perceptible means or organs, and by virtue of laws. And, retracing in his mind the chain of effects and causes, he places clear at the extremity, as a balance, God. A poet has said, "Par de la tu lacier, l'idiotici reside." Thus, at the first step in the theory, the Supreme Being is reduced to the function of a motive power, a mainspring, a cornerstone, or, if a still more trivial comparison may be allowed me, a constitutional sovereign, reigning but not governing, swearing to obey the law and appointing ministers to execute it. But, under the influence of the mirage which fascinates him, the theist sees, in this ridiculous system, only a new proof of the sublimity of his idol, who, in his opinion, uses his creatures as instruments of his power, and causes the wisdom of human beings to redound to his glory. Soon, not content with limiting the power of the eternal, man, increasingly deicidal in his tendencies, insists on sharing it. If I am a spirit, a sentient me giving voice to ideas, continues the theist, I consequently am a part of absolute existence, I am free, creative, immortal, equal with God. Cogito, ergo sum, I think, therefore I am immortal, that is the corollary, the translation of ego sum qui sum. Philosophy is in accord with the Bible. The existence of God and the immortality of the soul are posited by the conscience in the same judgment. There, man speaks in the name of the universe, to whose bosom he transports his me. Here, he speaks in his own name, without perceiving that, in this going and coming, he only repeats himself. The immortality of the soul, a true division of divinity, which, at the time of its first promulgation, arriving after a long interval, seemed a heresy to those faithful to the old dogma, has been none the less considered the complement of divine majesty, necessarily postulated by eternal goodness and justice. Unless the soul is immortal, God is incomprehensible, say the theists, resembling in this the political theorists who regard sovereign representation and perpetual tenure of office as essential conditions of monarchy. But the inconsistency of the ideas is as glaring as the parity of the doctrines is exact. Consequently the dogma of immortality soon became the stumbling block of philosophical theologians, who, ever since the days of Pythagoras and Orpheus, have been making futile attempts to harmonize divine attributes with human liberty, and reason with faith. A subject of triumph for the impious. But the illusion could not yield so soon, the dogma of immortality, for the very reason that it was a limitation of the uncreated being, was a step in advance. Now, though the human mind deceives itself by a partial acquisition of the truth, it never retreats, and this perseverance in progress is proof of its infallibility. Of this we shall soon see fresh evidence. In making himself like God, man made God like himself. This correlation, which for many centuries had been execrated, was the secret spring which determined the new myth. In the days of the patriarchs God made an alliance with man. Now, to strengthen the compact, God is to become a man. He will take on our flesh, our form, our passions, our joys, and our sorrows, will be born of woman, and die as we do. Then, after this humiliation of the infinite, man will still pretend that he has elevated the ideal of his God in making, by a logical conversion, him whom he had always called Creator, a Savior, a Redeemer. Humanity does not yet say, I am God. Such a usurpation would shock its piety. It says, God is in me, Emmanuel, nobiscum Deus. And, at the moment when philosophy with pride, and universal conscience with fright, shouted with unanimous voice, the gods are departing. Etc. Deus. A period of 18 centuries of fervent adoration and superhuman faith was inaugurated. But the fatal end approaches. The royalty which suffers itself to be limited will end by the rule of demagogues, the divinity which is defined dissolves in a pandemonium. Christolatry is the last term of this long evolution of human thought. The angels, saints, and virgins reign in heaven with God, says the Catechism, and demons and reprobates live in the hells of eternal punishment. Ultramundane society has its left and its right. It is time for the equation to be completed, for this mystical hierarchy to descend upon earth and appear in its real character. When Milton represents the first woman admiring herself in a fountain, and lovingly extending her arms toward her own image as if to embrace it, he paints, feature for feature, the human race. This God whom you worship, O man. This God whom you have made good, just, omnipotent, omniscient, immortal, and holy, is yourself. This ideal of perfection is your image, purified in the shining mirror of your conscience. God, nature, and man are three aspects of one and the same being. Man is God himself arriving at self-consciousness through 1,000 evolutions. In Jesus Christ man recognized himself as God, and Christianity is in reality the religion of God-man. There is no other God than he who in the beginning said, Me, there is no other God than thee. Such are the last conclusions of philosophy, which dies in unveiling religion's mystery and its own. 1 Jehovah, and in composition Ea, the being, Iao, Jupiter, same meaning, Ha-Ea, Hebrew, he was, Ei, Gr, he is, Ei, to be, and I, Hebrew, and in conjugation Thi, me, ego, Io, ich, I, mi, me, Tibi, te, and all the personal pronouns in which the vowels I, E, Ei, Oi, denote personality in general, and the consonants M or N, S or T, serve to indicate the number of the person. For the rest, let who will dispute over these analogies, I have no objections. At this depth, the science of the philologist is but cloud and mystery. The important point to which I wish to call attention is that the phonetic relation of names seems to correspond to the metaphysical relation of ideas. 2. The Chinese have preserved in their traditions the remembrance of a religion which had ceased to exist among them 5 or 6 centuries before our era. See Pothier, China, Paris, Die. More surprising still is it that this singular people, in losing its primitive faith, seems to have understood that divinity is simply the collective me of humanity, so that, more than 2,000 years ago, China had reached, in its commonly accepted belief, the latest results of the philosophy of the Occident. What heaven sees and understands, it is written in the Shu King, is only that which the people see and understand. What the people deem worthy of reward and punishment is that which heaven wishes to punish and reward. There is an intimate communication between heaven and the people. Let those who govern the people, therefore, be watchful and cautious. Confucius expressed the same idea in another manner: gain the affection of the people, and you gain empire. Lose the affection of the people, and you lose empire. There, then, general reason was regarded as queen of the world, a distinction which elsewhere has been bestowed upon revelations. The Tao Te King is still more explicit. In this work, which is but an outline criticism of pure reason, the philosopher Lao Tse continually identifies, under the name of Tao, universal reason and the infinite being, and all the obscurity of the book of Lao Tse consists, in my opinion, of this constant identification of principles which our religious and metaphysical habits have so widely separated. 2. It seems, then, that all is ended. It seems that, with the cessation of the worship and mystification of humanity by itself, the theological problem is forever put aside. The gods have gone, there is nothing left for man but to grow weary and die in his egoism. What frightful solitude extends around me, and forces its way to the bottom of my soul. My exaltation resembles annihilation, and, since I made myself a god, I seem but a shadow. It is possible that I am still a me, but it is very difficult to regard myself as the absolute, and, if I am not the absolute, I am only half of an idea. Some ironical thinker, I know not who, has said, a little philosophy leads away from religion, and much philosophy leads back to it. This proposition is humiliatingly true. Every science develops in three successive periods, which may be called, comparing them with the grand periods of civilization, the religious period, the sophistical period, the scientific period. 3. Thus, alchemy represents the religious period of the science afterwards called chemistry, whose definitive plan is not yet discovered. Likewise, astrology was the religious period of another science, since established, astronomy. Now, after being laughed at for 60 years about the philosopher's stone, chemists, governed by experience, no longer dare to deny the transmutability of bodies, while astronomers are led by the structure of the world to suspect also an organism of the world, that is, something precisely like astrology. Are we not justified in saying, in imitation of the philosopher just quoted, that, if a little chemistry leads away from the philosopher's stone, much chemistry leads back to it, and similarly, that, if a little astronomy makes us laugh at astrologers, much astronomy will make us believe in them? 4. I certainly have less inclination to the marvelous than many atheists, but I cannot help thinking that the stories of miracles, prophecies, charms, etc., are but distorted accounts of the extraordinary effects produced by certain latent forces, or, as was formerly said, by occult powers. Our science is still so brutal and unfair, our professors exhibit so much impertinence with so little knowledge, they deny so impudently facts which embarrass them, in order to protect the opinions which they champion, that I distrust strong minds equally with superstitious ones. Yes, I am convinced of it, our gross rationalism is the inauguration of a period which, thanks to science, will become truly prodigious. The universe, to my eyes, is only a laboratory of magic, from which anything may be expected. This said, I return to my subject. They would be deceived, then, who should imagine, after my rapid survey of religious progress, that metaphysics has uttered its last word upon the double enigma expressed in these 4 words, the existence of God, the immortality of the soul. Here, as elsewhere, the most advanced and best established conclusions, those which seem to have settled forever the theological question, lead us back to primeval mysticism, and involve the new data of an inevitable philosophy. The criticism of religious opinions makes us smile today both at ourselves and at religions, and yet the resume of this criticism is but a reproduction of the problem. The human race, at the present moment, is on the eve of recognizing and affirming something equivalent to the old notion of divinity, and this, not by a spontaneous movement as before, but through reflection and by means of irresistible logic. I will try, in a few words, to make myself understood. If there is a point on which philosophers, in spite of themselves, have finally succeeded in agreeing, it is without doubt the distinction between intelligence and necessity, the subject of thought and its object, the me and the not me, in ordinary terms, spirit and matter. I know well that all these terms express nothing that is real and true, that each of them designates only a section of the absolute, which alone is true and real, and that, taken separately, they involve, all alike, a contradiction. But it is no less certain also that the absolute is completely inaccessible to us, that we know it only by its opposite extremes, which alone fall within the limits of our experience, and that, if unity only can win our faith, duality is the first condition of science. Thus, who thinks, and what is thought? What is a soul? What is a body? I defy anyone to escape this dualism. It is with essences as with ideas, the former are seen separated in nature, as the latter in the understanding, and just as the ideas of God and immortality, in spite of their identity, are posited successively and contradictorily in philosophy, so, in spite of their fusion in the absolute, the me and the not me posit themselves separately and contradictorily in nature, and we have beings who think, at the same time with others which do not think. Now, whoever has taken pains to reflect knows today that such a distinction, wholly realized though it be, is the most unintelligible, most contradictory, most absurd thing which reason can possibly meet. Being is no more conceivable without the properties of spirit than without the properties of matter, so that if you deny spirit, because, included in none of the categories of time, space, motion, solidity, etc., it seems deprived of all the attributes which constitute reality. I in my turn will deny matter, which, presenting nothing appreciable but its inertia, nothing intelligible but its forms, manifests itself nowhere as cause, voluntary and free, and disappears from view entirely as substance, and we arrive at pure idealism, that is, nihility. But nihility is inconsistent with the existence of living, reasoning I know not what to call them uniting in themselves, in a state of commenced synthesis or imminent dissolution, all the antagonistic attributes of being. We are compelled, then, to end in a dualism whose terms we know perfectly well to be false, but which, being for us the condition of the truth, forces itself irresistibly upon us. We are compelled, in short, to commence, like Descartes and the human race, with the me, that is, with spirit. But, since religions and philosophies, dissolved by analysis, have disappeared in the theory of the absolute, we know no better than before what spirit is, and in this differ from the ancients only in the wealth of language with which we adorn the darkness that envelopes us. With this exception, however, that while, to the ancients, order revealed intelligence outside of the world, to the people of today it seems to reveal it rather within the world. Now, whether we place it within or without, from the moment we affirm it on the ground of order, we must admit it wherever order is manifested, or deny it altogether. There is no more reason for attributing intelligence to the head which produced the Iliad than to a mass of matter which crystallizes in octahedrons, and, reciprocally, it is as absurd to refer the system of the world to physical laws, leaving out and ordaining me, as to attribute the victory of Marengo to strategic combinations, leaving out the first consul. The only distinction that can be made is that, in the latter case, the thinking me is located in the brain of a Bonaparte, while, in the case of the universe, the me has no special location, but extends everywhere. The materialists think that they have easily disposed of their opponents by saying that man, having likened the universe to his body, finishes the comparison by presuming the existence in the universe of a soul similar to that which he supposes to be the principle of his own life and thought, that thus all the arguments in support of the existence of God are reducible to an analogy all the more false because the term of comparison is itself hypothetical. It is certainly not my intention to defend the old syllogism, every arrangement implies an ordaining intelligence, there is wonderful order in the world, then the world is the work of an intelligence. This syllogism, discussed so widely since the days of Job and Moses, very far from being a solution, is but the statement of the problem which it assumes to solve. We know perfectly well what order is, but we are absolutely ignorant of the meaning of the words soul, spirit, intelligence. How, then, can we logically reason from the presence of the one to the existence of the other? I reject, then, even when advanced by the most thoroughly informed, the pretended proof of the existence of God drawn from the presence of order in the world. I see in it at most only an equation offered to philosophy. Between the conception of order and the affirmation of spirit there is a deep gulf of metaphysics to be filled up. I am unwilling, I repeat, to take the problem for the demonstration. But this is not the point which we are now considering. I have tried to show that the human mind was inevitably and irresistibly led to the distinction of being into me and not me, spirit and matter, soul and body. Now, who does not see that the objection of the materialists proves the very thing it is intended to deny? Man distinguishing within himself a spiritual principle and a material principle, what is this but nature herself, proclaiming by turns her double essence, and bearing testimony to her own laws? And notice the inconsistency of materialism, it denies, and has to deny, that man is free. Now, the less liberty man has, the more weight is to be attached to his words, and the greater their claim to be regarded as the expression of truth. When I hear this machine say to me, I am soul and I am body, though such a revelation astonishes and confounds me, it is invested in my eyes with an authority incomparably greater than that of the materialist who, correcting conscience and nature, undertakes to make them say, I am matter and only matter, and intelligence is but the material faculty of knowing. What would become of this assertion, if, assuming in my turn the offensive, I should demonstrate that belief in the existence of bodies, or, in other words, in the reality of a purely corporeal nature, is untenable? Matter, they say, is impenetrable. Impenetrable by what? I ask. Itself, undoubtedly, for they would not dare to say spirit, since they would therein admit what they wish to set aside. Whereupon I raise this double question: what do you know about it, and what does it signify? One, impenetrability, which is pretended to be the definition of matter, is only an hypothesis of careless naturalists, a gross conclusion deduced from a superficial judgment. Experience shows that matter possesses infinite divisibility, infinite expansibility, porosity without assignable limits, and permeability by heat, electricity, and magnetism, together with the power of retaining them indefinitely, affinities, reciprocal influences, and transformations without number, qualities, all of them, hardly compatible with the assumption of an impenetrable aliquid. Elasticity, which, better than any other property of matter, could lead, through the idea of spring or resistance, to that of impenetrability, is subject to the control of 1,000 circumstances, and depends entirely on molecular attraction. Now, what is more irreconcilable with impenetrability than this attraction? Finally, there is a science which might be defined with exactness as the science of penetrability of matter, I mean chemistry. In fact, how does what is called chemical composition differ from penetration? 5. In short, we know matter only through its forms, of its substance we know nothing. How, then, is it possible to affirm the reality of an invisible, impalpable, inchoacable being, ever-changing, ever-vanishing, impenetrable to thought alone, to which it exhibits only its disguises? Materialist. I permit you to testify to the reality of your sensations, as to what occasions them. All that you can say involves this reciprocity: something, which you call matter, is the occasion of sensations which are felt by another something, which I call spirit. 2. But what, then, is the source of this supposition that matter is impenetrable, which external observation does not justify and which is not true, and what is its meaning? Here appears the triumph of dualism. Matter is pronounced impenetrable, not, as the materialists and the vulgar fancy, by the testimony of the senses, but by the conscience. The me, an incomprehensible nature, feeling itself free, distinct, and permanent, and meeting outside of itself another nature equally incomprehensible, but also distinct and permanent in spite of its metamorphoses, declares, on the strength of the sensations and ideas which this essence suggests to it, that the not me is extended and impenetrable. Impenetrability is a figurative term, an image by which thought, a division of the absolute, pictures to itself material reality, another division of the absolute, but this impenetrability, without which matter disappears, is, in the last analysis, only a spontaneous judgment of inward sensation, a metaphysical a priori, an unverified hypothesis of spirit. Thus, whether philosophy, after having overthrown theological dogmatism, spiritualizes matter or materializes thought, idealizes being or realizes ideas, or whether, identifying substance and cause, it everywhere substitutes force, phrases, all, which explain and signify nothing, it always leads us back to this everlasting dualism, and, in summoning us to believe in ourselves, compels us to believe in God, if not in spirits. It is true that, making spirit a part of nature, in distinction from the ancients, who separated it, philosophy has been led to this famous conclusion, which sums up nearly all the fruit of its researches: in man spirit knows itself, while everywhere else it seems not to know itself. That which is awake in man, which dreams in the animal, and sleeps in the stone, said a philosopher. Philosophy, then, in its last hour, knows no more than at its birth, as if it had appeared in the world only to verify the words of Socrates. It says to us, wrapping itself solemnly around with its funeral pall, I know only that I know nothing. What do I say? Philosophy knows today that all its judgments rest on two equally false, equally impossible, and yet equally necessary and inevitable hypotheses, matter and spirit. So that, while in former times religious intolerance and philosophic disputes, spreading darkness everywhere, excused doubt and tempted to libidinous indifference, the triumph of negation on all points no longer permits even this doubt. Thought, freed from every barrier, but conquered by its own successes, is forced to affirm what seems to it clearly contradictory and absurd. The savages say that the world is a great fetish watched over by a great Manitou. For 30 centuries the poets, legislators, and sages of civilization, handing down from age to age the philosophic lamp, have written nothing more sublime than this profession of faith. And here, at the end of this long conspiracy against God, which has called itself philosophy, emancipated reason concludes with savage reason: the universe is a not me, objectified by a me. Humanity, then, inevitably supposes the existence of God, and if, during the long period which closes with our time, it has believed in the reality of its hypothesis, if it has worshipped the inconceivable object, if, after being apprehended in this act of faith, it persists knowingly, but no longer voluntarily, in this opinion of a sovereign being which it knows to be only a personification of its own thought, if it is on the point of again beginning its magic invocations, we must believe that so astonishing an hallucination conceals some mystery, which deserves to be fathomed. I say hallucination and mystery, but without intending to deny thereby the superhuman content of the God idea, and without admitting the necessity of a new symbolism, I mean a new religion. For if it is indisputable that humanity, in affirming God, or all that is included in the word me or spirit, only affirms itself, it is equally undeniable that it affirms itself as something other than its own conception of itself, as all mythologies and theologies show. And since, moreover, this affirmation is incontestable, it depends, without doubt, upon hidden relations, which ought, if possible, to be determined scientifically. In other words, atheism, sometimes called humanism, true in its critical and negative features, would be, if it stopped at man in his natural condition, if it discarded as an erroneous judgment the first affirmation of humanity, that it is the daughter, emanation, image, reflection, or voice of God. Humanism, I say, if it thus denied its past, would be but one contradiction more. We are forced, then, to undertake the criticism of humanism, that is, to ascertain whether humanity, considered as a whole and throughout all its periods of development, satisfies the divine idea, after eliminating from the latter the exaggerated and fanciful attributes of God, whether it satisfies the perfection of being, whether it satisfies itself. We are forced, in short, to inquire whether humanity tends toward God, according to the ancient dogma, or is itself becoming God, as modern philosophers claim. Perhaps we shall find in the end that the two systems, despite their seeming opposition, are both true and essentially identical. In that case, the infallibility of human reason, in its collective manifestations as well as its studied speculations, would be decisively confirmed. In a word, until we have verified to man the hypothesis of God, there is nothing definitive in the atheistic negation. It is, then, a scientific, that is, an empirical demonstration of the idea of God, that we need. Now, such a demonstration has never been attempted. Theology dogmatizing on the authority of its myths, philosophy speculating by the aid of categories, God has existed as a transcendental conception, incognizable by the reason, and the hypothesis always subsists. It subsists, I say, this hypothesis, more tenacious, more pitiless than ever. We have reached one of those prophetic epochs when society, scornful of the past and doubtful of the future, now distractedly clings to the present, leaving a few solitary thinkers to establish the new faith, now cries to God from the depths of its enjoyments and asks for a sign of salvation, or seeks in the spectacle of its revolutions, as in the entrails of a victim, the secret of its destiny. Why need I insist further? The hypothesis of God is allowable, for it forces itself upon every man in spite of himself, no one, then, can take exception to it. He who believes can do no less than grant me the supposition that God exists. He who denies is forced to grant it to me also, since he entertained it before me, every negation implying a previous affirmation. As for him who is in doubt, he needs but to reflect a moment to understand that his doubt necessarily supposes an unknown something, which, sooner or later, he will call God. But if I possess, through the fact of my thought, the right to suppose God, I must abandon the right to affirm him. In other words, if my hypothesis is irresistible, that, for the present, is all that I can pretend. For to affirm is to determine. Now, every determination, to be true, must be reached empirically. In fact, whoever says determination, says relation, conditionality, experience. Since, then, the determination of the idea of God must result from an empirical demonstration, we must abstain from everything which, in the search for this great unknown, not being established by experience, goes beyond the hypothesis, under penalty of relapsing into the contradictions of theology, and consequently arousing a new atheistic dissent. 3c, among others, Auguste Comte, Course of Positive Philosophy, and P.J. Proudhon, Creation of Order in Humanity. For I do not mean to affirm here in a positive manner the transmutability of bodies, or to point it out as a subject for investigation, still less do I pretend to say what ought to be the opinion of savants upon this point. I wish only to call attention to the species of scepticism generated in every uninformed mind by the most general conclusions of chemical philosophy, or, better, by the irreconcilable hypotheses which serve as the basis of its theories. Chemistry is truly the despair of reason, on all sides it mingles with the fanciful, and the more knowledge of it we gain by experience, the more it envelopes itself in impenetrable mysteries. This thought was recently suggested to me by reading M. Liebig's Letters on Chemistry, Paris, Masgana, 1845, translation of Bertet Dupini and Dubreuil-Helion. Thus M. Liebig, after having banished from science hypothetical causes and all the entities admitted by the ancients, such as the creative power of matter, the horror of a vacuum, the esprit recteur, etc. p. 22, admits immediately, as necessary to the comprehension of chemical phenomena, a series of entities no less obscure: vital force, chemical force, electric force, the force of attraction, etc. Pages 146, 149. One might call it a realization of the properties of bodies, in imitation of the psychologist's realization of the faculties of the soul under the names liberty, imagination, memory, etc. Why not keep to the elements? Why, if the atoms have weight of their own, as M. Liebig appears to believe, may they not also have electricity and life of their own? Curious thing. The phenomena of matter, like those of mind, become intelligible only by supposing them to be produced by unintelligible forces and governed by contradictory laws. Such is the inference to be drawn from every page of M. Liebig's book. Matter, according to M. Liebig, is essentially inert and entirely destitute of spontaneous activity. p. 148. Why, then, do the atoms have weight? Is not the weight inherent in atoms the real, eternal, and spontaneous motion of matter? And that which we chance to regard as rest, may it not be equilibrium rather? Why, then, suppose now an inertia which definitions contradict, now an external potentiality which nothing proves. Atoms having weight, M. Liebig infers that they are indivisible, p. 58. What logic? Weight is only force, that is, a thing hidden from the senses, whose phenomena alone are perceptible, a thing, consequently, to which the idea of division and indivision is inapplicable, and from the presence of this force, from the hypothesis of an indeterminate and immaterial entity, is inferred an indivisible material existence. For the rest, M. Liebig confesses that it is impossible for the mind to conceive of particles absolutely indivisible. He recognizes, further, that the fact of this indivisibility is not proved, but he adds that science cannot dispense with this hypothesis, so that, by the confession of its teachers, chemistry has for its point of departure a fiction as repugnant to the mind as it is foreign to experience. What irony! Atoms are unequal in weight, says M. Liebig, because unequal in volume. Nevertheless, it is impossible to demonstrate that chemical equivalents express the relative weight of atoms, or, in other words, that what the calculation of atomic equivalence leads us to regard as an atom is not composed of several atoms. This is tantamount to saying that more matter weighs more than less matter, and, since weight is the essence of materiality, we may logically conclude that, weight being universally identical with itself, there is also an identity in matter, that the differences of simple bodies are due solely, either to different methods of atomic association, or to different degrees of molecular condensation, and that, in reality, atoms are transmutable, which M. Liebig does not admit. We have, he says, no reason for believing that one element is convertible into another element, p. 135. What do you know about it? The reasons for believing in such a conversion can very well exist and at the same time escape your attention, and it is not certain that your intelligence in this respect has risen to the level of your experience. But, admitting the negative argument of M. Liebig, what follows? That, with about 56 exceptions, irreducible as yet, all matter is in a condition of perpetual metamorphosis. Now, it is a law of our reason to suppose in nature unity of substance as well as unity of force and system. Moreover, the series of chemical compounds and simple substances themselves leads us irresistibly to this conclusion. Why, then, refuse to follow to the end the road opened by science, and to admit an hypothesis which is the inevitable result of experience itself? M. Liebig not only denies the transmutability of elements, but rejects the spontaneous formation of germs. Now, if we reject the spontaneous formation of germs, we are forced to admit their eternity, and as, on the other hand, geology proves that the globe has not been inhabited always, we must admit also that, at a given moment, the eternal germs of animals and plants were born, without father or mother, over the whole face of the earth. Thus, the denial of spontaneous generation leads back to the hypothesis of spontaneity. What is there in much derided metaphysics more contradictory? Let it not be thought, however, that I deny the value and certainty of chemical theories, or that the atomic theory seems to me absurd, or that I share the Epicurean opinion as to spontaneous generation. Once more, all that I wish to point out is that, from the point of view of principles, chemistry needs to exercise extreme tolerance, since its own existence depends on a certain number of fictions, contrary to reason and experience, and destructive of each other. 5 chemists distinguish between mixture and composition, just as logicians distinguish between the association of ideas and their synthesis. It is true, nevertheless, that, according to the chemists, composition may be after all but a mixture, or rather an aggregation of atoms, no longer fortuitous, but systematic, the atoms forming different compounds by varying their arrangement. But still this is only an hypothesis, wholly gratuitous, an hypothesis which explains nothing, and has not even the merit of being logical. Why does a purely numerical or geometrical difference in the composition and form of atoms give rise to physiological properties so different? If atoms are indivisible and impenetrable, why does not their association, confined to mechanical effects, leave them unchanged in essence? Where is the relation between the cause supposed and the effect obtained? We must distrust our intellectual vision. It is with chemical theories as with psychological systems. The mind, in order to account for phenomena, works with atoms, which it does not and can never see, as with the me, which it does not perceive. It applies its categories to everything, that is, it distinguishes, individualizes, concretes, numbers, compares, things which, material or immaterial, are thoroughly identical and indistinguishable. Matter, as well as spirit, plays, as we view it, all sorts of parts, and, as there is nothing arbitrary in its metamorphoses, we build upon them these psychologic and atomic theories, true insofar as they faithfully represent, in terms agreed upon, the series of phenomena, but radically false as soon as they pretend to realize their abstractions and are accepted literally. 3. It remains for me to tell why, in a work on political economy, I have felt it necessary to start with the fundamental hypothesis of all philosophy. And first, I need the hypothesis of God to establish the authority of social science. When the astronomer, to explain the system of the world, judging solely from appearance, supposes, with the vulgar, the sky arched, the earth flat, the sun much like a football, describing a curve in the air from east to west, he supposes the infallibility of the senses, reserving the right to rectify subsequently, after further observation, the data with which he is obliged to start. Astronomic philosophy, in fact, could not admit a priori that the senses deceive us, and that we do not see what we do see. Admitting such a principle, what would become of the certainty of astronomy? But the evidence of the senses being able, in certain cases, to rectify and complete itself, the authority of the senses remains unshaken, and astronomy is possible. So social philosophy does not admit a priori that humanity can err or be deceived in its actions. If it should, what would become of the authority of the human race, that is, the authority of reason, synonymous at bottom with the sovereignty of the people? But it thinks that human judgments, always true at the time they are pronounced, can successively complete and throw light on each other, in proportion to the acquisition of ideas, in such a way as to maintain continual harmony between universal reason and individual speculation, and indefinitely extend the sphere of certainty, which is always an affirmation of the authority of human judgments. Now, the first judgment of the reason, the preamble of every political constitution seeking a sanction and a principle, is necessarily this: there is a God, which means that society is governed with design, premeditation, intelligence. This judgment, which excludes chance, is, then, the foundation of the possibility of a social science, and every historical and positive study of social facts, undertaken with a view to amelioration and progress, must suppose, with the people, the existence of God, reserving the right to account for this judgment at a later period. Thus the history of society is to us but a long determination of the idea of God, a progressive revelation of the destiny of man. And while ancient wisdom made all depend on the arbitrary and fanciful notion of divinity, oppressing reason and conscience, and arresting progress through fear of an invisible master, the new philosophy, reversing the method, trampling on the authority of God as well as that of man, and accepting no other yoke than that of fact and evidence, makes all converge toward the theological hypothesis, as toward the last of its problems. Humanitarian atheism is, therefore, the last step in the moral and intellectual enfranchisement of man, consequently the last phase of philosophy, serving as a pathway to the scientific reconstruction and verification of all the demolished dogmas. I need the hypothesis of God, not only, as I have just said, to give a meaning to history, but also to legitimate the reforms to be effected, in the name of science, in the state. Whether we consider divinity as outside of society, whose movements it governs from on high, a wholly gratuitous and probably illusory opinion, or whether we deem it immanent in society and identical with that impersonal and unconscious reason which, acting instinctively, makes civilization advance, although impersonality and ignorance of self are contrary to the idea of intelligence, or whether, finally, all that is accomplished in society results from the relation of its elements, a system whose whole merit consists in changing an active into a passive, in making intelligence necessity, or, which amounts to the same thing, in taking law for cause. It always follows that the manifestations of social activity, necessarily appearing to us either as indications of the will of the Supreme Being, or as a sort of language typical of general and impersonal reason, or, finally, as landmarks of necessity, are absolute authority for us. Being connected in time as well as in spirit, the facts accomplished determine and legitimate the facts to be accomplished. Science and destiny are in accord, everything which happens resulting from reason, and, reciprocally, reason judging only from experience of that which happens, science has a right to participate in government, and that which establishes its competency as a counselor justifies its intervention as a sovereign. Science, expressed, recognized, and accepted by the voice of all as divine, is queen of the world. Thus, thanks to the hypothesis of God, all conservative or retrogressive opposition, every dilatory plea offered by theology, tradition, or selfishness, finds itself peremptorily and irrevocably set aside. I need the hypothesis of God to show the tie which unites civilization with nature. In fact, this astonishing hypothesis, by which man is assimilated to the absolute, implying identity of the laws of nature and the laws of reason, enables us to see in human industry the complement of creative action, unites man with the globe which he inhabits, and, in the cultivation of the domain in which Providence has placed us, which thus becomes in part our work, gives us a conception of the principle and end of all things. If, then, humanity is not God, it is a continuation of God, or, if a different phraseology be preferred, that which humanity does today by design is the same thing that it began by instinct, and which nature seems to accomplish by necessity. In all these cases, and whichever opinion we may choose, one thing remains certain, the unity of action and law. Intelligent beings, actors in an intelligently devised fable, we may fearlessly reason from ourselves to the universe and the eternal, and, when we shall have completed the organization of labor, may say with pride, the creation is explained. Thus philosophy's field of exploration is fixed, tradition is the starting point of all speculation as to the future, utopia is forever exploded, the study of the me, transferred from the individual conscience to the manifestations of the social will, acquires the character of objectivity of which it has been hitherto deprived, and, history becoming psychology, theology anthropology, the natural sciences metaphysics, the theory of the reason is deduced no longer from the vacuum of the intellect, but from the innumerable forms of a nature abundantly and directly observable. I need the hypothesis of God to prove my goodwill towards a multitude of sects, whose opinions I do not share, but whose malice I fear. Theists, I know one who, in the cause of God, would be ready to draw sword, and, like Robespierre, use the guillotine until the last atheist should be destroyed, not dreaming that that atheist would be himself. Mystics, whose party, largely made up of students and women marching under the banner of M.M. Lamennais, Quinet, Leroux, and others, has taken for a motto, like master, like man, like God, like people, and, to regulate the wages of the working man, begins by restoring religion. Spiritualists, who, should I overlook the rights of spirit, would accuse me of establishing the worship of matter, against which I protest with all the strength of my soul. Sensualists and materialists, to whom the divine dogma is the symbol of constraint and the principle of enslavement of the passions, outside of which, they say, there is for man neither pleasure, nor virtue, nor genius. Eclectics and sceptics, sellers and publishers of all the old philosophies, but not philosophers themselves, united in one vast brotherhood, with approbation and privilege, against whoever thinks, believes, or affirms without their permission. Conservatives finally, retrogressives, egotists, and hypocrites, preaching the love of God by hatred of their neighbor, attributing to liberty the world's misfortunes since the deluge, and scandalizing reason by their foolishness. Is it possible, however, that they will attack an hypothesis which, far from blaspheming the revered phantoms of faith, aspires only to exhibit them in broad daylight, which, instead of rejecting traditional dogmas and the prejudices of conscience, asks only to verify them, which, while defending itself against exclusive opinions, takes for an axiom the infallibility of reason, and, thanks to this fruitful principle, will doubtless never decide against any of the antagonistic sects? Is it possible that the religious and political conservatives will charge me with disturbing the order of society, when I start with the hypothesis of a sovereign intelligence, the source of every thought of order, that the semi-Christian Democrats will curse me as an enemy of God, and consequently a traitor to the Republic, when I am seeking for the meaning and content of the idea of God, and that the tradesmen of the university will impute to me the impiety of demonstrating the non-value of their philosophical products, when I am especially maintaining that philosophy should be studied in its object, that is, in the manifestations of society and nature. I need the hypothesis of God to justify my style. In my ignorance of everything regarding God, the world, the soul, and destiny, forced to proceed like the materialist, that is, by observation and experience, and to conclude in the language of the believer, because there is no other, not knowing whether my formulas, theological in spite of me, would be taken literally or figuratively, in this perpetual contemplation of God, man, and things, obliged to submit to the synonymy of all the terms included in the three categories of thought, speech, and action, but wishing to affirm nothing on either one side or the other, rigorous logic demanded that I should suppose, no more, no less, this unknown that is called God. We are full of divinity, Jovis omnia plena, our monuments, our traditions, our laws, our ideas, our languages, and our sciences, all are infected by this indelible superstition outside of which we can neither speak nor act, and without which we do not even think. Finally, I need the hypothesis of God to explain the publication of these new memoirs. Our society feels itself big with events, and is anxious about the future. How account for these vague presentiments by the sole aid of a universal reason, immanent if you will, and permanent, but impersonal, and therefore dumb, or by the idea of necessity, if it implies that necessity is self-conscious, and consequently has presentiments? There remains then, once more, an agent or nightmare which weighs upon society, and gives it visions. Now, when society prophesies, it puts questions in the mouths of some, and answers in the mouths of others. And wise, then, he who can listen and understand, for God himself has spoken, qui locutus est Deus. The Academy of Moral and Political Sciences has proposed the following question: to determine the general facts which govern the relations of profits to wages, and to explain their respective oscillations. A few years ago the same Academy asked, what are the causes of misery? The 19th century has, in fact, but one idea, equality and reform. But the wind bloweth where it listeth. Many began to reflect upon the question, no one answered it. The College of Arus Pieces has, therefore, renewed its question, but in more significant terms. It wishes to know whether order prevails in the workshop, whether wages are equitable, whether liberty and privilege compensate each other justly, whether the idea of value, which controls all the facts of exchange, is, in the forms in which the economists have represented it, sufficiently exact, whether credit protects labor, whether circulation is regular, whether the burdens of society weigh equally on all, etc. And, indeed, insufficiency of income being the immediate cause of misery, it is fitting that we should know why, misfortune and malevolence aside, the working man's income is insufficient. It is still the same question of inequality of fortunes, which has made such a stir for a century past, and which, by a strange fatality, continually reappears in academic programs, as if there lay the real difficulty of modern times. Equality, then, its principle, its means, its obstacles, its theory, the motives of its postponement, the cause of social and providential iniquities, these the world has got to learn, in spite of the sneers of incredulity. I know well that the views of the Academy are not thus profound, and that it equals a council of the Church in its horror of novelties, but the more it turns towards the past, the more it reflects the future, and the more, consequently, must we believe in its inspiration, for the true prophets are those who do not understand their utterances. Listen further. What, the Academy has asked, are the most useful applications of the principle of voluntary and private association that we can make for the alleviation of misery? And again, to expound the theory and principles of the contract of insurance, to give its history, and to deduce from its rationale and the facts the developments of which this contract is capable, and the various useful applications possible in the present state of commercial and industrial progress. Publicists admit that insurance, a rudimentary form of commercial solidarity, is an association in things, societas in re, that is, a society whose conditions, founded on purely economical relations, escape man's arbitrary dictation. So that a philosophy of insurance or mutual guarantee of security, which shall be deduced from the general theory of real, in re, societies, will contain the formula of universal association, in which no member of the Academy believes? And when, uniting subject and object in the same point of view, the Academy demands, by the side of a theory of association of interests, a theory of voluntary association, it reveals to us the most perfect form of society, and thereby affirms all that is most at variance with its convictions. Liberty, equality, solidarity, association. By what inconceivable blunder has so eminently conservative a body offered to the citizens this new program of the rights of man? It was in this way that Caiaphas prophesied redemption by disowning Jesus Christ. Upon the first of these questions, 45 memoirs were addressed to the Academy within 2 years, a proof that the subject was marvelously well suited to the state of the public mind. But among so many competitors, no one having been deemed worthy of the prize, the Academy has withdrawn the question, alleging as a reason the incapacity of the competitors, but in reality because, the failure of the contest being the sole object that the Academy had in view, it behooved it to declare, without further delay, that the hopes of the friends of association were groundless. Thus, then, the gentlemen of the Academy disavow, in their session chamber, their announcements from the tripod. There is nothing in such a contradiction astonishing to me, and may God preserve me from calling it a crime. The ancients believed that revolutions announced their advent by dreadful signs, and that among other prodigies animals spoke. This was a figure, descriptive of those unexpected ideas and strange words which circulate suddenly among the masses at critical moments, and which seem to be entirely without human antecedent, so far removed are they from the sphere of ordinary judgment. At the time in which we live, such a thing could not fail to occur. After having, by a prophetic instinct and a mechanical spontaneity, Pikudsklokuddy, proclaimed association, the gentlemen of the Academy of Moral and Political Sciences have returned to their ordinary prudence, and with them custom has conquered inspiration. Let us learn, then, how to distinguish heavenly counsel from the interested judgments of men, and hold it for certain that, in the discourse of sages, that is the most trustworthy to which they have given the least reflection. Nevertheless, the Academy, in breaking so rudely with its intuitions, seems to have felt some remorse. In place of a theory of association in which, after reflection, it no longer believes, it asks for a critical examination of Pestalozzi's system of instruction and education, considered mainly in its relation to the well-being and morality of the poor classes. Who knows? Perchance the relation between profits and wages, association, the organization of labor indeed, are to be found at the bottom of a system of instruction. Is not man's life a perpetual apprenticeship? Are not philosophy and religion humanity's education? To organize instruction, then, would be to organize industry and fix the theory of society. The Academy, in its lucid moments, always returns to that. What influence, the Academy again asks, do progress and a desire for material comfort have upon a nation's morality? Taken in its most obvious sense, this new question of the Academy is commonplace, and fit at best to exercise a rhetorician's skill. But the Academy, which must continue till the end in its ignorance of the revolutionary significance of its oracles, has drawn aside the curtain in its commentary. What, then, so profound has it discovered in this Epicurean thesis? The desire for luxury and its enjoyments, it tells us, the singular love of it felt by the majority, the tendency of hearts and minds to occupy themselves with it exclusively, the agreement of individuals and the state in making it the motive and the end of all their projects, all their efforts, and all their sacrifices, engender general or individual feelings which, beneficent or injurious, become principles of action more potent, perhaps, than any which have heretofore governed men. Never had moralists a more favorable opportunity to assail the sensualism of the century, the venality of consciences, and the corruption instituted by the government. Instead of that, what does the Academy of Moral Sciences do? With the most automatic calmness, it establishes a series in which luxury, so long proscribed by the Stoics and ascetics, those masters of holiness, must appear in its turn as a principle of conduct as legitimate, as pure, and as grand as all those formerly invoked by religion and philosophy. Determine, it tells us, the motives of action, undoubtedly now old and worn out, of which luxury is historically the providential successor, and, from the results of the former, calculate the effects of the latter. Prove, in short, that Aristippus was only in advance of his century, and that his system of morality must have its day, as well as that of Zeno and Akempes. We are dealing, then, with a society which no longer wishes to be poor, which mocks at everything that was once dear and sacred to it, liberty, religion, and glory, so long as it has not wealth, which, to obtain it, submits to all outrages, and becomes an accomplice in all sorts of cowardly actions, and this burning thirst for pleasure, this irresistible desire to arrive at luxury, a symptom of a new period in civilization, is the supreme commandment by virtue of which we are to labor. For the abolition of poverty, thus saith the Academy. What becomes, then, of the doctrine of expiation and abstinence, the morality of sacrifice, resignation, and happy moderation? What distrust of the compensation promised in the other life, and what a contradiction of the gospel? But, above all, what a justification of a government which has adopted as its system the golden key? Why have religious men, Christians, Senecas, given utterance in concert to so many immoral maxims? The Academy, completing its thought, will reply to us. Show how the progress of criminal justice, in the prosecution and punishment of attacks upon persons and property, follows and marks the ages of civilization from the savage condition up to that of the best governed nations. Is it possible that the criminal lawyers in the Academy of Moral Sciences foresaw the conclusion of their premises? The fact whose history is now to be studied, and which the Academy describes by the words progress of criminal justice, is simply the gradual mitigation which manifests itself, both in the forms of criminal examinations and in the penalties inflicted, in proportion as civilization increases in liberty, light, and wealth. So that, the principle of repressive institutions being the direct opposite of all those on which the welfare of society depends, there is a constant elimination of all parts of the penal system as well as all judicial paraphernalia, and the final inference from this movement is that the guarantee of order lies neither in fear nor punishment, consequently, neither in hell nor religion. What a subversion of received ideas! What a denial of all that it is the business of the Academy of Moral Sciences to defend! But, if the guarantee of order no longer lies in the fear of a punishment to be suffered, either in this life or in another, where then are to be found the guarantees protective of persons and property? Or rather, without repressive institutions, what becomes of property? And without property, what becomes of the family? The Academy, which knows nothing of all these things, replies without agitation. Review the various phases of the organization of the family upon the soil of France from ancient times down to our day. Which means, determine, by the previous progress of family organization, the conditions of the existence of the family in a state of equality of fortunes, voluntary and free association, universal solidarity, material comfort and luxury, and public order without prisons, courts, police, or hangmen. There will be astonishment, perhaps, at finding that the Academy of Moral and Political Sciences, after having, like the boldest innovators, called in question all the principles of social order, religion, family, property, justice, has not also proposed this problem: what is the best form of government? In fact, government is for society the source of all initiative, every guarantee, every reform. It would be, then, interesting to know whether the government, as constituted by the Charter, is adequate to the practical solution of the Academy's questions. but it would be a misconception of the oracles to imagine that they proceed by induction and analysis, and precisely because the political problem was a condition or corollary of the demonstrations asked for, the Academy could not offer it for competition. Such a conclusion would have opened its eyes, and, without waiting for the memoirs of the competitors, it would have hastened to suppress its entire program. The Academy has approached the question from above. It has said, "The works of God are beautiful in their own essence, justificata in semet ipsa, they are true, in a word, because they are His. The thoughts of man resemble dense vapors pierced by long and narrow flashes." What, then, is the truth in relation to us, and what is the character of certainty? As if the Academy had said to us, "You shall verify the hypothesis of your existence, the hypothesis of the Academy which interrogates you, the hypotheses of time, space, motion, thought, and the laws of thought. Then you may verify the hypothesis of pauperism, the hypothesis of inequality of conditions, the hypothesis of universal association, the hypothesis of happiness, the hypotheses of monarchy and republicanism, the hypothesis of providence." A complete criticism of God and humanity. I point to the program of the Honorable Society. It is not I who have fixed the conditions of my task, it is the Academy of Moral and Political Sciences. Now, how can I satisfy these conditions, if I am not myself endowed with infallibility, in a word, if I am not God or divine? The Academy admits, then, that divinity and humanity are identical, or at least correlative, but the question now is in what consists this correlation. Such is the meaning of the problem of certainty, such is the object of social philosophy. Thus, then, in the name of the society that God inspires, an Academy questions. In the name of the same society, I am one of the prophets who attempt to answer. The task is an immense one, and I do not promise to accomplish it. I will go as far as God shall give me strength. But, whatever I may say, it does not come from me. The thought which inspires my pen is not personal, and nothing that I write can be attributed to me. I shall give the facts as I have seen them, I shall judge them by what I shall have said, I shall call everything by its strongest name, and no one will take offense. I shall inquire freely, and by the rules of divination which I have learned, into the meaning of the divine purpose which is now expressing itself through the eloquent lips of sages and the inarticulate wailings of the people, and, though I should deny all the prerogatives guaranteed by our Constitution, I shall not be factious. I shall point my finger whither an invisible influence is pushing us, and neither my action nor my words shall be irritating. I shall stir up the cloud, and, though I should cause it to launch the thunderbolt, I should be innocent. In this solemn investigation to which the Academy invites me, I have more than the right to tell the truth, I have the right to say what I think. May my thought, my words, and the truth be but one and the same thing. And you, reader, for without a reader there is no writer, you are half of my work. Without you, I am only sounding brass. With the aid of your attention, I will speak marvels. Do you see this passing whirlwind called society, from which burst forth, with startling brilliancy, lightnings, thunders, and voices? I wish to cause you to place your finger on the hidden springs which move it, but to that end you must reduce yourself at my command to a state of pure intelligence. The eyes of love and pleasure are powerless to recognize beauty in a skeleton, harmony in naked viscera, life in dark and coagulated blood. Consequently, the secrets of the social organism are a sealed letter to the man whose brain is beclouded by passion and prejudice. Such sublimities are unattainable except by cold and silent contemplation. Suffer me, then, before revealing to your eyes the leaves of the book of life, to prepare your soul by this septical purification which the great teachers of the people Socrates, Jesus Christ, Saint Paul, Saint Remy, Bacon, Descartes, Galileo, Kant, etc., have always claimed of their disciples. Whoever you may be, clad in the rags of misery or decked in the sumptuous vestments of luxury, I restore you to that state of luminous nudity which neither the fumes of wealth nor the poisons of envious poverty dim. How persuade the rich that the difference of conditions arises from an error in the accounts, and how can the poor, in their beggary, conceive that the proprietor possesses in good faith? To investigate the sufferings of the laborer is to the idler the most intolerable of amusements, just as to do justice to the fortunate is to the miserable the bitterest of draughts. You occupy a high position, I strip you of it, there you are, free. There is too much optimism beneath this official costume, too much subordination, too much idleness. Science demands an insurrection of thought. Now, the thought of an official is his salary. Your mistress, beautiful, passionate, artistic, is, I like to believe, possessed only by you. That is, your soul, your spirit, your conscience, have passed into the most charming object of luxury that nature and art have produced for the eternal torment of fascinated mortals. I separate you from this divine half of yourself. At the present day it is too much to wish for justice and at the same time to love a woman. To think with grandeur and clearness, man must remove the lining of his nature and hold to his masculine hypostasis. Besides, in the state in which I have put you, your lover would no longer know you. Remember the wife of Job. What is your religion? Forget your faith, and, through wisdom, become an atheist. What? You say, an atheist in spite of our hypothesis. No, but because of our hypothesis. One's thought must have been raised above divine things for a long time to be entitled to suppose a personality beyond man, a life beyond this life. For the rest, have no fears for your salvation. God is not angry with those who are led by reason to deny him, any more than he is anxious for those who are led by faith to worship him, and, in the state of your conscience, the surest course for you is to think nothing about him. Do you not see that it is with religion as with governments, the most perfect of which would be the denial of all? Then let no political or religious fancy hold your soul captive. In this way only can you now keep from being either a dupe or a renegade. Ah! Said I in the days of my enthusiastic youth, shall I not hear the tolling for the second vespers of the Republic, and our priests, dressed in white tunics, singing after the Doric fashion the returning hymn, Change, O Dieu, notre servitude, comme l'event du désert en un souffle rafraîchissant. But I have despaired of republicans, and no longer know either religion or priests. I should like also, in order to thoroughly secure your judgment, dear reader, to render your soul insensible to pity, superior to virtue, indifferent to happiness. But that would be too much to expect of a neophyte. Remember only, and never forget, that pity, happiness, and virtue, like country, religion, and love, are masks. Chapter I, of the Economic Science. 1. Opposition between fact and right in social economy. I affirm the reality of an economic science. This proposition, which few economists now dare to question, is the boldest, perhaps, that a philosopher ever maintained, and the inquiries to follow will prove, I hope, that its demonstration will one day be deemed the greatest effort of the human mind. I affirm, on the other hand, the absolute certainty as well as the progressive nature of economic science, of all the sciences in my opinion the most comprehensive, the purest, the best supported by facts, a new proposition, which alters the science into logic or metaphysics in con serie 2, and radically changes the basis of ancient philosophy. In other words, economic science is to me the objective form and realization of metaphysics. It is metaphysics in action, metaphysics projected on the vanishing plane of time, and whoever studies the laws of labor and exchange is truly and specially a metaphysician. After what I have said in the introduction, there is nothing in this which should surprise anyone. The labor of man continues the work of God, who, in creating all beings, did but externally realize the eternal laws of reason. Economic science is, then, necessarily and at once a theory of ideas, a natural theology, and a psychology. This general outline alone would have sufficed to explain why, having to treat of economic matters, I was obliged previously to suppose the existence of God, and by what title I, a simple economist, aspire to solve the problem of certainty. But I hasten to say that I do not regard as a science the incoherent ensemble of theories to which the name political economy has been officially given for almost 100 years, and which, in spite of the etymology of the name, is after all but the code, or immemorial routine, of property. These theories offer us only the rudiments, or first section, of economic science, and that is why, like property, they are all contradictory of each other, and half the time inapplicable. The proof of this assertion, which is, in one sense, a denial of political economy as handed down to us by Adam Smith, Ricardo, Malthus, and J.B. Say, and as we have known it for half a century, will be especially developed in this treatise. The inadequacy of political economy has at all times impressed thoughtful minds, who, too fond of their dreams for practical investigation, and confining themselves to the estimation of apparent results, have constituted from the beginning a party of opposition to the statu quo, and have devoted themselves to persevering, and systematic ridicule of civilization and its customs. Property, on the other hand, the basis of all social institutions, has never lacked zealous defenders, who, proud to be called practical, have exchanged blow for blow with the traducers of political economy, and have labored with a courageous and often skillful hand to strengthen the edifice which general prejudice and individual liberty have erected in concert. The controversy between conservatives and reformers, still pending, finds its counterpart, in the history of philosophy, in the quarrel between realists and nominalists. It is almost useless to add that, on both sides, right and wrong are equal, and that the rivalry, narrowness, and intolerance of opinions have been the sole cause of the misunderstanding. Thus two powers are contending for the government of the world, and cursing each other with the fervor of two hostile religions, political economy or tradition, and socialism, or utopia. What is, then, in more explicit terms, political economy? What is socialism? Political economy is a collection of the observations thus far made in regard to the phenomena of the production and distribution of wealth, that is, in regard to the most common, most spontaneous, and therefore most genuine, forms of labor and exchange. The economists have classified these observations as far as they were able, they have described the phenomena, and ascertained their contingencies and relations. They have observed in them, in many cases, a quality of necessity which has given them the name of laws, and this ensemble of information, gathered from the simplest manifestations of society, constitutes political economy. Political economy is, therefore, the natural history of the most apparent and most universally accredited customs, traditions, practices, and methods of humanity in all that concerns the production and distribution of wealth. By this title, political economy considers itself legitimate in fact and in right, in fact, because the phenomena which it studies are constant, spontaneous, and universal; in right, because these phenomena rest on the authority of the human race, the strongest authority possible. Consequently, political economy calls itself a science, that is, a rational and systematic knowledge of regular and necessary facts. Socialism, which, like the god Vishnu, ever dying and ever returning to life, has experienced within a score of years its 10,000th incarnation in the persons of 5 or 6 revelators, socialism affirms the irregularity of the present constitution of society, and, consequently, of all its previous forms. It asserts, and proves, that the order of civilization is artificial, contradictory, inadequate, that it engenders oppression, misery, and crime. It denounces, not to say calumniates, the whole past of social life, and pushes on with all its might to a reformation of morals and institutions. Socialism concludes by declaring political economy a false and sophistical hypothesis, devised to enable the few to exploit the many, and applying the maximae fructibus conoscetis, it ends with a demonstration of the impotence and emptiness of political economy by the list of human calamities for which it makes it responsible. But if political economy is false, jurisprudence, which in all countries is the science of law and custom, is false also, since, founded on the distinction of thine and mine, it supposes the legitimacy of the facts described and classified by political economy. The theories of public and international law, with all the varieties of representative government, are also false, since they rest on the principle of individual appropriation and the absolute sovereignty of wills. All these consequences socialism accepts. To it, political economy, regarded by many as the physiology of wealth, is but the organization of robbery and poverty, just as jurisprudence, honored by legists with the name of written reason, is, in its eyes, but a compilation of the rubrics of legal and official spoliation, in a word, of property. Considered in their relations, these two pretended sciences, political economy and law, form, in the opinion of socialism, the complete theory of iniquity and discord. Passing then from negation to affirmation, socialism opposes the principle of property with that of association, and makes vigorous efforts to reconstruct social economy from top to bottom, that is, to establish a new code, a new political system with institutions and morals diametrically opposed to the ancient forms. Thus the line of demarcation between socialism and political economy is fixed, and the hostility flagrant. Political economy tends toward the glorification of selfishness, socialism favors the exaltation of communism. The economists, saving a few violations of their principles, for which they deem it their duty to blame governments, are optimists with regard to accomplished facts, the socialists, with regard to facts to be accomplished. The first affirm that that which ought to be is, the second, that that which ought to be is not. Consequently, while the first are defenders of religion, authority, and the other principles contemporary with, and conservative of, property, although their criticism, based solely on reason, deals frequent blows at their own prejudices, the second reject authority and faith, and appeal exclusively to science, although a certain religiosity, utterly illiberal, and an unscientific disdain for facts, are always the most obvious characteristics of their doctrines. For the rest, neither party ever ceases to accuse the other of incapacity and sterility. The socialists ask their opponents to account for the inequality of conditions, for those commercial debaucheries in which monopoly and competition, in monstrous union, perpetually give birth to luxury and misery. They reproach economic theories, always modeled after the past, with leaving the future hopeless. In short, they point to the regime of property as a horrible hallucination, against which humanity has protested and struggled for 4,000 years. The economists, on their side, defy socialists to produce a system in which property, competition, and political organization can be dispensed with. They prove, with documents in hand, that all reformatory projects have ever been nothing but rhapsodies of fragments borrowed from the very system that socialism sneers at, plagiarisms, in a word, of political economy, outside of which socialism is incapable of conceiving and formulating an idea. Every day sees the proofs in this grave suit accumulating, and the question becoming confused. While society has traveled and stumbled, suffered and thrived, in pursuing the economic routine, the socialists, since Pythagoras, Orpheus, and the unfathomable Hermes, have labored to establish their dogma in opposition to political economy. A few attempts at association in accordance with their views have even been made here and there, but as yet these exceptional undertakings, lost in the ocean of property, have been without result, and, as if destiny had resolved to exhaust the economic hypothesis before attacking the socialistic utopia, the reformatory party is obliged to content itself with pocketing the sarcasms of its adversaries while waiting for its own turn to come. This, then, is the state of the cause. Socialism incessantly denounces the crimes of civilization, verifies daily the powerlessness of political economy to satisfy the harmonic attractions of man, and presents petition after petition. Political economy fills its brief with socialistic systems, all of which, one after another, pass away and die, despised by common sense. The persistence of evil nourishes the complaint of the one, while the constant succession of reformatory checks feeds the malicious irony of the other. When will judgment be given? The tribunal is deserted. Meanwhile, political economy improves its opportunities, and, without furnishing bail, continues to lord it over the world, possidio quia possidio. If we descend from the sphere of ideas to the realities of the world, the antagonism will appear still more grave and threatening. When, in these recent years, socialism, instigated by prolonged convulsions, made its fantastic appearance in our midst, men whom all controversy had found until then indifferent and lukewarm went back in fright to monarchical and religious ideas. Democracy, which was charged with being developed at last to its ultimate, was cursed and driven back. This accusation of the conservatives against the Democrats was a libel. Democracy is by nature as hostile to the socialistic idea as incapable of filling the place of royalty, against which it is its destiny endlessly to conspire. This soon became evident, and we are witnesses of it daily in the professions of Christian and proprietary faith by democratic publicists, whose abandonment by the people began at that moment. On the other hand, philosophy proves no less distinct from socialism, no less hostile to it, than politics and religion. For just as in politics the principle of democracy is the sovereignty of numbers, and that of monarchy the sovereignty of the prince, just as likewise in affairs of conscience religion is nothing but submission to a mystical being, called God, and to the priests who represent him, just as finally in the economic world property, that is, exclusive control by the individual of the instruments of labor, is the point of departure of every theory, so philosophy, in basing itself upon the a priori assumptions of reason, is inevitably led to attribute to the me alone the generation and autocracy of ideas, and to deny the metaphysical value of experience, that is, universally to substitute, for the objective law, absolutism, despotism. Now, a doctrine which, springing up suddenly in the heart of society, without antecedents and without ancestors, rejected from every department of conscience and society the arbitrary principle, in order to substitute as sole truth the relation of facts, which broke with tradition, and consented to make use of the past only as a point from which to launch forth into the future, such a doctrine could not fail to stir up against it the established authorities, and we can see today how, in spite of their internal discords, the said authorities, which are but one, combine to fight the monster that is ready to swallow them. To the workingmen who complain of the insufficiency of wages and the uncertainty of labor, political economy opposes the liberty of commerce. To the citizens who are seeking for the conditions of liberty and order, the ideologists respond with representative systems. To the tender souls who, having lost their ancient faith, ask the reason and end of their existence, religion proposes the unfathomable secrets of providence, and philosophy holds doubt in reserve. Subterfuges always, complete ideas, in which heart and mind find rest, never. Socialism cries that it is time to set sail for the mainland, and to enter port, but, say the anti-socialists, there is no port, humanity sails onward in God's care, under the command of priests, philosophers, orators, economists, and our circumnavigation is eternal. Thus society finds itself, at its origin, divided into two great parties, the one traditional and essentially hierarchical, which, according to the object it is considering, calls itself by turns royalty or democracy, philosophy or religion, in short, property; the other socialism, which, coming to life at every crisis of civilization, proclaims itself preeminently anarchical and atheistic, that is, rebellious against all authority, human and divine. Now, modern civilization has demonstrated that in a conflict of this nature the truth is found, not in the exclusion of one of the opposites, but wholly and solely in the reconciliation of the two. It is, I say, a fact of science that every antagonism, whether in nature or in ideas, is resolvable in a more general fact or in a complex formula, which harmonizes the opposing factors by absorbing them, so to speak, in each other. Can we not, then, men of common sense, while awaiting the solution which the future will undoubtedly bring forth, prepare ourselves for this great transition by an analysis of the struggling powers, as well as their positive and negative qualities? Such a work, performed with accuracy and conscientiousness, even though it should not lead us directly to the solution, would have at least the inestimable advantage of revealing to us the conditions of the problem, and thereby putting us on our guard against every form of utopia. What is there, then, in political economy that is necessary and true? Whither does it tend? What are its powers? What are its wishes? It is this which I propose to determine in this work. What is the value of socialism? The same investigation will answer this question also. For since, after all, socialism and political economy pursue the same end, namely, liberty, order, and well-being among men, it is evident that the conditions to be fulfilled, in other words, the difficulties to be overcome to attain this end, are also the same for both, and that it remains only to examine the methods attempted or proposed by either party. But since, moreover, it has been given thus far to political economy alone to translate its ideas into acts, while socialism has scarcely done more than indulge in perpetual satire, it is no less clear that, in judging the works of economy according to their merit, we at the same time shall reduce to its just value the invective of the socialists, so that our criticism, though apparently special, will lead to absolute and definitive conclusions. This it is necessary to make clearer by a few examples, before entering fully upon the examination of political economy. 2. Inadequacy of theories and criticisms. We will record first an important observation: the contending parties agree in acknowledging a common authority, whose support each claims: science. Plato, a utopian, organized his ideal republic in the name of science, which, through modesty and euphemism, he called philosophy. Aristotle, a practical man, refuted the Platonic utopia in the name of the same philosophy. Thus the social war has continued since Plato and Aristotle. The modern socialists refer all things to science one and indivisible, but without power to agree either as to its content, its limits, or its method. The economists, on their side, affirm that social science in no wise differs from political economy. It is our first business, then, to ascertain what a science of society must be. Science, in general, is the logically arranged and systematic knowledge of that which is. Applying this idea to society, we will say, social science is the logically arranged and systematic knowledge, not of that which society has been, nor of that which it will be, but of that which it is in its whole life, that is, in the sum total of its successive manifestations, for there alone can it have reason and system. Social science must include human order, not alone in such or such a period of duration, nor in a few of its elements, but in all its principles and in the totality of its existence, as if social evolution, spread throughout time and space, should find itself suddenly gathered and fixed in a picture which, exhibiting the series of the ages and the sequence of phenomena, revealed their connection and unity. Such must be the science of every living and progressive reality, such social science indisputably is. It may be, then, that political economy, in spite of its individualistic tendency and its exclusive affirmations, is a constituent part of social science, in which the phenomena that it describes are like the starting points of a vast triangulation and the elements of an organic and complex whole. From this point of view, the progress of humanity, proceeding from the simple to the complex, would be entirely in harmony with the progress of science, and the conflicting and so often desolating facts, which are today the basis and object of political economy, would have to be considered by us as so many special hypotheses, successively realized by humanity in view of a superior hypothesis, whose realization would solve all difficulties, and satisfy socialism without destroying political economy. For, as I said in my introduction, in no case can we admit that humanity, however it expresses itself, is mistaken. Let us now make this clearer by facts. The question now most disputed is unquestionably that of the organization of labor. As John the Baptist preached in the desert, repent ye, so the socialists go about proclaiming everywhere this novelty old as the world, organize labor, though never able to tell what, in their opinion, this organization should be. However that may be, the economists have seen that this socialistic clamor was damaging their theories. It was, indeed, a rebuke to them for ignoring that which they ought first to recognize, labor. They have replied, therefore, to the attack of their adversaries, first by maintaining that labor is organized, that there is no other organization of labor than liberty to produce and exchange, either on one's own personal account, or in association with others, in which case the course to be pursued has been prescribed by the civil and commercial codes. Then, as this argument served only to make them the laughing-stock of their antagonists, they assumed the offensive, and, showing that the socialists understood nothing at all themselves of this organization that they held up as a scarecrow, they ended by saying that it was but a new socialistic chimera, a word without sense, an absurdity. The latest writings of the economists are full of these pitiless conclusions. Nevertheless, it is certain that the phrase organization of labor contains as clear and rational a meaning as these that follow: organization of the workshop, organization of the army, organization of police, organization of charity, organization of war. In this respect, the argument of the economists is deplorably irrational. No less certain is it that the organization of labor cannot be a utopia and chimera, for at the moment that labor, the supreme condition of civilization, begins to exist, it follows that it is already submitted to an organization, such as it is, which satisfies the economists, but which the socialists think detestable. There remains, then, relatively to the proposal to organize labor formulated by socialism, this objection, that labor is organized. Now, this is utterly untenable, since it is notorious that in labor, supply, demand, division, quantity, proportion, price, and security, nothing, absolutely nothing is regulated. On the contrary, everything is given up to the caprices of free will, that is, to chance. As for us, guided by the idea that we have formed of social science, we shall affirm, against the socialists and against the economists, not that labor must be organized, nor that it is organized, but that it is being organized. Labor, we say, is being organized, that is, the process of organization has been going on from the beginning of the world, and will continue till the end. Political economy teaches us the primary elements of this organization, but socialism is right in asserting that, in its present form, the organization is inadequate and transitory, and the whole mission of science is continually to ascertain, in view of the results obtained and the phenomena in course of development, what innovations can be immediately effected. Socialism and political economy, then, while waging a burlesque war, pursue in reality the same idea, the organization of labor. But both are guilty of disloyalty to science and of mutual calumny, when on the one hand political economy, mistaking for science its scraps of theory, denies the possibility of further progress, and when socialism, abandoning tradition, aims at re-establishing society on an undiscoverable basis. Thus socialism is nothing but a profound criticism and continual development of political economy, and, to apply here the celebrated aphorism of the school, nihil est in intellectu, quod non prius fuerit in sensu, there is nothing in the socialistic hypotheses which is not duplicated in economic practice. On the other hand, political economy is but an impertinent rhapsody, so long as it affirms as absolutely valid the facts collected by Adam Smith and J.B. Say. Another question, no less disputed than the preceding one, is that of usury, or lending at interest. Usury, or in other words the price of use, is the emolument, of whatever nature, which the proprietor derives from the loan of his property. Quidquid sortia crescit usura est, say the theologians. Usury, the foundation of credit, was one of the first of the means which social spontaneity employed in its work of organization, and whose analysis discloses the profound laws of civilization. The ancient philosophers and the fathers of the Church, who must be regarded here as the representatives of socialism in the early centuries of the Christian era, by a singular fallacy, which arose however from the paucity of economic knowledge in their day, allowed farm rent and condemned interest on money, because, as they believed, money was unproductive. They distinguished consequently between the loan of things which are consumed by use, among which they included money, and the loan of things which, without being consumed, yield a product to the user. The economists had no difficulty in showing, by generalizing the idea of rent, that in the economy of society the action of capital, or its productivity, was the same whether it was consumed in wages or retained the character of an instrument, that, consequently, it was necessary either to prohibit the rent of land or to allow interest on money, since both were by the same title payment for privilege, indemnity for loan. It required more than 15 centuries to get this idea accepted, and to reassure the consciences that had been terrified by the anathemas pronounced by Catholicism against usury. But finally the weight of evidence and the general desire favored the usurers, they won the battle against socialism, and from this legitimation of usury society gained some immense and unquestionable advantages. Under these circumstances socialism, which had tried to generalize the law enacted by Moses for the Israelites alone, non fineraberis proximo tuo, sed alieno, was beaten by an idea which it had accepted from the economic routine, namely, farm rent, elevated into the theory of the productivity of capital. But the economists in their turn were less fortunate, when they were afterwards called upon to justify farm rent in itself, and to establish this theory of the product of capital. It may be said that, on this point, they have lost all the advantage they had at first gained against socialism. Undoubtedly, and I am the first to recognize it, the rent of land, like that of money and all personal and real property, is a spontaneous and universal fact, which has its source in the depths of our nature, and which soon becomes, by its natural development, one of the most potent means of organization. I shall prove even that interest on capital is but the materialization of the aphorism, all labor should leave in excess. But in the face of this theory, or rather this fiction, of the productivity of capital, arises another thesis no less certain, which in these latter days has struck the ablest economists. It is that all value is born of labor, and is composed essentially of wages, in other words, that no wealth has its origin in privilege, or acquires any value except through work, and that, consequently, labor alone is the source of revenue among men. How, then, reconcile the theory of farm rent or productivity of capital, a theory confirmed by universal custom, which conservative political economy is forced to accept but cannot justify, with this other theory which shows that value is normally composed of wages, and which inevitably ends, as we shall demonstrate, in an equality in society between net product and raw product? The socialists have not wasted the opportunity. Starting with the principle that labor is the source of all income, they began to call the holders of capital to account for their farm rents and emoluments, and, as the economists won the first victory by generalizing under a common expression farm rent and usury, so the socialists have taken their revenge by causing the seigneurial rights of capital to vanish before the still more general principle of labor. Property has been demolished from top to bottom. The economists could only keep silent, but, powerless to arrest itself in this new descent, socialism has slipped clear to the farthest boundaries of communistic utopia, and, for want of a practical solution, society is reduced to a position where it can neither justify its tradition, nor commit itself to experiments in which the least mistake would drive it backward several thousand years. In such a situation, what is the mandate of science? Certainly not to halt in an arbitrary, inconceivable, and impossible just milieu. It is to generalize further, and discover a third principle, a fact, a superior law, which shall explain the fiction of capital and the myth of property, and reconcile them with the theory which makes labor the origin of all wealth. This is what socialism, if it wishes to proceed logically, must undertake. In fact, the theory of the real productivity of labor, and that of the fictitious productivity of capital, are both essentially economical. Socialism has endeavored only to show the contradiction between them, without regard to experience or logic, for it appears to be as destitute of the one as of the other. Now, in law, the litigant who accepts the authority of a title in one particular must accept it in all. It is not allowable to divide the documents and proofs. Had socialism the right to decline the authority of political economy in relation to usury, when it appealed for support to this same authority in relation to the analysis of value? By no means. All that socialism could demand in such a case was, either that political economy should be directed to reconcile its theories, or that it might be itself entrusted with this difficult task. The more closely we examine these solemn discussions, the more clearly we see that the whole trouble is due to the fact that one of the parties does not wish to see, while the other refuses to advance. It is a principle of our law that no one can be deprived of his property except for the sake of general utility, and in consideration of a fair indemnity payable in advance. This principle is eminently an economic one, for, on the one hand, it assumes the right of eminent domain of the citizen expropriated, whose consent, according to the democratic spirit of the social compact, is necessarily presupposed. On the other hand, the indemnity, or the price of the article taken, is fixed, not by the intrinsic value of the article, but by the general law of commerce, supply and demand, in a word, by opinion. Expropriation in the name of society may be likened to a contract of convenience, agreed to by each with all. Not only then must the price be paid, but the convenience also must be paid for, and it is thus, in reality, that the indemnity is estimated. If the Roman legists had seen this analogy, they undoubtedly would have hesitated less over the question of expropriation for the sake of public utility. Such, then, is the sanction of the social right of expropriation, indemnity. Now, practically, not only is the principle of indemnity not applied in all cases where it ought to be, but it is impossible that it should be so applied. Thus, the law which established railways provided indemnity for the lands to be occupied by the rails. It did nothing for the multitude of industries dependent upon the previous method of conveyance, whose losses far exceeded the value of the lands whose owners received compensation. Similarly, when the question of indemnifying the manufacturers of beetroot sugar was under consideration, it occurred to no one that the state ought to indemnify also the large number of laborers and employees who earned their livelihood in the beetroot industry, and who were, perhaps, to be reduced to want. Nevertheless, it is certain, according to the idea of capital and the theory of production, that as the possessor of land, whose means of labor is taken from him by the railroad, has a right to be indemnified, so also the manufacturer, whose capital is rendered unproductive by the same railroad, is entitled to indemnification. Why, then, is he not indemnified? Alas! Because to indemnify him is impossible. With such a system of justice and impartiality, society would be, as a general thing, unable to act, and would return to the fixedness of Roman justice. There must be victims. The principle of indemnity is consequently abandoned. To one or more classes of citizens the state is inevitably bankrupt. At this point the socialists appear. They charge that the sole object of political economy is to sacrifice the interests of the masses and create privileges. Then, finding in the law of expropriation the rudiment of an agrarian law, they suddenly advocate universal expropriation, that is, production and consumption in common. But here socialism relapses from criticism into utopia, and its incapacity becomes freshly apparent in its contradictions. If the principle of expropriation for the sake of public utility, carried to its logical conclusion, leads to a complete reorganization of society, before commencing the work the character of this new organization must be understood. Now, socialism, I repeat, has no science save a few bits of physiology and political economy. Further, it is necessary in accordance with the principle of indemnity, if not to compensate citizens, at least to guarantee to them the values which they part with. It is necessary, in short, to insure them against loss. Now, outside of the public fortune, the management of which it demands, where will socialism find security for this same fortune? It is impossible, in sound and honest logic, to escape this circle. Consequently the communists, more open in their dealings than certain other sectarians of flowing and pacific ideas, decide the difficulty, and promise, the power once in their hands, to expropriate all and indemnify and guarantee none. At bottom, that would be neither unjust nor disloyal. Unfortunately, to burn is not to reply, as the interesting Desmoulins said to Robespierre, and such a discussion ends always in fire and the guillotine. Here, as everywhere, two rights, equally sacred, stand in the presence of each other, the right of the citizen and the right of the state. It is enough to say that there is a superior formula which reconciles the socialistic utopias and the mutilated theories of political economy, and that the problem is to discover it. In this emergency, what are the contending parties doing? Nothing. We might say rather that they raise questions only to get an opportunity to redress injuries. What do I say? The questions are not even understood by them, and, while the public is considering the sublime problems of society and human destiny, the professors of social science, orthodox and heretics, do not agree on principles. Witness the question which occasioned these inquiries, and which its authors certainly understand no better than its disparagers, the relation of profits and wages. What? An academy of economists has offered for competition a question the terms of which it does not understand. How, then, could it have conceived the idea? Well, I know that my statement is astonishing and incredible, but it is true. Like the theologians, who answer metaphysical problems only by myths and allegories, which always reproduce the problems but never solve them, the economists reply to the questions which they ask only by relating how they were led to ask them. Should they conceive that it was possible to go further, they would cease to be economists. For example, what is profit? That which remains for the manager after he has paid all the expenses. Now, the expenses consist of the labor performed and the materials consumed, or, in fine, wages. What, then, is the wages of a working man? The least that can be given him, that is, we do not know. What should be the price of the merchandise put upon the market by the manager? The highest that he can obtain, that is, again, we do not know. Political economy prohibits the supposition that the prices of merchandise and labor can be fixed, although it admits that they can be estimated, and that for the reason, say the economists, that estimation is essentially an arbitrary operation, which never can lead to sure and certain conclusions. How, then, shall we find the relation between two unknowns which, according to political economy, cannot be determined? Thus political economy proposes insolvable problems, and yet we shall soon see that it must propose them, and that our century must solve them. That is why I said that the Academy of Moral Sciences, in offering for competition the question of the relation of profits and wages, spoke unconsciously, spoke prophetically. But it will be said, is it not true that, if labor is in great demand and laborers are scarce, wages will rise, while profits on the other hand will decrease, that if, in the press of competition, there is an excess of production, there will be a stoppage and forced sales, consequently no profit for the manager and a danger of idleness for the laborer, that then the latter will offer his labor at a reduced price, that, if a machine is invented, it will first extinguish the fires of its rivals. Then, a monopoly established, and the laborer made dependent on the employer, profits and wages will be inversely proportional? Cannot all these causes, and others besides, be studied, ascertained, counterbalanced, etc.? Oh, monographs, histories. We have been saturated with them since the days of Adam Smith and J.B. Say, and they are scarcely more than variations of these authors' words. But it is not thus that the question should be understood, although the Academy has given it no other meaning. The relation of profits and wages should be considered in an absolute sense, and not from the inconclusive point of view of the accidents of commerce and the division of interests, two things which must ultimately receive their interpretation. Let me explain myself. Considering producer and consumer as a single individual, whose recompense is naturally equal to his product, then dividing this product into two parts, one which rewards the producer for his outlay, another which represents his profit, according to the axiom that all labor should leave in excess, we have to determine the relation of one of these parts to the other. This done, it will be easy to deduce the ratio of the fortunes of these two classes of men, employers and wage laborers, as well as account for all commercial oscillations. This will be a series of corollaries to add to the demonstration. Now, that such a relation may exist and be estimated, there must necessarily be a law, internal or external, which governs wages and prices, and since, in the present state of things, wages and prices vary and oscillate continually, we must ask what are the general facts, the causes, which make value vary and oscillate, and within what limits this oscillation takes place. But this very question is contrary to the accepted principles, for whoever says oscillation necessarily supposes a mean direction toward which value's center of gravity continually tends, and when the Academy asks that we determine the oscillations of profit and wages, it asks thereby that we determine value. Now that is precisely what the gentlemen of the Academy deny. They are unwilling to admit that, if value is variable, it is for that very reason determinable, that variability is the sign and condition of determinability. They pretend that value, ever varying, can never be determined. This is like maintaining that, given the number of oscillations of a pendulum per second, their amplitude, and the latitude and elevation of the spot where the experiment is performed, the length of the pendulum cannot be determined because the pendulum is in motion. Such is political economy's first article of faith. As for socialism, it does not appear to have understood the question, or to be concerned about it. Among its many organs, some simply and merely put aside the problem by substituting division for distribution, that is, by banishing number and measure from the social organism. Others relieve themselves of the embarrassment by applying universal suffrage to the wages question. It is needless to say that these platitudes find dupes by thousands and hundreds of thousands. The condemnation of political economy has been formulated by Malthus in this famous passage. A man who is born into a world already occupied, his family unable to support him, and society not requiring his labor, such a man, I say, has not the least right to claim any nourishment whatever. He is really one too many on the earth. At the great banquet of nature there is no plate laid for him. Nature commands him to take himself away, and she will not be slow to put her order into execution. 6. This then is the necessary, the fatal, conclusion of political economy, a conclusion which I shall demonstrate by evidence hitherto unknown in this field of inquiry: death to him who does not possess. In order better to grasp the thought of Malthus, let us translate it into philosophical propositions by stripping it of its rhetorical gloss. Individual liberty, and property, which is its expression, are economical data. Equality and solidarity are not. Under this system, each one by himself, each one for himself, labor, like all merchandise, is subject to fluctuation, hence the risks of the proletariat. Whoever has neither income nor wages has no right to demand anything of others. His misfortune falls on his own head. In the game of fortune, luck has been against him. From the point of view of political economy, these propositions are irrefutable, and Malthus, who has formulated them with such alarming exactness, is secure against all reproach. From the point of view of the conditions of social science, these same propositions are radically false, and even contradictory. The error of Malthus, or rather of political economy, does not consist in saying that a man who has nothing to eat must die, or in maintaining that, under the system of individual appropriation, there is no course for him who has neither labor nor income but to withdraw from life by suicide, unless he prefers to be driven from it by starvation. Such is, on the one hand, the law of our existence; such is, on the other, the consequence of property, and M. Rossi has taken altogether too much trouble to justify the good sense of Malthus on this point. I suspect, indeed, that M. Rossi, in making so lengthy and loving an apology for Malthus, intended to recommend political economy in the same way that his fellow countryman Machiavel, in his book entitled The Prince, recommended despotism to the admiration of the world. In pointing out misery as the necessary condition of industrial and commercial absolutism, M. Rossi seems to say to us, there is your law, your justice, your political economy, there is property. But Gallic simplicity does not understand artifice, and it would have been better to have said to France, in her immaculate tongue, The error of Malthus, the radical vice of political economy, consists, in general terms, in affirming as a definitive state a transitory condition, namely, the division of society into patricians and proletaires, and, particularly, in saying that in an organized, and consequently solid society, there may be some who possess, labor, and consume, while others have neither possession, nor labor, nor bread. Finally, Malthus, or political economy, reasons erroneously when seeing in the faculty of indefinite reproduction which the human race enjoys in neither greater nor less degree than all animal and vegetable species a permanent danger of famine, whereas it is only necessary to show the necessity, and consequently the existence, of a law of equilibrium between population and production. In short, the theory of Malthus, and herein lies the great merit of this writer, a merit which none of his colleagues has dreamed of attributing to him, is a reductio ad absurdum of all political economy. As for socialism, that was summed up long since by Plato and Thomas More in a single word, utopia, that is, no place, a chimera. Nevertheless, for the honor of the human mind and that justice may be done to all, this must be said, neither could economic and legislative science have had any other beginning than they did have, nor can society remain in this original position. Every science must first define its domain, produce and collect its materials, before system, facts, before the age of art, the age of learning. The economic science, subject like every other to the law of time and the conditions of experience, before seeking to ascertain how things ought to take place in society, had to tell us how things do take place, and all these processes which the authors speak of so pompously in their books as laws, principles, and theories, in spite of their incoherence and inconsistency, had to be gathered up with scrupulous diligence, and described with strict impartiality. The fulfillment of this task called for more genius perhaps, certainly for more self-sacrifice, than will be demanded by the future progress of the science. If, then, social economy is even yet rather an aspiration towards the future than a knowledge of reality, it must be admitted that the elements of this study are all included in political economy, and I believe that I express the general sentiment in saying that this opinion has become that of the vast majority of minds. The present finds few defenders, it is true, but the disgust with utopia is no less universal, and everybody understands that the truth lies in a formula which shall reconcile these two terms, conservation and motion. Thus, thanks to Adam Smith, J.B. Say, Ricardo, and Malthus, as well as their rash opponents, the mysteries of fortune, atriothethes, are uncovered, the power of capital, the oppression of the laborer, the machinations of monopoly, illumined at all points, shun the public gaze. Concerning the facts observed and described by the economists, we reason and conjecture, abusive laws, iniquitous customs, respected so long as the obscurity which sustained their life lasted, with difficulty dragged to the daylight, are expiring beneath the general reprobation. It is suspected that the government of society must be learned no longer from an empty ideology, after the fashion of the contrat social, but, as Montesquieu foresaw, from the relation of things, and already a left of eminently socialistic tendencies, composed of savants, magistrates, legists, professors, and even capitalists and manufacturers, all born representatives and defenders of privilege, and of a million of adepts, is forming in the nation above and outside of parliamentary opinions, and seeking, by an analysis of economic facts, to capture the secrets of the life of societies. Let us represent political economy, then, as an immense plain, strewn with materials prepared for an edifice. The laborers await the signal, full of ardor, and burning to commence the work, but the architect has disappeared without leaving the plan. The economists have stored their memories with many things, unhappily they have not the shadow of an estimate. They know the origin and history of each piece, what it cost to make it, what wood makes the best joists, and what clay the best bricks, what has been expended in tools and carts, how much the carpenters earned, and how much the stone cutters. They do not know the destination and the place of anything. The economists cannot deny that they have before them the fragments, scattered pell-mell, of a chef d'oeuvre, disjecti membra poeti, but it has been impossible for them as yet to recover the general design, and, whenever they have attempted any comparisons, they have met only with incoherence. Driven to despair at last by their fruitless combinations, they have erected as a dogma the architectural incongruity of the science, or, as they say, the inconveniences of its principles. In a word, they have denied the science. 7. Thus the division of labor, without which production would be almost nothing, is subject to 1,000 inconveniences, the worst of which is the demoralization of the laborer. Machinery causes, not only cheapness, but obstruction of the market and stoppage of business. Competition ends in oppression. Taxation, the material bond of society, is generally a scourge dreaded equally with fire and hail. Credit is necessarily accompanied by bankruptcy. Property is a swarm of abuses. Commerce degenerates into a game of chance, in which it is sometimes allowable even to cheat. In short, disorder existing everywhere to an equal extent with order, and no one knowing how the latter is to banish the former. Taxis ataxi and diocean, the economists have decided that all is for the best, and regard every reformatory proposition as hostile to political economy. The social edifice, then, has been abandoned. The crowd has burst into the wood yard. Columns, capitals, and plinths, wood, stone, and metal, have been distributed in portions and drawn by lot, and, of all these materials collected for a magnificent temple, property, ignorant and barbarous, has built huts. The work before us, then, is not only to recover the plan of the edifice, but to dislodge the occupants, who maintain that their city is superb, and, at the very mention of restoration, appear in battle array at their gates. Such confusion was not seen of old at Babel. Happily we speak French, and are more courageous than the companions of Nimrod. But enough of allegory. The historical and descriptive method, successfully employed so long as the work was one of examination only, is henceforth useless. After thousands of monographs and tables, we are no further advanced than in the age of Xenophon and Hesiod. The Phoenicians, the Greeks, the Italians, labored in their day as we do in ours. They invested their money, paid their laborers, extended their domains, made their expeditions and recoveries, kept their books, speculated, dabbled in stocks, and ruined themselves according to all the rules of economic art, knowing as well as ourselves how to gain monopolies and fleece the consumer and laborer. Of all this accounts are only too numerous, and, though we should rehearse forever our statistics and our figures, we should always have before our eyes only chaos, chaos constant and uniform. It is thought, indeed, that from the era of mythology to the present year 57 of our great revolution, the general welfare has improved. Christianity has long been regarded as the chief cause of this amelioration, but now the economists claim all the honor for their own principles. For after all, they say, what has been the influence of Christianity upon society? Thoroughly utopian at its birth, it has been able to maintain and extend itself only by gradually adopting all the economic categories, labor, capital, farm rent, usury, traffic, property, in short, by consecrating the Roman law, the highest expression of political economy. Christianity, a stranger in its theological aspect to the theories of production and consumption, has been to European civilization what the trades unions and Freemasons were not long since to itinerant workmen, a sort of insurance company and mutual aid society. In this respect, it owes nothing to political economy, and the good which it has done cannot be invoked by the latter in its own support. The effects of charity and self-sacrifice are outside of the domain of economy, which must bring about social happiness through justice and the organization of labor. For the rest, I am ready to admit the beneficial effects of the system of property, but I observe that these effects are entirely balanced by the misery which it is the nature of the system to produce, so that, as an illustrious minister recently confessed before the English Parliament, and as we shall soon show, the increase of misery in the present state of society is parallel and equal to the increase of wealth, which completely annuls the merits of political economy. Thus political economy is justified neither by its maxims nor by its works, and, as for socialism, its whole value consists in having established this fact. We are forced, then, to resume the examination of political economy, since it alone contains, at least in part, the materials of social science, and to ascertain whether its theories do not conceal some error, the correction of which would reconcile fact and right, reveal the organic law of humanity, and give the positive conception of order. 6. The passage quoted may not be given in the exact words used by Malthus, it having reached its present shape through the medium of a French rendering translator. 7. The principle which governs the life of nations is not pure science, it is the total of the complex data which depend on the state of enlightenment, on needs and interests. Thus expressed itself, in December, 1844, one of the clearest minds that France contained, M. Leon Faucher. Explain, if you can, how a man of this stamp was led by his economic convictions to declare that the complex data of society are opposed to pure science. Chapter 2, of Value. 1. Opposition of value in use and value in exchange. Value is the cornerstone of the economic edifice. The divine artist who has intrusted us with the continuation of his work has explained himself on this point to no one, but the few indications given may serve as a basis of conjecture. Value, in fact, presents two faces, one, which the economists call value in use, or intrinsic value, another, value in exchange, or of opinion. The effects which are produced by value under this double aspect, and which are very irregular so long as it is not established, or, to use a more philosophical expression, so long as it is not constituted, are changed totally by this constitution. Now, in what consists the correlation between useful value and value in exchange? What is meant by constituted value, and by what sudden change is this constitution effected? To answer these questions is the object and end of political economy. I beg the reader to give his whole attention to what is to follow, this chapter being the only one in the work which will tax his patience. For my part, I will endeavor to be more and more simple and clear. Everything which can be of any service to me is of value to me, and the more abundant the useful thing is the richer I am, so far there is no difficulty. Milk and flesh, fruits and grains, wool, sugar, cotton, wine, metals, marble, in fact, land, water, air, fire, and sunlight, are, relatively to me, values of use, values by nature and function. If all the things which serve to sustain my life were as abundant as certain of them are, light for instance, in other words, if the quantity of every valuable thing was inexhaustible, my welfare would be forever assured, I should not have to labor, I should not even think. In such a state, things would always be useful, but it would be no longer true to say that they are valuable, for value, as we shall soon see, indicates an essentially social relation, and it is solely through exchange, reverting as it were from society to nature, that we have acquired the idea of utility. The whole development of civilization originates, then, in the necessity which the human race is under of continually causing the creation of new values, just as the evils of society are primarily caused by the perpetual struggle which we maintain against our own inertia. Take away from man that desire which leads him to think and fits him for a life of contemplation, and the Lord of creation stands on a level with the highest of the beasts. But how does value in use become value in exchange? For it should be noticed that the two kinds of value, although coexisting in thought, since the former becomes apparent only in the presence of the latter, nevertheless maintain a relation of succession. Exchangeable value is a sort of reflex of useful value, just as the theologians teach that in the Trinity the Father, contemplating himself through all eternity, begets the Son. This generation of the idea of value has not been noted by the economists with sufficient care, it is important that we should tarry over it. Since, then, of the objects which I need, a very large number exist in nature only in moderate quantities, or even not at all, I am forced to assist in the production of that which I lack, and, as I cannot turn my hand to so many things, I propose to other men, my collaborators in various functions, to yield me a portion of their products in exchange for mine. I shall then always have in my possession more of my own special product than I consume, just as my fellows will always have in their possession more of their respective products than they use. This tacit agreement is fulfilled by commerce. Here we may observe that the logical succession of the two kinds of value is even more apparent in history than in theory, men having spent thousands of years in disputing over natural wealth, this being what is called primitive communism, before their industry afforded opportunity for exchange. Now, the capacity possessed by all products, whether natural or the result of labor, of serving to maintain man, is called distinctively value in use, their capacity of purchasing each other, value in exchange. At bottom this is the same thing, since the second case only adds to the first the idea of substitution, which may seem an idle subtlety. Practically, the consequences are surprising, and beneficial or fatal by turns. Consequently, the distinction established in value is based on facts, and is not at all arbitrary. It is for man, in submitting to this law, to use it to increase his welfare and liberty. Labor, as an author, M. Walras, has beautifully expressed it, is a war declared against the parsimony of nature. By it wealth and society are simultaneously created. Not only does labor produce incomparably more wealth than nature gives us, for instance, it has been remarked that the shoemakers alone in France produce 10 times more than the mines of Peru, Brazil, and Mexico combined, but, labor infinitely extending and multiplying its rights by the changes which it makes in natural values, it gradually comes about that all wealth, in running the gauntlet of labor, falls wholly into the hands of him who creates it, and that nothing, or almost nothing, is left for the possessor of the original material. Such, then, is the path of economic progress: at first, appropriation of the land and natural values, then, association and distribution through labor until complete equality is attained. Chasms are scattered along our road, the sword is suspended over our heads, but, to avert all dangers, we have reason, and reason is omnipotence. It results from the relation of useful value to exchangeable value that if, by accident or from malice, exchange should be forbidden to a single producer, or if the utility of his product should suddenly cease, though his storehouses were full, he would possess nothing. The more sacrifices he had made and the more courage he had displayed in producing, the greater would be his misery. If the utility of the product, instead of wholly disappearing, should only diminish, a thing which may happen in 100 ways, the laborer, instead of being struck down and ruined by a sudden catastrophe, would be impoverished only, obliged to give a large quantity of his own value for a small quantity of the values of others. His means of subsistence would be reduced by an amount equal to the deficit in his sale, which would lead by degrees from competency to want. If, finally, the utility of the product should increase, or else if its production should become less costly, the balance of exchange would turn to the advantage of the producer, whose condition would thus be raised from fatiguing mediocrity to idle opulence. This phenomenon of depreciation and enrichment is manifested under 1,000 forms and by 1,000 combinations. It is the essence of the passional and intriguing game of commerce and industry. And this is the lottery, full of traps, which the economists think ought to last forever, and whose suppression the Academy of Moral and Political Sciences unwittingly demands, when, under the names of profit and wages, it asks us to reconcile value in use and value in exchange, that is, to find the method of rendering all useful values equally exchangeable, and, vice versa, all exchangeable values equally useful. The economists have very clearly shown the double character of value, but what they have not made equally plain is its contradictory nature. Here begins our criticism. Utility is the necessary condition of exchange, but take away exchange, and utility vanishes. These two things are indissolubly connected. Where, then, is the contradiction? Since all of us live only by labor and exchange, and grow richer as production and exchange increase, each of us produces as much useful value as possible, in order to increase by that amount his exchanges, and consequently his enjoyments. Well, the first effect, the inevitable effect, of the multiplication of values is to lower them. The more abundant is an article of merchandise, the more it loses in exchange and depreciates commercially. Is it not true that there is a contradiction between the necessity of labor and its results? I adjure the reader, before rushing ahead for the explanation, to arrest his attention upon the fact. A peasant who has harvested 20 sacks of wheat, which he with his family proposes to consume, deems himself twice as rich as if he had harvested only 10, likewise a housewife who has spun 50 yards of linen believes that she is twice as rich as if she had spun but 25. Relatively to the household, both are right. Looked at in their external relations, they may be utterly mistaken. If the crop of wheat is double throughout the whole country, 20 sacks will sell for less than 10 would have sold for if it had been but half as great. So, under similar circumstances, 50 yards of linen will be worth less than 25, so that value decreases as the production of utility increases, and a producer may arrive at poverty by continually enriching himself. And this seems unalterable, inasmuch as there is no way of escape except all the products of industry become infinite in quantity, like air and light, which is absurd. God of my reason! Jean-Jacques would have said, it is not the economists who are irrational, it is political economy itself which is false to its definitions. Mentita est iniquita sibi. In the preceding examples the useful value exceeds the exchangeable value, in other cases it is less. Then the same phenomenon is produced, but in the opposite direction, the balance is in favor of the producer, while the consumer suffers. This is notably the case in seasons of scarcity, when the high price of provisions is always more or less factitious. There are also professions whose whole art consists in giving to an article of minor usefulness, which could easily be dispensed with, an exaggerated value of opinion. Such, in general, are the arts of luxury. Man, through his aesthetic passion, is eager for the trifles the possession of which would highly satisfy his vanity, his innate desire for luxury, and his more noble and more respectable love of the beautiful. Upon this the dealers in this class of articles speculate. To tax fancy and elegance is no less odious or absurd than to tax circulation, but such a tax is collected by a few fashionable merchants, whom general infatuation protects, and whose whole merit generally consists in warping taste and generating fickleness. Hence no one complains, and all the maledictions of opinion are reserved for the monopolists who, through genius, succeed in raising by a few cents the price of linen and bread. It is little to have pointed out this astonishing contrast between useful value and exchangeable value, which the economists have been in the habit of regarding as very simple. It must be shown that this pretended simplicity conceals a profound mystery, which it is our duty to fathom. I summon, therefore, every serious economist to tell me, otherwise than by transforming or repeating the question, for what reason value decreases in proportion as production augments, and reciprocally what causes the same value to increase in proportion as production diminishes. In technical terms, useful value and exchangeable value, necessary to each other, are inversely proportional to each other. I ask, then, why scarcity, instead of utility, is synonymous with dearness. For mark it well, the price of merchandise is independent of the amount of labor expended in production, and its greater or less cost does not serve at all to explain the variations in its price. Value is capricious, like liberty, it considers neither utility nor labor. On the contrary, it seems that, in the ordinary course of affairs, and exceptional derangements aside, the most useful objects are those which are sold at the lowest price. In other words, that it is just that the men who perform the most attractive labor should be the best rewarded, while those whose tasks demand the most exertion are paid the least. So that, in following the principle to its ultimate consequences, we reach the most logical of conclusions, that things whose use is necessary and quantity infinite must be gratuitous, while those which are without utility and extremely scarce must bear an inestimable price. But, to complete the embarrassment, these extremes do not occur in practice. On the one hand, no human product can ever become infinite in quantity. On the other, the rarest things must be in some degree useful, else they would not be susceptible of value. Useful value and exchangeable value remain, then, in inevitable attachment, although it is their nature continually to tend towards mutual exclusion. I shall not fatigue the reader with the refutation of the logomachy which might be offered in explanation of this subject. Of the contradiction inherent in the idea of value there is no assignable cause, no possible explanation. The fact of which I speak is one of those called primitive, that is, one of those which may serve to explain others, but which in themselves, like the bodies called simple, are inexplicable. Such is the dualism of spirit and matter. Spirit and matter are two terms each of which, taken separately, indicates a special aspect of spirit, but corresponds to no reality. So, given man's needs of a great variety of products together with the obligation of procuring them by his labor, the opposition of useful value to exchangeable value necessarily results, and from this opposition a contradiction on the very threshold of political economy. No intelligence, no will, divine or human, can prevent it. Therefore, instead of searching for a chimerical explanation, let us content ourselves with establishing the necessity of the contradiction. Whatever the abundance of created values and the proportion in which they exchange for each other, in order that we may exchange our products, mine must suit you when you are the buyer, and I must be satisfied with yours when you are the seller. For no one has a right to impose his own merchandise upon another. The sole judge of utility, or in other words the want, is the buyer. Therefore, in the first case, you have the deciding power, in the second, I have it. Take away reciprocal liberty, and exchange is no longer the expression of industrial solidarity, it is robbery. Communism, by the way, will never surmount this difficulty. But, where there is liberty, production is necessarily undetermined, either in quantity or in quality, so that from the point of view of economic progress, as from that of the relation of consumers, valuation always is an arbitrary matter, and the price of merchandise will ever fluctuate. Suppose for a moment that all producers should sell at a fixed price, there would be some who, producing at less cost and in better quality, would get much, while others would get nothing. In every way equilibrium would be destroyed. Do you wish, in order to prevent business stagnation, to limit production strictly to the necessary amount? That would be a violation of liberty, for, in depriving me of the power of choice, you condemn me to pay the highest price, you destroy competition, the sole guarantee of cheapness, and encourage smuggling. In this way, to avoid commercial absolutism, you would rush into administrative absolutism. To create equality, you would destroy liberty, which is to deny equality itself. Would you group producers in a single workshop, supposing you to possess the secret? That again does not suffice. It would be necessary also to group consumers in a common household, whereby you would abandon the point. We are not to abolish the idea of value, which is as impossible as to abolish labor, but to determine it. We are not to kill individual liberty, but to socialize it. Now, it is proved that it is the free will of man that gives rise to the opposition between value in use and value in exchange. How reconcile this opposition while free will exists? And how sacrifice the latter without sacrificing man? Then, from the very fact that I, as a free purchaser, am judge of my own wants, judge of the fitness of the object, judge of the price I wish to pay, and that you on the other hand, as a free producer, control the means of production, and consequently have the power to reduce your expenses, absolutism forces itself forward as an element of value, and causes it to oscillate between utility and opinion. But this oscillation, clearly pointed out by the economists, is but the effect of a contradiction which, repeating itself on a vast scale, engenders the most unexpected phenomena. 3 years of fertility, in certain provinces of Russia, are a public calamity, just as, in our vineyards, 3 years of abundance are a calamity to the wine grower. I know well that the economists attribute this distress to a lack of markets, wherefore this question of markets is an important one with them. Unfortunately, the theory of markets, like that of emigration with which they attempted to meet Malthus, is a begging of the question. The states having the largest market are as subject to overproduction as the most isolated countries, where are high and low prices better known than in the stock exchanges of Paris and London. From the oscillation of value and the irregular effects resulting therefrom, the socialists and economists, each in their own way, have reason to opposite, but equally false, conclusions. The former have made it a text for the slander of political economy and its exclusion from social science, the latter, for the denial of all possibility of reconciliation, and the affirmation of the incommensurability of values, and consequently the inequality of fortunes, as an absolute law of commerce. I say that both parties are equally in error. 1. The contradictory idea of value, so clearly exhibited by the inevitable distinction between useful value and value in exchange, does not arise from a false mental perception, or from a vicious terminology, or from any practical error. It lies deep in the nature of things, and forces itself upon the mind as a general form of thought, that is, as a category. Now, as the idea of value is the point of departure of political economy, it follows that all the elements of the science, I use the word science in anticipation, are contradictory in themselves and opposed to each other. So truly is this the case that on every question the economist finds himself continually placed between an affirmation and a negation alike irrefutable. Antinomy, in fine, to use a word sanctioned by modern philosophy, is the essential characteristic of political economy, that is to say, it is at once its death sentence and its justification. Antinomy, literally counter-law, means opposition in principle or antagonism in relation, just as contradiction or antilogy indicates opposition or discrepancy in speech. Antinomy, I ask pardon for entering into these scholastic details, comparatively unfamiliar as yet to most economists. Antinomy is the conception of a law with two faces, the one positive, the other negative. Such, for instance, is the law called attraction, by which the planets revolve around the sun, and which mathematicians have analyzed into centripetal force and centrifugal force. Such also is the problem of the infinite divisibility of matter, which, as Kant has shown, can be denied and affirmed successively by arguments equally plausible and irrefutable. Antinomy simply expresses a fact, and forces itself imperatively on the mind. Contradiction, properly speaking, is an absurdity. This distinction between antinomy, contralex, and contradiction, contradictionary, shows in what sense it can be said that, in a certain class of ideas and facts, the argument of contradiction has not the same value as in mathematics. In mathematics it is a rule that, a proposition being proved false, its opposite is true, and vice versa. In fact, this is the principal method of mathematical demonstration. In social economy, it is not the same. Thus we see, for example, that property being proved by its results to be false, the opposite formula, communism, is none the truer on this account, but is deniable at the same time and by the same title as property. Does it follow, as has been said with such ridiculous emphasis, that every truth, every idea, results from a contradiction, that is, from a something which is affirmed and denied at the same moment and from the same point of view, and that it may be necessary to abandon wholly the old-fashioned logic, which regards contradiction as the infallible sign of error? This babble is worthy of sophists who, destitute of faith and honesty, endeavor to perpetuate scepticism in order to maintain their impertinent uselessness. Because antinomy, immediately it is misunderstood, leads inevitably to contradiction, these have been mistaken for each other, especially among the French, who like to judge everything by its effects. But neither contradiction nor antinomy, which analysis discovers at the bottom of every simple idea, is the principle of truth. Contradiction is always synonymous with nullity. As for antinomy, sometimes called by the same name, it is indeed the forerunner of truth, the material of which, so to speak, it supplies, but it is not truth, and, considered in itself, it is the efficient cause of disorder, the characteristic form of delusion and evil. An antinomy is made up of two terms, necessary to each other, but always opposed, and tending to mutual destruction. I hardly dare to add, as I must, that the first of these terms has received the name thesis, position, and the second the name antithesis, counterposition. This method of thought is now so well known that it will soon figure, I hope, in the textbooks of the primary schools. We shall see directly how from the combination of these two zeros unity springs forth, or the idea which dispels the antinomy. Thus, in value, there is nothing useful that cannot be exchanged, nothing exchangeable if it be not useful. Value in use and value in exchange are inseparable. But while, by industrial progress, demand varies and multiplies to an infinite extent, and while manufactures tend in consequence to increase the natural utility of things, and finally to convert all useful value into exchangeable value, production, on the other hand, continually increasing the power of its instruments and always reducing its expenses, tends to restore the venal value of things to their primitive utility, so that value in use and value in exchange are in perpetual struggle. The effects of this struggle are well known: the wars of commerce and of the market, obstructions to business, stagnation, prohibition, the massacres of competition, monopoly, reductions of wages, laws fixing maximum prices, the crushing inequality of fortunes, misery, all these result from the antinomy of value. The proof of this I may be excused from giving here, as it will appear naturally in the chapters to follow. The socialists, while justly demanding that this antagonism be brought to an end, have erred in mistaking its source, and in seeing in it only a mental oversight, capable of rectification by a legal decree. Hence this lamentable outbreak of sentimentalism, which has rendered socialism so insipid to positive minds, and which, spreading the absurdest delusions, makes so many fresh dupes every day. My complaint of socialism is not that it has appeared among us without cause, but that it has clung so long and so obstinately to its silliness. 2. But the economists have erred no less gravely in rejecting a priori, and just because of the contradictory, or rather antinomical, nature of value, every idea and hope of reform, never desiring to understand that, for the very reason that society has arrived at its highest point of antagonism, reconciliation and harmony are at hand. This, nevertheless, is what a close study of political economy would have shown to its adepts, had they paid more attention to the lights of modern metaphysics. It is indeed demonstrated, by the most positive evidence known to the human mind, that wherever an antinomy appears there is a promise of a resolution of its terms, and consequently an announcement of a coming change. Now, the idea of value, as developed by J.B. Say among others, satisfies exactly these conditions. But the economists, who have remained for the most part by an inconceivable fatality ignorant of the movement of philosophy, have guarded against the supposition that the essentially contradictory, or, as they say, variable, character of value might be at the same time the authentic sign of its constitutionality, that is, of its eminently harmonious and determinable nature. However dishonorable it may be to the economists of the various schools, it is certain that their opposition to socialism results solely from this false conception of their own principles. One proof, taken from 1,000, will suffice. The Academy of Sciences, not that of moral sciences, but the other, going outside of its province one day, listened to a paper in which it was proposed to calculate tables of value for all kinds of merchandise upon the basis of the average product per man and per day's labor in each branch of industry. Le Journal des Economistes, August, 1845, immediately made this communication, intrusive in its eyes, the text of a protest against the plan of tariff which was its object, and the occasion of a re-establishment of what it called true principles. There is no measure of value, no standard of value, it said in its conclusions. Economic science tells us this, just as mathematical science tells us that there is no perpetual motion or quadrature of the circle, and that these never will be found. Now, if there is no standard of value, if the measure of value is not even a metaphysical illusion, what then is the law which governs exchanges? As we have said before, it is, in a general way, supply and demand, that is the last word of science. Now, how did Le Journal des Economistes prove that there is no measure of value? I use the consecrated expression, though I shall show directly that this phrase, measure of value, is somewhat ambiguous, and does not convey the exact meaning which it is intended, and which it ought, to express. This journal repeated, with accompanying examples, the exposition that we have just given of the variability of value, but without arriving, as we did, at the contradiction. Now, if the estimable editor, one of the most distinguished economists of the school of Say, had had stricter logical habits, if he had been long used, not only to observing facts, but to seeking their explanation in the ideas which produce them, I do not doubt that he would have expressed himself more cautiously, and that, instead of seeing in the variability of value the last word of science, he would have recognized unaided that it is the first. Seeing that the variability of value proceeds not from things, but from the mind, he would have said that, as human liberty has its law, so value must have its law, consequently, that the hypothesis of a measure of value, this being the common expression, is not at all irrational, quite the contrary, that it is the denial of this measure that is illogical, untenable. And indeed, what is there in the idea of measuring, and consequently of fixing, value, that is unscientific? All men believe in it, all wish it, search for it, suppose it. Every proposition of sale or purchase is at bottom only a comparison between two values, that is, a determination, more or less accurate if you will, but nevertheless effective. The opinion of the human race on the existing difference between real value and market price may be said to be unanimous. It is for this reason that so many kinds of merchandise are sold at a fixed price. There are some, indeed, which, even in their variations, are always fixed. Bread, for instance. It will not be denied that, if two manufacturers can supply one another by an account current, and at a settled price, with quantities of their respective products, 10, 100, 1,000 manufacturers can do the same. Now, that would be a solution of the problem of the measure of value. The price of everything would be debated upon, I allow, because debate is still our only method of fixing prices, but yet, as all light is the result of conflict, debate, though it may be a proof of uncertainty, has for its object, setting aside the greater or less amount of good faith that enters into it, the discovery of the relation of values to each other, that is, their measurement, their law. Ricardo, in his theory of rent, has given a magnificent example of the commensurability of values. He has shown that arable lands are to each other as the crops which they yield with the same outlay, and here universal practice is in harmony with theory. Now who will say that this positive and sure method of estimating the value of land, and in general of all engaged capital, cannot be applied to products also? They say, political economy is not affected by a priori arguments, it pronounces only upon facts. Now, facts and experience teach us that there is no measure of value and can be none, and prove that, though the conception of such an idea was necessary in the nature of things, its realization is wholly chimerical. Supply and demand is the sole law of exchange. I will not repeat that experience proves precisely the contrary, that everything, in the economic progress of society, denotes a tendency toward the constitution and establishment of value, that is the culminating point of political economy which by this constitution becomes transformed and the supreme indication of order in society. This general outline, reiterated without proof, would become tiresome. I confine myself for the moment within the limits of the discussion, and say that supply and demand, held up as the sole regulators of value, are nothing more than two ceremonial forms serving to bring useful value and exchangeable value face to face, and to provoke their reconciliation. They are the two electric poles, whose connection must produce the economical phenomenon of affinity called exchange. Like the poles of a battery, supply and demand are diametrically opposed to each other, and tend continually to mutual annihilation. It is by their antagonism that the price of things is either increased, or reduced to nothing. We wish to know, then, if it is not possible, on every occasion, so to balance or harmonize these two forces that the price of things always may be the expression of their true value, the expression of justice. To say after that supply and demand is the law of exchange is to say that supply and demand is the law of supply and demand. It is not an explanation of the general practice, but a declaration of its absurdity, and I deny that the general practice is absurd. I have just quoted Ricardo as having given, in a special instance, a positive rule for the comparison of values. The economists do better still. Every year they gather from tables of statistics the average prices of the various grains. Now, what is the meaning of an average? Everyone can see that in a single operation, taken at random from a million, there is no means of knowing which prevailed, supply that is, useful value or exchangeable value, that is, demand. But as every increase in the price of merchandise is followed sooner or later by a proportional reduction, as, in other words, in society the profits of speculation are equal to the losses, we may regard with good reason the average of prices during a complete period as indicative of the real and legitimate value of products. This average, it is true, is ascertained too late, but who knows that we could not discover it in advance? Is there an economist who dares to deny it? Nolens volens, then, the measure of value must be sought for, logic commands it, and her conclusions are adverse to economists and socialists alike. The opinion which denies the existence of this measure is irrational, unreasonable. Say as often as you please, on the one hand, that political economy is a science of facts, and that the facts are contrary to the hypothesis of a determination of value, or, on the other, that this troublesome question would not present itself in a system of universal association, which would absorb all antagonism, I will reply still, to the right and to the left. One, that as no fact is produced which has not its cause, so none exists which has not its law, and that, if the law of exchange is not discovered, the fault is, not with the facts, but with the savants. 2. That, as long as man shall labor in order to live, and shall labor freely, justice will be the condition of fraternity and the basis of association. Now, without a determination of value, justice is imperfect, impossible. 2. Constitution of value, definition of wealth. We know value in its two opposite aspects, we do not know it in its totality. If we can acquire this new idea, we shall have absolute value, and a table of values, such as was called for in the memoir read to the Academy of Sciences, will be possible. Let us picture wealth, then, as a mass held by a chemical force in a permanent state of composition, in which new elements, continually entering, combine in different proportions, but according to a certain law. Value is the proportional relation, the measure, in which each of these elements forms a part of the whole. From this two things result: 1. That the economists have been wholly deluded when they have looked for the general measure of value in wheat, specie, rent, etc., and also when, after having demonstrated that the standard of measure was neither here nor there, they have concluded that value has neither law nor measure. The other, that the proportion of values may continually vary without ceasing on that account to be subject to a law, whose determination is precisely the solution sought. This idea of value satisfies, as we shall see, all the conditions, for it includes at once both the positive and fixed element in useful value and the variable element in exchangeable value. In the second place, it puts an end to the contradiction which seemed an insurmountable obstacle in the way of the determination of value. Further, we shall show that value thus understood differs entirely from a simple juxtaposition of the two ideas of useful and exchangeable value, and that it is endowed with new properties. The proportionality of products is not a revelation that we pretend to offer to the world, or a novelty that we bring into science, any more than the division of labor was an unheard of thing when Adam Smith explained its marvels. The proportionality of products is, as we might prove easily by innumerable quotations, a common idea running through the works on political economy, but to which no one as yet has dreamed of attributing its rightful importance, and this is the task which we undertake today. We feel bound, for the rest, to make this declaration in order to reassure the reader concerning our pretensions to originality, and to satisfy those minds whose timidity leads them to look with little favor upon new ideas. The economists seem always to have understood by the measure of value only a standard, a sort of original unit, existing by itself, and applicable to all sorts of merchandise, as the yard is applicable to all lengths. Consequently, many have thought that such a standard is furnished by the precious metals. But the theory of money has proved that, far from being the measure of values, specie is only their arithmetic, and a conventional arithmetic at that. Gold and silver are to value what the thermometer is to heat. The thermometer, with its arbitrarily graduated scale, indicates clearly when there is a loss or an increase of heat, but what the laws of heat equilibrium are, what is its proportion in various bodies, what amount is necessary to cause a rise of 10, 15, or 20 degrees in the thermometer does not tell us. It is not certain even that the degrees of the scale, equal to each other, correspond to equal additions of heat. The idea that has been entertained hitherto of the measure of value, then, is inexact. The object of our inquiry is not the standard of value, as has been said so often and so foolishly, but the law which regulates the proportions of the various products to the social wealth, for upon the knowledge of this law depends the rise and fall of prices in so far as it is normal and legitimate. In a word, as we understand by the measure of celestial bodies the relation resulting from the comparison of these bodies with each other, so, by the measure of values, we must understand the relation which results from their comparison. Now, I say that this relation has its law, and this comparison its principle. I suppose, then, a force which combines in certain proportions the elements of wealth, and makes of them a homogeneous whole. If the constituent elements do not exist in the desired proportion, the combination will take place nevertheless, but, instead of absorbing all the material, it will reject a portion as useless. The internal movement by which the combination is produced, and which the affinities of the various substances determine this movement in society, is exchange considered no longer simply in its elementary form and between man and man, but exchange considered as the fusion of all values produced by private industry in one and the same mass of social wealth. Finally, the proportion in which each element enters into the compound is what we call value. The excess remaining after the combination is non-value, until the addition of a certain quantity of other elements causes further combination and exchange. We will explain later the function of money. This determined, it is conceivable that at a given moment the proportions of values constituting the wealth of a country may be determined, or at least empirically approximated, by means of statistics and inventories, in nearly the same way that the chemists have discovered by experience, aided by analysis, the proportions of hydrogen and oxygen necessary to the formation of water. There is nothing objectionable in this method of determining values. It is, after all, only a matter of accounts. But such a work, however interesting it might be, would teach us nothing very useful. On the one hand, indeed, we know that the proportion continually varies. On the other, it is clear that from a statement of the public wealth giving the proportions of values only for the time and place when and where the statistics should be gathered, we could not deduce the law of proportionality of wealth. For that, a single operation of this sort would not be sufficient. Thousands and millions of similar ones would be necessary, even admitting the method to be worthy of confidence. Now, here there is a difference between economic science and chemistry. The chemists, who have discovered by experience such beautiful proportions, know no more of their how or why than of the force which governs them. Social economy, on the contrary, to which no a posteriori investigation could reveal directly the law of proportionality of values, can grasp it in the very force which produces it, and which it is time to announce. This force, which Adam Smith has glorified so eloquently, and which his successors have misconceived, making privilege its equal, this force is labor. Labor differs in quantity and quality with the producer. In this respect it is like all the great principles of nature and the most general laws, simple in their action and formula, but infinitely modified by a multitude of special causes, and manifesting themselves under an innumerable variety of forms. It is labor alone, that produces all the elements of wealth, and that combines them to their last molecules according to a law of variable, but certain, proportionality. It is labor, in fine, that, as the principle of life, agitates, mens agitat, the material, malum, of wealth, and proportions it. Society, or the collective man, produces an infinitude of objects, the enjoyment of which constitutes its well-being. This well-being is developed not only in the ratio of the quantity of the products, but also in the ratio of their variety, quality, and proportion. From this fundamental datum it follows that society always, at each instant of its life, must strive for such proportion in its products as will give the greatest amount of well-being, considering the power and means of production. Abundance, variety, and proportion in products are the three factors which constitute wealth. Wealth, the object of social economy, is subject to the same conditions of existence as beauty, the object of art, virtue, the object of morality, and truth, the object of metaphysics. But how establish this marvelous proportion, so essential that without it a portion of human labor is lost, that is, useless, inharmonious, untrue, and consequently synonymous with poverty and annihilation? Prometheus, according to the fable, is the symbol of human activity. Prometheus steals the fire of heaven, and invents the early arts. Prometheus foresees the future, and aspires to equality with Jupiter. Prometheus is God. Then let us call society Prometheus. Prometheus devotes, on an average, 10 hours a day to labor, 7 to rest, and 7 to pleasure. In order to gather from his toil the most useful fruit, Prometheus notes the time and trouble that each object of his consumption costs him. Only experience can teach him this, and this experience lasts throughout his life. While laboring and producing, then, Prometheus is subject to an infinitude of disappointments. But, as a final result, the more he labors, the greater is his well-being and the more idealized his luxury, the further he extends his conquests over nature, the more strongly he fortifies within him the principle of life and intelligence in the exercise of which he alone finds happiness, till finally, the early education of the laborer completed and order introduced into his occupations, to labor, with him, is no longer to suffer, it is to live, to enjoy. But the attractiveness of labor does not nullify the rule, since, on the contrary, it is the fruit of it, and those who, under the pretext that labor should be attractive, reason to the denial of justice and to communism, resemble children who, after having gathered some flowers in the garden, should arrange a flower bed on the staircase. In society, then, justice is simply the proportionality of values, its guarantee and sanction is the responsibility of the producer. Prometheus knows that such a product costs an hour's labor, such another a day's, a week's, a year's. He knows at the same time that all these products, arranged according to their cost, form the progression of his wealth. First, then, he will assure his existence by providing himself with the least costly, and consequently most necessary, things. Then, as fast as his position becomes secure, he will look forward to articles of luxury, proceeding always, if he is wise, according to the natural position of each article in the scale of prices. Sometimes Prometheus will make a mistake in his calculations, or else, carried away by passion, he will sacrifice an immediate good to a premature enjoyment, and, after having toiled and moiled, he will starve. Thus, the law carries with it its own sanction, its violation is inevitably accompanied by the immediate punishment of the transgressor. Say, then, was right in saying, the happiness of this class, the consumers, composed of all the others, constitutes the general well-being, the state of prosperity of a country. Only he should have added that the happiness of the class of producers, which also is composed of all the others, equally constitutes the general well-being, the state of prosperity of a country. So, when he says, the fortune of each consumer is perpetually at war with all that he buys, he should have added again, the fortune of each producer is incessantly attacked by all that he sells. In the absence of a clear expression of this reciprocity, most economical phenomena become unintelligible, and I will soon show how, in consequence of this grave omission, most economists in writing their books have talked wildly about the balance of trade. I have just said that society produces first the least costly, and consequently most necessary, things. Now, is it true that cheapness of products is always a correlative of their necessity, and vice versa, so that these two words, necessity and cheapness, like the following ones, costliness and superfluity, are synonyms? If each product of labor, taken alone, would suffice for the existence of man, the synonymy in question would not be doubtful. All products having the same qualities, those would be most advantageously produced, and therefore the most necessary, which cost the least. But the parallel between the utility and price of products is not characterized by this theoretical precision, either through the foresight of nature or from some other cause. The balance between needs and productive power is more than a theory, it is a fact, of which daily practice, as well as social progress, gives evidence. Imagine ourselves living in the day after the birth of man at the beginning of civilization. Is it not true that the industries originally the simplest, those which required the least preparation and expense, were the following: gathering, pasturage, hunting, and fishing, which were followed long afterwards by agriculture. Since then, these four primitive industries have been perfected, and moreover appropriated, a double circumstance which does not change the meaning of the facts, but, on the contrary, makes it more manifest. In fact, property has always attached itself by preference to objects of the most immediate utility, to made values, if I may so speak, so that the scale of values might be fixed by the progress of appropriation. In his work on the liberty of labor, M. Dunoyer has positively accepted this principle by distinguishing four great classes of industry, which he arranges according to the order of their development, that is, from the least labor cost to the greatest. These are extractive industry, including all the semi-barbarous functions mentioned above, commercial industry, manufacturing industry, agricultural industry. And it is for a profound reason that the learned author placed agriculture last in the list. For, despite its great antiquity, it is certain that this industry has not kept pace with the others, and the succession of human affairs is not decided by their origin, but by their entire development. It may be that agricultural industry was born before the others, and it may be that all were contemporary, but that will be deemed of the latest date which shall be perfected last. Thus the very nature of things, as well as his own wants, indicates to the laborer the order in which he should effect the production of the values that make up his well-being. Our law of proportionality, then, is at once physical and logical, objective and subjective. It has the highest degree of certainty. Let us pursue the application. Of all the products of labor, none perhaps has cost longer and more patient efforts than the calendar. Nevertheless, there is none the enjoyment of which can now be procured more cheaply, and which, consequently, by our own definitions, has become more necessary. How, then, shall we explain this change? Why has the calendar, so useless to the early hordes, who only needed the alternation of night and day, as of winter and summer, become at last so indispensable, so inexpensive, so perfect? For, by a marvelous harmony, in social economy all these adjectives are interconvertible. How account, in short, by our law of proportion, for the variability of the value of the calendar? In order that the labor necessary to the production of the calendar might be performed, might be possible, man had to find means of gaining time from his early occupations and from those which immediately followed them. In other words, these industries had to become more productive, or less costly, than they were at the beginning, which amounts to saying that it was necessary first to solve the problem of the production of the calendar from the extractive industries themselves. Suppose, then, that suddenly, by a fortunate combination of efforts, by the division of labor, by the use of some machine, by better management of the natural resources, in short, by his industry, Prometheus finds a way of producing in one day as much of a certain object as he formerly produced in 10, what will follow? The product will change its position in the table of the elements of wealth, its power of affinity for other products, so to speak, being increased, its relative value will be proportionately diminished, and, instead of being quoted at 100, it will thereafter be quoted only at 10. But this value will still and always be none the less accurately determined, and it will still be labor alone which will fix the degree of its importance. Thus value varies, and the law of value is unchangeable. Further, if value is susceptible of variation, it is because it is governed by a law whose principle is essentially inconstant, namely, labor measured by time. The same reasoning applies to the production of the calendar as to that of all possible values. I do not need to explain how civilization, that is, the social fact of the increase of life, multiplying our tasks, rendering our moments more and more precious, and obliging us to keep a perpetual and detailed record of our whole life, the calendar has become to all one of the most necessary things. We know, moreover, that this wonderful discovery has given rise, as its natural complement, to one of our most valuable industries, the manufacture of clocks and watches. At this point there very naturally arises an objection, the only one that can be offered against the theory of the proportionality of values. Say, and the economists who have succeeded him have observed that, labor being itself an object of valuation, a species of merchandise indeed like any other, to take it as the principal and efficient cause of value is to reason in a vicious circle. Therefore, they conclude, it is necessary to fall back on scarcity and opinion. These economists, if they will allow me to say it, herein have shown themselves wonderfully careless. Labor is said to have value, not as merchandise itself, but in view of the values supposed to be contained in it potentially. The value of labor is a figurative expression, an anticipation of effect from cause. It is a fiction by the same title as the productivity of capital. Labor produces, capital has value, and when, by a sort of ellipsis, we say the value of labor, we make an enjambment which is not at all contrary to the rules of language, but which theorists ought to guard against mistaking for a reality. Labor, like liberty, love, ambition, genius, is a thing vague and indeterminate in its nature, but qualitatively defined by its object, that is, it becomes a reality through its product. When, therefore, we say, this man's labor is worth 5 francs per day, it is as if we should say, the daily product of this man's labor is worth 5 francs. Now, the effect of labor is continually to eliminate scarcity and opinion as constitutive elements of value, and, by necessary consequence, to transform natural or indefinite utilities, appropriated or not, into measurable or social utilities, whence it follows that labor is at once a war declared upon the parsimony of nature and a permanent conspiracy against property. According to this analysis, value, considered from the point of view of the association which producers, by division of labor and by exchange, naturally form among themselves, is the proportional relation of the products which constitute wealth, and what we call the value of any special product is a formula which expresses, in terms of money, the proportion of this product to the general wealth. Utility is the basis of value, labor fixes the relation, the price is the expression which, barring the fluctuations that we shall have to consider, indicates this relation. Such is the center around which useful and exchangeable value oscillate, the point where they are finally swallowed up and disappear, such is the absolute, unchangeable law which regulates economic disturbances and the freaks of industry and commerce, and governs progress. Every effort of thinking and laboring humanity, every individual and social speculation, as an integral part of collective wealth, obeys this law. It was the destiny of political economy, by successively positing all its contradictory terms, to make this law known. The object of social economy, which I ask permission for a moment to distinguish from political economy, although at bottom there is no difference between them, will be to spread and apply it universally. The theory of the measure or proportionality of values is, let it be noticed, the theory of equality itself. Indeed, just as in society, where we have seen that there is a complete identity between producer and consumer, the revenue paid to an idler is like value cast into the flames of Etna, so the laborer who receives excessive wages is like a gleaner to whom should be given a loaf of bread for gathering a stock of grain, and all that the economists have qualified as unproductive consumption is in reality simply a violation of the law of proportionality. We shall see in the sequence how, from these simple data, the social genius gradually deduces the still obscure system of organization of labor, distribution of wages, valuation of products, and universal solidarity. For social order is established upon the basis of inexorable justice, not at all upon the paradisiacal sentiments of fraternity, self-sacrifice, and love, to the exercise of which so many honorable socialists are endeavoring now to stimulate the people. It is in vain that, following Jesus Christ, they preach the necessity, and set the example, of sacrifice. Selfishness is stronger, and only the law of severity, economic fatality, is capable of mastering it. Humanitarian enthusiasm may produce shocks favorable to the progress of civilization, but these crises of sentiment, like the oscillations of value, must always result only in a firmer and more absolute establishment of justice. Nature, or divinity, we distrust in our hearts. She has never believed in the love of man for his fellow, and all that science reveals to us of the ways of providence in the progress of society, I say it to the shame of the human conscience, but our hypocrisy must be made aware of. It shows a profound misanthropy on the part of God. God helps us, not from motives of goodness, but because order is his essence. God promotes the welfare of the world, not because he deems it worthy, but because the religion of his supreme intelligence lays the obligation upon him, and while the vulgar give him the sweet name Father, it is impossible for the historian, for the political economist, to believe that he either loves or esteems us. Let us imitate this sublime indifference, this stoical ataraxia, of God, and, since the precept of charity always has failed to promote social welfare, let us look to pure reason for the conditions of harmony and virtue. Value, conceived as the proportionality of products, otherwise called constituted value, necessarily implies in an equal degree utility and venality, indivisibly and harmoniously united. It implies utility, for, without this condition, the product would be destitute of that affinity which renders it exchangeable, and consequently makes it an element of wealth. It implies venality, since, if the product was not acceptable in the market at any hour and at a known price, it would be only a non-value, it would be nothing. But, in constituted value, all these properties acquire a broader, more regular, truer significance than before. Thus, utility is no longer that inert capacity, so to speak, which things possess of serving for our enjoyments and in our researches. Venality is no longer the exaggeration of a blind fancy or an unprincipled opinion. Finally, variability has ceased to explain itself by a disingenuous discussion between supply and demand. All that has disappeared to give place to a positive, normal, and, under all possible circumstances, determinable idea. By the constitution of values, each product, if it is allowable to establish such an analogy, becomes like the nourishment which, discovered by the alimentary instinct, then prepared by the digestive organs, enters into the general circulation, where it is converted, according to certain proportions, into flesh, bone, liquid, etc., and gives to the body life, strength, and beauty. Now, what change does the idea of value undergo when we rise from the contradictory notions of useful value and exchangeable value to that of constituted value or absolute value? There is, so to speak, a joining together, a reciprocal penetration, in which the two elementary concepts, grasping each other like the hooked atoms of Epicurus, absorb one another and disappear, leaving in their place a compound possessed, but in a superior degree, of all their positive properties, and divested of all their negative properties. A value really such like money, first-class business paper, government annuities, shares in a well-established enterprise can neither be increased without reason nor lost in exchange. it is governed only by the natural law of the addition of special industries and the increase of products. Further, such a value is not the result of a compromise, that is, of eclecticism, just milieu, or mixture, it is the product of a complete fusion, a product entirely new and distinct from its components, just as water, the product of the combination of hydrogen and oxygen, is a separate body, totally distinct from its elements. The resolution of two antithetical ideas in a third of a superior order is what the school calls synthesis. It alone gives the positive and complete idea, which is obtained, as we have seen, by the successive affirmation or negation, for both amount to the same thing of two diametrically opposite concepts. Whence we deduce this corollary, of the first importance in practice as well as in theory, wherever, in the spheres of morality, history, or political economy, analysis has established the antinomy of an idea, we may affirm on a priori grounds that this antinomy conceals a higher idea, which sooner or later will make its appearance. I am sorry to have to insist at so great length on ideas familiar to all young college graduates, but I owe these details to certain economists, who, apropos of my critique of property, have heaped dilemmas on dilemmas to prove that, if I was not a proprietor, I necessarily must be a communist, all because they did not understand thesis, antithesis, and synthesis. The synthetic idea of value, as the fundamental condition of social order and progress, was dimly seen by Adam Smith, when, to use the words of M. Blanky, he showed that labor is the universal and invariable measure of values, and proved that everything has its natural price, toward which it continually gravitates amid the fluctuations of the market, occasioned by accidental circumstances foreign to the venal value of the thing. But this idea of value was wholly intuitive with Adam Smith, and society does not change its habits upon the strength of intuitions, it decides only upon the authority of facts. The antinomy had to be expressed in a plainer and clearer manner, J.B. Say was its principal interpreter. But, in spite of the imaginative efforts and fearful subtlety of this economist, Smith's definition controls him without his knowledge, and is manifest throughout his arguments. To put a value on an article, says Say, is to declare that it should be estimated equally with some other designated article. The value of everything is vague and arbitrary until it is recognized. There is, therefore, a method of recognizing the value of things, that is, of determining it, and, as this recognition or determination results from the comparison of things with each other, there is, further, a common feature, a principle, by means of which we are able to declare that one thing is worth more or less than, or as much as, another. Say first said, the measure of value is the value of an other product. Afterwards, having seen that this phrase was but a tautology, he modified it thus: the measure of value is the quantity of another product, which is quite as unintelligible. Moreover, this writer, generally so clear and decided, embarrasses himself with vain distinctions. We may appreciate the value of things, we cannot measure it, that is, compare it with an invariable and known standard, for no such standard exists. We can do nothing but estimate the value of things by comparing them. At other times he distinguishes between real values and relative values. The former are those whose value changes with the cost of production, the latter are those whose value changes relatively to the value of other kinds of merchandise. Singular prepossession of a man of genius, who does not see that to compare, to appraise, to appreciate, is to measure, that every measure, being only a comparison, indicates for that very reason a true relation, provided the comparison is accurate, that, consequently, value, or real measure, and value, or relative measure, are perfectly identical, and that the difficulty is reduced, not to the discovery of a standard of measure, since all quantities may serve each other in that capacity, but to the determination of a point of comparison. In geometry the point of comparison is extent, and the unit of measure is now the division of the circle into 360 parts, now the circumference of the terrestrial globe, now the average dimension of the human arm, hand, thumb, or foot. In economic science, we have said after Adam Smith, the point of view from which all values are compared is labor. As for the unit of measure, that adopted in France is the franc. It is incredible that so many sensible men should struggle for 40 years against an idea so simple. But no, the comparison of values is effected without a point of comparison between them, and without a unit of measure. Such is the proposition which the economists of the 19th century, rather than accept the revolutionary idea of equality, have resolved to maintain against all comers. What will posterity say? I shall presently show, by striking examples, that the idea of the measure or proportion of values, theoretically necessary, is constantly realized in everyday life. 3. Application of the law of proportionality of values. Every product is a representative of labor. Every product, therefore, can be exchanged for some other, as universal practice proves. But abolish labor, and you have left only articles of greater or less usefulness, which, being stamped with no economic character, no human seal, are without a common measure, that is, are logically unexchangeable. Gold and silver, like other articles of merchandise, are representatives of value. They have, therefore, been able to serve as common measures and mediums of exchange. But the special function which custom has allotted to the precious metals, that of serving as a commercial agent, is purely conventional, and any other article of merchandise, less conveniently perhaps, but just as authentically, could play this part. The economists admit it, and more than one example of it can be cited. What, then, is the reason of this preference generally accorded to the metals for the purpose of money, and how shall we explain this speciality of function, unparalleled in political economy, possessed by specie? For every unique thing incomparable in kind is necessarily very difficult of comprehension, and often even fails of it altogether. Now, is it possible to reconstruct the series from which money seems to have been detached, and, consequently, restore the latter to its true principle? In dealing with this question, the economists, following their usual course, have rushed beyond the limits of their science. They have appealed to physics, to mechanics, to history, etc. They have talked of all things, but have given no answer. The precious metals, they have said, by their scarcity, density, and incorruptibility, are fitted to serve as money in a degree unapproached by other kinds of merchandise. In short, the economists, instead of replying to the economic question put to them, have set themselves to the examination of a question of art. They have laid great stress on the mechanical adaptation of gold and silver for the purpose of money, but not one of them has seen or understood the economic reason which gave to the precious metals the privilege they now enjoy. Now, the point that no one has noticed is that, of all the various articles of merchandise, gold and silver were the first whose value was determined. In the patriarchal period, gold and silver still were bought and sold in ingots, but already with a visible tendency to superiority and with a marked preference. Gradually sovereigns took possession of them and stamped them with their seal, and from this royal consecration was born money, that is, the commodity par excellence, that which, notwithstanding all commercial shocks, maintains a determined proportional value, and is accepted in payment for all things. That which distinguishes specie, in fact, is not the durability of the metal, which is less than that of steel, nor its utility, which is much below that of wheat, iron, coal, and numerous other substances, regarded as almost vile when compared with gold. Neither is it its scarcity or density, for in both these respects it might be replaced, either by labor spent upon other materials, or, as at present, by banknotes representing vast amounts of iron or copper. The distinctive feature of gold and silver, I repeat, is the fact that, owing to their metallic properties, the difficulties of their production, and, above all, the intervention of public authority, their value as merchandise was fixed and authenticated at an early date. I say then that the value of gold and silver, especially of the part that is made into money, although perhaps it has not yet been calculated accurately, is no longer arbitrary. I add that it is no longer susceptible of depreciation, like other values, although it may vary continually nevertheless. All the logic and erudition that has been expended to prove, by the example of gold and silver, that value is essentially interminable, is a mass of paralogisms, arising from a false idea of the question, of ignorantia elenchi. Philip I, King of France, mixed with the lever tournoise of Charlemagne one-third alloy, imagining that, since he held the monopoly of the power of coining money, he could do what every merchant does who holds the monopoly of a product. What was, in fact, this adulteration of money, for which Philip and his successors are so severely blamed? A very sound argument from the standpoint of commercial routine, but wholly false in the view of economic science, namely, that, supply and demand being the regulators of value, we may, either by causing an artificial scarcity or by monopolizing the manufacture, raise the estimation, and consequently the value, of things, and that this is as true of gold and silver as of wheat, wine, oil, tobacco. Nevertheless, Philip's fraud was no sooner suspected than his money was reduced to its true value, and he lost himself all that he had expected to gain from his subjects. The same thing happened after all similar attempts. What was the reason of this disappointment? Because, say the economists, the quantity of gold and silver in reality being neither diminished nor increased by the false coinage, the proportion of these metals to other merchandise was not changed, and consequently it was not in the power of the sovereign to make that which was worth but two worth four. For the same reason, if, instead of debasing the coin, it had been in the king's power to double its mass, the exchangeable value of gold and silver would have decreased one half immediately, always on account of this proportionality and equilibrium. The adulteration of the coin was, then, on the part of the king, a forced loan, or rather, a bankruptcy, a swindle. Marvelous. The economists explain very clearly, when they choose, the theory of the measure of value, that they may do so, it is necessary only to start them on the subject of money. Why, then, do they not see that money is the written law of commerce, the type of exchange, the first link in that long chain of creations, all of which, as merchandise, must receive the sanction of society, and become, if not in fact, at least in right, acceptable as money in settlement of all kinds of transactions? Money, M. Augier very truly says, can serve, either as a means of authenticating contracts already made, or as a good medium of exchange, only so far as its value approaches the ideal of permanence, for in all cases it exchanges or buys only the value which it possesses. 8. Let us turn this eminently judicious observation into a general formula. Labor becomes a guarantee of well-being and equality only so far as the product of each individual is in proportion with the mass, for in all cases it exchanges or buys a value equal only to its own. Is it not strange that the defense of speculative and fraudulent commerce is undertaken boldly, while at the same time the attempt of a royal counterfeiter, who, after all, did but apply to gold and silver the fundamental principle of political economy, the arbitrary instability of values, is frowned down? If the administration should presume to give 12 ounces of tobacco for £1, 9 the economists would cry robbery, but, if the same administration, using its privilege, should increase the price a few cents a pound, they would regard it as dear, but would discover no violation of principles. What an imbroglio is political economy! There is, then, in the monetization of gold and silver something that the economists have given no account of, namely, the consecration of the law of proportionality, the first act in the constitution of values. Humanity does all things by infinitely small degrees. After comprehending the fact that all products of labor must be submitted to a proportional measure which makes all of them equally exchangeable, it begins by giving this attribute of absolute exchangeability to a special product, which shall become the type and model of all others. In the same way, to lift its members to liberty and equality, it begins by creating kings. The people have a confused idea of this providential progress when, in their dreams of fortune and in their legends, they speak continually of gold and royalty, and the philosophers only do homage to universal reason when, in their so-called moral homilies and their socialistic utopias, they thunder with equal violence against gold and tyranny. Ori sacra fames. Cursed gold. Ludicrously shouts some communist. As well say cursed wheat, cursed vines, cursed sheep, for, like gold and silver, every commercial value must reach an exact and accurate determination. The work was begun long since, today it is making visible progress. Let us pass to other considerations. It is an axiom generally admitted by the economists that all labor should leave in excess. I regard this proposition as universally and absolutely true. It is a corollary of the law of proportionality, which may be regarded as an epitome of the whole science of economy. But I beg pardon of the economists, the principle that all labor should leave in excess has no meaning in their theory, and is not susceptible of demonstration. If supply and demand alone determine value, how can we tell what is an excess and what is a sufficiency? If neither cost, nor market price, nor wages can be mathematically determined, how is it possible to conceive of a surplus, a profit? Commercial routine has given us the idea of profit as well as the word, and, since we are equal politically, we infer that every citizen has an equal right to realize profits in his personal industry. But commercial operations are essentially irregular, and it has been proved beyond question that the profits of commerce are but an arbitrary discount forced from the consumer by the producer, in short, a displacement, to say the least. This we should soon see, if it was possible to compare the total amount of annual losses with the amount of profits. In the thought of political economy, the principle that all labor should leave in excess is simply the consecration of the constitutional right which all of us gained by the revolution, the right of robbing one's neighbor. The law of proportionality of values alone can solve this problem. I will approach the question a little farther back. Its gravity warrants me in treating it with the consideration that it merits. Most philosophers, like most philologists, see in society only a creature of the mind, or rather, an abstract name serving to designate a collection of men. It is a prepossession which all of us received in our infancy with our first lessons in grammar, that collective nouns, the names of genera and species, do not designate realities. There is much to say under this head, but I confine myself to my subject. To the true economist, society is a living being, endowed with an intelligence and an activity of its own, governed by special laws discoverable by observation alone, and whose existence is manifested, not under a material aspect, but by the close concert and mutual interdependence of all its members. Therefore, when a few pages back, adopting the allegorical method, we used a fabulous god as a symbol of society, our language in reality was not in the least metaphorical. We only gave a name to the social being, an organic and synthetic unit. In the eyes of anyone who has reflected upon the laws of labor and exchange, I disregard every other consideration. The reality, I had almost said the personality, of the collective man is as certain as the reality and the personality of the individual man. The only difference is that the latter appears to the senses as an organism whose parts are in a state of material coherence, which is not true of society. But intelligence, spontaneity, development, life, all that constitutes in the highest degree the reality of being, is as essential to society as to man, and hence it is that the government of societies is a science, that is, a study of natural relations, and not an art, that is, good pleasure and absolutism. Hence it is, finally, that every society declines the moment it falls into the hands of the ideologists. The principle that all labor should leave in excess, undemonstrable by political economy, that is, by proprietary routine, is one of those which bear strongest testimony to the reality of the collective person, for, as we shall see, this principle is true of individuals only because it emanates from society, which thus confers upon them the benefit of its own laws. Let us turn to facts. It has been observed that railroad enterprises are a source of wealth to those who control them in a much less degree than to the state. The observation is a true one, and it might have been added that it applies, not only to railroads, but to every industry. But this phenomenon, which is essentially the result of the law of proportionality of values and of the absolute identity of production and consumption, is at variance with the ordinary notion of useful value and exchangeable value. The average price charged for the transportation of merchandise by the old method is 18 centimes per ton and kilometer, the merchandise taken and delivered at the warehouses. It has been calculated that, at this price, an ordinary railroad corporation would net a profit of not quite 10 per cent, nearly the same as the profit made by the old method. But let us admit that the rapidity of transportation by rail is to that by wheels, all allowances made, as 4 to 1, in society time itself being value, at the same price the railroad would have an advantage over the stage wagon of 400%. Nevertheless, this enormous advantage, a very real one so far as society is concerned, is by no means realized in a like proportion by the carrier, who, while he adds 400 per cent to the social value, makes personally less than 10%. Suppose, in fact, to make the thing still clearer, that the railroad should raise its price to 25 centimes, the rate by the old method remaining at 18, it would lose immediately all its consignments, shippers, consignees, everybody would return to the stage wagon, if necessary. The locomotive would be abandoned, a social advantage of 400 per cent would be sacrificed to a private loss of 33%. The reason of this is easily seen. The advantage which results from the rapidity of the railroad is wholly social, and each individual participates in it only in a very slight degree. Do not forget that we are speaking now only of the transportation of merchandise, while the loss falls directly and personally on the consumer. A special profit of 400 per cent in a society composed of say 1,000,000 of men represents 4 ten-thousandths for each individual, while a loss to the consumer of 33% means a social deficit of 33 millions. Private interest and collective interest, seemingly so divergent at first blush, are therefore perfectly identical and equal, and this example may serve to show already how economic science reconciles all interests. Consequently, in order that society may realize the profit above supposed, it is absolutely necessary that the railroad's prices shall not exceed, or shall exceed but very little, those of the stage wagon. But, that this condition may be fulfilled, in other words, that the railroad may be commercially possible, the amount of matter transported must be sufficiently great to cover at least the interest on the capital invested and the running expenses of the road. Then a railroad's first condition of existence is a large circulation, which implies a still larger production and a vast amount of exchanges. But production, circulation, and exchange are not self-creative things. Again, the various kinds of labor are not developed in isolation and independently of each other, their progress is necessarily connected, solidary, proportional. There may be antagonism among manufacturers, but, in spite of them, social action is one, convergent, harmonious, in a word, personal. Further, there is a day appointed for the creation of great instruments of labor. It is the day when general consumption shall be able to maintain their employment, that is, for all these propositions are interconvertible, the day when ambient labor can feed new machinery. To anticipate the hour appointed by the progress of labor would be to imitate the fool who, going from Lyons to Marseilles, chartered a steamer for himself alone. These points cleared up, nothing is easier than to explain why labor must leave an excess for each producer. And first, as regards society, Prometheus, emerging from the womb of nature, awakens to life in a state of inertia which is very charming, but which would soon become misery and torture if he did not make haste to abandon it for labor. In this original idleness, the product of Prometheus being nothing, his well-being is the same as that of the brute, and may be represented by 0. Prometheus begins to work, and from his first day's labor, the first of the second creation, the product of Prometheus, that is, his wealth, his well-being, is equal to 10. The second day Prometheus divides his labor, and his product increases to 100. The third day, and each following day, Prometheus invents machinery, discovers new uses in things, new forces in nature, the field of his existence extends from the domain of the senses to the sphere of morals and intelligence, and with every step that his industry takes the amount of his product increases, and assures him additional happiness. And since, finally, with him, to consume is to produce, it is clear that each day's consumption, using up only the product of the day before, leaves a surplus product for the day after. But notice also and give a special heed to this all-important fact that the well-being of man is directly proportional to the intensity of labor and the multiplicity of industries, so that the increase of wealth and the increase of labor are correlative and parallel. To say now that every individual participates in these general conditions of collective development would be to affirm a truth which, by reason of the evidence in its support, would appear silly. Let us point out rather the two general forms of consumption in society. Society, like the individual, has first its articles of personal consumption, articles which time gradually causes it to feel the need of, and which its mysterious instincts command it to create. Thus in the Middle Ages there was, with a large number of cities, a decisive moment when the building of city halls and cathedrals became a violent passion, which had to be satisfied at any price. The life of the community depended upon it. Security and strength, public order, centralization, nationality, country, independence, these are the elements which make up the life of society, the totality of its mental faculties, these are the sentiments which must find expression and representation. Such formerly was the object of the Temple of Jerusalem, real palladium of the Jewish nation, such was the Temple of Jupiter Capitolinus of Rome. Later, after the municipal palace and the temple, organs, so to speak, of centralization and progress, came the other works of public utility, bridges, theaters, schools, hospitals, roads, etc. The monuments of public utility being used essentially in common, and consequently gratuitously, society is rewarded for its advances by the political and moral advantages resulting from these great works, and which, furnishing security to labor and an ideal to the mind, give fresh impetus to industry and the arts. But it is different with the articles of domestic consumption, which alone fall within the category of exchange. These can be produced only upon the conditions of mutuality which make consumption possible, that is, immediate payment with advantage to the producers. These conditions we have developed sufficiently in the theory of proportionality of values, which we might call as well the theory of the gradual reduction of cost. I have demonstrated theoretically and by facts the principle that all labor should leave in excess, but this principle, as certain as any proposition in arithmetic, is very far from universal realization. While, by the progress of collective industry, each individual day's labor yields a greater and greater product, and while, by necessary consequence, the laborer, receiving the same wages, must grow ever richer, there exist in society classes which thrive and classes which perish, laborers paid twice, thrice, 100 times over, and laborers continually out of pocket, everywhere, finally, people who enjoy and people who suffer, and, by a monstrous division of the means of industry, individuals who consume and do not produce. The distribution of well-being follows all the movements of value, and reproduces them in misery and luxury on a frightful scale and with terrible energy. But everywhere, too, the progress of wealth, that is, the proportionality of values, is the dominant law, and when the economists combat the complaints of the socialists with the progressive increase of public wealth and the alleviations of the condition of even the most unfortunate classes, they proclaim, without suspecting it, a truth which is the condemnation of their theories. For I entreat the economists to question themselves for a moment in the silence of their hearts, far from the prejudices which disturb them, and regardless of the employments which occupy them or which they wait for, of the interests which they serve, of the votes which they covet, of the distinctions which tickle their vanity, let them tell me whether, hitherto, they have viewed the principle that all labor should leave in excess in connection with the series of premises and conclusions which we have elaborated, and whether they ever have understood these words to mean anything more than the right to speculate in values by manipulating supply and demand, whether it is not true that they affirm at once, on the one hand the progress of wealth and well-being, and consequently the measure of values, and on the other the arbitrariness of commercial transactions and the incommensurability of values, the flattest of contradictions. Is it not because of this contradiction that we continually hear repeated in lectures, and read in the works on political economy, this absurd hypothesis, if the price of all things was doubled? As if the price of all things was not the proportion of things, and as if we could double a proportion, a relation, a law. Finally, is it not because of the proprietary and abnormal routine upheld by political economy that every one, in commerce, industry, the arts, and the state, on the pretended ground of services rendered to society, tends continually to exaggerate his importance, and solicits rewards, subsidies, large pensions, exorbitant fees, as if the reward of every service was not determined necessarily by the sum of its expenses? Why do not the economists, if they believe, as they appear to, that the labor of each should leave an excess, use all their influence in spreading this truth, so simple and so luminous, each man's labor can buy only the value which it contains, and this value is proportional to the services of all other laborers? But here a last consideration presents itself, which I will explain in a few words. J.B. Say, who of all the economists has insisted the most strenuously upon the absolute indeterminability of value, is also the one who has taken the most pains to refute that idea. He, if I am not mistaken, is the author of the formula, every product is worth what it costs, or, what amounts to the same thing, products are bought with products. This aphorism, which leads straight to equality, has been contracted since by other economists. We will examine in turn the affirmative and the negative. When I say that every product is worth the products which it has cost, I mean that every product is a collective unit which, in a new form, groups a certain number of other products consumed in various quantities. Whence it follows that the products of human industry are, in relation to each other, genera and species, and that they form a series from the simple to the composite, according to the number and proportion of the elements, all equivalent to each other, which constitute each product. It matters little, for the present, that this series, as well as the equivalence of its elements, is expressed in practice more or less exactly by the equilibrium of wages and fortunes. Our first business is with the relation of things, the economic law. For here, as ever, the idea first and spontaneously generates the fact, which, recognized then by the thought which has given it birth, gradually rectifies itself and conforms to its principle. Commerce, free and competitive, is but a long operation of redressal, whose object is to define more and more clearly the proportionality of values, until the civil law shall recognize it as a guide in matters concerning the condition of persons. I say, then, that Say's principle, every product is worth what it costs, indicates a series in human production analogous to the animal and vegetable series, in which the elementary units, days' works, are regarded as equal. So that political economy affirms at its birth, but by a contradiction, what neither Plato nor Rousseau nor any ancient or modern publicist has thought possible, equality of conditions and fortunes. Prometheus is by turns husbandman, wine-grower, baker, weaver. Whatever trade he works at, laboring only for himself, he buys what he consumes, his products, with one and the same money, his products, whose unit of measurement is necessarily his day's work. It is true that labor itself is liable to vary. Prometheus is not always in the same condition, and from one moment to another his enthusiasm, his fruitfulness, rises and falls. But, like everything that is subject to variation, labor has its average, which justifies us in saying that, on the whole, day's work pays for day's work, neither more nor less. It is quite true that, if we compare the products of a certain period of social life with those of another, the 100,000,000th day's work of the human race will show a result incomparably superior to that of the first, but it must be remembered also that the life of the collective being can no more be divided than that of the individual, that, though the days may not resemble each other, they are indissolubly united, and that in the sum total of existence pain and pleasure are common to them. If, then, the tailor, for rendering the value of a day's work, consumes 10 times the product of the day's work of the weaver, it is as if the weaver gave 10 days of his life for 1 day of the tailor's. This is exactly what happens when a peasant pays 12 francs to a lawyer for a document which it takes him an hour to prepare, and this iniquity in exchanges, is the most potent cause of misery that the socialists have unveiled, as the economists confess in secret while awaiting a sign from the master that shall permit them to acknowledge it openly. Every error in commutative justice is an immolation of the laborer, a transfusion of the blood of one man into the body of another. Let no one be frightened, I have no intention of fulminating against property and irritating Philippic, especially as I think that, according to my principles, humanity is never mistaken, that, in establishing itself at first upon the right of property, it only laid down one of the principles of its future organization, and that, the preponderance of property once destroyed, it remains only to reduce this famous antithesis to unity. All the objections that can be offered in favor of property I am as well acquainted with as any of my critics, whom I ask as a favor to show their hearts when logic fails them. How can wealth that is not measured by labor be valuable? And if it is labor that creates wealth and legitimates property, how explain the consumption of the idler? Where is the honesty in a system of distribution in which a product is worth, according to the person, now more, now less, than it costs? Say's ideas led to an agrarian law, therefore, the Conservative Party hastened to protest against them. The original source of wealth, M. Rossi had said, is labor. In proclaiming this great principle, the industrial school has placed in evidence not only an economic principle, but that social fact which, in the hands of a skillful historian, becomes the surest guide in following the human race in its marchings and haltings upon the face of the earth. Why, after having uttered these profound words in his lectures, has M. Rossi thought it his duty to retract them afterwards in a review, and to compromise gratuitously his dignity as a philosopher and an economist? Say that wealth is the result of labor alone, affirm that labor is always the measure of value, the regulator of prices, yet, to escape one way or another the objections which these doctrines call forth on all hands, some incomplete, others absolute, you will be obliged to generalize the idea of labor, and to substitute for analysis an utterly erroneous synthesis. I regret that a man like M. Rossi should suggest to me so sad a thought, but, while reading the passage that I have just quoted, I could not help saying, science and truth have lost their influence, the present object of worship is the shop, and, after the shop, the desperate constitutionalism which represents it. To whom, then, does M. Rossi address himself? Is he in favor of labor or something else, analysis or synthesis? Is he in favor of all these things at once? Let him choose, for the conclusion is inevitably against him. If labor is the source of all wealth, if it is the surest guide in tracing the history of human institutions on the face of the earth, why should equality of distribution, equality as measured by labor, not be a law? If, on the contrary, there is wealth which is not the product of labor, why is the possession of it a privilege? Where is the legitimacy of monopoly? Explain then, once for all, this theory of the right of unproductive consumption, this jurisprudence of caprice, this religion of idleness, the sacred prerogative of a caste of the elect. What, now, is the significance of this appeal from analysis to the false judgments of the synthesis? These metaphysical terms are of no use, save to indoctrinate simpletons, who do not suspect that the same proposition can be construed, indifferently and at will, analytically or synthetically. Labor is the principle of value and the source of wealth, an analytic proposition such as M. Rossi likes, since it is the summary of an analysis in which it is demonstrated that the primitive notion of labor is identical with the subsequent notions of product, value, capital, wealth, etc. Nevertheless, we see that M. Rossi rejects the doctrine which results from this analysis. Labor, capital, and land are the sources of wealth, a synthetic proposition, precisely such as M. Rossi does not like. Indeed, Wealth is considered here as a general notion, produced in three distinct, but not identical, ways. And yet the doctrine thus formulated is the one that M. Rossi prefers. Now, would it please M. Rossi to have us render his theory of monopoly analytically and ours of labor synthetically? I can give him the satisfaction. But I should blush, with so earnest a man, to prolong such badinage. M. Rossi knows better than anyone that analysis and synthesis of themselves prove absolutely nothing, and that the important work, as Bacon said, is to make exact comparisons and complete enumerations. Since M. Rossi was in the humor for abstractions, why did he not say to the phalanx of economists who listen so respectfully to the least word that falls from his lips? Capital is the material of wealth, as gold and silver are the material of money, as wheat is the material of bread, and, tracing the series back to the end, as earth, water, fire, and air are the material of all our products. But it is labor alone, which successively creates each utility given to these materials, and which consequently transforms them into capital and wealth. Capital is the result of labor, that is, realized intelligence and life, as animals and plants are realizations of the soul of the universe, and as the chefs d'oeuvre of Homer, Raphael, and Rossini are expressions of their ideas and sentiments. Value is the proportion in which all the realizations of the human soul must balance each other in order to produce a harmonious whole, which, being wealth, gives us well-being, or rather is the token, not the object, of our happiness. The proposition, "there is no measure of value," is illogical and contradictory, as is shown by the very arguments which have been offered in its support. The proposition, "labor is the principle of proportionality of values," not only is true, resulting as it does from an irrefutable analysis, but it is the object of progress, the condition and form of social well-being, the beginning and end of political economy. From this proposition and its corollaries, every product is worth what it costs, and products are bought with products, follows the dogma of equality of conditions. The idea of value socially constituted, or of proportionality of values, serves to explain further, a. how a mechanical invention, notwithstanding the privilege which it temporarily creates and the disturbances which it occasions, always produces in the end a general amelioration, b. how the value of an economical process to its discoverer can never equal the profit which it realizes for society, c. how, by a series of oscillations between supply and demand, the value of every product constantly seeks a level with cost and with the needs of consumption, and consequently tends to establish itself in a fixed and positive manner, d. how, collective production continually increasing the amount of consumable things, and the day's work constantly obtaining higher and higher pay, labor must leave an excess for each producer, e. how the amount of work to be done, instead of being diminished by industrial progress, ever increases in both quantity and quality, that is, in intensity and difficulty in all branches of industry, f. how social value continually eliminates fictitious values, in other words, how industry affects the socialization of capital and property, g. finally, how the distribution of products, growing in regularity with the strength of the mutual guarantee resulting from the constitution of value, pushes society onward to equality of conditions and fortunes. Finally, the theory of the successive constitution of all commercial values implying the infinite progress of labor, wealth, and well-being, the object of society, from the economic point of view, is revealed to us, to produce incessantly, with the least possible amount of labor for each product, the greatest possible quantity and variety of values, in such a way as to realize, for each individual, the greatest amount of physical, moral, and intellectual well-being, and, for the race, the highest perfection and infinite glory. Now that we have determined, not without difficulty, the meaning of the question asked by the Academy of Moral Sciences touching the oscillations of profit and wages, it is time to begin the essential part of our work. Wherever labor has not been socialized, that is, wherever value is not synthetically determined, there is irregularity and dishonesty in exchange, a war of stratagems and ambuscades, an impediment to production, circulation, and consumption, unproductive labor, insecurity, spoliation, insolidarity, want, luxury, but at the same time an effort of the genius of society to obtain justice, and a constant tendency toward association and order. Political economy is simply the history of this grand struggle. On the one hand, indeed, political economy, in so far as it sanctions and pretends to perpetuate the anomalies of value and the prerogatives of selfishness, is truly the theory of misfortune and the organization of misery, but in so far as it explains the means invented by civilization to abolish poverty, although these means always have been used exclusively in the interest of monopoly, political economy is the preamble of the organization of wealth. It is important, then, that we should resume the study of economic facts and practices, discover their meaning, and formulate their philosophy. Until this is done, no knowledge of social progress can be acquired, no reform attempted. The error of socialism has consisted hitherto in perpetuating religious reverie by launching forward into a fantastic future instead of seizing the reality which is crushing it, as the wrong of the economists has been in regarding every accomplished fact as an injunction against any proposal of reform. For my own part, such is not my conception of economic science, the true social science. Instead of offering a priori arguments as solutions of the formidable problems of the organization of labor and the distribution of wealth, I shall interrogate political economy as the depositary of the secret thoughts of humanity. I shall cause it to disclose the facts in the order of their occurrence, and shall relate their testimony without intermingling it with my own. It will be at once a triumphant and a lamentable history, in which the actors will be ideas, the episodes theories, and the dates formulas. 8. History of public credit. 9. In France, the sale of tobacco is a government monopoly. Translator. Chapter 3. Economic evolution's first period: the division of labor. The fundamental idea, the dominant category, of political economy is value. Value reaches its positive determination by a series of oscillations between supply and demand. Consequently, value appears successively under three aspects: useful value, exchangeable value, and synthetic, or social, value, which is true value. The first term gives birth to the second in contradiction to it, and the two together, absorbing each other in reciprocal penetration, produce the third, so that the contradiction or antagonism of ideas appears as the point of departure of all economic science, allowing us to say of it, parodying the sentence of Tertullian in relation to the Gospel, credo quia absurdum, there is, in social economy, a latent truth wherever there is an apparent contradiction, credo quia contrarium. From the point of view of political economy, then, social progress consists in a continuous solution of the problem of the constitution of values, or of the proportionality and solidarity of products. But while in nature the synthesis of opposites is contemporary with their opposition, in society the antithetic elements seem to appear at long intervals, and to reach solution only after long and tumultuous agitation. Thus there is no example, the idea even is inconceivable, of a valley without a hill, a left without a right, a north pole without a south pole, a stick with but one end, or two ends without a middle, etc. The human body, with its so perfectly antithetic dichotomy, is formed integrally at the very moment of conception. It refuses to be put together and arranged piece by piece, like the garment patterned after it which, later, is to cover it. 10. In society, on the contrary, as well as in the mind, so far from the idea reaching its complete realization at a single bound, a sort of abyss separates, so to speak, the two antinomical positions, and even when these are recognized at last, we still do not see what the synthesis will be. The primitive concepts must be fertilized, so to speak, by burning controversy and passionate struggle. Bloody battles will be the preliminaries of peace. At the present moment, Europe, weary of war and discussion, awaits a reconciling principle, and it is the vague perception of this situation which induces the Academy of Moral and Political Sciences to ask, what are the general facts which govern the relations of profits to wages and determine their oscillations? In other words, What are the most salient episodes and the most remarkable phases of the war between labor and capital? If, then, I demonstrate that political economy, with all its contradictory hypotheses and equivocal conclusions, is nothing but an organization of privilege and misery, I shall have proved thereby that it contains by implication the promise of an organization of labor and equality, since, as has been said, every systematic contradiction is the announcement of a composition. Further, I shall have fixed the basis of this composition. Then, indeed, to unfold the system of economical contradictions is to lay the foundations of universal association, to show how the products of collective labor come out of society is to explain how it will be possible to make them return to it, to exhibit the genesis of the problems of production and distribution is to prepare the way for their solution. All these propositions are identical and equally evident. 10. A subtle philologist, M. Paul Ackermann, has shown, using the French language as an illustration, that, since every word in a language has its opposite, or, as the author calls it, its antonym, the entire vocabulary might be arranged in couples, forming a vast dualistic system. See Dictionary of Antonyms. By Paul Ackermann. Paris, Brockhaus and Avenarius. 1842. 1. Antagonistic effects of the principle of division. All men are equal in the state of primitive communism, equal in their nakedness and ignorance, equal in the indefinite power of their faculties. The economists generally look at only the first of these aspects, they neglect or overlook the second. Nevertheless, according to the profoundest philosophers of modern times, La Rochefoucauld, Helvetius, Kant, Fichte, Hegel, Jacoto, intelligence differs in individuals only qualitatively, each having thereby his own specialty or genius. In its essence, namely, judgment, it is quantitatively equal in all. Hence it follows that, a little sooner or a little later, according as circumstances shall be more or less favorable, general progress must lead all men from original and negative equality to a positive equivalence of talents and acquirements. I insist upon this precious datum of psychology, the necessary consequence of which is that the hierarchy of capacities henceforth cannot be allowed as a principle and law of organization. Equality alone is our rule, as it is also our ideal. Then, just as the equality of misery must change gradually into equality of well-being, as we have proved by the theory of value, so the equality of minds, negative in the beginning, since it represents only emptiness, must reappear in a positive form at the completion of humanity's education. The intellectual movement proceeds parallelly with the economic movement, they are the expression, the translation, of each other. Psychology and social economy are in accord, or rather, they but unroll the same history, each from a different point of view. This appears especially in Smith's great law, the division of labor. Considered in its essence, the division of labor is the way in which equality of condition and intelligence is realized. Through diversity of function, it gives rise to proportionality of products and equilibrium in exchange, and consequently opens for us the road to wealth, as also, in showing us infinity everywhere in art and nature, it leads us to idealize our acts, and makes the creative mind, that is, divinity itself, mentum divinorum immanent and perceptible in all laborers. Division of labor, then, is the first phase of economic evolution as well as of intellectual development. Our point of departure is true as regards both man and things, and the progress of our exposition is in no wise arbitrary. But, at this solemn hour of the division of labor, tempestuous winds begin to blow upon humanity. Progress does not improve the condition of all equally and uniformly, although in the end it must include and transfigure every intelligent and industrious being. It commences by taking possession of a small number of privileged persons, who thus compose the elite of nations, while the mass continues, or even buries itself deeper, in barbarism. It is this exception of persons on the part of progress which has perpetuated the belief in the natural and providential inequality of conditions, engendered caste, and given an hierarchical form to all societies. It has not been understood that all inequality, never being more than a negation, carries in itself the proof of its illegitimacy and the announcement of its downfall, much less still has it been imagined that this same inequality proceeds accidentally from a cause the ulterior effect of which must be its entire disappearance. Thus, the antinomy of value reappearing in the law of division, it is found that the first and most potent instrument of knowledge and wealth which Providence has placed in our hands has become for us an instrument of misery and imbecility. Here is the formula of this new law of antagonism, to which we owe the two oldest maladies of civilization, aristocracy and the proletariat. Labor, in dividing itself according to the law which is peculiar to it, and which is the primary condition of its productivity, ends in the frustration of its own objects, and destroys itself. In other words, division, in the absence of which there is no progress, no wealth, no equality, subordinates the working man, and renders intelligence useless, wealth harmful, and equality impossible. All the economists, since Adam Smith, have pointed out the advantages and the inconveniences of the law of division, but at the same time insisting much more strenuously upon the first than the second, because such a course was more in harmony with their optimistic views, and not one of them ever asking how a law can have inconveniences. This is the way in which J.B. Say summed up the question. A man who during his whole life performs but one operation, certainly acquires the power to execute it better and more readily than another, but at the same time he becomes less capable of any other occupation, whether physical or moral, his other faculties become extinct, and there results a degeneracy in the individual man. That one has made only the 18th part of a pin is a sad account to give of one's self, but let no one imagine that it is the working man who spends his life in handling a file or a hammer that alone degenerates in this way from the dignity of his nature. It is the same with the man whose position leads him to exercise the most subtle faculties of his mind. On the whole, it may be said that the separation of tasks is an advantageous use of human forces, that it increases enormously the products of society, but that it takes something from the capacity of each man taken individually. 11. What, then, after labor, is the primary cause of the multiplication of wealth and the skill of laborers? Division. What is the primary cause of intellectual degeneracy and, as we shall show continually, civilized misery? Division. How does the same principle, rigorously followed to its conclusions, lead to effects diametrically opposite? There is not an economist, either before or since Adam Smith, who has even perceived that here is a problem to be solved. Say goes so far as to recognize that in the division of labor the same cause which produces the good engenders the evil. Then, after a few words of pity for the victims of the separation of industries, content with having given an impartial and faithful exhibition of the facts, he leaves the matter there. You know, he seems to say, that the more we divide the workman's tasks, the more we increase the productive power of labor, but at the same time the more does labor, gradually reducing itself to a mechanical operation, stupefy intelligence. In vain do we express our indignation against a theory which, creating by labor itself an aristocracy of capacities, leads inevitably to political inequality. In vain do we protest in the name of democracy and progress that in the future there will be no nobility, no bourgeoisie, no pariahs. The economist replies, with the impassibility of destiny, you are condemned to produce much, and to produce cheaply, otherwise your industry will be always insignificant, your commerce will amount to nothing, and you will drag in the rear of civilization instead of taking the lead. What? Among us, generous men, there are some predestined to brutishness, and the more perfect our industry becomes, the larger will grow the number of our accursed brothers. Alas! That is the last word of the economist. We cannot fail to recognize in the division of labor, as a general fact and as a cause, all the characteristics of a law, but as this law governs two orders of phenomena radically opposite and destructive of each other, it must be confessed also that this law is of a sort unknown in the exact sciences, that it is, strange to say, a contradictory law, a counter-law, an antinomy. Let us add, in anticipation, that such appears to be the identifying feature of social economy, and consequently of philosophy. Now, without a recomposition of labor which shall obviate the inconveniences of division while preserving its useful effects, the contradiction inherent in the principle is irremediable. It is necessary, following the style of the Jewish priests, plotting the death of Christ, it is necessary that the poor should perish to secure the proprietor his fortune, expedit unum hominum pro populo mori. I am going to demonstrate the necessity of this decree, after which, if the parcel heir laborer still retains a glimmer of intelligence, he will console himself with the thought that he dies according to the rules of political economy. Labor, which ought to give scope to the conscience and render it more and more worthy of happiness, leading through parcel heir division to prostration of mind, dwarfs man in his noblest part, minorit capitis, and throws him back into animality. Thenceforth the fallen man labors as a brute, and consequently must be treated as a brute. This sentence of nature and necessity society will execute. The first effect of parcel heir labor, after the deprivation of the mind, is the lengthening of the hours of labor, which increase in inverse proportion to the amount of intelligence expended. 4. The product increasing in quantity and quality at once, if, by any industrial improvement whatever, labor is lightened in one way, it must pay for it in another. But as the length of the working day cannot exceed from 16 to 18 hours, when compensation no longer can be made in time, it will be taken from the price, and wages will decrease. And this decrease will take place, not, as has been foolishly imagined, because value is essentially arbitrary, but because it is essentially determinable. Little matters it that the struggle between supply and demand ends, now to the advantage of the employer, now to the benefit of the employee. Such oscillations may vary in amplitude, this depending on well-known accessory circumstances which have been estimated 1,000 times. The certain point, and the only one for us to notice now, is that the universal conscience does not set the same price upon the labor of an overseer and the work of a hod carrier. A reduction in the price of the day's work, then, is necessary, so that the laborer, after having been afflicted in mind by a degrading function, cannot fail to be struck also in his body by the meagerness of his reward. This is the literal application of the words of the gospel, "He that hath not, from him shall be taken even that which he hath." There is in economic accidents a pitiless reason which laughs at religion and equity as political aphorisms, and which renders man happy or unhappy according as he obeys or escapes the prescriptions of destiny. Certainly this is far from that Christian charity with which so many honorable writers today are inspired, and which, penetrating to the heart of the bourgeoisie, endeavors to temper the rigors of the law by numerous religious institutions. Political economy knows only justice, justice as inflexible and unyielding as the miser's purse, and it is because political economy is the effect of social spontaneity and the expression of the divine will that I have been able to say, God is man's adversary, and Providence a misanthrope. God makes us pay, in weight of blood and measure of tears, for each of our lessons, and to complete the evil, we, in our relations with our fellows, all act like him. Where, then, is this love of the celestial Father for his creatures? Where is human fraternity? Can he do otherwise? Say the theists. Man falling, the animal remains. How could the Creator recognize in him his own image? And what plainer than that he treats him then as a beast of burden? But the trial will not last forever, and sooner or later labor, having been particularized, will be syntheticized. Such is the ordinary argument of all those who seek to justify Providence, but generally succeed only in lending new weapons to atheism. That is to say, then, that God would have envied us, for 6,000 years, an idea which would have saved millions of victims, a distribution of labor at once special and synthetic. In return, he has given us, through his servants Moses, Buddha, Zoroaster, Muhammad, etc., those insipid writings, the disgrace of our reason, which have killed more men than they contain letters. Further, if we must believe primitive revelation, social economy was the cursed science, the fruit of the tree reserved for God, which man was forbidden to touch. Why this religious depreciation of labor, if it is true, as economic science already shows, that labor is the father of love and the organ of happiness. Why this jealousy of our advancement? But if, as now sufficiently appears, our progress depends upon ourselves alone, of what use is it to adore this phantom of divinity, and what does he still ask of us through the multitude of inspired persons who pursue us with their sermons? All of you, Christians, Protestant and Orthodox, neo-revelators, charlatans and dupes, listen to the first verse of the humanitarian hymn upon God's mercy. In proportion as the principle of division of labor receives complete application, the worker becomes weaker, narrower, and more dependent. Art advances, the artisan recedes. 12. Then let us guard against anticipating conclusions and prejudging the latest revelation of experience. At present God seems less favorable than hostile. Let us confine ourselves to establishing the fact. Just as political economy, then, at its point of departure, has made us understand these mysterious and dismal words, in proportion as the production of utility increases, venality decreases, so arrived at its first station, it warns us in a terrible voice, in proportion as art advances, the artisan recedes. To fix the ideas better, let us cite a few examples. In all the branches of metal working, who are the least industrious of the wage laborers? Precisely those who are called machinists. Since tools have been so admirably perfected, a machinist is simply a man who knows how to handle a file or a plane. As for mechanics, that is the business of engineers and foremen. A country blacksmith often unites in his own person, by the very necessity of his position, the various talents of the locksmith, the edge tool maker, the gunsmith, the machinist, the wheelwright, and the horse doctor. The world of thought would be astonished at the knowledge that is under the hammer of this man, whom the people, always inclined to jest, nickname Brule-Fur. A working man of Creusot, who for 10 years has seen the grandest and finest that his profession can offer, on leaving his shop, finds himself unable to render the slightest service or to earn his living. The incapacity of the subject is directly proportional to the perfection of the art, and this is as true of all the trades as of metal working. The wages of machinists are maintained as yet at a high rate. Sooner or later their pay must decrease, the poor quality of the labor being unable to maintain it. I have just cited a mechanical art, let us now cite a liberal industry. Would Gutenberg and his industrious companions, Faust and Scoffer, ever have believed that, by the division of labor, their sublime invention would fall into the domain of ignorance? I had almost said idiocy. There are few men so weak-minded, so unlettered, as the mass of workers who follow the various branches of the typographic industry, compositors, pressmen, type founders, bookbinders, and paper makers. The printer, as he existed even in the days of the Estians, has become almost an abstraction. The employment of women in typesetting has struck this noble industry to the heart, and consummated its degradation. I have seen a female compositor, and she was one of the best, who did not know how to read, and was acquainted only with the forms of the letters. The whole art has been withdrawn into the hands of foremen and proofreaders, modest men of learning whom the impertinence of authors and patrons still humiliates, and a few workmen who are real artists. The press, in a word, fallen into mere mechanism, is no longer, in its personnel, at the level of civilization. Soon there will be left of it but a few souvenirs. I am told that the printers of Paris are endeavoring by association to rise again from their degradation. May their efforts not be exhausted in vain empiricism or misled into barren utopias. After private industries, let us look at public administration. In the public service, the effects of parcel-air labor are no less frightful, no less intense, in all the departments of administration. In proportion as the art develops, most of the employees see their salaries diminish. A letter carrier receives from 400 to 600 francs per annum, of which the administration retains about a tenth for the retiring pension. After 30 years of labor, the pension, or rather the restitution, is 300 francs per annum, which, when given to an almshouse by the pensioner, entitles him to a bed, soup, and washing. My heart bleeds to say it, but I think, nevertheless, that the administration is generous, what reward would you give to a man whose whole function consists in walking? The legend gives but 5 sous to the wandering Jew, the letter carriers receive 20 or 30, true, the greater part of them have a family. That part of the service which calls into exercise the intellectual faculties is reserved for the postmasters and clerks. These are better paid, they do the work of men. Everywhere, then, in public service as well as free industry, things are so ordered that 9/10 of the laborers serve as beasts of burden for the other 10th, such is the inevitable effect of industrial progress and the indispensable condition of all wealth. It is important to look well at this elementary truth before talking to the people of equality, liberty, democratic institutions, and other utopias, the realization of which involves a previous complete revolution in the relations of laborers. The most remarkable effect of the division of labor is the decay of literature. In the Middle Ages and in antiquity the man of letters, a sort of encyclopedic doctor, a successor of the troubadour and the poet, all-knowing, was almighty. Literature lorded it over society with a high hand, kings sought the favor of authors, or revenged themselves for their contempt by burning them and their books. This, too, was a way of recognizing literary sovereignty. Today we have manufacturers, lawyers, doctors, bankers, merchants, professors, engineers, librarians, etc., we have no men of letters. Or rather, whoever has risen to a remarkable height in his profession is thereby and of necessity lettered. Literature, like the baccalaureate, has become an elementary part of every profession. The man of letters, reduced to his simplest expression, is the public writer, a sort of writing commissioner in the pay of everybody, whose best known variety is the journalist. It was a strange idea that occurred to the Chambers 4 years ago, that of making a law on literary property. As if henceforth the idea was not to become more and more the all-important point, the style nothing. Thanks to God, there is an end of parliamentary eloquence as of epic poetry and mythology. The theatre rarely attracts businessmen and savants, and while the connoisseurs are astonished at the decline of art, the philosophic observer sees only the progress of manly reason, troubled rather than rejoiced at these dainty trifles. The interest in romance is sustained only as long as it resembles reality. History is reducing itself to anthropological exegesis. Everywhere, indeed, the art of talking well appears as a subordinate auxiliary of the idea, the fact. The worship of speech, too mazy and slow for impatient minds, is neglected, and its artifices are losing daily their power of seduction. The language of the 19th century is made up of facts and figures, and he is the most eloquent among us who, with the fewest words, can say the most things. Whoever cannot speak this language is mercilessly relegated to the ranks of the rhetoricians. He is said to have no ideas. In a young society the progress of letters necessarily outstrips philosophical and industrial progress, and for a long time serves for the expression of both. But there comes a day when thought leaves language in the rear, and when, consequently, the continued preeminence of literature in a society becomes a sure symptom of decline. Language, in fact, is to every people the collection of its native ideas, the encyclopedia which Providence first reveals to it. It is the field which its reason must cultivate before directly attacking nature through observation and experience. Now, as soon as a nation, after having exhausted the knowledge contained in its vocabulary, instead of pursuing its education by a superior philosophy, wraps itself in its poetic mantle, and begins to play with its periods and its hemistichs, we may safely say that such a society is lost. Everything in it will become subtle, narrow, and false. It will not have even the advantage of maintaining in its splendor the language of which it is foolishly enamored. Instead of going forward in the path of the geniuses of transition, the Tacit uses, the Thucydides, the Machiavels, and the Montesquieus, it will be seen to fall, with irresistible force, from the majesty of Cicero to the subtleties of Seneca, the antitheses of Saint Augustine, and the puns of Saint Bernard. Let no one, then, be deceived. From the moment that the mind, at first entirely occupied with speech, passes to experience and labor, the man of letters, properly speaking, is simply the puny personification of the least of our faculties, and literature, the refuse of intelligent industry, finds a market only with the idlers whom it amuses and the proletarians whom it fascinates, the jugglers who besiege power and the charlatans who shelter themselves behind it, the hierophants of divine right, who blow the trumpet of Sinai, and the fanatical proclaimers of the sovereignty of the people, whose few mouthpieces, compelled to practice their tribunician eloquence from tombs until they can shower it from the height of rostrums, know no better than to give to the public parodies of Gracchus and Demos thence. All the powers of society, then, agree in indefinitely deteriorating the condition of the parcel-aire laborer, and experience, universally confirming the theory, proves that this worker is condemned to misfortune from his mother's womb, no political reform, no association of interests, no effort either of public charity or of instruction, having the power to aid him. The various specifics proposed in these latter days, far from being able to cure the evil, would tend rather to inflame it by irritation, and all that has been written on this point has only exhibited in a clear light the vicious circle of political economy. This we shall demonstrate in a few words. 11. Treatise on Political Economy. 12. Tocqueville, Democracy in America. 2. Impotence of Palliatives MM. Blanqui, Chevalier, Dunoyer, Rossi, and Passy. All the remedies proposed for the fatal effects of parcel-aire division may be reduced to two, which really are but one, the second being the inversion of the first, to raise the mental and moral condition of the working man by increasing his comfort and dignity, or else, to prepare the way for his future emancipation and happiness by instruction. We will examine successively these two systems, one of which is represented by M. Blanqui, the other by M. Chevalier. M. Blanqui is a friend of association and progress, a writer of democratic tendencies, a professor who has a place in the hearts of the proletariat. In his opening discourse of the year 1845, M. Blanqui proclaimed, as a means of salvation, the association of labor and capital, the participation of the working man in the profits, that is, a beginning of industrial solidarity. Our century, he exclaimed, must witness the birth of the collective producer. M. Blanqui forgets that the collective producer was born long since, as well as the collective consumer, and that the question is no longer a genetic, but a medical, one. Our task is to cause the blood proceeding from the collective digestion, instead of rushing wholly to the head, stomach, and lungs, to descend also into the legs and arms. Besides, I do not know what method M. Blanqui proposes to employ in order to realize his generous thought, whether it be the establishment of national workshops, or the loaning of capital by the state, or the expropriation of the conductors of business enterprises and the substitution for them of industrial associations, or, finally, whether he will rest content with the recommendation of the savings bank to workingmen, in which case the participation would be put off till doomsday. However this may be, M. Blanqui's idea amounts simply to an increase of wages resulting from the copartnership, or at least from the interest in the business, which he confers upon the laborers. What, then, is the value to the laborer of a participation in the profits? A mill with 15,000 spindles, employing 300 hands, does not pay at present an annual dividend of 20,000 francs. I am informed by a Mulhouse manufacturer that factory stocks in Alsace are generally below par and that this industry has already become a means of getting money by stock jobbing instead of by labor. To sell at the right time, to sell dear, is the only object in view, to manufacture is only to prepare for a sale. When I assume, then, on an average, a profit of 20,000 francs to a factory employing 300 persons, my argument being general, I am 20,000 francs out of the way. Nevertheless, we will admit the correctness of this amount. Dividing 20,000 francs, the profit of the mill, by 300, the number of persons, and again by 300, the number of working days, I find an increase of pay for each person of 22 1/5 centimes, or for daily expenditure an addition of 18 centimes, just a morsel of bread. Is it worthwhile, then, for this, to expropriate mill owners and endanger the public welfare, by erecting establishments which must be insecure, since, property being divided into infinitely small shares, and being no longer supported by profit, business enterprises would lack ballast, and would be unable to weather commercial gales. And even if no expropriation was involved, what a poor prospect to offer the working classes an increase of 18 centimes in return for centuries of economy, for no less time than this would be needed to accumulate the requisite capital, supposing that periodical suspensions of business did not periodically consume its savings. The fact which I have just stated has been pointed out in several ways. M. Passy 13 himself took from the books of a mill in Normandy where the laborers were associated with the owner the wages of several families for a period of 10 years, and he found that they averaged from 12 to 1400 francs per year. He then compared the situation of mill hands paid in proportion to the prices obtained by their employers with that of laborers who receive fixed wages, and found that the difference is almost imperceptible. This result might easily have been foreseen. Economic phenomena obey laws as abstract and immutable as those of numbers. It is only privilege, fraud, and absolutism which disturb the eternal harmony. M. Blanqui, repentant, as it seems, at having taken this first step towards socialistic ideas, has made haste to retract his words. At the same meeting in which M. Passy demonstrated the inadequacy of cooperative association, he exclaimed, "Does it not seem that labor is a thing susceptible of organization, and that it is in the power of the state to regulate the happiness of humanity as it does the march of an army, and with an entirely mathematical precision? This is an evil tendency, a delusion which the Academy cannot oppose too strongly, because it is not only a chimera, but a dangerous sophism. Let us respect good and honest intentions, but let us not fear to say that to publish a book upon the organization of labor is to rewrite for the 50th time a treatise upon the quadrature of the circle or the philosopher's stone." Then, carried away by his zeal, M. Blanqui finishes the destruction of his theory of cooperation, which M. Passy already had so rudely shaken, by the following example. M. Daly, one of the most enlightened of farmers, has drawn up an account for each piece of land and an account for each product, and he proves that within a period of 30 years the same man has never obtained equal crops from the same piece of land. The products have varied from 26,000 francs to 9,000 or 7,000 francs, sometimes descending as low as 300 francs. There are also certain products, potatoes, for instance, which fail one time in 10. How, then, with these variations and with revenues so uncertain, can we establish even distribution and uniform wages for laborers? It might be answered that the variations in the product of each piece of land simply indicate that it is necessary to associate proprietors with each other after having associated laborers with proprietors, which would establish a more complete solidarity, but this would be a prejudgment on the very thing in question, which M. Blanqui definitively decides, after reflection, to be unattainable, namely, the organization of labor. Besides, it is evident that solidarity would not add an obulus to the commonwealth, and that, consequently, it does not even touch the problem of division. In short, the profit so much envied, and often a very uncertain matter with employers, falls far short of the difference between actual wages and the wages desired, and M. Blanqui's former plan, miserable in its results and disavowed by its author, would be a scourge to the manufacturing industry. Now, the division of labor being henceforth universally established, the argument is generalized, and leads us to the conclusion that misery is an effect of labor, as well as of idleness. The answer to this is, and it is a favorite argument with the people, increase the price of services, double and triple wages. I confess that if such an increase was possible it would be a complete success, whatever M. Chevalier may have said, who needs to be slightly corrected on this point. According to M. Chevalier, if the price of any kind of merchandise whatever is increased, other kinds will rise in a like proportion, and no one will benefit thereby. This argument, which the economists have rehearsed for more than a century, is as false as it is old, and it belonged to M. Chevalier, as an engineer, to rectify the economic tradition. the salary of a head clerk being 10 francs per day, and the wages of a working man 4, if the income of each is increased 5 francs, the ratio of their fortunes, which was formerly as 100 to 40, will be thereafter as 100 to 60. The increase of wages, necessarily taking place by addition and not by proportion, would be, therefore, an excellent method of equalization, and the economists would deserve to have thrown back at them by the socialists the reproach of ignorance which they have bestowed upon them at random. But I say that such an increase is impossible, and that the supposition is absurd, for, as M. Chevalier has shown very clearly elsewhere, the figure which indicates the price of the day's labor is only an algebraic exponent without effect on the reality, and that which it is necessary first to endeavor to increase, while correcting the inequalities of distribution, is not the monetary expression, but the quantity of products. Till then every rise of wages can have no other effect than that produced by a rise of the price of wheat, wine, meat, sugar, soap, coal, etc., that is, the effect of a scarcity. For what is wages? It is the cost price of wheat, wine, meat, coal, it is the inte grant price of all things. Let us go farther yet, wages is the proportionality of the elements which compose wealth, and which are consumed every day reproductively by the mass of laborers. Now, to double wages, in the sense in which the people understand the words, is to give to each producer a share greater than his product, which is contradictory, and if the rise pertains only to a few industries, a general disturbance in exchange ensues, that is, a scarcity. God save me from predictions. But, in spite of my desire for the amelioration of the lot of the working class, I declare that it is impossible for strikes followed by an increase of wages to end otherwise than in a general rise in prices, that is as certain as that 2 and 2 make 4. It is not by such methods that the workingman will attain to wealth and what is 1,000 times more precious than wealth, liberty. The workingmen, supported by the favor of an indiscreet press, in demanding an increase of wages, have served monopoly much better than their own real interests. May they recognize, when their situation shall become more painful, the bitter fruit of their inexperience. Convinced of the uselessness, or rather, of the fatal effects, of an increase of wages, and seeing clearly that the question is wholly organic and not at all commercial, M. Chevalier attacks the problem at the other end. He asks for the working class, first of all, instruction, and proposes extensive reforms in this direction. Instruction. This is also Amerigo's word to the workingman, it is the principle of all progress. Instruction. It should be known once for all what may be expected from it in the solution of the problem before us. It should be known, I say, not whether it is desirable that all should receive it, this no one doubts, but whether it is possible. To clearly comprehend the complete significance of M. Chevalier's views, a knowledge of his methods is indispensable. M. Chevalier, long accustomed to discipline, first by his polytechnic studies, then by his Saint-Simonian connections, and finally by his position in the university, does not seem to admit that a pupil can have any other inclination than to obey the regulations, a sectarian any other thought than that of his chief, a public functionary any other opinion than that of the government. This may be a conception of order as respectable as any other, and I hear upon this subject no expressions of approval or censure. Has M. Chevalier an idea to offer peculiar to himself? On the principle that all that is not forbidden by law is allowed, he hastens to the front to deliver his opinion, and then abandons it to give his adhesion, if there is occasion, to the opinion of authority. It was thus that M. Chevalier, before settling down in the bosom of the Constitution, joined M. Enfantin. It was thus that he gave his views upon canals, railroads, finance, property, long before the administration had adopted any system in relation to the construction of railways, the changing of the rate of interest on bonds, patents, literary property, etc. M. Chevalier, then, is not a blind admirer of the university system of instruction, far from it, and until the appearance of the new order of things, he does not hesitate to say what he thinks. His opinions are of the most radical. M. Villemain had said in his report, the object of the higher education is to prepare in advance a choice of men to occupy and serve in all the positions of the administration, the magistracy, the bar, and the various liberal professions, including the higher ranks and learned specialties of the army and navy. The higher education, thereupon observes M. Chevalier, 14 is designed also to prepare men, some of whom shall be farmers, others manufacturers, these merchants, and those private engineers. Now, in the official program, all these classes are forgotten. The omission is of considerable importance, for, indeed, industry in its various forms, agriculture, commerce, are neither accessories nor accidents in a state, they are its chief dependents. If the university desires to justify its name, it must provide a course in these things, else an industrial university will be established in opposition to it. We shall have altar against altar, etc. And as it is characteristic of a luminous idea to throw light on all questions connected with it, professional instruction furnishes M. Chevalier with a very expeditious method of deciding, incidentally, the quarrel between the clergy and the university on liberty of education. It must be admitted that a very great concession is made to the clergy in allowing Latin to serve as the basis of education. The clergy know Latin as well as the university, it is their own tongue. Their tuition, moreover, is cheaper, hence they must inevitably draw a large portion of our youth into their small seminaries and their schools of a higher grade. The conclusion of course follows, change the course of study, and you decatholicize the realm, and as the clergy know only Latin and the Bible, when they have among them neither masters of art, nor farmers, nor accountants, when, of their 40,000 priests, there are not 20, perhaps, with the ability to make a plan or forge a nail, we soon shall see which the fathers of families will choose, industry or the breviary, and whether they do not regard labor as the most beautiful language in which to pray to God. Thus would end this ridiculous opposition between religious education and profane science, between the spiritual and the temporal, between reason and faith, between altar and throne, old rubrics henceforth meaningless, but with which they still impose upon the good nature of the public, until it takes offense. M. Chevalier does not insist, however, on this solution. He knows that religion and monarchy are two powers which, though continually quarreling, cannot exist without each other, and that he may not awaken suspicion, he launches out into another revolutionary idea, equality. France is in a position to furnish the Polytechnic school with 20 times as many scholars as enter at present, the average being 176, this would amount to 3,520. The university has but to say the word. If my opinion was of any weight, I should maintain that mathematical capacity is much less special than is commonly supposed. I remember the success with which children, taken at random, so to speak, from the pavements of Paris, follow the teaching of Lamartiniere by the method of Captain Tabarot. If the higher education, reconstructed according to the views of M. Chevalier, was sought after by all young Frenchmen instead of by only 90,000 as commonly, there would be no exaggeration in raising the estimate of the number of minds mathematically inclined from 3,520 to 10,000, but, by the same argument, we should have 10,000 artists, philologists, and philosophers, 10,000 doctors, physicians, chemists, and naturalists, 10,000 economists, legists, and administrators, 20,000 manufacturers, foremen, merchants, and accountants, 40,000 farmers, wine-growers, miners, etc., in all, 100,000 specialists a year, or about one-third of our youth. The rest, having, instead of special adaptations, only mingled adaptations, would be distributed indifferently elsewhere. It is certain that so powerful an impetus given to intelligence would quicken the progress of equality, and I do not doubt that such is the secret desire of M. Chevalier. But that is precisely what troubles me. Capacity is never wanting, any more than population, and the problem is to find employment for the one and bread for the other. In vain does M. Chevalier tell us, The higher education would give less ground for the complaint that it throws into society crowds of ambitious persons without any means of satisfying their desires, and interested in the overthrow of the state, people without employment and unable to get any, good for nothing and believing themselves fit for anything, especially for the direction of public affairs. Scientific studies do not so inflate the mind. They enlighten and regulate it at once, they fit men for practical life. Such language, I reply, is good to use with patriarchs. A professor of political economy should have more respect for his position and his audience. The government has only 120 offices annually at its disposal for 176 students admitted to the Polytechnic School. What, then, would be its embarrassment if the number of admissions was 10,000, or even, taking M. Chevalier's figures, 3,500? And, to generalize, the whole number of civil positions is 60,000, or 3,000 vacancies annually. What dismay would the government be thrown into if, suddenly adopting the reformatory ideas of M. Chevalier, it should find itself besieged by 50,000 office-seekers? The following objection has often been made to Republicans without eliciting a reply: when everybody shall have the electoral privilege, will the deputies do any better, and will the proletariat be further advanced? I ask the same question of M. Chevalier: when each academic year shall bring you 100,000 fitted men, what will you do with them? To provide for these interesting young people, you will go down to the lowest round of the ladder. You will oblige the young man, after 15 years of lofty study, to begin, no longer as now with the offices of aspirant engineer, sub-lieutenant of artillery, second lieutenant, deputy, controller, general guardian, etc., but with the ignoble positions of pioneer, train soldier, dredger, cabin boy, faggot maker, and exciseman. There he will wait, until death, thinning the ranks, enables him to advance a step. Under such circumstances a man, a graduate of the Polytechnic School and capable of becoming a vauban, may die a laborer on a second-class road, or a corporal in a regiment. Oh! How much more prudent Catholicism has shown itself, and how far it has surpassed you all, Saint Simonians, Republicans, university men, economists, in the knowledge of man and society. The priest knows that our life is but a voyage, and that our perfection cannot be realized here below, and he contents himself with outlining on earth an education which must be completed in heaven. The man whom religion has molded, content to know, do, and obtain what suffices for his earthly destiny, never can become a source of embarrassment to the government, rather would he be a martyr. O beloved religion! Is it necessary that a bourgeoisie which stands in such need of you should disown you? Into what terrible struggles of pride and misery does this mania for universal instruction plunge us? Of what use is professional education, of what good are agricultural and commercial schools, if your students have neither employment nor capital? And what need to cram oneself till the age of 20 with all sorts of knowledge, than to fasten the threads of a mule jenny or pick coal at the bottom of a pit? What? You have by your own confession only 3,000 positions annually to bestow upon 50,000 possible capacities, and yet you talk of establishing schools. Cling rather to your system of exclusion and privilege, a system as old as the world, the support of dynasties and patriciates, a veritable machine for gelding men in order to secure the pleasures of a caste of sultans. Set a high price upon your teaching, multiply obstacles, drive away, by lengthy tests, the son of the proletaire whom hunger does not permit to wait, and protect with all your power the ecclesiastical schools, where the students are taught to labor for the other life, to cultivate resignation, to fast, to respect those in high places, to love the king, and to pray to God. For every useless study sooner or later becomes an abandoned study. Knowledge is poison to slaves. Surely M. Chevalier has too much sagacity not to have seen the consequences of his idea. But he has spoken from the bottom of his heart, and we can only applaud his good intentions. Men must first be men, after that, he may live who can. Thus we advance at random, guided by Providence, who never warns us except with a blow, This is the beginning and end of political economy. Contrary to M. Chevalier, professor of political economy at the College of France, M. Dunoyer, an economist of the Institute, does not wish instruction to be organized. The organization of instruction is a species of organization of labor, therefore, no organization. Instruction, observes M. Dunoyer, is a profession, not a function of the state. Like all professions, it ought to be and remain free. It is communism, it is socialism, it is the revolutionary tendency, whose principal agents have been Robespierre, Napoleon, Louis XVIII, and M. Guizot, which have thrown into our midst these fatal ideas of the centralization and absorption of all activity in the state. The press is very free, and the pen of the journalist is an object of merchandise. Religion, too, is very free, and every wearer of a gown, be it short or long, who knows how to excite public curiosity, can draw an audience about him. M. Lacordaire has his devotees, M. Leroux his apostles, M. Butches his convent. Why, then, should not instruction also be free? If the right of the instructed, like that of the buyer, is unquestionable, and that of the instructor, who is only a variety of the seller, is its correlative, it is impossible to infringe upon the liberty of instruction without doing violence to the most precious of liberties, that of the conscience. And then, adds M. Dunoyer, if the state owes instruction to everybody, it will soon be maintained that it owes labor, then lodging, then shelter. Where does that lead to? The argument of M. Dunoyer is irrefutable. To organize instruction is to give to every citizen a pledge of liberal employment and comfortable wages. The two are as intimately connected as the circulation of the arteries and the veins. But M. Dunoyer's theory implies also that progress belongs only to a certain select portion of humanity, and that barbarism is the eternal lot of 9/10 of the human race. It is this which constitutes, according to M. Dunoyer, the very essence of society, which manifests itself in three stages: religion, hierarchy, and beggary. So that in this system, which is that of Destutt de Tracy, Montesquieu, and Plato, the antinomy of division, like that of value, is without solution. It is a source of inexpressible pleasure to me, I confess, to see M. Chevalier, a defender of the centralization of instruction, opposed by M. Dunoyer, a defender of liberty, M. Dunoyer in his turn antagonized by M. Guizot, the representative of the centralizers, contradicting the Charter, which posits liberty as a principle, the Charter trampled underfoot by the university men, who lay sole claim to the privilege of teaching, regardless of the express command of the gospel to the priests, go and teach. And above all this tumult of economists, legislators, ministers, academicians, professors, and priests, economic providence giving the lie to the gospel, and shouting, pedagogues? What use am I to make of your instruction? Who will relieve us of this anxiety? M. Rossi leans toward eclecticism. Too little divided, he says, labor remains unproductive; too much divided, it degrades man. Wisdom lies between these extremes, in medio virtus. Unfortunately, this intermediate wisdom is only a small amount of poverty joined with a small amount of wealth, so that the condition is not modified in the least. The proportion of good and evil, instead of being as 100 to 100, becomes as 50 to 50. In this we may take, once for all, the measure of eclecticism. For the rest, M. Rossi's just milieu is in direct opposition to the great economic law, to produce with the least possible expense the greatest possible quantity of values. Now, how can labor fulfill its destiny without an extreme division? Let us look farther, if you please. All economic systems and hypotheses, says M. Rossi, belong to the economist, but the intelligent, free, responsible man is under the control of the moral law. Political economy is only a science which examines the relations of things, and draws conclusions therefrom. It examines the effects of labor. In the application of labor, you should consider the importance of the object in view. When the application of labor is unfavorable to an object higher than the production of wealth, it should not be applied. Suppose that it would increase the national wealth to compel children to labor 15 hours a day, morality would say that that is not allowable. Does that prove that political economy is false? No, that proves that you confound things which should be kept separate. If M. Rossi had a little more of that Gallic simplicity so difficult for foreigners to acquire, he would very summarily have thrown his tongue to the dogs, as Madame de Seven said. But a professor must talk, not for the sake of saying anything, but in order to avoid silence. M. Rossi takes 3 turns around the question, then lies down. That is enough to make certain people believe that he has answered it. It is surely a sad symptom for a science when, in developing itself according to its own principles, it reaches its object just in time to be contradicted by another, as, for example, when the postulates of political economy are found to be opposed to those of morality, for I suppose that morality is a science as well as political economy. What, then, is human knowledge, if all its affirmations destroy each other, and on what shall we rely? Divided labor is a slave's occupation, but it alone is really productive. Undivided labor belongs to the free man, but it does not pay its expenses. On the one hand, political economy tells us to be rich, on the other, morality tells us to be free, and M. Rossi, speaking in the name of both, warns us at the same time that we can be neither free nor rich, for to be but half of either is to be neither. M. Rossi's doctrine, then, far from satisfying this double desire of humanity, is open to the objection that, to avoid exclusiveness, it strips us of everything. It is, under another form, the history of the representative system. But the antagonism is even more profound than M. Rossi has supposed. For since, according to universal experience, on this point in harmony with theory, wages decrease in proportion to the division of labor, it is clear that, in submitting ourselves to parcel slavery, we thereby shall not obtain wealth, we shall only change men into machines, witness the laboring population of the 2 worlds. And since, on the other hand, without the division of labor, society falls back into barbarism, it is evident also that, by sacrificing wealth, we shall not obtain liberty, witness all the wandering tribes of Asia and Africa. Therefore it is necessary economic science and morality absolutely commanded for us to solve the problem of division. Now, where are the economists? More than 30 years ago, Lemonti, developing a remark of Smith, exposed the demoralizing and homicidal influence of the division of labor. What has been the reply? What investigations have been made? What remedies proposed? Has the question even been understood? Every year the economists report, with an exactness which I would commend more highly if I did not see that it is always fruitless, the commercial condition of the states of Europe. They know how many yards of cloth, pieces of silk, pounds of iron, have been manufactured, what has been the consumption per head of wheat, wine, sugar, meat. It might be said that to them the ultimate of science is to publish inventories, and the object of their labor is to become general controllers of nations. Never did such a mass of material offer so fine a field for investigation. What has been found? What new principle has sprung from this mass? What solution of the many problems of long standing has been reached? What new direction have studies taken? One question, among others, seems to have been prepared for a final judgment: pauperism. Pauperism, of all the phenomena of the civilized world, is today the best known. We know pretty nearly whence it comes, when and how it arrives, and what it costs. Its proportion at various stages of civilization has been calculated, and we have convinced ourselves that all the specifics with which it hitherto has been fought have been impotent. Pauperism has been divided into genera, species, and varieties. It is a complete natural history, one of the most important branches of anthropology. Well, the unquestionable result of all the facts collected, unseen, shunned, covered by the economists with their silence, is that pauperism is constitutional and chronic in society as long as the antagonism between labor and capital continues, and that this antagonism can end only by the absolute negation of political economy. What issue from this labyrinth have the economists discovered? This last point deserves a moment's attention. In primitive communism, misery, as I have observed in a preceding paragraph, is the universal condition. Labor is war declared upon this misery. Labor organizes itself, first by division, next by machinery, then by competition, etc. Now, the question is whether it is not in the essence of this organization, as given us by political economy, at the same time that it puts an end to the misery of some, to aggravate that of others in a fatal and unavoidable manner. These are the terms in which the question of pauperism must be stated, and for this reason we have undertaken to solve it. What means, then, this eternal babble of the economists about the improvidence of laborers, their idleness, their want of dignity, their ignorance, their debauchery, their early marriages, etc.? All these vices and excesses are only the cloak of pauperism, but the cause, the original cause which inexorably holds 4/5 of the human race in disgrace, what is it? Did not nature make all men equally gross, averse to labor, wanton, and wild? Did not patrician and proletaire spring from the same clay? Then how happens it that, after so many centuries, and in spite of so many miracles of industry, science, and art, comfort and culture have not become the inheritance of all? How happens it that in Paris and London, centers of social wealth, poverty is as hideous as in the days of Caesar and Agricola? Why, by the side of this refined aristocracy, has the mass remained so uncultivated? It is laid to the vices of the people, but the vices of the upper class appear to be no less, perhaps they are even greater. The original stain affected all alike. How happens it, once more, that the baptism of civilization has not been equally efficacious for all? Does this not show that progress itself is a privilege, and that the man who has neither wagon nor horse is forced to flounder about forever in the mud? What do I say? The totally destitute man has no desire to improve, he has fallen so low that ambition even is extinguished in his heart. Of all the private virtues, observes M. Dunoyer with infinite reason, the most necessary, that which gives us all the others in succession, is the passion for well-being, is the violent desire to extricate oneself from misery and abjection, is that spirit of emulation and dignity which does not permit men to rest content with an inferior situation. But this sentiment, which seems so natural, is unfortunately much less common than is thought. There are few reproaches which the generality of men deserve less than that which ascetic moralists bring against them of being too fond of their comforts. The opposite reproach might be brought against them with infinitely more justice. There is even in the nature of men this very remarkable feature, that the less their knowledge and resources, the less desire they have of acquiring these. The most miserable savages and the least enlightened of men are precisely those in whom it is most difficult to arouse wants, those in whom it is hardest to inspire the desire to rise out of their condition, so that man must already have gained a certain degree of comfort by his labor, before he can feel with any keenness that need of improving his condition, of perfecting his existence, which I call the love of well-being. 15. Thus the misery of the laboring classes arises in general from their lack of heart and mind, or, as M. Passy has said somewhere, from the weakness, the inertia of their moral and intellectual faculties. This inertia is due to the fact that the said laboring classes, still half savage, do not have a sufficiently ardent desire to ameliorate their condition, this M. Dunoyer shows. But as this absence of desire is itself the effect of misery, it follows that misery and apathy are each other's effect and cause, and that the proletariat turns in a circle. To rise out of this abyss there must be either well-being, that is, a gradual increase of wages, or intelligence and courage, that is, a gradual development of faculties, two things diametrically opposed to the degradation of soul and body which is the natural effect of the division of labor. The misfortune of the proletariat, then, is wholly providential, and to undertake to extinguish it in the present state of political economy would be to produce a revolutionary whirlwind. For it is not without a profound reason, rooted in the loftiest considerations of morality, that the universal conscience, expressing itself by turns through the selfishness of the rich and the apathy of the proletariat, denies a reward to the man whose whole function is that of a lever and spring. If, by some impossibility, material well-being could fall to the lot of the parcel-air laborer, we should see something monstrous happen. The laborers employed at disagreeable tasks would become like those Romans, gorged with the wealth of the world, whose brutalized minds became incapable of devising new pleasures. Well-being without education stupefies people and makes them insolent. This was noticed in the most ancient times. Incrassatus est, et recalcitravit, says Deuteronomy. For the rest, the parcel-air laborer has judged himself, he is content, provided he has bread, a pallet to sleep on, and plenty of liquor on Sunday. Any other condition would be prejudicial to him, and would endanger public order. At Lyons there is a class of men who, under cover of the monopoly given them by the city government, receive higher pay than college professors or the head clerks of the government ministers, I mean the porters. The price of loading and unloading at certain wharves in Lyons, according to the schedule of the rigs or porters associations, is 30 centimes per 100 kilograms. At this rate, it is not seldom that a man earns 12, 15, and even 20 francs a day. He only has to carry 40 or 50 sacks from a vessel to a warehouse. It is but a few hours' work. What a favorable condition this would be for the development of intelligence, as well for children as for parents, if, of itself and the leisure which it brings, wealth was a moralizing principle. But this is not the case. The porters of Lyons are today what they always have been: drunken, dissolute, brutal, insolent, selfish, and base. It is a painful thing to say, but I look upon the following declaration as a duty, because it is the truth. One of the first reforms to be effected among the laboring classes will be the reduction of the wages of some at the same time that we raise those of others. Monopoly does not gain in respectability by belonging to the lowest classes of people, especially when it serves to maintain only the grossest individualism. The revolt of the silk workers met with no sympathy, but rather hostility, from the porters and the river population generally. Nothing that happens off the wharves has any power to move them. Beasts of burden fashioned in advance for despotism, they will not mingle with politics as long as their privilege is maintained. Nevertheless, I ought to say in their defense that, some time ago, the necessities of competition having brought their prices down, more social sentiments began to awaken in these gross natures. A few more reductions seasoned with a little poverty, and the rigs of Lyons will be chosen as the storming party when the time comes for assaulting the Bastilles. In short, it is impossible, contradictory, in the present system of society, for the proletariat to secure well-being through education or education through well-being. For, without considering the fact that the proletaire, a human machine, is as unfit for comfort as for education, it is demonstrated, on the one hand, that his wages continually tend to go down rather than up, and, on the other, that the cultivation of his mind, if it were possible, would be useless to him, so that he always inclines towards barbarism and misery. Everything that has been attempted of late years in France and England with a view to the amelioration of the condition of the poor in the matters of the labor of women and children and of primary instruction, unless it was the fruit of some hidden thought of radicalism, has been done contrary to economic ideas and to the prejudice of the established order. Progress, to the mass of laborers, is always the book sealed with the 7 seals, and it is not by legislative misconstructions that the relentless enigma will be solved. For the rest, if the economists, by exclusive attention to their old routine, have finally lost all knowledge of the present state of things, it cannot be said that the socialists have better solved the antinomy which division of labor raised. Quite the contrary, they have stopped with negation, for is it not perpetual negation to oppose, for instance, the uniformity of parcel-air labor with a so-called variety in which each one can change his occupation 10, 15, 20 times a day at will? As if to change 10, 15, 20 times a day from one kind of divided labor to another was to make labor synthetic, as if, consequently, 20 fractions of the day's work of a manual laborer could be equal to the day's work of an artist. Even if such industrial vaulting was practicable, and it may be asserted in advance that it would disappear in the presence of the necessity of making laborers responsible and therefore functions personal. It would not change at all the physical, moral, and intellectual condition of the laborer. The dissipation would only be a surer guarantee of his incapacity and, consequently, his dependence. This is admitted, moreover, by the organizers, communists, and others. So far are they from pretending to solve the antinomy of division that all of them admit, as an essential condition of organization, the hierarchy of labor, that is, the classification of laborers into parcel layers and generalizers or organizers, and in all utopias the distinction of capacities, the basis or everlasting excuse for inequality of goods, is admitted as a pivot. Those reformers whose schemes have nothing to recommend them but logic, and who, after having complained of the simplism, monotony, uniformity, and extreme division of labor, then propose a plurality as a synthesis, such inventors, I say, are judged already, and ought to be sent back to school. But you, critic, the reader undoubtedly will ask, what is your solution? Show us the synthesis which, retaining the responsibility, the personality, in short, the specialty of the laborer, will unite extreme division and the greatest variety in one complex and harmonious whole. My reply is ready: interrogate facts, consult humanity, we can choose no better guide. After the oscillations of value, division of labor is the economic fact which influences most perceptibly profits and wages. It is the first stake driven by Providence into the soil of industry, the starting point of the immense triangulation which finally must determine the right and duty of each and all. Let us, then, follow our guides, without which we can only wander and lose ourselves. Tu lunch segre, et vestigia semper adora. 13 Meeting of the Academy of Moral and Political Sciences, September, 1845. 14 Journal des Economistes, April, 1843. 15 The Liberty of Labor, Volume 2, p. 80. Chapter 4. Second Period Machinery. I have witnessed with profound regret the continuance of distress in the manufacturing districts of the country. Words of Queen Victoria on the reassembling of Parliament. If there is anything of a nature to cause sovereigns to reflect, it is that, more or less impassible spectators of human calamities, they are, by the very constitution of society and the nature of their power, absolutely powerless to cure the sufferings of their subjects. They are even prohibited from paying any attention to them. Every question of labor and wages, say with one accord the economic and representative theorists, must remain outside of the attributes of power. From the height of the glorious sphere where religion has placed them, thrones, dominations, principalities, powers, and all the heavenly host view the torment of society, beyond the reach of its stress, but their power does not extend over the winds and floods. Kings can do nothing for the salvation of mortals. And, in truth, these theorists are right, the prince is established to maintain, not to revolutionize, to protect reality, not to bring about utopia. He represents one of the antagonistic principles, hence, if he were to establish harmony, he would eliminate himself, which on his part would be sovereignly unconstitutional and absurd. But as, in spite of theories, the progress of ideas is incessantly changing the external form of institutions in such a way as to render continually necessary exactly that which the legislator neither desires nor foresees, so that, for instance, questions of taxation become questions of distribution, those of public utility, questions of national labor and industrial organization, those of finance, operations of credit, and those of international law, questions of customs duties and markets. It stands as demonstrated that the prince, who, according to theory, should never interfere with things which nevertheless, without theories foreknowledge, are daily and irresistibly becoming matters of government, is and can be henceforth, like divinity from which he emanates, whatever may be said, only an hypothesis, a fiction. And finally, as it is impossible that the prince and the interests which it is his mission to defend should consent to diminish and disappear before emergent principles and new rights posited, it follows that progress, after being accomplished in the mind insensibly, is realized in society by leaps, and that force, in spite of the calumny of which it is the object, is the necessary condition of reforms. Every society in which the power of insurrection is suppressed is a society dead to progress. There is no truth of history better proven. And what I say of constitutional monarchies is equally true of representative democracies. Everywhere the social compact has united power and conspired against life, it being impossible for the legislator either to see that he was working against his own ends or to proceed otherwise. Monarchs and representatives, pitiable actors in parliamentary comedies, this in the last analysis is what you are, talismans against the future. Every year brings you the grievances of the people, and when you are asked for the remedy, your wisdom covers its face. Is it necessary to support privilege, that is, that consecration of the right of the strongest which created you and which is changing every day? Promptly, at the slightest nod of your head, a numerous army starts up, runs to arms, and forms in line of battle. And when the people complain that, in spite of their labor and precisely because of their labor, misery devours them, when society asks you for life, you recite acts of mercy. All your energy is expended for conservatism, all your virtue vanishes in aspirations. Like the Pharisee, instead of feeding your father, you pray for him. Ah! I tell you, we possess the secret of your mission, you exist only to prevent us from living. Nolite ergo imperare, get you gone. As for us, who view the mission of power from quite another standpoint, and who wish the special work of government to be precisely that of exploring the future, searching for progress, and securing for all liberty, equality, health, and wealth, we continue our task of criticism courageously, entirely sure that, when we have laid bare the cause of the evils of society, the principle of its fevers, the motive of its disturbances, we shall not lack the power to apply the remedy. One of the function of machinery in its relations to liberty. The introduction of machinery into industry is accomplished in opposition to the law of division, and as if to re-establish the equilibrium profoundly compromised by that law. To truly appreciate the significance of this movement and grasp its spirit, a few general considerations become necessary. Modern philosophers, after collecting and classifying their annals, have been led by the nature of their labors to deal also with history. Then it was that they saw, not without surprise, that the history of philosophy was the same thing at bottom as the philosophy of history, further, that these two branches of speculation, so different in appearance, the history of philosophy and the philosophy of history, were also only the stage representation of the concepts of metaphysics, which is philosophy entire. Now, dividing the material of universal history among a certain number of frames, such as mathematics, natural history, social economy, etc., it will be found that each of these divisions contains also metaphysics. And it will be the same down to the last subdivision of the totality of history, so that entire philosophy lies at the bottom of every natural or industrial manifestation, that it is no respecter of degrees or qualities, that, to rise to its sublimest conceptions, all prototypes may be employed equally well, and, finally, that, all the postulates of reason meeting in the most modest industry as well as in the most general sciences, to make every artisan a philosopher, that is, a generalizing and highly synthetic mind, it would be enough to teach him what his profession. Hitherto, it is true, philosophy, like wealth, has been reserved for certain classes. We have the philosophy of history, the philosophy of law, and some other philosophies also. This is a sort of appropriation which, like many others of equally noble origin, must disappear. But, to consummate this immense equation, it is necessary to begin with the philosophy of labor, after which each laborer will be able to attempt in his turn the philosophy of his trade. Thus every product of art and industry, every political and religious constitution, like every creature organized or unorganized, being only a realization, a natural or practical application, of philosophy, the identity of the laws of nature and reason, of being and idea, is demonstrated, and when, for our own purpose, we establish the constant conformity of economic phenomena to the pure laws of thought, the equivalence of the real and the ideal in human facts, we only repeat in a particular case this eternal demonstration. What do we say, in fact? To determine value, in other words, to organize within itself the production and distribution of wealth, society proceeds exactly as the mind does in the generation of concepts. First it posits a primary fact, acts upon a primary hypothesis, the division of labor, a veritable antinomy, the antagonistic results of which are evolved in social economy, just as the consequences might have been deduced in the mind, so that the industrial movement, following in all respects the deduction of ideas, is divided into a double current, one of useful effects, the other of subversive results, all equally necessary and legitimate products of the same law. To harmonically establish this two-faced principle and solve this antinomy, society evokes a second, soon to be followed by a third, and such will be the progress of the social genius until, having exhausted all its contradictions, supposing, though it is not proved, that there is an end to contradiction in humanity, it shall cover with one backward leap all its previous positions and in a single formula solve all problems. In following in our exposition this method of the parallel development of the reality and the idea, we find a double advantage: first, that of escaping the reproach of materialism, so often applied to economists, to whom facts are truth simply because they are facts, and material facts. To us, on the contrary, facts are not matter, for we do not know what the word matter means, but visible manifestations of invisible ideas. So viewed, the value of facts is measured by the idea which they represent, and that is why we have rejected as illegitimate and non-conclusive useful value and value in exchange, and later the division of labor itself, although to the economists all these have an absolute authority. On the other hand, it is as impossible to accuse us of spiritualism, idealism, or mysticism, for, admitting as a point of departure only the external manifestation of the idea which we do not know, which does not exist, as long as it is not reflected, like light, which would be nothing if the sun existed by itself in an infinite void, and brushing aside all a priori reasoning upon theogony and cosmogony, all inquiry into substance, cause, the me and the not me, we confine ourselves to searching for the laws of being and to following the order of their appearance as far as reason can reach. Doubtless all knowledge brings up at last against a mystery, such, for instance, as matter and mind, both of which we admit as two unknown essences, upon which all phenomena rest. But this is not to say that mystery is the point of departure of knowledge, or that mysticism is the necessary condition of logic. Quite the contrary, the spontaneity of our reason tends to the perpetual rejection of mysticism. It makes an a priori protest against all mystery, because it has no use for mystery except to deny it, and because the negation of mysticism is the only thing for which reason has no need of experience. In short, human facts are the incarnation of human ideas. Therefore, to study the laws of social economy is to constitute the theory of the laws of reason and create philosophy. We may now pursue the course of our investigation. At the end of the preceding chapter we left the laborer at loggerheads with the law of division. How will this indefatigable Oedipus manage to solve this enigma? In society the incessant appearance of machinery is the antithesis, the inverse formula, of the division of labor. It is the protest of the industrial genius against parcel error and homicidal labor. What is a machine, in fact? A method of reuniting divers particles of labor which division had separated. Every machine may be defined as a summary of several operations, a simplification of powers, a condensation of labor, a reduction of costs. In all these respects machinery is the counterpart of division. Therefore through machinery will come a restoration of the parcel error laborer, a decrease of toil for the workman, a fall in the price of his product, a movement in the relation of values, progress towards new discoveries, advancement of the general welfare. As the discovery of a formula gives a new power to the geometer, so the invention of a machine is an abridgment of manual labor which multiplies the power of the producer, from which it may be inferred that the antinomy of the division of labor, if not entirely destroyed, will be balanced and neutralized. No one should fail to read the lectures of M. Chevalier setting forth the innumerable advantages resulting to society from the intervention of machinery. They make a striking picture to which I take pleasure in referring my reader. Machinery, positing itself in political economy in opposition to the division of labor, represents synthesis opposing itself in the human mind to analysis, and just as in the division of labor and in machinery, as we shall soon see, political economy entire is contained, so with analysis and synthesis goes the possession of logic entire, of philosophy. The man who labors proceeds necessarily and by turns by division and the aid of tools, likewise, he who reasons performs necessarily and by turns the operations of synthesis and analysis, nothing more, absolutely nothing. And labor and reason will never get beyond this. Prometheus, like Neptune, attains in 3 strides the confines of the world. From these principles, as simple and as luminous as axioms, immense consequences follow. As in the operation of the mind analysis and synthesis are essentially inseparable, and as, looking at the matter from another point, theory becomes legitimate only on condition of following experience foot by foot, it follows that labor, uniting analysis and synthesis, theory and experience, in a continuous action, labor, the external form of logic and consequently a summary of reality and idea, appears again as a universal method of instruction. Fit fabricandi faber, of all systems of education the most absurd is that which separates intelligence from activity, and divides man into 2 impossible entities, theorizer and automaton. That is why we applaud the just complaints of M. Chevalier, M. Dunoyer, and all those who demand reform in university education. On that also rests the hope of the results that we have promised ourselves from such reform. If education were first of all experimental and practical, reserving speech only to explain, summarize, and coordinate work, if those who cannot learn with imagination and memory were permitted to learn with their eyes and hands, soon we should witness a multiplication, not only of the forms of labor, but of capacities. Everybody, knowing the theory of something, would thereby possess the language of philosophy. On occasion he could, were it only for once in his life, create, modify, perfect, give proof of intelligence and comprehension, produce his masterpiece, in a word, show himself a man. The inequality in the acquisitions of memory would not affect the equivalence of faculties, and genius would no longer seem to us other than what it really is, mental health. The fine minds of the 18th century went into extended disputations about what constitutes genius, wherein it differs from talent, what we should understand by mind, etc. They had transported into the intellectual sphere the same distinctions that, in society, separate persons. To them there were kings and rulers of genius, princes of genius, ministers of genius, and then there were also noble minds and bourgeois minds, city talents and country talents. Clear at the foot of the ladder lay the gross industrial population, souls imperfectly outlined, excluded from the glory of the elect. All rhetorics are still filled with these impertinences, which monarchical interests, literary vanity and socialistic hypocrisy strain themselves to sanction, for the perpetual slavery of nations and the maintenance of the existing order. But, if it is demonstrated that all the operations of the mind are reducible to 2, analysis and synthesis, which are necessarily inseparable, although distinct, if, by a forced consequence, in spite of the infinite variety of tasks and studies, the mind never does more than begin the same canvas over again, the man of genius is simply a man with a good constitution, who has worked a great deal, thought a great deal, analyzed, compared, classified, summarized, and concluded a great deal. While the limited being, who stagnates in an endemic routine, instead of developing his faculties, has killed his intelligence through inertia and automatism. It is absurd to distinguish as differing in nature that which really differs only in age, and then to convert into privilege and exclusion the various degrees of a development or the fortunes of a spontaneity which must gradually disappear through labor and education. The psychological rhetoricians who have classified human souls into dynasties, noble races, bourgeois families, and the proletariat observed nevertheless that genius was not universal, and that it had its specialty. Consequently Homer, Plato, Phidias, Archimedes, Caesar, etc., all of whom seemed to them first in their sort, were declared by them equals and sovereigns of distinct realms. How irrational! As if the specialty of genius did not itself reveal the law of the equality of minds. As if, looking at it in another light, the steadiness of success in the product of genius were not a proof that it works according to principles outside of itself, which are the guarantee of the perfection of its work, as long as it follows them with fidelity and certainty. This apotheosis of genius, dreamed of with open eyes by men whose chatter will remain forever barren, would warrant a belief in the innate stupidity of the majority of mortals, if it were not a striking proof of their perfectibility. Labor, then, after having distinguished capacities and arranged their equilibrium by the division of industries, completes the armament of intelligence, if I may venture to say so, by machinery. According to the testimony of history as well as according to analysis, and notwithstanding the anomalies caused by the antagonism of economic principles, intelligence differs in men, not by power, clearness, or reach, but, in the first place, by specialty, or, in the language of the schools, by qualitative determination, and, in the second place, by exercise and education. Hence, in the individual as in the collective man, intelligence is much more a faculty which comes, forms, and develops, qui fit, than an entity or entelecheity which exists, wholly formed, prior to apprenticeship. Reason, by whatever name we call it, genius, talent, industry, is at the start a naked and inert potentiality, which gradually grows in size and strength, takes on color and form, and shades itself in an infinite variety of ways. By the importance of its acquirements, by its capital, in a word, the intelligence of one individual differs and will always differ from that of another, but, being a power equal in all at the beginning, social progress must consist in rendering it, by an ever-increasing perfection of methods, again equal in all at the end. Otherwise labor would remain a privilege for some and a punishment for others. But the equilibrium of capacities, the prelude of which we have seen in the division of labor, does not fulfill the entire destiny of machinery, and the views of Providence extend far beyond. With the introduction of machinery into economy, wings are given to liberty. The machine is the symbol of human liberty, the sign of our domination over nature, the attribute of our power, the expression of our right, the emblem of our personality. Liberty, intelligence, those constitute the whole of man, for, if we brush aside as mystical and unintelligible all speculation concerning the human being considered from the point of view of substance, mind or matter, we have left only two categories of manifestations, the first including all that we call sensations, volitions, passions, attractions, instincts, sentiments, the other, all phenomena classed under the heads of attention, perception, memory, imagination, comparison, judgment, reasoning, etc. As for the organic apparatus, very far from being the principle or base of these two orders of faculties, it must be considered as their synthetic and positive realization, their living and harmonious expression. For just as from the long-continued issue by humanity of its antagonistic principles must someday result social organization, so man must be conceived as the result of two series of potentialities. Thus, after having posited itself as logic, social economy, pursuing its work, posits itself as psychology. The education of intelligence and liberty, in a word, the welfare of man, all perfectly synonymous expressions, such is the common object of political economy and philosophy. To determine the laws of the production and distribution of wealth will be to demonstrate, by an objective and concrete exposition, the laws of reason and liberty. It will be to create philosophy and right a posteriori, whichever way we turn, we are in complete metaphysics. Let us try, now, with the joint data of psychology and political economy, to define liberty. If it is allowable to conceive of human reason, in its origin, as a lucid and reflecting atom, capable of some day representing the universe, but at first giving no image at all, we may likewise consider liberty, at the birth of conscience, as a living point, punctum saliens, a vague, blind, or, rather, indifferent spontaneity, capable of receiving all possible impressions, dispositions, and inclinations. Liberty is the faculty of acting and of not acting, which, through any choice or determination whatever, I use the word determination here both passively and actively, abandons its indifference and becomes will. I say, then, that liberty, like intelligence, is naturally an undetermined, unformed faculty, which gets its value and character later from external impressions, a faculty, therefore, which is negative at the beginning, but which gradually defines and outlines itself by exercise, I mean, by education. The etymology of the word liberty, at least as I understand it, will serve still better to explain my thought. The root is libeti, he pleases, German, lieben, to love, whence have been constructed liberi, children, those dear to us, a name reserved for the children of the father of a family, libertas, the condition, character, or inclination of children of a noble race, libido, the passion of a slave, who knows neither God nor law nor country, synonymous with licentia, evil conduct. When spontaneity takes a useful, generous, or beneficent direction, it is called libertas, when, on the contrary, it takes a harmful, vicious, base, or evil direction, it is called libido. A learned economist, M. Dunoyer, has given a definition of liberty which, by its likeness to our own, will complete the demonstration of its exactness. I call liberty that power which man acquires of using his forces more easily in proportion as he frees himself from the obstacles which originally hindered the exercise thereof. I say that he is the freer the more thoroughly delivered he is from the causes which prevented him from making use of his forces, the farther from him he has driven these causes, the more he has extended and cleared the sphere of his action. Thus it is said that a man has a free mind, that he enjoys great liberty of mind, not only when his intelligence is not disturbed by any external violence, but also when it is neither obscured by intoxication, nor changed by disease, nor kept in impotence by lack of exercise. M. Dunoyer has here viewed liberty only on its negative side, that is, as if it were simply synonymous with freedom from obstacles. At that rate liberty would not be a faculty of man, it would be nothing. But immediately M. Dunoyer, though persisting in his incomplete definition, seizes the true side of the matter, then it is that it occurs to him to say that man, in inventing a machine, serves his liberty, not, as we express ourselves, because he determines it, but, in M. Dunoyer style, because he removes a difficulty from its path. Thus articulate language is a better instrument than language by sign, therefore one is freer to express his thought and impress it upon the mind of another by speech than by gesture. The written word is a more potent instrument than the spoken word, therefore one is freer to act on the mind of his fellows when he knows how to picture the word to their eyes than when he simply knows how to speak it. The press is an instrument 200 or 300 times more potent than the pen, therefore one is 200 or 300 times freer to enter into relation with other men when he can spread his ideas by printing than when he can publish them only by writing. I will not point out all that is inexact and illogical in this fashion of representing liberty. Since Destutt de Tracy, the last representative of the philosophy of Condillac, the philosophical spirit has been obscured among economists of the French school, the fear of ideology has perverted their language, and one perceives, in reading them, that adoration of fact has caused them to lose even the perception of theory. I prefer to establish the fact that M. Dunoyer, and political economy with him, is not mistaken concerning the essence of liberty, a force, energy, or spontaneity indifferent in itself to every action, and consequently equally susceptible of any determination, good or bad, useful or harmful. M. Dunoyer has had so strong a suspicion of the truth that he writes himself. Instead of considering liberty as a dogma, I shall present it as a result. Instead of making it the attribute of man, I shall make it the attribute of civilization. Instead of imagining forms of government calculated to establish it, I shall do my best to explain how it is born of every step of our progress. Then he adds, with no less reason. It will be noticed how much this method differs from that of those dogmatic philosophers who talk only of rights and duties, of what it is the duty of governments to do and the right of nations to demand, etc. I do not say sententiously, men have a right to be free. I confine myself to asking, how does it happen that they are so? In accordance with this exposition, one may sum up in 4 lines the work that M. Dunoyer has tried to do: a review of the obstacles that impede liberty and the means, instruments, methods, ideas, customs, religions, governments, etc., that favor it. But for its omissions, the work of M. Dunoyer would have been the very philosophy of political economy. After having raised the problem of liberty, political economy furnishes us, then, with a definition conforming in every point to that given by psychology and suggested by the analogies of language, and thus we see how, little by little, the study of man gets transported from the contemplation of the me to the observation of realities. Now, just as the determinations of man's reason have received the name of ideas, abstract, supposed a priori ideas, or principles, conceptions, categories, and secondary ideas, or those more especially acquired and empirical, so the determinations of liberty have received the name of volitions, sentiments, habits, customs. Then, language, figurative in its nature, continuing to furnish the elements of primary psychology, the habit has been formed of assigning to ideas, as the place or capacity where they reside, the intelligence, and to volitions, sentiments, etc., the conscience. All these abstractions have been long taken for realities by the philosophers, not one of whom has seen that all distribution of the faculties of the soul is necessarily a work of caprice, and that their psychology is but an illusion. However that may be, if we now conceive these 2 orders of determinations, reason and liberty, as united and blended by organization in a living, reasonable, and free person, we shall understand immediately that they must lend each other mutual assistance and influence each other reciprocally. If, through an error or oversight of the reason, liberty, blind by nature, acquires a false and fatal habit, the reason itself will not be slow to feel the effects. Instead of true ideas, conforming to the natural relations of things, it will retain only prejudices, as much more difficult to root out of the intelligence afterwards, as they have become dearer to the conscience through age. In this state of things reason and liberty are impaired, the first is disturbed in its development, the second restricted in its scope, and man is led astray, becomes, that is, wicked and unhappy at once. Thus, when, in consequence of a contradictory perception and an incomplete experience, reason had pronounced through the lips of the economists that there was no regulating principle of value and that the law of commerce was supply and demand, liberty abandoned itself to the passion of ambition, egoism, and gambling. Commerce was thereafter but a wager subjected to certain police regulations. Misery developed from the sources of wealth. Socialism, itself a slave of routine, could only protest against effects instead of rising against causes, and reason was obliged, by the sight of so many evils, to recognize that it had taken a wrong road. Man can attain welfare only in proportion as his reason and his liberty not only progress in harmony, but never halt in their development. Now, as the progress of liberty, like that of reason, is indefinite, and as, moreover, these 2 powers are closely connected and solidary, it must be concluded that liberty is the more perfect the more closely it defines itself in conformity with the laws of reason, which are those of things, and that, if this reason were infinite, liberty itself would become infinite. In other words, the fullness of liberty lies in the fullness of reason, summa lex summa libertas. These preliminaries were indispensable in order to clearly appreciate the role of machinery and to make plain the series of economic evolutions. And just here I will remind the reader that we are not constructing a history in accordance with the order of events, but in accordance with the succession of ideas. The economic phases or categories are now contemporary, now inverted, in their manifestation, hence the extreme difficulty always felt by the economists in systematizing their ideas, hence the chaos of their works, even those most to be commended in every other respect, such as Adam Smith's, Ricardo's, and J.B. Say's. But economic theories nonetheless have their logical succession and their series in the mind. It is this order which we flatter ourselves that we have discovered, and which will make this work at once a philosophy and a history. 2. Machinery's contradiction. Origin of capital and wages. From the very fact that machinery diminishes the workman's toil, it abridges and diminishes labor, the supply of which thus grows greater from day to day and the demand less. Little by little, it is true, the reduction in prices causing an increase in consumption, the proportion is restored and the laborer set at work again, but as industrial improvements steadily succeed each other and continually tend to substitute mechanical operations for the labor of man, it follows that there is a constant tendency to cut off a portion of the service and consequently to eliminate laborers from production. Now, it is with the economic order as with the spiritual order. Outside of the church there is no salvation, outside of labor there is no subsistence. Society and nature, equally pitiless, are in accord in the execution of this new decree. When a new machine, or, in general, any process whatever that expedites matters, says J.B. Say, replaces any human labor already employed, some of the industrious arms, whose services are usefully supplanted, are left without work. A new machine, therefore, replaces the labor of a portion of the laborers, but does not diminish the amount of production, for, if it did, it would not be adopted, it displaces revenue. But the ultimate advantage is wholly on the side of machinery, for, if abundance of product and lessening of cost lower the venal value, the consumer that is, everybody will benefit thereby. Say's optimism is infidelity to logic and to facts. The question here is not simply one of a small number of accidents which have happened during 30 centuries through the introduction of 1, 2, or 3 machines, it is a question of a regular, constant, and general phenomenon. After revenue has been displaced, as Say says, by one machine, it is then displaced by another, and again by another, and always by another, as long as any labor remains to be done and any exchanges remain to be effected. That is the light in which the phenomenon must be presented and considered, but thus, it must be admitted, its aspect changes singularly. The displacement of revenue, the suppression of labor and wages, is a chronic, permanent, indelible plague, a sort of cholera which now appears wearing the features of Gutenberg, now assumes those of Arkwright, here is called Jacquard, there James Watt or Marquis de Jouffroy. After carrying on its ravages for a longer or shorter time under one form, the monster takes another, and the economists, who think that he has gone, cry out, it was nothing. Tranquil and satisfied, provided they insist with all the weight of their dialectics on the positive side of the question, they close their eyes to its subversive side, notwithstanding which, when they are spoken to of poverty, they again begin their sermons upon the improvidence and drunkenness of laborers. In 1750, M. Dunoyer makes the observation, and it may serve as a measure of all lucubrations of the same sort. In 1750 the population of the Duchy of Lancaster was 300,000 souls. In 1801, thanks to the development of spinning machines, this population was 672,000 souls. In 1831 it was 1,336,000 souls. Instead of the 40,000 workmen whom the cotton industry formerly employed, it now employs, since the invention of machinery, 1,500,000. M. Dunoyer adds that at the time when the number of workmen employed in this industry increased in so remarkable a manner, the price of labor rose 150%. Population, then, having simply followed industrial progress, its increase has been a normal and irreproachable fact. What do I say? A happy fact, since it is cited to the honor and glory of the development of machinery. But suddenly M. Dunoyer executes an about-face, this multitude of spinning machines soon being out of work, wages necessarily declined, the population which the machines had called forth found itself abandoned by the machines, at which M. Dunoyer declares, abuse of marriage is the cause of poverty. English commerce, in obedience to the demand of the immense body of its patrons, summons workmen from all directions, and encourages marriage. As long as labor is abundant, marriage is an excellent thing, the effects of which they are fond of quoting in the interest of machinery, but, the patronage fluctuating, as soon as work and wages are not to be had, they denounce the abuse of marriage, and accuse laborers of improvidence. Political economy, that is, proprietary despotism, can never be in the wrong, it must be the proletariat. The example of printing has been cited many a time, always to sustain the optimistic view. The number of persons supported today by the manufacture of books is perhaps 1,000 times larger than was that of the copyists and illuminators prior to Gutenberg's time, therefore, they conclude with a satisfied air, printing has injured nobody. An infinite number of similar facts might be cited, all of them indisputable, but not one of which would advance the question a step. Once more, no one denies that machines have contributed to the general welfare, but I affirm, in regard to this incontestable fact, that the economists fall short of the truth when they advance the absolute statement that the simplification of processes has nowhere resulted in a diminution of the number of hands employed in any industry whatever. What the economists ought to say is that machinery, like the division of labor, in the present system of social economy is at once a source of wealth and a permanent and fatal cause of misery. In 1836, in a Manchester mill, 9 frames, each having 324 spindles, were tended by 4 spinners. Afterwards the mules were doubled in length, which gave each of the 9 680 spindles and enabled 2 men to tend them. There we have the naked fact of the elimination of the workman by the machine. By a simple device 3 workmen out of 4 are evicted. What matters it that 50 years later, the population of the globe having doubled and the trade of England having quadrupled, new machines will be constructed and the English manufacturers will re-employ their workmen? Do the economists mean to point to the increase of population as one of the benefits of machinery? Let them renounce, then, the theory of Malthus, and stop declaiming against the excessive fecundity of marriage. They did not stop there. Soon a new mechanical improvement enabled a single worker to do the work that formerly occupied 4. A new 3/4 reduction of manual work, in all, a reduction of human labor by 15/16. A Bolton manufacturer writes, the elongation of the mules of our frames permits us to employ but 26 spinners where we employed 35 in 1837. Another decimation of laborers, 1 out of 4 is a victim. These facts are taken from the Review Economique of 1842, and there is nobody who cannot point to similar ones. I have witnessed the introduction of printing machines, and I can say that I have seen with my own eyes the evil which printers have suffered thereby. During the 15 or 20 years that the machines have been in use, a portion of the workmen have gone back to composition, others have abandoned their trade, and some have died of misery. Thus laborers are continually crowded back in consequence of industrial innovations. 20 years ago 80 canal boats furnished the navigation service between Beaucaire and Lyons. A score of steam packets has displaced them all. Certainly commerce is the gainer, but what has become of the boating population? Has it been transferred from the boats to the packets? No, it has gone where all superseded industries go, it has vanished. For the rest, the following documents, which I take from the same source, will give a more positive idea of the influence of industrial improvements upon the condition of the workers. The average weekly wages, at Manchester, is 10 shillings. Out of 450 workers there are not 40 who earn 20 shillings. The author of the article is careful to remark that an Englishman consumes 5 times as much as a Frenchman. This, then, is as if a French working man had to live on 2 francs and a half a week. Edinburgh Review, 1835, to a combination of workmen, who did not want to see their wages reduced. We owe the mule of Sharp and Roberts of Manchester, and this invention has severely punished the imprudent Unionists. Punished should merit punishment. The invention of Sharp and Roberts of Manchester was bound to result from the situation. The refusal of the workmen to submit to the reduction asked of them was only its determining occasion. Might not one infer, from the air of vengeance affected by the Edinburgh Review, that machines have a retroactive effect? An English manufacturer, the insubordination of our workmen has given us the idea of dispensing with them. We have made and stimulated every imaginable effort of the mind to replace the service of men by tools more docile, and we have achieved our object. Machinery has delivered capital from the oppression of labor. Wherever we still employ a man, we do so only temporarily, pending the invention for us of some means of accomplishing his work without him. What a system is that which leads a businessman to think with delight that society will soon be able to dispense with men. Machinery has delivered capital from the oppression of labor. That is exactly as if the cabinet should undertake to deliver the treasury from the oppression of the taxpayers. Fool! Though the workmen cost you something, they are your customers. What will you do with your products, when, driven away by you, they shall consume them no longer? Thus machinery, after crushing the workmen, is not slow in dealing employers a counterblow, for, if production excludes consumption, it is soon obliged to stop itself. During the fourth quarter of 1841 4 great failures, happening in an English manufacturing city, threw 1,720 people on the street. These failures were caused by overproduction, that is, by an inadequate market, or the distress of the people. What a pity that machinery cannot also deliver capital from the oppression of consumers. What a misfortune that machines do not buy the fabrics which they weave. The ideal society will be reached when commerce, agriculture, and manufactures can proceed without a man upon earth. In a Yorkshire parish for 9 months the operatives have been working but 2 days a week. Machines. At Jeston 2 factories valued at £60,000 sterling have been sold for £26,000. They produced more than they could sell. Machines. In 1841 the number of children under 13 years of age engaged in manufactures diminishes, because children over 13 take their place. Machines. The adult workman becomes an apprentice, a child. Again, this result was foreseen from the phase of the division of labor, during which we saw the quality of the workman degenerate in the ratio in which industry was perfected. In his conclusion the journalist makes this reflection: since 1836 there has been a retrograde movement in the cotton industry, that is, it no longer keeps up its relation with other industries, another result foreseen from the theory of the proportionality of values. Today workmen's coalitions and strikes seem to have stopped throughout England, and the economists rightly rejoice over this return to order, let us say even to common sense. But because laborers henceforth at least I cherish the hope will not add the misery of their voluntary periods of idleness to the misery which machines force upon them, does it follow that the situation is changed? And if there is no change in the situation, will not the future always be a deplorable copy of the past? The economists love to rest their minds on pictures of public felicity. It is by this sign principally that they are to be recognized, and that they estimate each other. Nevertheless there are not lacking among them, on the other hand, moody and sickly imaginations, ever ready to offset accounts of growing prosperity with proofs of persistent poverty. M. Theodore Fix thus summed up the general situation in December, 1844. The food supply of nations is no longer exposed to those terrible disturbances caused by scarcities and famines, so frequent up to the beginning of the 19th century. The variety of agricultural growths and improvements has abolished this double scourge almost absolutely. The total wheat crop in France in 1791 was estimated at about 133 million bushels, which gave, after deducting seed, 2.855 bushels to each inhabitant. In 1840 the same crop was estimated at 198,590,000 bushels, or 2.860 bushels to each individual. the area of cultivated surface being almost the same as before the revolution. The rate of increase of manufactured goods has been at least as high as that of food products, and we are justified in saying that the mass of textile fabrics has more than doubled and perhaps tripled within 50 years. The perfecting of technical processes has led to this result. Since the beginning of the century, the average duration of life has increased by 2 or 3 years, an undeniable sign of greater comfort, or, if you will, a diminution of poverty. Within 20 years the amount of indirect revenue, without any burdensome change in legislation, has risen from $40 million francs to 720 million, a symptom of economic, much more than of fiscal, progress. On January 1, 1844, the Deposit and Consignment Office owed the savings banks 351,500,000 francs, and Paris figured in this sum for 105 million. Nevertheless, the development of the institution has taken place almost wholly within 12 years, and it should be noticed that the 351,500,000 francs now due to the savings banks do not constitute the entire mass of economies effected, since at a given time the capital accumulated is disposed of otherwise. In 1843, out of 320,000 workmen and 80,000 house servants living in the capital, 90,000 workmen have deposited in the savings banks 2,547,000 francs, and 34,000 house servants 1,268,000 francs. All these facts are entirely true, and the inference to be drawn from them in favor of machines is of the exactest, namely, that they have indeed given a powerful impetus to the general welfare. But the facts with which we shall supplement them are no less authentic, and the inference to be drawn from these against machines will be no less accurate, to wit, that they are a continual cause of pauperism. I appeal to the figures of M. Fix himself. Out of 320,000 workmen and 80,000 house servants residing in Paris, there are 230,000 of the former and 46,000 of the latter, a total of 276,000 who do not deposit in the savings banks. No one would dare pretend that these are 276,000 spendthrifts and ne'er-do-wells who expose themselves to misery voluntarily. Now, as among the very ones who make the savings there are to be found poor and inferior persons for whom the savings bank is but a respite from debauchery and misery, we may conclude that, out of all the individuals living by their labor, nearly 3/4 either are imprudent, lazy, and depraved, since they do not deposit in the savings banks, or are too poor to lay up anything. There is no other alternative. But common sense, to say nothing of charity, permits no wholesale accusation of the laboring class. It is necessary, therefore, to throw the blame back upon our economic system. How is it that M. Fix did not see that his figures accused themselves? They hope that, in time, all, or almost all, laborers will deposit in the savings banks. Without awaiting the testimony of the future, we may test the foundations of this hope immediately. According to the testimony of M.V., mayor of the 5th arrondissement of Paris, the number of needy families inscribed upon the registers of the charity bureaus is 30,000, which is equivalent to 65,000 individuals. The census taken at the beginning of 1846 gave 88,474. And poor families not inscribed, how many are there of those? As many. Say, then, 180,000 people whose poverty is not doubtful, although not official. And all those who live in straitened circumstances, though keeping up the appearance of comfort, how many are there of those? Twice as many, a total of 360,000 persons, in Paris, who are somewhat embarrassed for means. They talk of wheat, cries another economist, M. Louis Leclerc, but are there not immense populations which go without bread? Without leaving our own country, are there not populations which live exclusively on maize, buckwheat, chestnuts? M. Leclerc denounces the fact, let us interpret it. If, as there is no doubt, the increase of population is felt principally in the large cities, that is, at those points where the most wheat is consumed, it is clear that the average per head may have increased without any improvement in the general condition. There is no such liar as an average. They talk, continues the same writer, of the increase of indirect consumption. Vain would be the attempt to acquit Parisian adulteration. It exists, it has its masters, its adepts, its literature, its didactic and classic treatises. France possessed exquisite wines. What has been done with them? What has become of this splendid wealth? Where are the treasures created since Probus by the national genius? And yet, when one considers the excesses to which wine gives rise wherever it is dear, wherever it does not form a part of the regular life of the people, when in Paris, capital of the kingdom of good wines, one sees the people gorging themselves with I know not what, stuff that is adulterated, sophisticated, sickening, and sometimes execrable, and well-to-do persons drinking at home or accepting without a word, in famous restaurants, so-called wines, thick, violet-colored, and insipid, flat, and miserable enough to make the poorest Burgundian peasant shudder, can one honestly doubt that alcoholic liquids are one of the most imperative needs of our nature? I quote this passage at length, because it sums up in relation to a special case all that could be said upon the inconveniences of machinery. To the people it is with wine as with fabrics, and generally with all goods and merchandise created for the consumption of the poor. It is always the same deduction, to reduce by some process or other the cost of manufacture, in order, first, to maintain advantageously competition with more fortunate or richer rivals, second, to serve the vast numbers of plundered persons who cannot disregard price simply because the quality is good. Produced in the ordinary ways, wine is too expensive for the mass of consumers, it is in danger of remaining in the cellars of the retailers. The manufacturer of wines gets around the difficulty. Unable to introduce machinery into the cultivation of the vine, he finds a means, with the aid of some accompaniments, of placing the precious liquid within the reach of all. Certain savages, in their periods of scarcity, eat earth, the civilized workman drinks water. Malthus was a great genius. As far as the increase of the average duration of life is concerned, I recognize the fact, but at the same time I declare the observation incorrect. Let us explain that. Suppose a population of 10 million souls, if, from whatever cause you will, the average life should increase 5 years for a million individuals, mortality continuing its ravages at the same rate as before among the 9 other millions, it would be found, on distributing this increase among the whole, that on an average 6 months had been added to the life of each individual. It is with the average length of life, the so-called indicator of average comfort, as with average learning, the level of knowledge does not cease to rise, which by no means alters the fact that there are today in France quite as many barbarians as in the days of François I. The charlatans who had railroad speculation in view made a great noise about the importance of the locomotive in the circulation of ideas, and the economists, always on the lookout for civilized stupidities, have not failed to echo this nonsense. As if ideas, in order to spread, needed locomotives. What, then, prevents ideas from circulating from the Institute to the Faubourg Saint-Antoine and Saint-Marceau, in the narrow and wretched streets of Old Paris and the Temple Quarter, everywhere, in short, where dwells this multitude even more destitute of ideas than of bread? How happens it that between a Parisian and a Parisian, in spite of the omnibus and the letter carrier, the distance is 3 times greater today than in the 14th century? The ruinous influence of machinery on social economy and the condition of the laborers is exercised in 1,000 ways, all of which are bound together and reciprocally labeled: cessation of labor, reduction of wages, overproduction, obstruction of the market, alteration and adulteration of products, failures, displacement of laborers, degeneration of the race, and, finally, diseases and death. M. Theodore Fix has remarked himself that in the last 50 years the average stature of man, in France, has diminished by a considerable fraction of an inch. This observation is worth his previous one: upon whom does this diminution take effect? In a report read to the Academy of Moral Sciences on the results of the law of March 22, 1841, M. Leon Faucher expressed himself thus: young workmen are pale, weak, short in stature, and slow to think as well as to move. At 14 or 15 years they seem no more developed than children of 9 or 10 years in the normal state. As for their intellectual and moral development, there are some to be found who, at the age of 13, have no notion of God, who have never heard of their duties, and whose first school of morality was a prison. That is what M. Leon Faucher has seen, to the great displeasure of M. Charles Dupin, and this state of things he declares that the law of March 22 is powerless to remedy. And let us not get angry over this impotence of the legislator. The evil arises from a cause as necessary for us as the sun, and in the path upon which we have entered, anger of any kind, like palliatives of any kind, could only make our situation worse. Yes, while science and industry are making such marvelous progress, it is a necessity, unless civilization's center of gravity should suddenly change, that the intelligence and comfort of the proletariat be diminished, while the lives of the well-to-do classes grow longer and easier. It is inevitable that those of the needy should grow harder and shorter. This is established in the writings of the best, the most optimistic thinkers. According to M. de Morogues, 7,500,000 men in France have only 91 francs a year to spend, 25 centimes a day. Sing sou. Sing sou. 5 cents, 5 cents. There is something prophetic, then, in this odious refrain. In England, not including Scotland and Ireland, the poor rate was 1,801, 4,078,891 pounds for a population of 8,872,980. 1,818, 7,870,801 pounds, 11,978,875. 1,833, 8 million pounds, 14 million. The progress of poverty, then, has been more rapid than that of population. In face of this fact, what becomes of the hypotheses of Malthus? And yet it is indisputable that during the same period the average comfort increased. What, then, do statistics signify? The death rate for the first arrondissement of Paris is 1 to every 52 inhabitants, and for the 12th 1 to every 26. Now, the latter contains 1 needy person to every 7 inhabitants, while the former has only 1 to every 28. That does not prevent the average duration of life, even in Paris, from increasing, as M. Fix has very correctly observed. At Mulhouse the probabilities of average life are 29 years for children of the well-to-do class and 2 years for those of the workers. In 1812 the average life in the same locality was 25 years, 9 months, and 12 days, while in 1827 it was not over 21 years and 9 months. And yet throughout France the average life is longer. What does this mean? M. Blanqui, unable to explain so much prosperity and so much poverty at once, cries somewhere, increased production does not mean additional wealth. Poverty, on the contrary, becomes the wider spread in proportion to the concentration of industries. There must be some radical vice in a system which guarantees no security either to capital or labor, and which seems to multiply the embarrassments of producers at the same time that it forces them to multiply their products. There is no radical vice here. What astonishes M. Blanqui is simply that of which the academy to which he belongs has asked a determination, namely, the oscillations of the economic pendulum, value, beating alternately and in regular time good and evil, until the hour of the universal equation shall strike. If I may be permitted another comparison, humanity in its march is like a column of soldiers, who, starting in the same step and at the same moment to the measured beating of the drum, gradually lose their distances. The whole body advances, but the distance from head to tail grows ever longer, and it is a necessary effect of the movement that there should be some laggards and stragglers. But it is necessary to penetrate still farther into the antinomy. Machines promised us an increase of wealth, they have kept their word, but at the same time endowing us with an increase of poverty. They promised us liberty, I am going to prove that they have brought us slavery. I have stated that the determination of value, and with it the tribulations of society, began with the division of industries, without which there could be no exchange, or wealth, or progress. The period through which we are now passing, that of machinery, is distinguished by a special characteristic: wages. Wages issued in a direct line from the employment of machinery, that is, to give my thought the entire generality of expression which it calls for, from the economic fiction by which capital becomes an agent of production. Wages, in short, coming after the division of labor and exchange, is the necessary correlative of the theory of the reduction of costs, in whatever way this reduction may be accomplished. This genealogy is too interesting to be passed by without a few words of explanation. The first, the simplest, the most powerful of machines is the workshop. Division simply separates the various parts of labor, leaving each to devote himself to the specialty best suited to his tastes. The workshop groups the laborers according to the relation of each part to the whole. It is the most elementary form of the balance of values, undiscoverable though the economists suppose this to be. Now, through the workshop, production is going to increase, and at the same time the deficit. Somebody discovered that, by dividing production into its various parts and causing each to be executed by a separate workman, he would obtain a multiplication of power, the product of which would be far superior to the amount of labor given by the same number of workmen when labor is not divided. Grasping the thread of this idea, he said to himself that, by forming a permanent group of laborers assorted with a view to his special purpose, he would produce more steadily, more abundantly, and at less cost. It is not indispensable, however, that the workmen should be gathered into one place. The existence of the workshop does not depend essentially upon such contact. It results from the relation and proportion of the different tasks and from the common thought directing them. In a word, concentration at one point may offer its advantages, which are not to be neglected, but that is not what constitutes the workshop. This, then, is the proposition which the speculator makes to those whose collaboration he desires: I guarantee you a perpetual market for your products, if you will accept me as purchaser or middleman. The bargain is so clearly advantageous that the proposition cannot fail of acceptance. The laborer finds in it steady work, a fixed price, and security. The employer, on the other hand, will find a readier sale for his goods, since, producing more advantageously, he can lower the price. In short, his profits will be larger because of the mass of his investments. All, even to the public and the magistrate, will congratulate the employer on having added to the social wealth by his combinations, and will vote him a reward. But, in the first place, whoever says reduction of expenses says reduction of services, not, it is true, in the new shop, but for the workers at the same trade who are left outside, as well as for many others whose accessory services will be less needed in future. Therefore every establishment of a workshop corresponds to an eviction of workers. This assertion, utterly contradictory though it may appear, is as true of the workshop as of a machine. The economists admit it, but here they repeat their eternal refrain that, after a lapse of time, the demand for the product having increased in proportion to the reduction of price, labor in turn will come finally to be in greater demand than ever. Undoubtedly, with time, the equilibrium will be restored, but, I must add again, the equilibrium will be no sooner restored at this point than it will be disturbed at another, because the spirit of invention never stops, any more than labor. Now, what theory could justify these perpetual hecatombs? When we have reduced the number of toilers, wrote Sismondi, to a fourth or a fifth of what it is at present, we shall need only a fourth or a fifth as many priests, physicians, etc. When we have cut them off altogether, we shall be in a position to dispense with the human race. And that is what really would happen if, in order to put the labor of each machine in proportion to the needs of consumption, that is, to restore the balance of values continually destroyed, it were not necessary to continually create new machines, open other markets, and consequently multiply services and displace other arms. So that on the one hand industry and wealth, on the other population and misery, advance, so to speak, in procession, one always dragging the other after it. I have shown the contractor, at the birth of industry, negotiating on equal terms with his comrades, who have since become his workmen. It is plain, in fact, that this original equality was bound to disappear through the advantageous position of the master and the dependence of the wage workers. In vain does the law assure to each the right of enterprise, as well as the faculty to labor alone and sell one's products directly. According to the hypothesis, this last resource is impracticable, since it was the object of the workshop to annihilate isolated labor. And as for the right to take the plow, as they say, and go at speed, it is the same in manufactures as in agriculture. To know how to work is nothing, it is necessary to arrive at the right time. The shop, as well as the land, is to the first comer. When an establishment has had the leisure to develop itself, enlarge its foundations, ballast itself with capital, and assure itself a body of patrons, what can the workman who has only his arms do against a power so superior? Hence it was not by an arbitrary act of sovereign power or by fortuitous and brutal usurpation that the guilds and masterships were established in the Middle Ages. The force of events had created them long before the edicts of kings could have given them legal consecration, and, in spite of the reform of '89, we see them re-establishing themselves under our eyes with an energy 100 times more formidable. Abandon labor to its own tendencies, and the subjection of 3/4 of the human race is assured. But this is not all. The machine, or the workshop, after having degraded the laborer by giving him a master, completes his degeneracy by reducing him from the rank of artisan to that of common workman. Formerly the population on the banks of the Saône and Rhône was largely made up of watermen, thoroughly fitted for the conduct of canal boats or rowboats. Now that the steam tug is to be found almost everywhere, most of the boatmen, finding it impossible to get a living at their trade, either pass 3/4 of their life in idleness, or else become stokers. If not misery, then degradation, such is the last alternative which machinery offers to the workman. For it is with a machine as with a piece of artillery, the captain excepted, those whom it occupies are servants, slaves. Since the establishment of large factories, a multitude of little industries have disappeared from the domestic hearth. Does anyone believe that the girls who work for 10 and 15 cents have as much intelligence as their ancestors? After the establishment of the railway from Paris to Saint-Germain, M. Dunoyer tells us, there were established between Pec and a multitude of places in the more or less immediate vicinity such a number of omnibus and stage lines that this establishment, contrary to all expectation, has considerably increased the employment of horses. Contrary to all expectation. It takes an economist not to expect these things. Multiply machinery, and you increase the amount of arduous and disagreeable labor to be done. This apothegm is as certain as any of those which date from the deluge. Accuse me, if you choose, of ill will towards the most precious invention of our century. Nothing shall prevent me from saying that the principal result of railways, after the subjection of petty industry, will be the creation of a population of degraded laborers, signalmen, sweepers, loaders, lumpers, draymen, watchmen, porters, weighers, greasers, cleaners, stokers, firemen, etc. 2,000 miles of railway will give France an additional 50,000 serfs. It is not for such people, certainly, that M. Chevalier asks professional schools. Perhaps it will be said that, the mass of transportation having increased in much greater proportion than the number of day laborers, the difference is to the advantage of the railway, and that, all things considered, there is progress. The observation may even be generalized and the same argument applied to all industries. But it is precisely out of this generality of the phenomenon that springs the subjection of laborers. Machinery plays the leading role in industry, man is secondary, all the genius displayed by labor tends to the degradation of the proletariat. What a glorious nation will be ours when, among 40 millions of inhabitants, it shall count 35 millions of drudges, paper scratchers, and flunkies. With machinery and the workshop, divine right that is, the principle of authority makes its entrance into political economy. Capital, mastership, privilege, monopoly, loaning, credit, property, etc., such are, in economic language, the various names of I know not what, but which is otherwise called power, authority, sovereignty, written law, revelation, religion, God, in short, cause and principle of all our miseries and all our crimes, and who, the more we try to define him, the more eludes us. Is it, then, impossible that, in the present condition of society, the workshop with its hierarchical organization, and machinery, instead of serving exclusively the interests of the least numerous, the least industrious, and the wealthiest class, should be employed for the benefit of all? That is what we are going to examine. 3. Of preservatives against the disastrous influence of machinery. Reduction of manual labor is synonymous with lowering of price, and, consequently, with increase of exchange, since, if the consumer pays less, he will buy more. But reduction of manual labor is synonymous also with restriction of market, since, if the producer earns less, he will buy less. And this is the course that things actually take. The concentration of forces in the workshop and the intervention of capital in production, under the name of machinery, engender at the same time overproduction and destitution, and everybody has witnessed these two scourges, more to be feared than incendiarism and plague, develop in our day on the vastest scale and with devouring intensity. Nevertheless, it is impossible for us to retreat. It is necessary to produce always, produce cheaply, otherwise, the existence of society is compromised. The laborer, who, to escape the degradation with which the principle of division threatened him, had created so many marvelous machines, now finds himself either prohibited or subjugated by his own works. Against this alternative, what means are proposed? M. de Sismondi, like all men of patriarchal ideas, would like the division of labor, with machinery and manufactures, to be abandoned, and each family to return to the system of primitive indivision, that is, to each one by himself, each one for himself, in the most literal meaning of the words. That would be to retrograde. It is impossible. M. Blanqui returns to the charge with his plan of participation by the workmen, and of consolidation of all industries in a joint stock company for the benefit of the collective laborer. I have shown that this plan would impair public welfare without appreciably improving the condition of the laborers, and M. Blanqui himself seems to share this sentiment. How reconcile, in fact, this participation of the workmen in the profits with the rights of inventors, contractors, and capitalists, of whom the first have to reimburse themselves for large outlays, as well as for their long and patient efforts, the second continually endanger the wealth they have acquired, and take upon themselves alone the chances of their enterprises, which are often very hazardous, and the third could sustain no reduction of their dividends without in some way losing their savings? How harmonize, in a word, the equality desirable to establish between laborers and employers with the preponderance which cannot be taken from heads of establishments, from loaners of capital, and from inventors, and which involves so clearly their exclusive appropriation of the profits? To decree by a law the admission of all workmen to a share of the profits would be to pronounce the dissolution of society. All the economists have seen this so clearly that they have finally changed into an exhortation to employers what had first occurred to them as a project. Now, as long as the wage worker gets no profit save what may be allowed him by the contractor, it is perfectly safe to assume that eternal poverty will be his lot. It is not in the power of the holders of labor to make it otherwise. For the rest, the idea, otherwise very laudable, of associating workmen with employers tends to this communistic conclusion, evidently false in its premises. The last word of machinery is to make man rich and happy without the necessity of labor on his part. Since, then, natural agencies must do everything for us, machinery ought to belong to the state, and the goal of progress is communism. I shall examine the communistic theory in its place. But I believe that I ought to immediately warn the partisans of this utopia that the hope with which they flatter themselves in relation to machinery is only an illusion of the economists, something like perpetual motion, which is always sought and never found, because asked of a power which cannot give it. Machines do not go all alone. To keep them in motion it is necessary to organize an immense service around them, so that in the end, man creating for himself an amount of work proportional to the number of instruments with which he surrounds himself, the principal consideration in the matter of machinery is much less to divide its products than to see that it is fed, that is, to continually renew the motive power. Now, this motive power is not air, water, steam, electricity, it is labor, that is, the market. A railroad suppresses all along its line conveyances, stages, harness makers, saddlers, wheelwrights, innkeepers. I take facts as they are just after the establishment of the road. Suppose the state, as a measure of preservation or in obedience to the principle of indemnity, should make the laborers displaced by the railroad its proprietors or operators, the transportation rates, let us suppose, being reduced by 25%. Otherwise, of what use is the railroad? The income of all these laborers united will be diminished by a like amount, which is to say that a fourth of the persons formerly living by conveyances will find themselves literally without resources, in spite of the munificence of the state. To meet their deficit they have but one hope, that the mass of transportation effected over the line may be increased by 25%, or else that they may find employment in other lines of industry, which seems at first impossible, since, by the hypothesis and in fact, places are everywhere filled, proportion is maintained everywhere, and the supply is sufficient for the demand. Moreover, it is very necessary, if it be desired to increase the mass of transportation, that a fresh impetus be given to labor in other industries. Now, admitting that the laborers displaced by this overproduction find employment, and that their distribution among the various kinds of labor proves as easy in practice as in theory, the difficulty is still far from settled. For the number of those engaged in circulation being to the number of those engaged in production as 100 to 1000, in order to obtain, with a circulation 1/4 less expensive, in other words, 1/4 more powerful, the same revenue as before, it will be necessary to strengthen production also by 1/4, that is, to add to the agricultural and industrial army, not 25, the figure which indicates the proportionality of the carrying industry, but 250. But, to arrive at this result, it will be necessary to create machines, what is worse, to create men, which continually brings the question back to the same point. Thus contradiction upon contradiction, now not only is labor, in consequence of machinery, lacking to men, but also men, in consequence of their numerical weakness and the insufficiency of their consumption, are lacking to machinery, so that, pending the establishment of equilibrium, there is at once a lack of work and a lack of arms, a lack of products and a lack of markets. And what we say of the railroad is true of all industries, always the man and the machine pursue each other, the former never attaining rest, the latter never attaining satisfaction. Whatever the pace of mechanical progress, though machines should be invented 100 times more marvelous than the mule jenny, the knitting machine, or the cylinder press, though forces should be discovered 100 times more powerful than steam, very far from freeing humanity, securing its leisure, and making the production of everything gratuitous, these things would have no other effect than to multiply labor, induce an increase of population, make the chains of serfdom heavier, render life more and more expensive, and deepen the abyss which separates the class that commands and enjoys from the class that obeys and suffers. Suppose now all these difficulties overcome, suppose the laborers made available by the railroad adequate to the increase of service demanded for the support of the locomotive, compensation being effected without pain, nobody will suffer, on the contrary, the well-being of each will be increased by a fraction of the profit realized by the substitution of the railway for the stagecoach. What then, I shall be asked, prevents these things from taking place with such regularity and precision? And what is easier than for an intelligent government to so manage all industrial transitions? I have pushed the hypothesis as far as it could go in order to show, on the one hand, the end to which humanity is tending, and, on the other, the difficulties which it must overcome in order to attain it. Surely the providential order is that progress should be effected, in so far as machinery is concerned, in the way that I have just spoken of, but what embarrasses society's march and makes it go from Charybdis to Scylla is precisely the fact that it is not organized. We have reached as yet only the second phase of its evolution, and already we have met upon our road two chasms which seem insuperable, division of labor and machinery. How save the parcel-air workman, if he is a man of intelligence, from degradation, or, if he is degraded already, lift him to intellectual life? How, in the second place, give birth among laborers to that solidarity of interest without which industrial progress counts its steps by its catastrophes, when these same laborers are radically divided by labor, wages, intelligence, and liberty, that is, by egoism? How, in short, reconcile what the progress already accomplished has had the effect of rendering irreconcilable? To appeal to communism and fraternity would be to anticipate dates. There is nothing in common, there can exist no fraternity, between such creatures as the division of labor and the service of machinery have made. It is not in that direction, at least for the present, that we must seek a solution. Well, it will be said, since the evil lies still more in the minds than in the system, let us come back to instruction, let us labor for the education of the people. In order that instruction may be useful, in order that it may even be received, it is necessary, first of all, that the pupil should be free, just as, before planting a piece of ground, we clear it of thorns and dog grass. Moreover, the best system of education, even so far as philosophy and morality are concerned, would be that of professional education. Once more, how reconcile such education with parcel-air division and the service of machinery? How shall the man who, by the effect of his labor, has become a slave, that is, a chattel, a thing, again become a person by the same labor, or in continuing the same exercise? Why is it not seen that these ideas are mutually repellent, and that, if, by some impossibility, the proletaire could reach a certain degree of intelligence, he would make use of it in the first place to revolutionize society and change all civil and industrial relations? And what I say is no vain exaggeration. The working class, in Paris and the large cities, is vastly superior in point of ideas to what it was 25 years ago. Now, let them tell me if this class is not decidedly, energetically revolutionary. And it will become more and more so in proportion as it shall acquire the ideas of justice and order, in proportion especially as it shall reach an understanding of the mechanism of property. Language, I ask permission to recur once more to etymology. Language seems to me to have clearly expressed the moral condition of the laborer, after he has been, if I may so speak, depersonalized by industry. In the Latin the idea of servitude implies that of subordination of man to things, and when later feudal law declared the serf attached to the glebe, it only periphrased the literal meaning of the word service. 16 Spontaneous reason, oracle of fate itself, had therefore condemned the subaltern workman, before science had established his debasement. Such being the case, what can the efforts of philanthropy do for beings whom Providence has rejected? Labor is the education of our liberty. The ancients had a profound perception of this truth when they distinguished the servile arts from the liberal arts. For, like profession, like ideas, like morals, everything in slavery takes on the character of degradation, habits, tastes, inclinations, sentiments, pleasures, it involves universal subversion. Occupy oneself with the education of the poor. But that would create the most cruel antagonism in these degenerate souls, that would inspire them with ideas which labor would render intolerable to them, affections incompatible with the brutishness of their condition, pleasures of which the perception is dulled in them. If such a project could succeed, instead of making a man of the laborer, it would make a demon of him. Just study those faces which people the prisons and the galleys, and tell me if most of them do not belong to subjects whom the revelation of the beautiful, of elegance, of wealth, of comfort, of honor, and of science, of all that makes the dignity of man, has found too weak, and so has demoralized and killed. At least wages should be fixed, say the less audacious, schedules of rates should be prepared in all industries, to be accepted by employers and workmen. This hypothesis of salvation is cited by M. Fix. And he answers victoriously. Such schedules have been made in England and elsewhere, their value is known, everywhere they have been violated as soon as accepted, both by employers and by workmen. The causes of the violation of the schedules are easy to fathom, they are to be found in machinery, in the incessant processes and combinations of industry. A schedule is agreed upon at a given moment, but suddenly there comes a new invention which gives its author the power to lower the price of merchandise. What will the other employers do? They will cease to manufacture and will discharge their workmen, or else they will propose to them a reduction. It is the only course open to them, pending a discovery by them in turn of some process by means of which, without lowering the rate of wages, they will be able to produce more cheaply than their competitors, which will be equivalent again to a suppression of workmen. M. Leon Faucher seems inclined to favor a system of indemnity. He says, "We readily conceive that, in some interest or other, the state, representing the general desire, should command the sacrifice of an industry. It is always supposed to command it, from the moment that it grants to each the liberty to produce, and protects and defends this liberty against all encroachment. But this is an extreme measure, an experiment which is always perilous, and which should be accompanied by all possible consideration for individuals. The state has no right to take from a class of citizens the labor by which they live, before otherwise providing for their subsistence or assuring itself that they will find in some new industry employment for their minds and arms. It is a principle in civilized countries that the government cannot seize a piece of private property, even on grounds of public utility, without first buying out the proprietor by a just indemnity paid in advance. Now, labor seems to us property quite as legitimate, quite as sacred, as a field or a house, and we do not understand why it should be expropriated without any sort of compensation. As chimerical as we consider the doctrines which represent government as the universal purveyor of labor in society, to the same extent does it seem to us just and necessary that every displacement of labor in the name of public utility should be effected only by means of a compensation or a transition, and that neither individuals nor classes should be sacrificed to state considerations. Power, in well-constituted nations, has always time and money to give for the mitigation of these partial sufferings. And it is precisely because industry does not emanate from it, because it is born and developed under the free and individual initiative of citizens, that the government is bound, when it disturbs its course, to offer it a sort of reparation or indemnity. There's sense for you, whatever M. Leon Faucher may say, he calls for the organization of labor. For government to see to it that every displacement of labor is effected only by means of a compensation or a transition, and that individuals and classes are never sacrificed to state considerations, that is, to the progress of industry and the liberty of enterprise, the supreme law of the state, is without any doubt to constitute itself, in some way that the future shall determine, the purveyor of labor in society and the guardian of wages. And, as we have many times repeated, inasmuch as industrial progress and consequently the work of disarranging and rearranging classes in society is continual, it is not a special transition for each innovation that needs to be discovered, but rather a general principle, an organic law of transition, applicable to all possible cases and producing its effect itself. Is M. Leon Faucher in a position to formulate this law and reconcile the various antagonisms which we have described? No, since he prefers to stop at the idea of an indemnity. Power, he says, in well-organized nations, has always time and money to give for the mitigation of these partial sufferings. I am sorry for M. Faucher's generous intentions, but they seem to me radically impracticable. Power has no time and money save what it takes from the taxpayers. To indemnify by taxation laborers thrown out of work would be to visit ostracism upon new inventions and establish communism by means of the bayonet. That is no solution of the difficulty. It is useless to insist further on indemnification by the state. Indemnity, applied according to M. Faucher's views, would either end in industrial despotism, in something like the government of Muhammad Ali, or else would degenerate into a poor tax, that is, into a vain hypocrisy. For the good of humanity it were better not to indemnify, and to let labor seek its own eternal constitution. There are some who say, let government carry laborers thrown out of work to points where private industry is not established, where individual enterprise cannot reach. We have mountains to plant again with trees, 10 or 12 million acres of land to clear, canals to dig, in short, 1,000 things of immediate and general utility to undertake. We certainly ask our readers' pardon for it, answers M. Fix, but here again we are obliged to call for the intervention of capital. These surfaces, certain communal lands excepted, are fallow, because, if cultivated, they would yield no net product, and very likely not even the costs of cultivation. These lands are possessed by proprietors who either have or have not the capital necessary to cultivate them. In the former case, the proprietor would very probably content himself, if he cultivated these lands, with a very small profit, and perhaps would forego what is called the rent of the land, but he has found that, in undertaking such cultivation, he would lose his original capital, and his other calculations have shown him that the sale of the products would not cover the costs of cultivation. All things considered, therefore, this land will remain fallow, because capital that should be put into it would yield no profit and would be lost. If it were otherwise, all these lands would be immediately put in cultivation, the savings now disposed of in another direction would necessarily gravitate in a certain proportion to the cultivation of land, for capital has no affections, it has interests, and always seeks that employment which is surest and most lucrative. This argument, very well reasoned, amounts to saying that the time to cultivate its waste lands has not arrived for France, just as the time for railroads has not arrived for the coffers and the Hottentots. For, as has been said in the second chapter, society begins by working those sources which yield most easily and surely the most necessary and least expensive products. It is only gradually that it arrives at the utilization of things relatively less productive. Since the human race has been tossing about on the face of its globe, it has struggled with no other task, for it the same care is ever recurrent, that of assuring its subsistence while going forward in the path of discovery. In order that such clearing of land may not become a ruinous speculation, a cause of misery, in other words, in order that it may be possible, it is necessary, therefore, to multiply still further our capital and machinery, discover new processes, and more thoroughly divide labor. Now, to solicit the government to take such an initiative is to imitate the peasants who, on seeing the approach of a storm, begin to pray to God and to invoke their saint. Governments today, it cannot be too often repeated, are the representatives of divinity, I had almost said executors of celestial vengeance. They can do nothing for us. Does the English government, for instance, know any way of giving labor to the unfortunates who take refuge in its workhouses? And if it knew, would it dare? Aid yourself, and heaven will aid you. This note of popular distrust of divinity tells us also what we must expect of power: nothing. Arrived at the second station of our Calvary, instead of abandoning ourselves to sterile contemplations, let us be more and more attentive to the teachings of destiny. The guarantee of our liberty lies in the progress of our torture. 16. In spite of the most approved authorities, I cannot accept the idea that serve, in Latin service, was so called from servere, to keep, because the slave was a prisoner of war who was kept for labor. Servitude, or at least domesticity, is certainly prior to war, although war may have noticeably strengthened it. Why, moreover, if such was the origin of the idea as well as of the thing, should they not have said, instead of servus, servitus, in conformity with grammatical deduction? To me the real etymology is revealed in the opposition of servar and servire, the primitive theme of which is sero instro, to join, to press, whence series, joint, continuity, sere, lock, sertir, insert, etc. All these words imply the idea of a principal thing, to which is joined an accessory, as an object of special usefulness. Then servire, to be an object of usefulness, a thing secondary to another, servare, as we say to press, to put aside, to assign a thing its utility, servus, a man at hand, a utility, a chattel, in short, a man of service. The opposite of service is deminus, domus, domonium, and domere, that is, the head of the household, the master of the house, he who utilizes men, servat, animals, domat, and things, posside. That consequently prisoners of war should have been reserved for slavery, servati ad servitium, or rather serti ad glebam, is perfectly conceivable, their destiny being known, they have simply taken their name from it. Chapter V. Third period competition. Between the hundred-headed hydra, division of labor, and the unconquered dragon, machinery, what will become of humanity? A prophet has said it more than 2,000 years ago, Satan looks on his victim, and the fires of war are kindled, aspexit gentes, et dissolvit. To save us from two scourges, famine and pestilence, Providence sends us discord. Competition represents that philosophical era in which, a semi-understanding of the antinomies of reason having given birth to the art of sophistry, the characteristics of the false and the true were confounded, and in which, instead of doctrines, they had nothing but deceptive mental tilts. Thus the industrial movement faithfully reproduces the metaphysical movement. The history of social economy is to be found entire in the writings of the philosophers. Let us study this interesting phase, whose most striking characteristic is to take away the judgment of those who believe as well as those who protest. 1. Necessity of competition. M. Louis Raybaud, novelist by profession, economist on occasion, brevetted by the Academy of Moral and Political Sciences for his anti-reformatory caricatures, and become, with the lapse of time, one of the writers most hostile to social ideas. M. Louis Raybaud, whatever he may do, is none the less profoundly imbued with these same ideas. The opposition which he thus exhibits is neither in his heart nor in his mind, it is in the facts. In the first edition of his Studies of Contemporary Reformers, M. Raybaud, moved by the sight of social sufferings as well as the courage of these founders of schools, who believed that they could reform the world by an explosion of sentimentalism, had formally expressed the opinion that the surviving feature of all their systems was association. M. Dunoyer, one of M. Raybaud's judges, bore this testimony, the more flattering to M. Raybaud from being slightly ironical in form. M. Raybaud, who has exposed with so much accuracy and talent, in a book which the French Academy has crowned, the vices of the three principal reformatory systems, holds fast to the principle common to them, which serves as their base, association. Association in his eyes, he declares, is the greatest problem of modern times. It is called, he says, to solve that of the distribution of the fruits of labor. Though authority can do nothing towards the solution of this problem, association could do everything. M. Raybaud speaks here like a writer of the Phalansterian school. M. Raybaud had advanced a little, as one may see. Endowed with too much good sense and good faith not to perceive the precipice, he soon felt that he was straying, and began a retrograde movement. I do not call this about-face a crime on his part. M. Raybaud is one of those men who cannot justly be held responsible for their metaphors. He had spoken before reflecting, he retracted, what more natural? If the socialists must blame anyone, let it be M. Dunoyer, who had prompted M. Raybaud's recantation by this singular compliment. M. Dunoyer was not slow in perceiving that his words had not fallen on closed ears. He relates, for the glory of sound principles, that, in a second edition of the Studies of Reformers, M. Raybaud has himself tempered the absolute tone of his expressions. He has said, instead of could do everything, could do much. It was an important modification, as M. Dunoyer brought clearly to his notice, but it still permitted M. Raybaud to write at the same time. These symptoms are grave, they may be considered as prophecies of a confused organization, in which labor would seek an equilibrium and a regularity which it now lacks. At the bottom of all these efforts is hidden a principle, association, which it would be wrong to condemn on the strength of irregular manifestations. Finally, M. Rabaud has loudly declared himself a partisan of competition, which means that he has decidedly abandoned the principle of association. For if by association we are to understand only the forms of partnership fixed by the commercial code, the philosophy of which has been summarized for us by M.M. Trollong and Delangle, it is no longer worthwhile to distinguish between socialists and economists, between one party which seeks association and another which maintains that association exists. Let no one imagine, because M. Rabaud has happened to say heedlessly yes and no to a question of which he does not seem to have yet formed a clear idea, that I class him among those speculators of socialism, who, after having launched a hoax into the world, begin immediately to make their retreat, under the pretext that, the idea now belonging to the public domain, there is nothing more for them to do but to leave it to make its way. M. Rabaud, in my opinion, belongs rather to the category of dupes, which includes in its bosom so many honest people and people of so much brains. M. Rabaud will remain, then, in my eyes, the vir probus dicendi paradis, the conscientious and skillful writer, who may easily be caught napping, but who never expresses anything that he does not see or feel. Moreover, M. Rabaud, once placed on the ground of economic ideas, would find the more difficulty in being consistent with himself because of the clearness of his mind and the accuracy of his reasoning. I am going to make this curious experiment under the reader's eyes. If I could be understood by M. Rabaud, I would say to him, take your stand in favor of competition, you will be wrong, take your stand against competition, still you will be wrong, which signifies that you will always be right. After that, if, convinced that you have not erred either in the first edition of your book or in the fourth, you should succeed in formulating your sentiment in an intelligible manner, I will look upon you as an economist of as great genius as Turgot and A. Smith, but I warn you that then you will resemble the latter, of whom you doubtless know little, you will be a believer in equality. Do you accept the wager? To better prepare M. Rabaud for this sort of reconciliation with himself, let us show him first that this versatility of judgment, for which anybody else in my place would reproach him with insulting bitterness, is a treason, not on the part of the writer, but on the part of the facts of which he has made himself the interpreter. In March, 1844, M. Rabaud published on oleaginous seeds, a subject which interested the city of Marseilles, his birthplace, an article in which he took vigorous ground in favor of free competition and the oil of sesame. According to the facts gathered by the author, which seem authentic, sesame would yield from 45 to 46% of oil, while the poppy and the colza yield only 25 to 30%, and the olive simply 20 to 22. Sesame, for this reason, is disliked by the northern manufacturers, who have asked and obtained its prohibition. Nevertheless, the English are on the watch, ready to take possession of this valuable branch of commerce. Let them prohibit the seed, says M. Rabaud, the oil will reach us mixed, in soap, or in some other way, we shall have lost the profit of manufacture. Moreover, the interest of our marine service requires the protection of this trade. It is a matter of no less than 40,000 casks of seed, which implies a maritime outfit of 300 vessels and 3,000 sailors. These facts are conclusive, 45% of oil instead of 25, in quality superior to all the oils of France, reduction in the price of an article of prime necessity, a saving to consumers, 300 ships, 3,000 sailors, such would be the value to us of liberty of commerce. Therefore, long live competition and sesame. Then, in order to better assure these brilliant results, M. Rabaud, impelled by his patriotism and going straight in pursuit of his idea, observes very judiciously in our opinion that the government should abstain henceforth from all treaties of reciprocity in the matter of transportation. He asks that French vessels may carry the imports as well as the exports of French commerce. What we call reciprocity, he says, is a pure fiction, the advantage of which is reaped by whichever of the parties can furnish navigation at the smallest expense. Now, as in France the elements of navigation, such as the purchase of the ships, the wages of the crews, and the costs of outfit, rise to an excessive figure, higher than in any of the other maritime nations, it follows that every reciprocity treaty is equivalent on our part to a treaty of abdication, and that, instead of agreeing to an act of mutual convenience, we resign ourselves, knowingly or involuntarily, to a sacrifice. And M. Raybaud then points out the disastrous consequences of reciprocity. France consumes 500,000 bales of cotton, and the Americans land them on our wharves. She uses enormous quantities of coal, and the English do the carrying thereof. The Swedes and Norwegians deliver to us themselves their iron and wood, the Dutch, their cheeses, the Russians, their hemp and wheat, the Genoese, their rice, the Spaniards, their oils, the Sicilians, their sulfur, the Greeks and Armenians, all the commodities of the Mediterranean and Black Seas. Evidently such a state of things is intolerable, for it ends in rendering our merchant marine useless. Let us hasten back, then, into our shipyards, from which the cheapness of foreign navigation tends to exclude us. Let us close our doors to foreign vessels, or at least let us burden them with a heavy tax. Therefore, down with competition and rival marines. Does M. Raybaud begin to understand that his economico-socialistic oscillations are much more innocent than he would have believed? What gratitude he owes me for having quieted his conscience, which perhaps was becoming alarmed. The reciprocity of which M. Raybaud so bitterly complains is only a form of commercial liberty. Grant full and entire liberty of trade, and our flag is driven from the surface of the seas, as our oils would be from the continent. Therefore we shall pay dearer for our oil, if we insist on making it ourselves, dearer for our colonial products, if we wish to carry them ourselves. To secure cheapness it would be necessary, after having abandoned our oils, to abandon our marine, as well abandon straightway our cloths, our linens, our calicoes, our iron products, and then, as an isolated industry necessarily costs too much, our wines, our grains, our forage. Whichever course you may choose, privilege or liberty, you arrive at the impossible, at the absurd. Undoubtedly there exists a principle of reconciliation, but, unless it be utterly despotic, it must be derived from a law superior to liberty itself. Now, it is this law which no one has yet defined, and which I ask of the economists, if they really are masters of their science. For I cannot consider him a savant who, with the greatest sincerity and all the wit in the world, preaches by turns, 15 lines apart, liberty and monopoly. Is it not immediately and intuitively evident that competition destroys competition? Is there a theorem in geometry more certain, more peremptory, than that? How then, upon what conditions, in what sense, can a principle which is its own denial enter into science? How can it become an organic law of society? If competition is necessary, if, as the school says, it is a postulate of production, how does it become so devastating in its effects? And if its most certain effect is to ruin those whom it incites, how does it become useful? For the inconveniences which follow in its train, like the good which it procures, are not accidents arising from the work of man, both follow logically from the principle, and subsist by the same title and face to face. And, in the first place, competition is as essential to labor as division, since it is division itself returning in another form, or rather, raised to its second power, division, I say, no longer, as in the first period of economic evolution, adequate to collective force, and consequently absorbing the personality of the laborer in the workshop, but giving birth to liberty by making each subdivision of labor a sort of sovereignty in which man stands in all his power and independence. Competition, in a word, is liberty in division and in all the divided parts, beginning with the most comprehensive functions. It tends toward its realization even in the inferior operations of parcel-air labor. Here the communists raise an objection. It is necessary, they say, in all things, to distinguish between use and abuse. There is a useful, praiseworthy, moral competition, a competition which enlarges the heart and the mind, a noble and generous competition, it is emulation, and why should not this emulation have for its object the advantage of all? There is another competition, pernicious, immoral, unsocial, a jealous competition which hates and which kills, it is egoism. So says communism, so expressed itself, nearly a year ago, in its social profession of faith, the journal, La Réforme. Whatever reluctance I may feel to oppose men whose ideas are at bottom my own, I cannot accept such dialectics. La Réforme, in believing that it could reconcile everything by a distinction more grammatical than real, has made use, without suspecting it, of the golden mean, that is, of the worst sort of diplomacy. Its argument is exactly the same as that of M. Rossi in regard to the division of labor. It consists in setting competition and morality against each other, in order to limit them by each other, as M. Rossi pretended to arrest and restrict economic inductions by morality, cutting here, lopping there, to suit the need and the occasion. I have refuted M. Rossi by asking him this simple question: how can science be in disagreement with itself, the science of wealth with the science of duty? Likewise I ask the communists, how can a principle whose development is clearly useful be at the same time pernicious? They say, emulation is not competition. I note, in the first place, that this pretended distinction bears only on the divergent effects of the principle, which leads one to suppose that there were two principles which had been confounded. Emulation is nothing but competition itself, and, since they have thrown themselves into abstractions, I willingly plunge in also. There is no emulation without an object, just as there is no passional initiative without an object, and as the object of every passion is necessarily analogous to the passion itself, woman to the lover, power to the ambitious, gold to the miser, a crown to the poet, so the object of industrial emulation is necessarily profit. No, rejoins the communist, the laborer's object of emulation should be general utility, fraternity, love. But society itself, since, instead of stopping at the individual man, who is in question at this moment, they wish to attend only to the collective man, society, I say, labors only with a view to wealth, comfort, happiness, is its only object. Why, then, should that which is true of society not be true of the individual also, since, after all, society is man and entire humanity lives in each man? Why substitute for the immediate object of emulation, which in industry is personal welfare, that far-away and almost metaphysical motive called general welfare, especially when the latter is nothing without the former and can result only from the former? Communists, in general, build up a strange illusion, fanatics on the subject of power, they expect to secure through a central force, and in the special case in question, through collective wealth, by a sort of reversion, the welfare of the laborer who has created this wealth, as if the individual came into existence after society, instead of society after the individual. For that matter, this is not the only case in which we shall see the socialists unconsciously dominated by the traditions of the regime against which they protest. But what need of insisting? From the moment that the communist changes the name of things, vera rerum vocabula, he tacitly admits his powerlessness, and puts himself out of the question. That is why my sole reply to him shall be, in denying competition, you abandon the thesis, henceforth you have no place in the discussion. Some other time we will inquire how far man should sacrifice himself in the interest of all. For the moment the question is the solution of the problem of competition, that is, the reconciliation of the highest satisfaction of egoism with social necessities. Spare us your moralities. Competition is necessary to the constitution of value, that is, to the very principle of distribution, and consequently to the advent of equality. As long as a product is supplied only by a single manufacturer, its real value remains a mystery, either through the producer's misrepresentation or through his neglect or inability to reduce the cost of production to its extreme limit. Thus the privilege of production is a real loss to society, and publicity of industry, like competition between laborers, a necessity. All the utopias ever imagined or imaginable cannot escape this law. Certainly I do not care to deny that labor and wages can and should be guaranteed. I even entertain the hope that the time of such guarantee is not far off, but I maintain that a guarantee of wages is impossible without an exact knowledge of value, and that this value can be discovered only by competition, not at all by communistic institutions or by popular decree. For in this there is something more powerful than the will of the legislator and of citizens, namely, the absolute impossibility that man should do his duty after finding himself relieved of all responsibility to himself. Now, responsibility to self, in the matter of labor, necessarily implies competition with others. Ordain that, beginning January 1, 1847, labor and wages are guaranteed to all. Immediately an immense relaxation will succeed the extreme tension to which industry is now subjected. Real value will fall rapidly below nominal value. Metallic money, in spite of its effigy and stamp, will experience the fate of the assignats. The merchant will ask more and give less, and we shall find ourselves in a still lower circle in the hell of misery in which competition is only the third turn. Even were I to admit, with some socialists, that the attractiveness of labor may some day serve as food for emulation without any hidden thought of profit, of what utility could this utopia be in the phase which we are studying? We are yet only in the third period of economic evolution, in the third age of the constitution of labor, that is, in a period when it is impossible for labor to be attractive. For the attractiveness of labor can result only from a high degree of physical, moral, and intellectual development of the laborer. Now, this development itself, this education of humanity by industry, is precisely the object of which we are in pursuit through the contradictions of social economy. How, then, could the attractiveness of labor serve us as a principle and lever, when it is still our object and our end? But, if it is unquestionable that labor, as the highest manifestation of life, intelligence, and liberty, carries with it its own attractiveness, I deny that this attractiveness can ever be wholly separated from the motive of utility, and consequently from a return of egoism. I deny, I say, labor for labor, just as I deny style for style, love for love, art for art. Style for style has produced in these days hasty literature and thoughtless improvisation. Love for love leads to unnatural vice, onanism, and prostitution. Art for art ends in Chinese knickknacks, caricature, the worship of the ugly. When man no longer looks to labor for anything but the pleasure of exercise, he soon ceases to labor, he plays. History is full of facts which attest this degradation. The games of Greece, Isthmian, Olympic, Pythian, Nemean, exercises of a society which produced everything by its slaves, the life of the Spartans and the ancient Cretans, their models, the gymnasiums, playgrounds, horse races, and disorders of the marketplace among the Athenians, the occupations which Plato assigns to the warriors in his Republic, and which but represent the tastes of his century. Finally, in our feudal society, the tilts and tourneys, all these inventions, as well as many others which I pass in silence, from the game of chess, invented, it is said, at the siege of Troy by Palamedes, to the cards illustrated for Charles VI. By Gringener, are examples of what labor becomes as soon as the serious motive of utility is separated from it. Labor, real labor, that which produces wealth and gives knowledge, has too much need of regularity and perseverance and sacrifice to be long the friend of passion. Fugitive in its nature, inconstant and disorderly, it is something too elevated, too ideal, too philosophical, to become exclusively pleasure and enjoyment, that is, mysticism and sentiment. The faculty of laboring, which distinguishes man from the brutes, has its source in the profoundest depths of the reason. How could it become in us a simple manifestation of life, a voluptuous act of our feeling? But if now they fall back upon the hypothesis of a transformation of our nature, unprecedented in history, and of which there has been nothing so far that could have expressed the idea, it is nothing more than a dream, unintelligible even to those who defend it, an inversion of progress, a contradiction given to the most certain laws of economic science, and my only reply is to exclude it from the discussion. Let us stay in the realm of facts, since facts alone have a meaning and can aid us. The French Revolution was effected for industrial liberty as well as for political liberty, and although France in 1789 had not seen all the consequences of the principle for the realization of which she asked, let us say it boldly, she was mistaken neither in her wishes nor in her expectation. Whoever would try to deny it would lose in my eyes the right to criticism. I will never dispute with an adversary who would posit as a principle the spontaneous error of 25 millions of men. At the end of the 18th century France, wearied with privileges, desired at any price to shake off the torpor of her corporations, and restore the dignity of the laborer by conferring liberty upon him. Everywhere it was necessary to emancipate labor, stimulate genius, and render the manufacturer responsible by arousing 1,000 competitors and loading upon him alone the consequences of his indolence, ignorance, and insincerity. Before 89 France was ripe for the transition. It was Turgot who had the glory of effecting the first passage. Why then, if competition had not been a principle of social economy, a decree of destiny, a necessity of the human soul, why, instead of abolishing corporations, masterships, and wardenships, did they not think rather of repairing them all? Why, instead of a revolution, did they not content themselves with a reform? Why this negation, if a modification was sufficient? Especially as this middle party was entirely in the line of conservative ideas, which the bourgeoisie shared. Let communism, let quasi-socialistic democracy, which, in regard to the principle of competition, represent though they do not suspect it the system of the golden mean, the counter-revolutionary idea, explain to me this unanimity of the nation, if they can. Moreover, the event confirmed the theory. Beginning with the Turgot ministry, an increase of activity and well-being manifested itself in the nation. The test seemed so decisive that it obtained the approval of all legislatures. Liberty of industry and commerce figure in our constitutions on a level with political liberty. To this liberty, in short, France owes the growth of her wealth during the last 60 years. After this capital fact, which establishes so triumphantly the necessity of competition, I ask permission to cite 3 or 4 others, which, being less general in their nature, will throw into bolder relief the influence of the principle which I defend. Why is our agriculture so prodigiously backward? How is it that routine and barbarism still hover, in so many localities, over the most important branch of national labor? Among the numerous causes that could be cited, I see, in the front rank, the absence of competition. The peasants fight over strips of ground, they compete with each other before the notary, in the fields, no. And speak to them of emulation, of the public good, and with what amazement you fill them. Let the king, they say, to them the king is synonymous with the state, with the public good, with society. Let the king attend to his business, and we will attend to ours. Such is their philosophy and their patriotism. Ah! If the king could excite competition with them. Unfortunately it is impossible. While in manufactures competition follows from liberty and property, in agriculture liberty and property are a direct obstacle to competition. The peasant, rewarded, not according to his labor and intelligence, but according to the quality of the land and the caprice of God, aims, in cultivating, to pay the lowest possible wages and to make the least possible advance outlays. Sure of always finding a market for his goods, he is much more solicitous about reducing his expenses than about improving the soil and the quality of its products. He sows, and Providence does the rest. The only sort of competition known to the agricultural class is that of rents, and it cannot be denied that in France, and for instance in Beaussy, it has led to useful results. But as the principle of this competition takes effect only at second hand, so to speak, as it does not emanate directly from the liberty and property of the cultivators, it disappears with the cause that produces it, so that, to ensure the decline of agricultural industry in many localities, or at least to arrest its progress, perhaps it would suffice to make the farmers proprietors. Another branch of collective labor, which of late years has given rise to sharp debates, is that of public works. To manage the building of a road, M. Dunoyer very well says, perhaps a pioneer and a post-alian would be better than an engineer fresh from the school of roads and bridges. There is no one who has not had occasion to verify the correctness of this remark. On one of our finest rivers, celebrated by the importance of its navigation, a bridge was being built. From the beginning of the work the rivermen had seen that the arches would be much too low to allow the circulation of boats at times when the river was high. They pointed this out to the engineer in charge of the work. "Bridges," answered the latter with superb dignity, "are made for those who pass over, not for those who pass under." The remark has become a proverb in that vicinity. But, as it is impossible for stupidity to prevail forever, the government has felt the necessity of revising the work of its agent, and as I write the arches of the bridge are being raised. Does anyone believe that, if the merchants interested in the course of the navigable way had been charged with the enterprise at their own risk and peril, they would have had to do their work twice? One could fill a book with masterpieces of the same sort achieved by young men learned in roads and bridges, who, scarcely out of school and given life positions, are no longer stimulated by competition. In proof of the industrial capacity of the state, and consequently of the possibility of abolishing competition altogether, they cite the administration of the tobacco industry. There, they say, is no adulteration, no litigation, no bankruptcy, no misery. The condition of the workmen, adequately paid, instructed, sermonized, moralized, and assured of a retiring pension accumulated by their savings, is incomparably superior to that of the immense majority of workmen engaged in free industry. All this may be true. For my part, I am ignorant on the subject. I know nothing of what goes on in the administration of the tobacco factories. I have procured no information either from the directors or the workmen, and I have no need of any. How much does the tobacco sold by the administration cost? How much is it worth? You can answer the first of these questions. You only need to call at the first tobacco shop you see. But you can tell me nothing about the second, because you have no standard of comparison and are forbidden to verify by experiment the items of cost of administration, which it is consequently impossible to accept. Therefore the tobacco business, made into a monopoly, necessarily costs society more than it brings in. It is an industry which, instead of subsisting by its own product, lives by subsidies, and which consequently, far from furnishing us a model, is one of the first abuses which reform should strike down. And when I speak of the reform to be introduced in the production of tobacco, I do not refer simply to the enormous tax which triples or quadruples the value of this product, neither do I refer to the hierarchical organization of its employees, some of whom by their salaries are made aristocrats as expensive as they are useless, while others, hopeless receivers of petty wages, are kept forever in the situation of subalterns. I do not even speak of the privilege of the tobacco shops and the whole world of parasites which they support. I have particularly in view the useful labor, the labor of the workman. From the very fact that the administration's workman has no competitors and is interested neither in profit nor loss, from the fact that he is not free, in a word, his product is necessarily less, and his service too expensive. This being so, let them say that the government treats its employees well and looks out for their comfort. What wonder? Why do not people see that liberty bears the burdens of privilege, and that, if, by some impossibility, all industries were to be treated like the tobacco industry, the source of subsidies failing, the nation could no longer balance its receipts and its expenses, and the state would become a bankrupt? Foreign products. I cite the testimony of an educated man, though not a political economist, M. Liebig. Formerly France imported from Spain every year soda to the value of 20 or 30 millions of francs, for Spanish soda was the best. All through the war with England the price of soda, and consequently that of soap and glass, constantly rose. French manufacturers therefore had to suffer considerably from this state of things. Then it was that Leblanc discovered the method of extracting soda from common salt. This process was a source of wealth to France. The manufacture of soda acquired extraordinary proportions, but neither Leblanc nor Napoleon enjoyed the profit of the invention. The Restoration, which took advantage of the wrath of the people against the author of the Continental blockade, refused to pay the debt of the emperor, whose promises had led to Leblanc's discoveries. A few years ago, the King of Naples, having undertaken to convert the Sicilian sulfur trade into a monopoly, England, which consumes an immense quantity of this sulfur, warned the King of Naples that, if the monopoly were maintained, it would be considered a casus belli. While the two governments were exchanging diplomatic notes, 15 patents were taken out in England for the extraction of sulfuric acid from the limestones, iron pyrites, and other mineral substances in which England abounds. But the affair being arranged with the King of Naples, nothing came of these exploitations. It was simply established, by the attempts which were made, that the extraction of sulfuric acid by the new processes could have been carried on successfully, which perhaps would have annihilated Sicily's sulfur trade. Had it not been for the war with England, had not the King of Naples had a fancy for monopoly, it would have been a long time before anyone in France would have thought of extracting soda from sea salt, or anyone in England of getting sulfuric acid from the mountains of lime and pyrites which she contains. Now, that is precisely the effect of competition upon industry. Man rouses from his idleness only when want fills him with anxiety, and the surest way to extinguish his genius is to deliver him from all solicitude and take away from him the hope of profit and of the social distinction which results from it, by creating around him peace everywhere, peace always, and transferring to the state the responsibility of his inertia. Yes, it must be admitted, in spite of modern quietism, man's life is a permanent war, war with want, war with nature, war with his fellows, and consequently war with himself. The theory of a peaceful equality, founded on fraternity and sacrifice, is only a counterfeit of the Catholic doctrine of renunciation of the goods and pleasures of this world, the principle of beggary, the panegyric of misery. Man may love his fellow well enough to die for him, he does not love him well enough to work for him. To the theory of sacrifice, which we have just refuted in fact and in right, the adversaries of competition add another, which is just the opposite of the first, for it is a law of the mind that, when it does not know the truth, which is its point of equilibrium, it oscillates between two contradictions. This new theory of anti-competitive socialism is that of encouragements. What more social, more progressive in appearance, than encouragement of labor and of industry? There is no democrat who does not consider it one of the finest attributes of power, no utopian theorist who does not place it in the front rank as a means of organizing happiness. Now, government is by nature so incapable of directing labor that every reward bestowed by it is a veritable larceny from the common treasury. M. Rabaud shall furnish us the text of this induction. The premiums granted to encourage exportation, observes M. Rabaud somewhere, are equivalent to the taxes paid for the importation of raw material. The advantage remains absolutely null, and serves to encourage nothing but a vast system of smuggling. This result is inevitable. Abolish customs duties, and national industry suffers, as we have already seen in the case of sesame. Maintain the duties without granting premiums for exportation, and national commerce will be beaten in foreign markets. To obviate this difficulty, do you resort to premiums? You but restore with one hand what you have received with the other, and you provoke fraud, the last result, the caput mortuum, of all encouragements of industry. Hence it follows that every encouragement to labor, every reward bestowed upon industry, beyond the natural price of its product, is a gratuitous gift, a bribe taken out of the consumer and offered in his name to a favorite of power, in exchange for zero, for nothing. To encourage industry, then, is synonymous at bottom with encouraging idleness. It is one of the forms of swindling. In the interest of our navy, the government had thought it best to grant to outfitters of transport ships a premium for every man employed on their vessels. Now, I continue to quote M. Rabaud. On every vessel that starts for Newfoundland from 60 to 70 men embark. Of this number 12 are sailors, the balance consists of villagers snatched from their work in the fields, who, engaged as day laborers for the preparation of fish, remain strangers to the rigging, and have nothing that is marine about them except their feet and stomach. Nevertheless, These men figure on the rolls of the naval inscription, and there perpetuate a deception. When there is occasion to defend the institution of premiums, these are cited in its favor, they swell the numbers and contribute to success. Base jugglery. Doubtless some innocent reformer will exclaim. Be it so, but let us analyze the fact, and try to disengage the general idea to be found therein. In principle, the only encouragement to labor that science can admit is profit. For, if labor cannot find its reward in its own product, very far from encouraging it, it should be abandoned as soon as possible, and, if this same labor results in a net product, it is absurd to add to this net product a gratuitous gift, and thus overrate the value of the service. Applying this principle, I say then, if the merchant service calls only for 10,000 sailors, it should not be asked to support 15,000, the shortest course for the government is to put 5,000 conscripts on state vessels, and send them on their expeditions, like princes. Every encouragement offered to the merchant marine is a direct invitation to fraud. What do I say? A proposal to pay wages for an impossible service. Do the handling and discipline of vessels and all the conditions of maritime commerce accommodate themselves to these adjuncts of a useless personnel? What, then, can the ship owner do in face of a government which offers him a bonus to embark on his vessel people of whom he has no need? If the ministry throws the money of the treasury into the street, am I guilty if I pick it up? Thus, and it is a point worthy of notice, the theory of encouragements emanates directly from the theory of sacrifice, and, in order to avoid holding men responsible, the opponents of competition, by the fatal contradiction of their ideas, are obliged to make him now a god, now a brute. And then they are astonished that society is not moved by their appeal. Poor children! Men will never be better or worse than you see them now and than they always have been. As soon as their individual welfare solicits them, they desert the general welfare, in which I find them, if not honorable, at least worthy of excuse. It is your fault if you now demand of them more than they owe you and now stimulate their greed with rewards which they do not deserve. Man has nothing more precious than himself, and consequently no other law than his responsibility. The theory of self-sacrifice, like that of rewards, is a theory of rogues, subversive of society and morality, and by the very fact that you look either to sacrifice or to privilege for the maintenance of order, you create a new antagonism in society. Instead of causing the birth of harmony from the free activity of persons, you render the individual and the state strangers to each other. In commanding union, you breathe discord. To sum up, outside of competition there remains but this alternative: encouragement, which is a mystification, or sacrifice, which is hypocrisy. Therefore competition, analyzed in its principle, is an inspiration of justice, and yet we shall see that competition, in its results, is unjust. Two subversive effects of competition, and the destruction of liberty thereby. The kingdom of heaven suffereth violence, says the gospel, and the violent take it by force. These words are the allegory of society. In society regulated by labor, dignity, wealth, and glory are objects of competition, they are the reward of the strong, and competition may be defined as the regime of force. The old economists did not at first perceive this contradiction, the moderns have been forced to recognize it. To elevate a state from the lowest degree of barbarism to the highest degree of opulence, wrote A. Smith, but three things are necessary: peace, moderate taxes, and a tolerable administration of justice. All the rest is brought about by the natural course of things. On which the last translator of Smith, M. Blanky, lets fall this gloomy comment. We have seen the natural course of things produce disastrous effects, and create anarchy in production, war for markets, and piracy in competition. The division of labor and the perfecting of machinery, which should realize for the great working family of the human race the conquest of a certain amount of leisure to the advantage of its dignity, have produced at many points nothing but degradation and misery. When A. Smith wrote, liberty had not yet come with its embarrassments and its abuses, and the Glasgow professor foresaw only its blessings. Smith would have written like M. de Sismondi, if he had been a witness of the sad condition of Ireland and the manufacturing districts of England in the times in which we live. Now then, litterateurs, statesmen, daily publicists, believers and half-believers, all you who have taken upon yourselves the mission of indoctrinating men, do you hear these words which one would take for a translation from Jeremiah? Will you tell us at last to what end you pretend to be conducting civilization? What advice do you offer to society, to the country, in alarm? But to whom do I speak? Ministers, journalists, sextons, and pedants. Do such people trouble themselves about the problems of social economy? Have they ever heard of competition? A citizen of Lyons, a soul hardened to mercantile war, traveled in Tuscany. He observes that from 5 to 600,000 straw hats are made annually in that country, the aggregate value of which amounts to 4 or 5 millions of francs. This industry is almost the sole support of the people of the little state. How is it, he says to himself, that so easily conducted a branch of agriculture and manufactures has not been transported into Provence and Languedoc, where the climate is the same as in Tuscany? But, thereupon observes an economist, if the industry of the peasants of Tuscany is taken from them, how will they contrive to live? The manufacture of black silks had become for Florence a specialty, the secret of which she guarded preciously. A shrewd Lyons manufacturer, the tourist notices with satisfaction, has come to set up an establishment in Florence, and has finally got possession of the peculiar processes of dyeing and weaving. Probably this discovery will diminish Florentine exportation. A Journey in Italy, by M. Fulcheron. Formerly the breeding of the silkworm was abandoned to the peasants of Tuscany, whom it aided to live. Agricultural societies have been formed, they have represented that the silkworm, in the peasant's sleeping room, did not get sufficient ventilation or sufficient steadiness of temperature, or as good care as it would have if the laborers who breed them made it their sole business. Consequently rich, intelligent, and generous citizens have built, amid the applause of the public, what are called bigottières, from bigoty, silkworm. M. de Sismondi. And then, you ask, will these breeders of silkworms, these manufacturers of silks and hats, lose their work? Precisely, it will even be proved to them that it is for their interest that they should, since they will be able to buy the same products for less than it costs them to manufacture them. Such is competition. Competition, with its homicidal instinct, takes away the bread of a whole class of laborers, and sees in it only an improvement, a saving. It steals a secret in a cowardly manner, and glories in it as a discovery. It changes the natural zones of production to the detriment of an entire people, and pretends to have done nothing but utilize the advantages of its climate. Competition overturns all notions of equity and justice. It increases the real cost of production by needlessly multiplying the capital invested, causes by turns the dearness of products and their depreciation, corrupts the public conscience by putting chance in the place of right, and maintains terror and distrust everywhere. But what? Without this atrocious characteristic, competition would lose its happiest effects. Without the arbitrary element in exchange and the panics of the market, labor would not continually build factory against factory, and, not being maintained in such good working order, production would realize none of its marvels. After having caused evil to arise from the very utility of its principle, competition again finds a way to extract good from evil. Destruction engenders utility, equilibrium is realized by agitation, and it may be said of competition, as Samson said of the lion which he had slain, decum dente cibus exiit, et de forti dulcidug. Is there anything, in all the spheres of human knowledge, more surprising than political economy? Let us take care, nevertheless, not to yield to an impulse of irony, which would be on our part only unjust invective. It is characteristic of economic science to find its certainty in its contradictions, and the whole error of the economists consists in not having understood this. Nothing poorer than their criticism, nothing more saddening than their mental confusion. As soon as they touch this question of competition, one would say that they were witnesses forced by torture to confess what their conscience would like to conceal. The reader will take it kindly if I put before his eyes the arguments for laissez-passer, introducing him, so to speak, into the presence of a secret meeting of economists. M. Dunoyer opens the discussion. Of all the economists, M. Dunoyer has most energetically embraced the positive side of competition, and consequently, as might have been expected, most ineffectually grasped the negative side. M. Dunoyer, with whom nothing can be done when what he calls principles are under discussion, is very far from believing that in matters of political economy yes and no may be true at the same moment and to the same extent. Let it be said even to his credit, such a conception is the more repugnant to him because of the frankness and honesty with which he holds his doctrines. What would I not give to gain an entrance into this pure but so obstinate soul, for this truth as certain to me as the existence of the sun, that all the categories of political economy are contradictions. Instead of uselessly exhausting himself in reconciling practice and theory, instead of contenting himself with the ridiculous excuse that everything here below has its advantages and its inconveniences, M. Dunoyer would seek the synthetic idea which solves all the antinomies, and, instead of the paradoxical conservative which he now is, he would become with us an inexorable and logical revolutionist. If competition is a false principle, says M. Dunoyer, it follows that for 2000 years humanity has been pursuing the wrong road. No, what you say does not follow, and your prejudicial remark is refuted by the very theory of progress. Humanity posits its principles by turns, and sometimes at long intervals, never does it give them up in substance, although it destroys successively their expressions and formulas. This destruction is called negation, because the general reason, ever progressive, continually denies the completeness and sufficiency of its prior ideas. Thus it is that, competition being one of the periods in the constitution of value, one of the elements of the social synthesis, it is true to say at the same time that it is indestructible in its principle, and that nevertheless in its present form it should be abolished, denied. If, then, there is any one here who is in opposition to history, it is you. I have several remarks to make upon the accusations of which competition has been the object. The first is that this regime, good or bad, ruinous or fruitful, does not really exist as yet, that it is established nowhere except in a partial and most incomplete manner. This first observation has no sense. Competition kills competition, as we said at the outset. This aphorism may be taken for a definition. How, then, could competition ever be complete? Moreover, though it should be admitted that competition does not yet exist in its integrity, that would simply prove that competition does not act with all the power of elimination that there is in it, but that will not change at all its contradictory nature. What need have we to wait 30 centuries longer to find out that, the more competition develops, the more it tends to reduce the number of competitors? The second is that the picture drawn of it is unfaithful, and that sufficient heed is not paid to the extension which the general welfare has undergone, including even that of the laboring classes. If some socialists fail to recognize the useful side of competition, you on your side make no mention of its pernicious effects. The testimony of your opponents coming to complete your own, competition is shown in the fullest light, and from a double falsehood we get the truth as a result. As for the gravity of the evil, we shall see directly what to think about that. The third is that the evil experienced by the laboring classes is not referred to its real causes. If there are other causes of poverty than competition, does that prevent it from contributing its share? Though only one manufacturer a year were ruined by competition, if it were admitted that this ruin is the necessary effect of the principle, competition, as a principle, would have to be rejected. The fourth is that the principal means proposed for obviating it would be inexpedient in the extreme. Possibly, but from this I conclude that the inadequacy of the remedies proposed imposes a new duty upon you, precisely that of seeking the most expedient means of preventing the evil of competition. The fifth, finally, is that the real remedies, in so far as it is possible to remedy the evil by legislation, would be found precisely in the regime which is accused of having produced it, that is, in a more and more real regime of liberty and competition. Well, I am willing. The remedy for competition, in your opinion, is to make competition universal. But, in order that competition may be universal, it is necessary to procure for all the means of competing, it is necessary to destroy or modify the predominance of capital over labor, to change the relations between employer and workman, to solve, in a word, the antinomy of division and that of machinery. It is necessary to organize labor. Can you give this solution? M. Dunoyer then develops, with a courage worthy of a better cause, his own utopia of universal competition. It is a labyrinth in which the author stumbles and contradicts himself at every step. Competition, says M. Dunoyer, meets a multitude of obstacles. In fact, it meets so many and such powerful ones that it becomes impossible itself. For how is triumph possible over obstacles inherent in the constitution of society and consequently inseparable from competition itself? In addition to the public services, there is a certain number of professions the practice of which the government has seen fit to more or less exclusively reserve. There is a larger number of which legislation has given a monopoly to a restricted number of individuals. Those which are abandoned to competition are subjected to formalities and restrictions, to numberless barriers, which keep many from approaching, and in these consequently competition is far from being unlimited. In short, there are few which are not submitted to varied taxes, necessary doubtless, etc. What does all this mean? M. Dunoyer doubtless does not intend that society shall dispense with government, administration, police, taxes, universities, in a word, with everything that constitutes a society. Then, inasmuch as society necessarily implies exceptions to competition, the hypothesis of universal competition is chimerical, and we are back again under the regime of caprice, a result foretold in the definition of competition. Is there anything serious in this reasoning of M. Dunoyer? Formerly the masters of the science began by putting far away from them every preconceived idea, and devoted themselves to tracing facts back to general laws, without ever altering or concealing them. The researches of Adam Smith, considering the time of their appearance, are a marvel of sagacity and lofty reasoning. The economic picture presented by Quesnay, wholly unintelligible as it appears, gives evidence of a profound sentiment of the general synthesis. The introduction to J.B. Say's great treatise dwells exclusively upon the scientific characteristics of political economy, and in every line is to be seen how much the author felt the need of absolute ideas. The economists of the last century certainly did not constitute the science, but they sought this constitution ardently and honestly. How far we are today from these noble thoughts! No longer do they seek a science, they defend the interests of dynasty and caste. The more powerless routine becomes, the more stubbornly they adhere to it. They make use of the most venerated names to stamp abnormal phenomena with a quality of authenticity which they lack. They tax accusing facts with heresy, they calumniate the tendencies of the century, and nothing irritates an economist so much as to pretend to reason with him. The peculiar characteristic of the present time, cries M. Dunoyer, in a tone of keen discontent, is the agitation of all classes, their anxiety, their inability to ever stop at anything and be contented, the infernal labor performed upon the less fortunate that they may become more and more discontented in proportion to the increased efforts of society to make their lot really less pitiful. Indeed, because the socialists goad political economy, they are incarnate devils. Can there be anything more impious, in fact, than to teach the proletaire that he is wronged in his labor and his wages, and that, in the surroundings in which he lives, his poverty is irremediable? M. Raybaud repeats, with greater emphasis, the wail of his master, M. Dunoyer. One would think them the two seraphim of Isaiah chanting a sanctus to competition. In June, 1844, at the time when he published the fourth edition of his Contemporary Reformers, M. Raybaud wrote, in the bitterness of his soul, "To socialists we owe the organization of labor, the right to labor. They are the promoters of the regime of surveillance. The legislative chambers on either side of the channel are gradually succumbing to their influence. Thus utopia is gaining ground. and M. Rabaud more and more deplores the secret influence of socialism on the best minds, and stigmatizes the malice, the unperceived contagion with which even those who have broken lances against socialism allow themselves to be inoculated. Then he announces, as a last act of his high justice against the wicked, the approaching publication, under the title of Laws of Labor, of a work in which he will prove, unless some new evolution takes place in his ideas, that the laws of labor have nothing in common, either with the right to labor or with the organization of labor, and that the best of reforms is laissez-faire. Moreover, adds M. Rabaud, the tendency of political economy is no longer to theory, but to practice. The abstract portions of the science seem henceforth fixed. The controversy over definitions is exhausted, or nearly so. The works of the great economists on value, capital, supply and demand, wages, taxes, machinery, farm rent, increase of population, overaccumulation of products, markets, banks, monopolies, etc., seem to have set the limit of dogmatic researches, and form a body of doctrine beyond which there is little to hope. Facility of speech, impotence in argument, such would have been the conclusion of Montesquieu upon this strange panegyric of the founders of social economy. The science is complete. M. Rabaud makes oath to it, and what he proclaims with so much authority is repeated at the Academy, in the professors' chairs, in the councils of state, in the legislative halls, it is published in the journals, the king is made to say it in his New Year's addresses, and before the courts the cases of claimants are decided accordingly. The science is complete. What fools we are, then, socialists, to hunt for daylight at noonday, and to protest, with our lanterns in our hands, against the brilliancy of these solar rays. But, gentlemen, it is with sincere regret and profound distrust of myself that I find myself forced to ask you for further light. If you cannot cure our ills, give us at least kind words, give us evidence, give us resignation. It is obvious, says M. Dunoyer, that wealth is infinitely better distributed in our day than it ever has been. The equilibrium of pains and pleasures, promptly continues M. Rabaud, ever tends to restore itself on earth. What, then? What do you say? Wealth better distributed, equilibrium restored. Explain yourselves, please, as to this better distribution. Is equality coming, or inequality going? Is solidarity becoming closer, or competition diminishing? I will not quit you until you have answered me, non misericordiam. For, whatever the cause of the restoration of equilibrium and of the better distribution which you point out, I embrace it with ardor, and will follow it to its last consequences. Before 1830 I select the date at random, wealth was not so well distributed. How so? Today, in your opinion, it is better distributed. Why? You see what I am coming at, distribution being not yet perfectly equitable and the equilibrium not absolutely perfect. I ask, on the one hand, what obstacle it is that disturbs the equilibrium, and, on the other, by virtue of what principle humanity continually passes from the greater to the less evil and from the good to the better? For, in fact, this secret principle of amelioration can be neither competition, nor machinery, nor division of labor, nor supply and demand. All these principles are but levers which by turns cause value to oscillate, as the Academy of Moral Sciences has very clearly seen. What, then, is the sovereign law of well-being? What is this rule, this measure, this criterion of progress, the violation of which is the perpetual cause of poverty? Speak, and quit your haranguing. Wealth is better distributed, you say. Show us your proofs. M. Dunoyer. According to official documents, taxes are assessed on scarcely less than 11 million separate parcels of landed property. The number of proprietors by whom these taxes are paid is estimated at 6 millions, so that, assuming 4 individuals to a family, there must be no less than 24 million inhabitants out of 34 who participate in the ownership of the soil. Then, according to the most favorable figures, there must be 10 million prolétaires in France, or nearly 1/3 of the population. Now, what have you to say to that? Add to these 10 millions half of the 24 others, whose property, burdened with mortgages, parceled out, impoverished, wretched, gives them no support, and still you will not have the number of individuals whose living is precarious. The number of 24 million proprietors perceptibly tends to increase. I maintain that it perceptibly tends to decrease. Who is the real proprietor, in your opinion, the nominal holder, assessed, taxed, pawned, mortgaged, or the creditor who collects the rent? Jewish and Swiss money lenders are today the real proprietors of Alsace, and proof of their excellent judgment is to be found in the fact that they have no thought of acquiring landed estates, they prefer to invest their capital. To the landed proprietors must be added about 1,500,000 holders of patents and licenses, or, assuming 4 persons to a family, 6 million individuals interested as leaders in industrial enterprises. But, in the first place, a great number of these licensed individuals are landed proprietors, and you count them twice. Further, it may be safely said that, of the whole number of licensed manufacturers and merchants, a fourth at most realize profits, another fourth hold their own, and the rest are constantly running behind in their business. Take, then, half at most of the 6 million so-called leaders in enterprises, which we will add to the very problematical 12 million landed proprietors, and we shall attain a total of 15 million Frenchmen in a position, by their education, their industry, their capital, their credit, their property, to engage in competition. For the rest of the nation, or 19 million souls, competition, like Henry IV's pullet in the pot, is a dish which they produce for the class which can pay for it, but which they never touch. Another difficulty. These 19 million men, within whose reach competition never comes, are hirelings of the competitors. In the same way formerly the serfs fought for the lords, but without being able themselves to carry a banner or put an army on foot. Now, if competition cannot by itself become the common condition, why should not those for whom it offers nothing but perils, exact guarantees from the barons whom they serve? And if these guarantees cannot be denied them, how could they be other than barriers to competition, just as the truce of God, invented by the bishops, was a barrier to feudal wars? By the constitution of society, I said a little while ago, competition is an exceptional matter, a privilege. Now I ask how it is possible for this privilege to coexist with equality of rights? And think you, when I demand for consumers and wage receivers guarantees against competition, that it is a socialist dream? Listen to 2 of your most illustrious confrères, whom you will not accuse of performing an infernal work. M. Rossi, Volume I, Lecture 16, recognizes in the state the right to regulate labor, when the danger is too great and the guarantees insufficient, which means always. For the legislator must secure public order by principles and laws, he does not wait for unforeseen facts to arise in order that he may drive them back with an arbitrary hand. Elsewhere, Volume 2, pages 73 to 77, the same professor points out, as consequences of exaggerated competition, the incessant formation of a financial and landed aristocracy and the approaching downfall of small holders, and he raises the cry of alarm. M. Blanqui, on his side, declares that the organization of labor is recognized by economic science as in the order of the day. He has since retracted the statement, urges the participation of workers in the profits and the advent of the collective laborer, and thunders continually against the monopolies, prohibitions, and tyranny of capital. Qui habet ors audiendi audiat? M. Rossi, as a writer on criminal law, decrees against the robberies of competition. M. Blanqui, as examining magistrate, proclaims the guilty parties. It is the counterpart of the duet sung just now by M.M. Rabaut and Dunoyer. When the latter cry Hosanna, the former respond, like the fathers in the councils, anathema. But, it will be said, M.M. Blanqui and Rossi mean to strike only the abuses of competition. They have taken care not to proscribe the principle, and in that they are thoroughly in accord with M.M. Rabot and Dunoyer. I protest against this distinction, in the interest of the fame of the two professors. In fact, abuse has invaded everything, and the exception has become the rule. When M. Trollong, defending, with all the economists, the liberty of commerce, admitted that the coalition of the cab companies was one of those facts against which the legislator finds himself absolutely powerless, and which seem to contradict the sanest notions of social economy, he still had the consolation of saying to himself that such a fact was wholly exceptional, and that there was reason to believe that it would not become general. Now, this fact has become general. The most conservative jurisconsult has only to put his head out of his window to see that today absolutely everything has been monopolized through competition, transportation, by land, rail, and water, wheat and flour, wine and brandy, wood, coal, oil, iron, fabrics, salt, chemical products, etc. It is sad for jurisprudence, that twin sister of political economy, to see its grave anticipations contradicted in less than a lustre, but it is sadder still for a great nation to be led by such poor geniuses and to glean the few ideas which sustain its life from the brushwood of their writings. In theory we have demonstrated that competition, on its useful side, should be universal and carried to its maximum of intensity, but that, viewed on its negative side, it must be everywhere stifled, even to the last vestige. Are the economists in a position to effect this elimination? Have they foreseen the consequences, calculated the difficulties? If the answer should be affirmative, I should have the boldness to propose the following case to them for solution. A treaty of coalition, or rather of association, for the courts would be greatly embarrassed to define either term, has just united in one company all the coal mines in the basin of the Loire. On complaint of the municipalities of Lyons and Saint-Étienne, the ministry has appointed a commission charged with examining the character and tendencies of this frightful society. Well, I ask, what can the intervention of power, with the assistance of civil law and political economy, accomplish here? They cry out against coalition. But can the proprietors of mines be prevented from associating, from reducing their general expenses and costs of exploitation, and from working their mines to better advantage by a more perfect understanding with each other? Shall they be ordered to begin their old war over again, and ruin themselves by increased expenses, waste, overproduction, disorder, and decreased prices? All that is absurd. Shall they be prevented from increasing their prices so as to recover the interest on their capital? Then let them be protected themselves against any demands for increased wages on the part of the workmen. Let the law concerning joint stock companies be reenacted, let the sale of shares be prohibited, and when all these measures shall have been taken, as the capitalist proprietors of the basin cannot justly be forced to lose capital invested under a different condition of things, let them be indemnified. Shall a tariff be imposed upon them? That would be a law of maximum. The state would then have to put itself in the place of the exploiters, keep the accounts of their capital, interest, and office expenses, regulate the wages of the miners, the salaries of the engineers and directors, the price of the wood employed in the extraction of the coal, the expenditure for material, and, finally, determine the normal and legitimate rate of profit. All this cannot be done by ministerial decree. A law is necessary. Will the legislator dare, for the sake of a special industry, to change the public law of the French, and put power in the place of property? Then of two things one, either commerce in coals will fall into the hands of the state, or else the state must find some means of reconciling liberty and order in carrying on the mining industry, in which case the socialists will ask that what has been executed at one point be imitated at all points. The coalition of the Loire mines has posited the social question in terms which permit no more evasion. Either competition, that is, monopoly and what follows, or exploitation by the state, that is, dearness of labor and continuous impoverishment, or else, in short, a solution based upon equality, in other words, the organization of labor, which involves the negation of political economy and the end of property. But the economists do not proceed with this abrupt logic, they love to bargain with necessity. M. de Pen, Session of the Academy of Moral and Political Sciences, June 10, 1843, expresses the opinion that, though competition may be useful within the nation, it must be prevented between nations. To prevent or to let alone, such is the eternal alternative of the economists, beyond it their genius does not go. In vain is it cried out at them that it is not a question of preventing anything or of permitting everything, that what is asked of them, what society expects of them, is a reconciliation. This double idea does not enter their head. It is necessary, M. Dunoyer replies to M. Dupin, to distinguish theory from practice. My God! Everybody knows that M. Dunoyer, inflexible as to principles in his works, is very accommodating as to practice in the Council of State. But let him condescend to once ask himself this question: why am I obliged to continually distinguish practice from theory? Why do they not harmonize? M. Blanqui, as a lover of peace and harmony, supports the learned M. Dunoyer, that is, theory. Nevertheless he thinks, with M. Dupin, that is, with practice, that competition is not exempt from reproach. So afraid is M. Blanqui of calumniating and stirring up the fire. M. Dupin is obstinate in his opinion. He cites, as evils for which competition is responsible, fraud, sale by false weights, the exploitation of children. All doubtless in order to prove that competition within the nation may be useful. M. Passy, with his usual logic, observes that there will always be dishonest people who, etc. accuse human nature, he cries, but not competition. At the very outset M. Passy's logic wanders from the question. Competition is reproached with the inconveniences which result from its nature, not with the frauds of which it is the occasion or pretext. A manufacturer finds a way of replacing a workman who costs him 3 francs a day by a woman to whom he gives but 1 franc. This expedient is the only one by which he can meet a falling market and keep his establishment in motion. Soon to the working women he will add children. Then, forced by the necessities of war, he will gradually reduce wages and add to the hours of labor. Where is the guilty party here? This argument may be turned about in 100 ways and applied to all industries without furnishing any ground for accusing human nature. M. Passy himself is obliged to admit it when he adds, as for the compulsory labor of children, the fault is on the parents. Exactly. And the fault of the parents on whom? In Ireland, continues this orator, there is no competition, and yet poverty is extreme. On this point M. Passy's ordinary logic has been betrayed by an extraordinary lack of memory. In Ireland there is a complete, universal monopoly of the land, and unlimited, desperate competition for farms. Competition monopoly are the 2 balls which unhappy Ireland drags, one after each foot. When the economists are tired of accusing human nature, the greed of parents, and the turbulence of radicals, they find delectation in picturing the felicity of the proletariat. But there again they cannot agree with each other or with themselves, and nothing better depicts the anarchy of competition than the disorder of their ideas. Today the wife of the working man dresses in elegant robes which in a previous century great ladies would not have disdained. M. Chevalier, Lecture 4. And this is the same M. Chevalier who, according to his own calculation, estimates that the total national income would give 13 cents a day to each individual. Some economists even reduce this figure to 11 cents. Now, as all that goes to make up the large fortunes must come out of this sum, we may accept the estimate of M. de Moroguz that the daily income of half the French people does not exceed 5 cents each. But, continues M. Chevalier, with mystical exaltation, does not happiness consist in the harmony of desires and enjoyments, in the balance of needs and satisfactions? Does it not consist in a certain condition of soul, the conditions of which it is not the function of political economy to prevent, and which it is not its mission to engender? This is the work of religion and philosophy. Economist, Horace would say to M. Chevalier, if he were living at the present day, attend simply to my income, and leave me to take care of my soul, det vitam, det opes, ecum me animum ipsi parabo. M. Dunoyer again has the floor. It would be easy, in many cities, on holidays, to confound the working class with the bourgeois class. Why are there two classes? So fine is the dress of the former. No less has been the progress in nourishment. Food is at once more abundant, more substantial, and more varied. Bread is better everywhere. Meat, soup, white bread, have become, in many factory towns, infinitely more common than they used to be. In short, the average duration of life has been raised from 35 years to 40. Farther on, M. Dunoyer gives a picture of English fortunes according to Marshall. It appears from this picture that in England 2,500,000 families have an income of only $240. Now, in England an income of $240 corresponds to an income of $146 in our country, which, divided between 4 persons, gives each $36.50, or 10 cents a day. That is not far from the 13 cents which M. Chevalier allows to each individual in France. The difference in favor of the latter arises from the fact that, the progress of wealth being less advanced in France, poverty is likewise less. What must one think of the economists' luxuriant descriptions or of their figures? Pauperism has increased to such an extent in England, confesses M. Blanky, that the English government has had to seek a refuge in those frightful workhouses. As a matter of fact, those pretended workhouses, where the work consists in ridiculous and fruitless occupations, are, whatever may be said, simply torture houses. For to a reasonable being there is no torture like that of turning a mill without grain and without flour, with the sole purpose of avoiding rest, without thereby escaping idleness. This organization, the organization of competition, continues M. Blanky, tends to make all the profits of labor pass into the hands of capital. It is at Reims, at Mulhouse, at St. Quentin, as at Manchester, at Leeds, at Spitalfields, that the existence of the workers is most precarious. Then follows a frightful picture of the misery of the workers. Men, women, children, young girls, pass before you, starved, blanched, ragged, wan, and wild. The description ends with this stroke. The workers in the mechanical industries can no longer supply recruits for the army. It would seem that these do not derive much benefit from M. Dunoyer's white bread and soup. M. Villerme regards the licentiousness of young working girls as inevitable. Concubinage is their customary status, they are entirely subsidized by employers, clerks, and students. Although as a general thing marriage is more attractive to the people than to the bourgeoisie, there are many prolétaires, Malthusians without knowing it, who fear the family and go with the current. Thus, as workingmen are flesh for cannon, working women are flesh for prostitution, that explains the elegant dressing on Sunday. After all, why should these young women be expected to be more virtuous than their mistresses? M. Buret, crowned by the Academy. I affirm that the working class is abandoned body and soul to the good pleasure of industry. The same writer says elsewhere, the feeblest efforts of speculation may cause the price of bread to vary a cent a pound and more, which represents $124,100 for 34 million men. I may remark, in passing, that the much lamented Buret regarded the idea of the existence of monopolists as a popular prejudice. Well, sophist. Monopolist or speculator, what matters the name, if you admit the thing? Such quotations would fill volumes. But the object of this treatise is not to set forth the contradictions of the economists and to wage fruitless war upon persons. Our object is loftier and worthier, it is to unfold the system of economical contradictions, which is quite a different matter. Therefore we will end this sad review here, and, before concluding, we will throw a glance at the various means proposed whereby to remedy the inconveniences of competition. 3 remedies against competition. Can competition in labor be abolished? It would be as well worthwhile to ask if personality, liberty, individual responsibility can be suppressed. Competition, in fact, is the expression of collective activity, just as wages, considered in its highest acceptation, is the expression of the merit and demerit, in a word, the responsibility of the laborer. It is vain to declaim and revolt against these two essential forms of liberty and discipline in labor. Without a theory of wages there is no distribution, no justice; without an organization of competition there is no social guarantee, consequently no solidarity. The socialists have confounded two essentially distinct things when, contrasting the union of the domestic hearth with industrial competition, they have asked themselves if society could not be constituted precisely like a great family, all of whose members would be bound by ties of blood, and not as a sort of coalition in which each is held back by the law of his own interests. The family is not, if I may venture to so speak, the type, the organic molecule, of society. In the family, as M. de Bonald has very well observed, there exists but one moral being, one mind, one soul, I had almost said, with the Bible, one flesh. The family is the type and the cradle of monarchy and the patriciate; in it resides and is preserved the idea of authority and sovereignty, which is being obliterated more and more in the state. It was on the model of the family that all the ancient and feudal societies were organized, and it is precisely against this old patriarchal constitution that modern democracy protests and revolts. The constitutive unit of society is the workshop. Now, the workshop necessarily implies an interest as a body and private interests, a collective person and individuals. Hence a system of relations unknown in the family, among which the opposition of the collective will, represented by the employer, and individual wills, represented by the wage receivers, figures in the front rank. Then come the relations from shop to shop, from capital to capital, in other words, competition and association. For competition and association are supported by each other, they do not exist independently, very far from excluding each other, they are not even divergent. Whoever says competition already supposes a common object. Competition, then, is not egoism, and the most deplorable error of socialism consists in having regarded it as the subversion of society. Therefore there can be no question here of destroying competition, as impossible as to destroy liberty. The problem is to find its equilibrium, I would willingly say its police. For every force, every form of spontaneity, whether individual or collective, must receive its determination. In this respect it is the same with competition as with intelligence and liberty. How, then, will competition be harmoniously determined in society? We have heard the reply of M. Dunoyer, speaking for political economy: competition must be determined by itself. In other words, according to M. Dunoyer and all the economists, the remedy for the inconveniences of competition is more competition, and, since political economy is the theory of property, of the absolute right of use and abuse, it is clear that political economy has no other answer to make. Now, this is as if it should be pretended that the education of liberty is effected by liberty, the instruction of the mind by the mind, the determination of value by value, all of which propositions are evidently tautological and absurd. And, in fact, to confine ourselves to the subject under discussion, it is obvious that competition, practiced for itself and with no other object than to maintain a vague and discordant independence, can end in nothing, and that its oscillations are eternal. In competition the struggling elements are capital, machinery, processes, talent, and experience, that is, capital again. Victory is assured to the heaviest battalions. If, then, competition is practiced only to the advantage of private interests, and if its social effects have been neither determined by science nor reserved by the state, there will be in competition, as in democracy, a continual tendency from civil war to oligarchy, from oligarchy to despotism, and then dissolution and return to civil war, without end and without rest. That is why competition, abandoned to itself, can never arrive at its own constitution. Like value, it needs a superior principle to socialize and define it. These facts are henceforth well enough established to warrant us in considering them above criticism, and to excuse us from returning to them. Political economy, so far as the police of competition is concerned, having no means but competition itself, and unable to have any other, is shown to be powerless. It remains now to inquire what solutions socialism contemplates. A single example will give the measure of its means, and will permit us to come to general conclusions regarding it. Of all modern socialists, M. Louis Blanc, perhaps, by his remarkable talent, has been most successful in calling public attention to his writings. In his Organization of Labor, after having traced back the problem of association to a single point, competition, he unhesitatingly pronounces in favor of its abolition. From this we may judge to what an extent this writer, generally so cautious, is deceived as to the value of political economy and the range of socialism. On the one hand, M. Blanc, receiving his ideas ready-made from I know not what source, giving everything to his century and nothing to history, rejects absolutely, in substance and in form, political economy, and deprives himself of the very materials of organization. On the other, he attributes to tendencies revived from all past epochs, which he takes for new, a reality which they do not possess, and misconceives the nature of socialism, which is exclusively critical. M. Blanc, therefore, has given us the spectacle of a vivid imagination ready to confront an impossibility. He has believed in the divination of genius, but he must have perceived that science does not improvise itself, and that, be one's name Adolphe Boyer, Louis Blanc, or J. Rousseau, provided there is nothing in experience, there is nothing in the mind. M. Blanc begins with this declaration: "We cannot understand those who have imagined I know not what mysterious coupling of two opposite principles. To graft association upon competition is a poor idea, it is to substitute hermaphrodites for eunuchs." These 3 lines M. Blanc will always have reason to regret. They prove that, when he published the 4th edition of his book, he was as little advanced in logic as in political economy, and that he reasoned about both as a blind man would reason about colors. Hermaphrodism, in politics, consists precisely in exclusion, because exclusion always restores, in some form or other and in the same degree, the idea excluded, and M. Blanc would be greatly surprised were he to be shown, by his continual mixture in his book of the most contrary principles, authority and right, property and communism, aristocracy and equality, labor and capital, reward and sacrifice, liberty and dictatorship, free inquiry and religious faith, that the real hermaphrodite, the double-sexed publicist, is himself. M. Blanc, placed on the borders of democracy and socialism, 1 degree lower than the Republic, 2 degrees beneath M. Barrot, 3 beneath M. Thiers, is also, whatever he may say and whatever he may do, a descendant through 4 generations from M. Guizot, a doctrinaire. Certainly, cries M. Blanc, we are not of those who anathematize the principle of authority. This principle we have 1,000 times had occasion to defend against attacks as dangerous as absurd. We know that, when organized force exists nowhere in a society, despotism exists everywhere. Thus, according to M. Blanc, the remedy for competition, or rather, the means of abolishing it, consists in the intervention of authority, in the substitution of the state for individual liberty. It is the inverse of the system of the economists. I should dislike to have M. Blanc, whose social tendencies are well known, accuse me of making impolitic war upon him in refuting him. I do justice to M. Blanc's generous intentions, I love and I read his works, and I am especially thankful to him for the service he has rendered in revealing, in his history of 10 years, the hopeless poverty of his party. But no one can consent to seem a dupe or an imbecile. Now, putting personality entirely aside, what can there be in common between socialism, that universal protest, and the hodgepodge of old prejudices which make up M. Blanc's republic? M. Blanc is never tired of appealing to authority, and socialism loudly declares itself anarchistic. M. Blanc places power above society, and socialism tends to subordinate it to society. M. Blanc makes social life descend from above, and socialism maintains that it springs up and grows from below. M. Blanc runs after politics, and socialism is in quest of science. No more hypocrisy. Let me say to M. Blanc, you desire neither Catholicism nor monarchy nor nobility, but you must have a god, a religion, a dictatorship, a censorship, a hierarchy, distinctions, and ranks. For my part, I deny your god, your authority, your sovereignty, your judicial state, and all your representative mystifications. I want neither Robespierre's censor nor Marat's rod, and, rather than submit to your androgynous democracy, I would support the status quo. For 16 years your party has resisted progress and blocked opinion. For 16 years it has shown its despotic origin by following in the wake of power at the extremity of the left center. It is time for it to abdicate or undergo a metamorphosis. Implacable theorists of authority, what then do you propose which the government upon which you make war cannot accomplish in a fashion more tolerable than yours? M. system may be summarized in 3 points. 1. To give power a great force of initiative, that is, in plain English, to make absolutism omnipotent in order to realize a utopia. 2. To establish public workshops, and supply them with capital, at the state's expense. 3. To extinguish private industry by the competition of national industry. And that is all. Has M. touched the problem of value, which involves in itself alone all others? He does not even suspect its existence. Has he given a theory of distribution? No. Has he solved the antinomy of the division of labor, perpetual cause of the working man's ignorance, immorality, and poverty? No. Has he caused the contradiction of machinery and wages to disappear, and reconciled the rights of association with those of liberty? On the contrary, M. consecrates this contradiction. Under the despotic protection of the state, he admits in principle the inequality of ranks and wages, adding thereto, as compensation, the ballot. Are not workingmen who vote their regulations and elect their leaders free? It may very likely happen that these voting workingmen will admit no command or difference of pay among them. Then, as nothing will have been provided for the satisfaction of industrial capacities, while maintaining political equality, dissolution will penetrate into the workshop, and, in the absence of police intervention, each will return to his own affairs. These fears seem to M. neither serious nor well-founded. He awaits the test calmly, very sure that society will not go out of his way to contradict him. And such complex and intricate questions as those of taxation, credit, international trade, property, heredity, has M. fathomed them? Has he solved the problem of population? No, 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 1,000 times no. When M. cannot solve a difficulty, he eliminates it. Regarding population, he says, as only poverty is prolific, and as the social workshop will cause poverty to disappear, there is no reason for giving it any thought. In vain does M. de Sismondi, supported by universal experience, cry out to him. We have no confidence in those who exercise delegated powers. We believe that any corporation will do its business worse than those who are animated by individual interest, that on the part of the directors there will be negligence, display, waste, favoritism, fear of compromise, all the faults, in short, to be noticed in the administration of the public wealth as contrasted with private wealth. We believe, further, that in an assembly of stockholders will be found only carelessness, caprice, negligence, and that a mercantile enterprise would be constantly compromised and soon ruined, if it were dependent upon a deliberative commercial assembly. M. hears nothing, he drowns all other sounds with his own sonorous phrases. Private interest he replaces by devotion to the public welfare, for competition he substitutes emulation and rewards. After having posited industrial hierarchy as a principle, it being a necessary consequence of his faith in God, authority, and genius, he abandons himself to mystic powers, idols of his heart and his imagination. Thus M. begins by a coup d'état, or rather, according to his original expression, by an application of the force of initiative which he gives to power, and he levies an extraordinary tax upon the rich in order to supply the proletariat with capital. M.'s logic is very simple, it is that of the Republic. Power can accomplish what the people want, and what the people want is right. A singular fashion of reforming society, this of repressing its most spontaneous tendencies, denying its most authentic manifestations, and, instead of generalizing comfort by the regular development of traditions, displacing labor and income. But, in truth, what is the good of these disguises? Why so much beating about the bush? Was it not simpler to adopt the agrarian law straightway? Could not power, by virtue of its force of initiative, at once declare all capital and tools the property of the state, save an indemnity to be granted to the present holders as a transitional measure? By means of this peremptory, but frank and sincere, policy, the economic field would have been cleared away, it would not have cost Utopia more, and M. Blanc could then have proceeded at his ease, and without any hindrance, to the organization of society. But what do I say? Organize. The whole organic work of M. Blanc consists in this great act of expropriation, or substitution, if you prefer, industry once displaced and republicanized and the great monopoly established. M. Blanc does not doubt that production will go on exactly as one would wish. He does not conceive it possible that any one can raise even a single difficulty in the way of what he calls his system. And, in fact, what objection can be offered to a conception so radically null, so intangible as that of M. Blanc? The most curious part of his book is in the select collection which he has made of objections proposed by certain incredulous persons, which he answers, as may be imagined, triumphantly. These critics had not seen that, in discussing M. Blanc's system, they were arguing about the dimensions, weight, and form of a mathematical point. Now, as it has happened, the controversy maintained by M. Blanc has taught him more than his own meditations had done, and one can see that, if the objections had continued, he would have ended by discovering what he thought he had invented, the organization of labor. But, in fine, has the aim, however narrow, which M. Blanc pursued, namely, the abolition of competition and the guarantee of success to an enterprise patronized and backed by the state, been attained? On this subject I will quote the reflections of a talented economist, M. Joseph Garney, to whose words I will permit myself to add a few comments. The government, according to M. Blanc, would choose moral workmen, and would give them good wages. So M. Blanc must have men made expressly for him. He does not flatter himself that he can act on any sort of temperaments. As for wages, M. Blanc promises that they shall be good. That is easier than to define their measure. M. Blanc admits by his hypothesis that these workshops would yield a net product, and, further, would compete so successfully with private industry that the latter would change into national workshops. How could that be, if the cost of the national workshops is higher than that of the free workshops? I have shown in the third chapter that 300 workmen in a mill do not produce for their employer, among them all, a regular net income of 20,000 francs, and that these 20,000 francs, distributed among the 300 laborers, would add but 18 centimes a day to their income. Now, this is true of all industries. How will the national workshop, which owes its workmen good wages, make up this deficit? By emulation, says M. Blanc. M. Blanc points with extreme complacency to the Leclerc establishment, a society of house painters doing a very successful business, which he regards as a living demonstration of his system. M. Blanc might have added to this example a multitude of similar societies, which would prove quite as much as the Leclerc establishment, that is, no more. The Leclerc establishment is a collective monopoly, supported by the great society which envelopes it. Now, the question is whether entire society can become a monopoly, in M. Blanc's sense and patterned after the Leclerc establishment. I deny it positively. But a fact touching more closely the question before us, and which M. Blanc has not taken into consideration, is that it follows from the distribution accounts furnished by the Leclerc establishment that, the wages paid being much above the general average, the first thing to do in a reorganization of society would be to start up competition with the Leclerc establishment, either among its own workmen or outside. Wages would be regulated by the government. The members of the social workshop would dispose of them as they liked, and the indisputable excellence of life in common would not be long in causing association in labor to give birth to voluntary association in pleasure. Is M. Blanc a communist, yes or no? Let him declare himself once for all, instead of holding off, and if communism does not make him more intelligible, we shall at least know what he wants. In reading the supplement in which M. Blanc has seen fit to combat the objections which some journals have raised, we see more clearly the incompleteness of his conception, daughter of at least three fathers, Saint-Simonism, Fourierism, and communism, with the aid of politics and a very little, political economy. According to his explanations, the state would be only the regulator, legislator, protector of industry, not the universal manufacturer or producer. But as he exclusively protects the social workshops to destroy private industry, he necessarily brings up in monopoly and falls back into the Saint-Simonian theory in spite of himself, at least so far as production is concerned. M. Blanc cannot deny it, his system is directed against private industry, and with him power, by its force of initiative, tends to extinguish all individual initiative, to proscribe free labor. The coupling of contraries is odious to M. Blanc, accordingly we see that, after having sacrificed competition to association, he sacrifices to it liberty also. I am waiting for him to abolish the family. Nevertheless, hierarchy would result from the elective principle, as in Fourierism, as in constitutional politics. But these social workshops again, regulated by law, will they be anything but corporations? What is the bond of corporations? The law. Who will make the law? The government. You suppose that it will be good? Well, experience has shown that it has never been a success in regulating the innumerable accidents of industry. You tell us that it will fix the rate of profits, the rate of wages, you hope that it will do it in such a way that laborers and capital will take refuge in the social workshop. But you do not tell us how equilibrium will be established between these workshops which will have a tendency to life in common, to the phalanstery. You do not tell us how these workshops will avoid competition within and without, how they will provide for the excess of population in relation to capital, how the manufacturing social workshops will differ from those of the fields, and many other things besides. I know well that you will answer, by the specific virtue of the law. And if your government, your state, knows not how to make it? Do you not see that you are sliding down a declivity, and that you are obliged to grasp at something similar to the existing law? It is easy to see by reading you that you are especially devoted to the invention of a power susceptible of application to your system, but I declare, after reading you carefully, that in my opinion you have as yet no clear and precise idea of what you need. What you lack, as well as all of us, is the true conception of liberty and equality, which you would not like to disown, and which you are obliged to sacrifice, whatever precautions you may take. Unacquainted with the nature and functions of power, you have not dared to stop for a single explanation, you have not given the slightest example. Suppose we admit that the workshops succeed as producers, there will also be commercial workshops to put products in circulation and effect exchanges. And who then will regulate the price? Again the law. In truth, I tell you, you will need a new appearance on Mount Sinai, otherwise you will never get out of your difficulties, you, your Council of State, your Chamber of Representatives, or your Areopagus of Senators. The correctness of these reflections cannot be questioned. M. Blanc, with his organization by the state, is obliged always to end where he should have begun, so beginning, he would have been saved the trouble of writing his book, that is, in the study of economic science. As his critic very well says, M. Blanc has made the grave mistake of using political strategy in dealing with questions which are not amenable to such treatment. He has tried to summon the government to a fulfillment of its obligations, and he has succeeded only in demonstrating more clearly than ever the incompatibility of socialism with haranguing and parliamentary democracy. His pamphlet, all enameled with eloquent pages, does honor to his literary capacity. As for the philosophical value of the book, it would be absolutely the same if the author had confined himself to writing on each page, in large letters, this single phrase, "I protest." To sum up, competition, as an economic position or phase, considered in its origin, is the necessary result of the intervention of machinery, of the establishment of the workshop, and of the theory of reduction of general costs. Considered in its own significance and in its tendency, it is the mode by which collective activity manifests and exercises itself, the expression of social spontaneity, the emblem of democracy and equality, the most energetic instrument for the constitution of value, the support of association. As the essay of individual forces, it is the guarantee of their liberty, the first moment of their harmony, the form of responsibility which unites them all and makes them solidary. But competition abandoned to itself and deprived of the direction of a superior and efficacious principle is only a vague movement, an endless oscillation of industrial power, eternally tossed about between those two equally disastrous extremes, on the one hand, corporations and patronage, to which we have seen the workshop give birth, and, on the other, monopoly, which will be discussed in the following chapter. Socialism, while protesting, and with reason, against this anarchical competition, has as yet proposed nothing satisfactory for its regulation, as is proved by the fact that we meet everywhere, in the utopias which have seen the light, the determination or socialization of value abandoned to arbitrary control, and all reforms ending, now in hierarchical corporation, now in state monopoly, or the tyranny of communism. Chapter 6. Fourth period: Monopoly. Monopoly, the exclusive commerce, exploitation, or enjoyment of a thing. Monopoly is the natural opposite of competition. This simple observation suffices, as we have remarked, to overthrow the utopias based upon the idea of abolishing competition, as if its contrary were association and fraternity. Competition is the vital force which animates the collective being. To destroy it, if such a supposition were possible, would be to kill society. But, the moment we admit competition as a necessity, it implies the idea of monopoly, since monopoly is, as it were, the seat of each competing individuality. Accordingly, the economists have demonstrated, and M. Rossi has formally admitted it, that monopoly is the form of social possession, outside of which there is no labor, no product, no exchange, no wealth. Every landed possession is a monopoly, every industrial utopia tends to establish itself as a monopoly, and the same must be said of other functions not included in these two categories. Monopoly in itself, then, does not carry the idea of injustice. In fact, there is something in it which, pertaining to society as well as to man, legitimates it. That is the positive side of the principle which we are about to examine. But monopoly, like competition, becomes antisocial and disastrous. How does this happen? By abuse, reply the economists. And it is to defining and repressing the abuses of monopoly that the magistrates apply themselves. It is in denouncing them that the new school of economists glories. We shall show that the so-called abuses of monopoly are only the effects of the development, in a negative sense, of legal monopoly, that they cannot be separated from their principle without ruining this principle, consequently, that they are inaccessible to the law, and that all repression in this direction is arbitrary and unjust. So that monopoly, the constitutive principle of society and the condition of wealth, is at the same time and in the same degree a principle of spoliation and pauperism, that, the more good it is made to produce, the more evil is received from it, that without it progress comes to a standstill, and that with it labor becomes stationary and civilization disappears. One necessity of monopoly. Thus monopoly is the inevitable end of competition, which engenders it by a continual denial of itself. This generation of monopoly is already its justification. For, since competition is inherent in society as motion is in living beings, monopoly which comes in its train, which is its object and its end, and without which competition would not have been accepted, monopoly is and will remain legitimate as long as competition, as long as mechanical processes and industrial combinations, as long, in fact, as the division of labor and the constitution of values shall be necessities and laws. Therefore by the single fact of its logical generation monopoly is justified. Nevertheless this justification would seem of little force and would end only in a more energetic rejection of competition than ever, if monopoly could not in turn posit itself by itself and as a principle. In the preceding chapters we have seen that division of labor is the specification of the workman considered especially as intelligence, that the creation of machinery and the organization of the workshop express his liberty, and that, by competition, man, or intelligent liberty, enters into action. Now, monopoly is the expression of victorious liberty, the prize of the struggle, the glorification of genius. It is the strongest stimulant of all the steps in progress taken since the beginning of the world. So true is this that, as we said just now, society, which cannot exist with it, would not have been formed without it. Where, then, does monopoly get this singular virtue, which the etymology of the word and the vulgar aspect of the thing would never lead us to suspect? Monopoly is at bottom simply the autocracy of man over himself. It is the dictatorial right accorded by nature to every producer of using his faculties as he pleases, of giving free play to his thought in whatever direction it prefers, of speculating, in such specialty as he may please to choose, with all the power of his resources, of disposing sovereignly of the instruments which he has created and of the capital accumulated by his economy for any enterprise the risks of which he may see fit to accept on the express condition of enjoying alone the fruits of his discovery and the profits of his venture. This right belongs so thoroughly to the essence of liberty that to deny it is to mutilate man in his body, in his soul, and in the exercise of his faculties, and society, which progresses only by the free initiative of individuals, soon lacking explorers, finds itself arrested in its onward march. It is time to give body to all these ideas by the testimony of facts. I know a commune where from time immemorial there had been no roads either for the clearing of lands or for communication with the outside world. During 3/4 of the year all importation or exportation of goods was prevented. A barrier of mud and marsh served as a protection at once against any invasion from without and any excursion of the inhabitants of the holy and sacred community. 6 horses, in the finest weather, scarcely sufficed to move a load that any jade could easily have taken over a good road. The mayor resolved, in spite of the council, to build a road through the town. For a long time he was derided, cursed, execrated. They had got along well enough without a road up to the time of his administration. Why need he spend the money of the commune and waste the time of farmers in road duty, cartage, and compulsory service? It was to satisfy his pride that Monsieur the Mayor desired, at the expense of the poor farmers, to open such a fine avenue for his city friends who would come to visit him. In spite of everything the road was made and the peasants applauded. What a difference! They said, it used to take 8 horses to carry 30 sacks to market, and we were gone 3 days, now we start in the morning with 2 horses, and are back at night. But in all these remarks nothing further was heard of the mayor. The event having justified him, they spoke of him no more. Most of them, in fact, as I found out, felt a spite against him. This mayor acted after the manner of Aristides. Suppose that, wearied by the absurd clamor, he had from the beginning proposed to his constituents to build the road at his expense, provided they would pay him toll for 50 years, each, however, remaining free to travel through the fields, as in the past. In what respect would this transaction have been fraudulent? That is the history of society and monopolists. Everybody is not in a position to make a present to his fellow citizens of a road or a machine. Generally the inventor, after exhausting his health and substance, expects reward. Deny then, while still scoffing at them, to Arkwright, Watt, and Jacquard the privilege of their discoveries, they will shut themselves up in order to work, and possibly will carry their secret to the grave. Deny to the settler possession of the soil which he clears, and no one will clear it. But, they say, is that true right, social right, fraternal right? That which is excusable on emerging from primitive communism, an effect of necessity, is only a temporary expedient which must disappear in face of a fuller understanding of the rights and duties of man and society. I recoil from no hypothesis. Let us see, let us investigate. It is already a great point that the opponents confess that, during the first period of civilization, things could not have gone otherwise. It remains to ascertain whether the institutions of this period are really, as has been said, only temporary, or whether they are the result of laws immanent in society and eternal. Now, the thesis which I maintain at this moment is the more difficult because in direct opposition to the general tendency, and because I must directly overturn it myself by its contradiction. I pray, then, that I may be told how it is possible to make appeal to the principles of sociability, fraternity, and solidarity, when society itself rejects every solidary and fraternal transaction. At the beginning of each industry, at the first gleam of a discovery, the man who invents is isolated, society abandons him and remains in the background. To put it better, this man, relatively to the idea which he has conceived and the realization of which he pursues, becomes in himself alone entire society. He has no longer any associates, no longer any collaborators, no longer any sureties, everybody shuns him, on him alone falls the responsibility, to him alone, then, the advantages of the speculation. But, it is insisted, this is blindness on the part of society, an abandonment of its most sacred rights and interests, of the welfare of future generations, and the speculator, better informed or more fortunate, cannot fairly profit by the monopoly which universal ignorance gives into his hands. I maintain that this conduct on the part of society is, as far as the present is concerned, an act of high prudence, and, as for the future, I shall prove that it does not lose thereby. I have already shown in the second chapter, by the solution of the antinomy of value, that the advantage of every useful discovery is incomparably less to the inventor, whatever he may do, than to society. I have carried the demonstration of this point even to mathematical accuracy. Later I shall show further that, in addition to the profit assured it by every discovery, society exercises over the privileges which it concedes, whether temporarily or perpetually, claims of several kinds, which largely palliate the excess of certain private fortunes, and the effect of which is a prompt restoration of equilibrium. But let us not anticipate. I observe, then, that social life manifests itself in a double fashion, preservation and development. Development is effected by the free play of individual energies, the mass is by its nature barren, passive, and hostile to everything new. It is, if I may venture to use the comparison, the womb, sterile by itself, but to which come to deposit themselves the germs created by private activity, which, in hermaphroditic society, really performs the function of the male organ. But society preserves itself only so far as it avoids solidarity with private speculations and leaves every innovation absolutely to the risk and peril of individuals. It would take but a few pages to contain the list of useful inventions. The enterprises that have been carried to a successful issue may be numbered. No figure would express the multitude of false ideas and imprudent ventures which every day are hatched in human brains. There is not an inventor, not a workman, who, for one sane and correct conception, has not given birth to thousands of chimeras, not an intelligence which, for one spark of reason, does not emit whirlwinds of smoke. If it were possible to divide all the products of the human reason into two parts, putting on one side those that are useful, and on the other those on which strength, thought, capital, and time have been spent in error, we should be startled by the discovery that the excess of the latter over the former is perhaps 1,000,000,000%. What would become of society, if it had to discharge these liabilities and settle all these bankruptcies? What, in turn, would become of the responsibility and dignity of the laborer, if, secured by the social guarantee, he could, without personal risk, abandon himself to all the caprices of a delirious imagination and trifle at every moment with the existence of humanity? Wherefore I conclude that what has been practiced from the beginning will be practiced to the end, and that, on this point, as on every other, if our aim is reconciliation, it is absurd to think that anything that exists can be abolished. For, the world of ideas being infinite, like nature, and men, today as ever, being subject to speculation, that is, to error, individuals have a constant stimulus to speculate and society a constant reason to be suspicious and cautious, wherefore monopoly never lacks material. To avoid this dilemma, what is proposed? Compensation. In the first place, compensation is impossible, all values being monopolized. Where would society get the means to indemnify the monopolists? What would be its mortgage? On the other hand, compensation would be utterly useless. After all the monopolies had been compensated, it would remain to organize industry. Where is the system? Upon what is opinion settled? What problems have been solved? If the organization is to be of the hierarchical type, we re-enter the system of monopoly. If of the democratic, we return to the point of departure, for the compensated industries will fall into the public domain, that is, into competition, and gradually will become monopolies again. If, finally, of the communistic, we shall simply have passed from one impossibility to another, for, as we shall demonstrate at the proper time, communism, like competition and monopoly, is antinomical. Impossible. In order not to involve the social wealth in an unlimited and consequently disastrous solidarity, will they content themselves with imposing rules upon the spirit of invention and enterprise? Will they establish a censorship to distinguish between men of genius and fools? That is to suppose that society knows in advance precisely that which is to be discovered. To submit the projects of schemers to an advance examination is an a priori prohibition of all movement. For, once more, relatively to the end which he has in view, there is a moment when each manufacturer represents in his own person society itself, sees better and farther than all other men combined, and frequently without being able to explain himself or make himself understood. When Copernicus, Kepler, and Galileo, Newton's predecessors, came to the point of saying to Christian society, then represented by the Church, the Bible is mistaken, the earth revolves, and the sun is stationary, they were right against society, which, on the strength of its senses and traditions, contradicted them. Could society then have accepted solidarity with the Copernican system? So little could it do it that the system openly denied its faith, and that, pending the accord of reason and revelation, Galileo, one of the responsible inventors, underwent torture in proof of the new idea. We are more tolerant, I presume, but this very toleration proves that, while according greater liberty to genius, we do not mean to be less discreet than our ancestors. Patents reign, but without governmental guarantee. Property titles are placed in the keeping of citizens, but neither the property list nor the charter guarantee their value, it is for labor to make them valuable. And as for the scientific and other missions which the government sometimes takes a notion to entrust to penniless explorers, they are so much extra robbery and corruption. In fact, society can guarantee to no one the capital necessary for the testing of an idea by experiment. In right, it cannot claim the results of an enterprise to which it has not subscribed, therefore monopoly is indestructible. For the rest, solidarity would be of no service, for, as each can claim for his whims the solidarity of all and would have the same right to obtain the government's signature in blank, we should soon arrive at the universal reign of caprice, that is, purely and simply at the statu quo. Some socialists, very unhappily inspired, I say it with all the force of my conscience, by evangelical abstractions, believe that they have solved the difficulty by these fine maxims: inequality of capacities proves the inequality of duties, you have received more from nature, give more to your brothers, and other high-sounding and touching phrases, which never fail of their effect on empty heads, but which nevertheless are as simple as anything that it is possible to imagine. The practical formula deduced from these marvelous adages is that each laborer owes all his time to society, and that society should give back to him in exchange all that is necessary to the satisfaction of his wants in proportion to the resources at its disposal. May my communistic friends forgive me. I should be less severe upon their ideas if I were not irreversibly convinced, in my reason and in my heart, that communism, republicanism, and all the social, political, and religious utopias which disdain facts and criticism, are the greatest obstacle which progress has now to conquer. Why will they never understand that fraternity can be established only by justice, that justice alone, the condition, means, and law of liberty and fraternity, must be the object of our study, and that its determination and formula must be pursued without relaxation, even to the minutest details? Why do writers familiar with economic language forget that superiority of talents is synonymous with superiority of wants, and that, instead of expecting more from vigorous than from ordinary personalities, society should constantly look out that they do not receive more than they render, when it is already so hard for the mass of mankind to render all that it receives? Turn which way you will, you must always come back to the cash book, to the account of receipts and expenditures, the sole guarantee against large consumers as well as against small producers. The workman continually lives in advance of his production, his tendency is always to get credit contract debts and go into bankruptcy. It is perpetually necessary to remind him of Say's aphorism, products are bought only with products. To suppose that the laborer of great capacity will content himself, in favor of the weak, with half his wages, furnish his services gratuitously, and produce, as the people say, for the King of Prussia, that is, for that abstraction called society, the sovereign, or my brothers, is to base society on a sentiment, I do not say beyond the reach of man, but one which, erected systematically into a principle, is only a false virtue, a dangerous hypocrisy. Charity is recommended to us as a reparation of the infirmities which afflict our fellows by accident, and, viewing it in this light, I can see that charity may be organized, I can see that, growing out of solidarity itself, it may become simply justice. But charity taken as an instrument of equality and the law of equilibrium would be the dissolution of society. Equality among men is produced by the rigorous and inflexible law of labor, the proportionality of values, the sincerity of exchanges, and the equivalence of functions, in short, by the mathematical solution of all antagonisms. That is why charity, the prime virtue of the Christian, the legitimate hope of the socialist, the object of all the efforts of the economist, is a social vice the moment it is made a principle of constitution and a law. That is why certain economists have been able to say that legal charity had caused more evil in society than proprietary usurpation. Man, like the society of which he is a part, has a perpetual account current with himself, all that he consumes he must produce. Such is the general rule, which no one can escape without being, ipso facto struck with dishonor or suspected of fraud. Singular idea, truly, that of decreeing, under pretext of fraternity, the relative inferiority of the majority of men. After this beautiful declaration nothing will be left but to draw its consequences, and soon, thanks to fraternity, aristocracy will be restored. Double the normal wages of the workman, and you invite him to idleness, humiliate his dignity, and demoralize his conscience, take away from him the legitimate price of his efforts, and you either excite his anger or exalt his pride. In either case you damage his fraternal feelings. On the contrary, make enjoyment conditional upon labor, the only way provided by nature to associate men and make them good and happy, and you go back under the law of economic distribution, products are bought with products. Communism, as I have often complained, is the very denial of society in its foundation, which is the progressive equivalence of functions and capacities. The communists, toward whom all socialism tends, do not believe in equality by nature and education, they supply it by sovereign decrees which they cannot carry out, whatever they may do. Instead of seeking justice in the harmony of facts, they take it from their feelings, calling justice everything that seems to them to be love of one's neighbor, and incessantly confounding matters of reason with those of sentiment. Why then continually interject fraternity, charity, sacrifice, and God into the discussion of economic questions? May it not be that the utopists find it easier to expatiate upon these grand words than to seriously study social manifestations? Fraternity. Brothers, as much as you please, provided I am the big brother and you the little, provided society, our common mother, honors my primogeniture and my services by doubling my portion. You will provide for my wants, you say, in proportion to your resources. I intend, on the contrary, that such provision shall be in proportion to my labor, if not, I cease to labor. Charity. I deny charity, it is mysticism. In vain do you talk to me of fraternity and love, I remain convinced that you love me but little, and I feel very sure that I do not love you. Your friendship is but a feint, and, if you love me, it is from self-interest. I ask all that my products cost me, and only what they cost me. Why do you refuse me? Sacrifice. I deny sacrifice, it is mysticism. Talk to me of debt and credit, the only criterion in my eyes of the just and the unjust, of good and evil in society. To each according to his works, first, and if, on occasion, I am impelled to aid you, I will do it with a good grace, but I will not be constrained. To constrain me to sacrifice is to assassinate me. God. I know no God, mysticism again. Begin by striking this word from your remarks, if you wish me to listen to you, for 3,000 years of experience have taught me that whoever talks to me of God has designs on my liberty or on my purse. How much do you owe me? How much do I owe you? That is my religion and my God. Monopoly owes its existence both to nature and to man. It has its source at once in the profoundest depths of our conscience and in the external fact of our individualization. Just as in our body and our mind everything has its specialty and property, so our labor presents itself with a proper and specific character, which constitutes its quality and value. And as labor cannot manifest itself without material or an object for its exercise, the person necessarily attracting the thing, monopoly is established from subject to object as infallibly as duration is constituted from past to future. Bees, ants, and other animals living in society seem endowed individually only with automatism, with them soul and instinct are almost exclusively collective. That is why, among such animals, there can be no room for privilege and monopoly, why, even in their most volitional operations, they neither consult nor deliberate. But, humanity being individualized in its plurality, man becomes inevitably a monopolist, since, if not a monopolist, he is nothing, and the social problem is to find out, not how to abolish, but how to reconcile, all monopolies. The most remarkable and the most immediate effects of monopoly are: 1. In the political order, the classification of humanity into families, tribes, cities, nations, states. This is the elementary division of humanity into groups and subgroups of laborers, distinguished by race, language, customs, and climate. It was by monopoly that the human race took possession of the globe, as it will be by association that it will become complete sovereign thereof. Political and civil law, as conceived by all legislators without exception and as formulated by jurists, born of this patriotic and national organization of societies, forms, in the series of social contradictions, a first and vast branch, the study of which by itself alone would demand 4 times more time than we can give it in discussing the question of industrial economy propounded by the Academy. 2. In the economic order, monopoly contributes to the increase of comfort, in the first place by adding to the general wealth through the perfecting of methods, and then by capitalizing, that is, by consolidating the conquests of labor obtained by division, machinery, and competition. From this effect of monopoly has resulted the economic fiction by which the capitalist is considered a producer and capital an agent of production. Then, as a consequence of this fiction, the theory of net product and gross product. On this point we have a few considerations to present. First, let us quote J.B. say: "The value produced is the gross product. After the costs of production have been deducted, this value is the net product. Considering a nation as a whole, it has no net product, for, as products have no value beyond the costs of production, when these costs are cut off, the entire value of the product is cut off. National production, annual production, should always therefore be understood as gross production. The annual revenue is the gross revenue. The term net production is applicable only when considering the interests of one producer in opposition to those of other producers. The manager of an enterprise gets his profit from the value produced after deducting the value consumed. But what to him is value consumed, such as the purchase of a productive service, is so much income to the performer of the service. Treatise on Political Economy, Analytical Table. These definitions are irreproachable. Unhappily J.B. Say did not see their full bearing, and could not have foreseen that one day his immediate successor at the College of France would attack them. M. Rossi has pretended to refute the proposition of J.B. Say that to a nation net product is the same thing as gross product by this consideration, that nations, no more than individuals of enterprise, can produce without advances, and that, if J.B. Say's formula were true, it would follow that the axiom, ex nihilo nihil fit, is not true. Now, that is precisely what happens. Humanity, in imitation of God, produces everything from nothing, de nihilo hilum, just as it is itself a product of nothing, just as its thought comes out of the void, and M. Rossi would not have made such a mistake, if, like the physiocrats, he had not confounded the products of the industrial kingdom with those of the animal, vegetable, and mineral kingdoms. Political economy begins with labor, it is developed by labor, and all that does not come from labor, falling into the domain of pure utility, that is, into the category of things submitted to man's action, but not yet rendered exchangeable by labor, remains radically foreign to political economy. Monopoly itself, wholly established as it is by a pure act of collective will, does not change these relations at all, since, according to history, and according to the written law, and according to economic theory, monopoly exists, or is reputed to exist, only after labor's appearance. Say's doctrine, therefore, is unassailable. Relatively to the man of enterprise, whose specialty always supposes other manufacturers cooperating with him, profit is what remains of the value produced after deducting the values consumed, among which must be included the salary of the man of enterprise, in other words, his wages. Relatively to society, which contains all possible specialties, net product is identical with gross product. But there is a point the explanation of which I have vainly sought in Say and in the other economists, to wit, how the reality and legitimacy of net product is established. For it is plain that, in order to cause the disappearance of net product, it would suffice to increase the wages of the workman and the price of the values consumed, the selling price remaining the same. So that, there being nothing seemingly to distinguish net product from a sum withheld in paying wages or, what amounts to the same thing, from an assessment laid upon the consumer in advance, net product has every appearance of an extortion effected by force and without the least show of right. This difficulty has been solved in advance in our theory of the proportionality of values. According to this theory, every exploiter of a machine, of an idea, or of capital should be considered as a man who increases with equal outlay the amount of a certain kind of products, and consequently increases the social wealth by economizing time. The principle of the legitimacy of the net product lies, then, in the processes previously in use. If the new device succeeds, there will be a surplus of values, and consequently a profit, that is, net product. If the enterprise rests on a false basis, there will be a deficit in the gross product, and in the long run failure and bankruptcy. Even in the case, and it is the most frequent, where there is no innovation on the part of the man of enterprise, the rule of net product remains applicable, for the success of an industry depends upon the way in which it is carried on. Now, it being in accordance with the nature of monopoly that the risk and peril of every enterprise should be taken by the initiator, it follows that the net product belongs to him by the most sacred title recognized among men, labor, and intelligence. It is useless to recall the fact that the net product is often exaggerated, either by fraudulently secured reductions of wages or in some other way. These are abuses which proceed, not from the principle, but from human cupidity, and which remain outside the domain of the theory. For the rest, I have shown, in discussing the constitution of value, Chapter 2, Section 2.1, how the net product can never exceed the difference resulting from inequality of the means of production. 2. How the profit which society reaps from each new invention is incomparably greater than that of its originator. As these points have been exhausted once for all, I will not go over them again. I will simply remark that, by industrial progress, the net product of the ingenious tends steadily to decrease, while, on the other hand, their comfort increases, as the concentric layers which make up the trunk of a tree become thinner as the tree grows and as they are farther removed from the center. By the side of net product, the natural reward of the laborer, I have pointed out as one of the happiest effects of monopoly the capitalization of values, from which is born another sort of profit, namely, interest, or the hire of capital. As for rent, although it is often confounded with interest, and although, in ordinary language, it is included with profit and interest under the common expression revenue, it is a different thing from interest. It is a consequence, not of monopoly, but of property. It depends on a special theory, of which we will speak in its place. What, then, is this reality, known to all peoples, and nevertheless still so badly defined, which is called interest or the price of a loan, and which gives rise to the fiction of the productivity of capital? Everybody knows that a contractor, when he calculates his costs of production, generally divides them into three classes: 1. The values consumed and services paid for; 2. His personal salary; 3. Recovery of his capital with interest. From this last class of costs is born the distinction between contractor and capitalist, although these two titles always express but one faculty, monopoly. Thus an industrial enterprise which yields only interest on capital and nothing for net product, is an insignificant enterprise, which results only in a transformation of values without adding anything to wealth, an enterprise, in short, which has no further reason for existence and is immediately abandoned. Why is it, then, that this interest on capital is not regarded as a sufficient supplement of net product? Why is it not itself the net product? Here again the philosophy of the economists is wanting. To defend usury they have pretended that capital was productive, and they have changed a metaphor into a reality. The anti-proprietary socialists have had no difficulty in overturning their sophistry, and through this controversy the theory of capital has fallen into such disfavor that today, in the minds of the people, capitalist and idler are synonymous terms. Certainly it is not my intention to retract what I myself have maintained after so many others, or to rehabilitate a class of citizens which so strangely misconceives its duties, but the interests of science and of the proletariat itself oblige me to complete my first assertions and maintain true principles. 1. All production is effected with a view to consumption, that is, to enjoyment. In society the correlative terms production and consumption, like net product and gross product, designate identically the same thing. If, then, after the laborer has realized a net product, instead of using it to increase his comfort, he should confine himself to his wages and steadily apply his surplus to new production, as so many people do who earn only to buy, production would increase indefinitely, while comfort and, reasoning from the standpoint of society, population would remain unchanged. Now, interest on capital which has been invested in an industrial enterprise and which has been gradually formed by the accumulation of net product, is a sort of compromise between the necessity of increasing production, on the one hand, and, on the other, that of increasing comfort. It is a method of reproducing and consuming the net product at the same time. That is why certain industrial societies pay their stockholders a dividend even before the enterprise has yielded anything. Life is short, success comes slowly. On the one hand labor commands, on the other man wishes to enjoy. To meet all these exigencies the net product shall be devoted to production, but meantime, inter esse, that is, while waiting for the new product the capitalist shall enjoy. Thus, as the amount of net product marks the progress of wealth, interest on capital, without which net product would be useless and would not even exist, marks the progress of comfort. Whatever the form of government which may be established among men, whether they live in monopoly or in communism, whether each laborer keeps his account by credit and debit, or has his labor and pleasure parceled out to him by the community, the law which we have just disengaged will always be fulfilled. Our interest accounts do nothing else than bear witness to it. Two values created by net product are classed as savings and capitalized in the most highly exchangeable form, the form which is freest and least susceptible of depreciation, in a word, the form of specie, the only constituted value. Now, if capital leaves the state of freedom and engages itself, that is, takes the form of machines, buildings, etc., it will still be susceptible of exchange, but much more exposed than before to the oscillations of supply and demand. Once engaged, it cannot be disengaged without difficulty, and the sole resource of its owner will be exploitation. Exploitation alone is capable of maintaining engaged capital at its nominal value. It may increase it, it may diminish it. Capital thus transformed is as if it had been risked in a maritime enterprise. The interest is the insurance premium paid on the capital. And this premium will be greater or less according to the scarcity or abundance of capital. Later a distinction will also be established between the insurance premium and interest on capital, and new facts will result from this subdivision. Thus the history of humanity is simply a perpetual distinction of the mind's concepts. 3. Not only does interest on capital cause the laborer to enjoy the fruit of his toil and ensure his savings, but, and this is the most marvelous effect of interest while rewarding the producer, it obliges him to labor incessantly and never stop. If a contractor is his own capitalist, it may happen that he will content himself with a profit equal to the interest on his investment, but in that case it is certain that his industry is no longer making progress and consequently is suffering. This we see when the capitalist is distinct from the contractor, for then, after the interest is paid, the manufacturer's profit is absolutely nothing. His industry becomes a perpetual peril to him, from which it is important that he should free himself as soon as possible. For as society's comfort must develop in an indefinite progression, so the law of the producer is that he should continually realize a surplus, otherwise his existence is precarious, monotonous, fatiguing. The interest due to the capitalist by the producer therefore is like the lash of the planter cracking over the head of the sleeping slave. It is the voice of progress crying, on, on. Toil, toil. Man's destiny pushes him to happiness, that is why it denies him rest. 4. Finally, interest on money is the condition of capital circulation and the chief agent of industrial solidarity. This aspect has been seized by all the economists, and we shall give it special treatment when we come to deal with credit. I have proved, and better, I imagine, than it has ever been proved before, that monopoly is necessary, since it is the antagonism of competition. That it is essential to society, since without it society would never have emerged from the primeval forests and without it would rapidly go backwards. Finally, that it is the crown of the producer, when, whether by net product or by interest on the capital which he devotes to production, it brings to the monopolist that increase of comfort which his foresight and his efforts deserve. Shall we, then, with the economists, glorify monopoly and consecrate it to the benefit of well-secured conservatives? I am willing, provided they in turn will admit my claims in what is to follow, as I have admitted theirs in what has preceded. 2. The disasters in labor and the perversion of ideas caused by monopoly. Like competition, monopoly implies a contradiction in its name and its definition. In fact, since consumption and production are identical things in society, and since selling is synonymous with buying, whoever says privilege of sale or exploitation necessarily says privilege of consumption and purchase, which ends in the denial of both. Hence a prohibition of consumption as well as of production laid by monopoly upon the wage receivers. Competition was civil war, monopoly is the massacre of the prisoners. These various propositions are supported by all sorts of evidence, physical, algebraic, and metaphysical. What I shall add will be only the amplified exposition, their simple announcement demonstrates them. Every society considered in its economic relations naturally divides itself into capitalists and laborers, employers and wage receivers, distributed upon a scale whose degrees mark the income of each, whether this income be composed of wages, profit, interest, rent, or dividends. From this hierarchical distribution of persons and incomes it follows that Say's principle just referred to, in a nation the net product is equal to the gross product, is no longer true, since, in consequence of monopoly, the selling price is much higher than the cost price. Now, as it is the cost price nevertheless which must pay the selling price, since a nation really has no market but itself, it follows that exchange, and consequently circulation and life, are impossible. In France, 20 millions of laborers, engaged in all the branches of science, art, and industry, produce everything which is useful to man. Their aggregate annual wages amount, it is estimated, to 20,000 millions, but, in consequence of the profit, net product and interest, accruing to monopolists, 25,000 millions must be paid for their products. Now, as the nation has no other buyers than its wage receivers and wage payers, and as the latter do not pay for the former, and as the selling price of merchandise is the same for all, it is clear that, to make circulation possible, the laborer would have to pay 5 for that for which he has received but 4. What is property? Chapter 4. 17. This, then, is the reason why wealth and poverty are correlative, inseparable, not only in idea, but in fact. This is the reason why they exist concurrently. This is what justifies the pretension of the wage receiver that the rich man possesses no more than the poor man, except that of which the latter has been defrauded. After the monopolist has drawn up his account of cost, profit, and interest, the wage-paid consumer draws up his, and he finds that, though promised wages stated in the contract as 100, he has really been given but 75. Monopoly, therefore, puts the wage receivers into bankruptcy, and it is strictly true that it lives upon the spoils. 6 years ago I brought out this frightful contradiction. Why has it not been thundered through the press? Why have no teachers of renown warned public opinion? Why have not those who demand political rights for the working man proclaimed that he is robbed? Why have the economists kept silent? Why? Our revolutionary democracy is so noisy only because it fears revolutions, but, by ignoring the danger which it dares not look in the face, it succeeds only in increasing it. We resemble, says M. Blanqui, firemen who increase the quantity of steam at the same time that they place weights on the safety valve. Victims of monopoly, console yourselves. If your tormentors will not listen, it is because Providence has resolved to strike them. Non audierunt, says the Bible, quia Deus volbat occidere eos. Sale being unable to fulfill the conditions of monopoly, merchandise accumulates. Labor has produced in a year what its wages will not allow it to consume in less than 15 months, hence it must remain idle 1/4 of the year. But, if it remains idle, it earns nothing. How will it ever buy? And if the monopolist cannot get rid of his products, how will his enterprise endure? Logical impossibility multiplies around the workshop. The facts which translate it are everywhere. The hosiers of England, says Eugene Burette, had come to the point where they did not eat oftener than every other day. This state of things lasted 18 months. And he cites a multitude of similar cases. But the distressing feature in the spectacle of monopoly's effects is the sight of the unfortunate workingmen blaming each other for their misery and imagining that by uniting and supporting each other they will prevent the reduction of wages. The Irish, says an observer, have given a disastrous lesson to the working classes of Great Britain. They have taught our laborers the fatal secret of confining their needs to the maintenance of animal life alone, and of contenting themselves, like savages, with the minimum of the means of subsistence sufficient to prolong life. Instructed by this fatal example, yielding partly to necessity, the working classes have lost that laudable pride which led them to furnish their houses properly and to multiply about them the decent conveniences which contribute to happiness. I have never read anything more afflicting and more stupid. And what would you have these workingmen do? The Irish came, should they have been massacred? Wages were reduced, should death have been accepted in their stead? Necessity commanded, as you say yourselves. Then followed the interminable hours, disease, deformity, degradation, debasement, and all the signs of industrial slavery. All these calamities are born of monopoly and its sad predecessors, competition, machinery, and the division of labor, and you blame the Irish. At other times the workingmen blame their luck, and exhort themselves to patience. This is the counterpart of the thanks which they address to Providence, when labor is abundant and wages are sufficient. I find in an article published by M. Leon Faucher, in the Journal des Economistes, September, 1845, that the English workingmen lost some time ago the habit of combining, which is surely a progressive step on which they are only to be congratulated, but that this improvement in the morale of the workingmen is due especially to their economic instruction. It is not upon the manufacturers, cried a spinner at the meeting in Bolton, that wages depend. In periods of depression the employers, so to speak, are only the lash with which necessity is armed, and whether they will or no, they have to strike. The regulative principle is the relation of supply to demand, and the employers have not this power. Let us act prudently, then, let us learn to be resigned to bad luck and to make the most of good luck. By seconding the progress of our industry, we shall be useful not only to ourselves, but to the entire country. Applause. Very good, well-trained, model workmen, these. What men these spinners must be that they should submit without complaint to the lash of necessity, because the regulative principle of wages is supply and demand. M. Leon Faucher adds with a charming simplicity. English workingmen are fearless reasoners. Give them a false principle, and they will push it mathematically to absurdity, without stopping or getting frightened, as if they were marching to the triumph of the truth. For my part, I hope that, in spite of all the efforts of economic propagandism, French workingmen will never become reasoners of such power. Supply and demand, as well as the lash of necessity, has no longer any hold upon their minds. This was the one misery that England lacked, it will not cross the Channel. By the combined effect of division, machinery, net product, and interest, monopoly extends its conquests in an increasing progression, its developments embrace agriculture as well as commerce and industry, and all sorts of products. Everybody knows the phrase of Pliny upon the landed monopoly which determined the fall of Italy, latifundia perditera Italiam. It is this same monopoly which still impoverishes and renders uninhabitable the Roman Campagna and which forms the vicious circle in which England moves convulsively. It is this monopoly which, established by violence after a war of races, produces all the evils of Ireland, and causes so many trials to O'Connell, powerless, with all his eloquence, to lead his repealers through this labyrinth. Grand sentiments and rhetoric are the worst remedy for social evils. It would be easier for O'Connell to transport Ireland and the Irish from the North Sea to the Australian Ocean than to overthrow with the breath of his harangues the monopoly which holds them in its grasp. General communions and sermons will do no more. If the religious sentiment still alone maintains the morale of the Irish people, it is high time that a little of that profane science, so much disdained by the Church, should come to the aid of the lambs which its crook no longer protects. The invasion of commerce and industry by monopoly is too well known to make it necessary that I should gather proofs. Moreover, of what use is it to argue so much when results speak so loudly? E. Buret's description of the misery of the working classes has something fantastic about it, which oppresses and frightens you. There are scenes in which the imagination refuses to believe, in spite of certificates and official reports. Couples all naked, hidden in the back of an unfurnished alcove, with their naked children, entire populations which no longer go to church on Sunday, because they are naked, bodies kept a week before they are buried, because the deceased has left neither a shroud in which to lay him out nor the wherewithal to pay for the coffin and the undertaker, and the bishop enjoys an income of from 400,000 to 500,000 francs, families heaped up over sewers, living in rooms occupied by pigs, and beginning to rot while yet alive, or dwelling in holes, like albinos, octogenarians sleeping naked on bare boards, and the virgin and the prostitute expiring in the same nudity, everywhere despair, consumption, hunger, hunger. And this people, which expiates the crimes of its masters, does not rebel. No, by the flames of nemesis. When a people has no vengeance left, there is no longer any providence for it. Exterminations en masse by monopoly have not yet found their poets. Our rhymers, strangers to the things of this world, without bowels for the proletaire, continue to breathe to the moon their melancholy delights. What a subject for meditations, nevertheless, is the miseries engendered by monopoly. It is Walter Scott who says, "Formerly, though many years since, each villager had his cow and his pig, and his yard around his house. Where a single farmer cultivates today, 30 small farmers lived formerly, so that for one individual, himself alone richer, it is true, than the 30 farmers of old times, there are now 29 wretched day laborers, without employment for their minds and arms, and whose number is too large by half. The only useful function which they fulfill is to pay, when they can, a rent of 60 shillings a year for the huts in which they dwell." 18. A modern ballad, quoted by E. Buret, sings the solitude of monopoly. El iru et est silencius dans la vallée. Cn est fait de sentiments de famille. Sur un peu de fumée le viol. Attend ses mains pales, et le foyer vide. Est aussi des sol que son cœur. 19. The reports made to Parliament rival the novelist and the poet. The inhabitants of Glensheil, in the neighbourhood of the Valley of Dundee, were formerly distinguished from all their neighbours by the superiority of their physical qualities. The men were of high stature, robust, active, and courageous, the women comely and graceful. Both sexes possessed an extraordinary taste for poetry and music. Now, alas! A long experience of poverty, prolonged privation of sufficient food and suitable clothing, have profoundly deteriorated this race, once so remarkably fine. This is a notable instance of the inevitable degradation pointed out by us in the 2 chapters on division of labor and machinery. And our litterateurs busy themselves with the pretty things of the past, as if the present were not adequate to their genius. The first among them to venture on these infernal paths has created a scandal in the coterie. Cowardly parasites, vile vendors of prose and verse, all worthy of the wages of Marsyas. Oh! If your punishment were to last as long as my contempt, you would be forced to believe in the eternity of hell. Monopoly, which just now seemed to us so well founded in justice, is the more unjust because it not only makes wages illusory, but deceives the workman in the very valuation of his wages by assuming in relation to him a false title, a false capacity. M. de Sismondi, in his Studies of Social Economy, observes somewhere that, when a banker delivers to a merchant banknotes in exchange for his values, far from giving credit to the merchant, he receives it, on the contrary, from him. This credit, adds M. de Sismondi, is in truth so short that the merchant scarcely takes the trouble to inquire whether the banker is worthy, especially as the former asks credit instead of granting it. So, according to M. de Sismondi, in the issue of bank paper, the functions of the merchant and the banker are inverted, the first is the creditor, and the second is the credited. Something similar takes place between the monopolist and wage receiver. In fact, the workers, like the merchant at the bank, ask to have their labor discounted. In right, the contractor ought to furnish them bonds and security. I will explain myself. In any exploitation, no matter of what sort, the contractor cannot legitimately claim, in addition to his own personal labor, anything but the idea, as for the execution, the result of the cooperation of numerous laborers, that is an effect of collective power, with which the authors, as free in their action as the chief, can produce nothing which should go to him gratuitously. Now, the question is to ascertain whether the amount of individual wages paid by the contractor is equivalent to the collective effect of which I speak, for, were it otherwise, says axiom, every product is worth what it costs, would be violated. The capitalist, they say, has paid the laborers their daily wages at a rate agreed upon, consequently he owes them nothing. To be accurate, it must be said that he has paid as many times one day's wage as he has employed laborers, which is not at all the same thing. For he has paid nothing for that immense power which results from the union of laborers and the convergence and harmony of their efforts, that saving of expense, secured by their formation into a workshop, that multiplication of product, foreseen, it is true, by the capitalist, but realized by free forces. 200 grenadiers, working under the direction of an engineer, stood the obelisk upon its base in a few hours. Do you think that one man could have accomplished the same task in 200 days? Nevertheless, on the books of the capitalist, the amount of wages is the same in both cases, because he allots to himself the benefit of the collective power. Now, of two things one, either this is usurpation on his part, or it is error. What is property? Chapter 3. To properly exploit the mule genii, engineers, builders, clerks, brigades of workingmen and working women of all sorts, have been needed. In the name of their liberty, of their security, of their future, and of the future of their children, these workmen, on engaging to work in the mill, had to make reserves. Where are the letters of credit which they have delivered to the employers? Where are the guarantees which they have received? What? Millions of men have sold their arms and parted with their liberty without knowing the import of the contract. They have engaged themselves upon the promise of continuous work and adequate reward. They have executed with their hands what the thought of the employers had conceived. They have become, by this collaboration, associates in the enterprise, and when monopoly, unable or unwilling to make further exchanges, suspends its manufacture and leaves these millions of laborers without bread, they are told to be resigned. By the new processes they have lost 9 days of their labor out of 10, and for reward they are pointed to the lash of necessity flourished over them. Then, if they refuse to work for lower wages, they are shown that they punish themselves. If they accept the rate offered them, they lose that noble pride, that taste for decent conveniences which constitute the happiness and dignity of the working man and entitle him to the sympathies of the rich. If they combine to secure an increase of wages, they are thrown into prison. Whereas they ought to prosecute their exploiters in the courts, on them the courts will avenge the violations of liberty of commerce. Victims of monopoly, they will suffer the penalty due to the monopolists. O justice of men, stupid courtesan, how long, under your goddess's tinsel, will you drink the blood of the slaughtered proletaire? Monopoly has invaded everything, land, labor, and the instruments of labor, products, and the distribution of products. Political economy itself has not been able to avoid admitting it. You almost always find across your path, says M. Rossi, some monopoly. There is scarcely a product that can be regarded as the pure and simple result of labor. Accordingly, the economic law which proportions price to cost of production is never completely realized. It is a formula which is profoundly modified by the intervention of one or another of the monopolies to which the instruments of production are subordinated. Course in Political Economy, Volume I, page 143. M. Rossi holds too high an office to give his language all the precision and exactness which science requires when monopoly is in question. What he so complacently calls a modification of economic formulas is but a long and odious violation of the fundamental laws of labor and exchange. It is in consequence of monopoly that in society, net product being figured over and above gross product, the collective laborer must repurchase his own product at a price higher than that which this product costs him, which is contradictory and impossible, that the natural balance between production and consumption is destroyed, that the laborer is deceived not only in his settlements, but also as to the amount of his wages, that in his case progress in comfort is changed into an incessant progress in misery. It is by monopoly, in short, that all notions of commutative justice are perverted, and that social economy, instead of the positive science that it is, becomes a veritable utopia. This disguise of political economy under the influence of monopoly is a fact so remarkable in the history of social ideas that we must not neglect to cite a few instances. Thus, from the standpoint of monopoly, value is no longer that synthetic conception which serves to express the relation of a special object of utility to the sum total of wealth, monopoly estimating things, not in their relation to society, but in their relation to itself. Value loses its social character, and is nothing but a vague, arbitrary, egoistic, and essentially variable thing. Starting with this principle, the monopolist extends the term product to cover all sorts of servitude, and applies the idea of capital to all the frivolous and shameful industries which his passions and vices exploit. The charms of a courtesan, says Say, are so much capital, of which the product follows the general law of values, namely, supply and demand. Most of the works on political economy are full of such applications. But as prostitution and the state of dependence from which it emanates are condemned by morality, M. Rossi will bid us observe the further fact that political economy, after having modified its formula in consequence of the intervention of monopoly, will have to submit to a new corrective, although its conclusions are in themselves irreproachable. For, he says, political economy has nothing in common with morality. It is for us to accept it, to modify or correct its formulas, whenever our welfare, that of society, and the interests of morality call for it. How many things there are between political economy and truth! Likewise, the theory of net product, so highly social, progressive, and conservative, has been individualized, if I may say so, by monopoly, and the principle which ought to secure society's welfare causes its ruin. The monopolist, always striving for the greatest possible net product, no longer acts as a member of society and in the interest of society. He acts with a view to his exclusive interest, whether this interest be contrary to the social interest or not. This change of perspective is the cause to which M. de Sismondi attributes the depopulation of the Roman Campagna. From the comparative researches which he has made regarding the product of the Agro Romano when in a state of cultivation and its product when left as pasture land, he has found that the gross product would be 12 times larger in the former case than in the latter, but, as cultivation demands relatively a greater number of hands, he has discovered also that in the former case the net product would be less. This calculation, which did not escape the proprietors, sufficed to confirm them in the habit of leaving their lands uncultivated, and hence the Roman Campagna is uninhabited. All parts of the Roman states, adds M. de Sismondi, present the same contrast between the memories of their prosperity in the Middle Ages and their present desolation. The town of Ceres, made famous by Renzo de Siri, who defended by turns Marseilles against Charles V and Geneva against the Duke of Savoy, is nothing but a solitude. In all the fiefs of the Orsines and the colonies not a soul. From the forests which surround the pretty lake of Vico the human race has disappeared, and the soldiers with whom the formidable prefect of Vico made Rome tremble so often in the 14th century have left no descendants. Castro and Ronciglione are desolate. Studies in political economy. In fact, society seeks the greatest possible gross product, and consequently the greatest possible population, because with it gross product and net product are identical. Monopoly, on the contrary, aims steadily at the greatest net product, even though able to obtain it only at the price of the extermination of the human race. Under this same influence of monopoly, interest on capital, perverted in its idea, has become in turn a principle of death to society. As we have explained it, interest on capital is, on the one hand, the form under which the laborer enjoys his net product, while utilizing it in new creations. On the other, this interest is the material bond of solidarity between producers, viewed from the standpoint of the increase of wealth. Under the first aspect, the aggregate interest paid can never exceed the amount of the capital itself. Under the second, interest allows, in addition to reimbursement, a premium as a reward of service rendered. In no case does it imply perpetuity. But monopoly, confounding the idea of capital, which is attributable only to the creations of human industry, with that of the exploitable material which nature has given us, and which belongs to all, and favored moreover in its usurpation by the anarchical condition of a society in which possession can exist only on condition of being exclusive, sovereign, and perpetual, monopoly has imagined and laid it down as a principle that capital, like land, animals, and plants, had in itself an activity of its own, which relieved the capitalist of the necessity of contributing anything else to exchange and of taking any part in the labors of the workshop. From this false idea of monopoly has come the Greek name of usury, tokos, as much as to say the child or the increase of capital, which caused Aristotle to perpetrate this witticism, coins beget no children. But the metaphor of the usurers has prevailed over the joke of the stagey right. Usury, like rent, of which it is an imitation, has been declared a perpetual right, and only very lately, by a half return to the principle, has it reproduced the idea of redemption. Such is the meaning of the enigma which has caused so many scandals among theologians and legists, and regarding which the Christian Church has blundered twice: first, in condemning every sort of interest, and, second, in taking the side of the economists and thus contradicting its old maxims. Usury, or the right of increase, is at once the expression and the condemnation of monopoly. It is the spoliation of labor by organized and legalized capital. Of all the economic subversions it is that which most loudly accuses the old society, and whose scandalous persistence would justify an unceremonious and uncompensated dispossession of the entire capitalistic class. Finally, monopoly, by a sort of instinct of self-preservation, has perverted even the idea of association, as something that might infringe upon it, or, to speak more accurately, has not permitted its birth. Who could hope today to define what association among men should be? The law distinguishes 2 species and 4 varieties of civil societies, and as many commercial societies, from the simple partnership to the joint stock company. I have read the most respectable commentaries that have been written upon all these forms of association, and I declare that I have found in them but one application of the routine practices of monopoly between 2 or more partners who unite their capital and their efforts against everything that produces and consumes, that invents and exchanges, that lives and dies. The sine qua non of all these societies is capital, whose presence alone constitutes them and gives them a basis. Their object is monopoly, that is, the exclusion of all other laborers and capitalists, and consequently the negation of social universality so far as persons are concerned. Thus, according to the definition of the statute, a commercial society which should lay down as a principle the right of any stranger to become a member upon his simple request, and to straightway enjoy the rights and prerogatives of associates and even managers, would no longer be a society. The courts would officially pronounce its dissolution, its non-existence. So, again, articles of association in which the contracting parties should stipulate no contribution of capital, but, while reserving to each the express right to compete with all, should confine themselves to a reciprocal guarantee of labor and wages, saying nothing of the branch of exploitation, or of capital, or of interest, or of profit and loss. Such articles would seem contradictory in their tenor, as destitute of purpose as of reason, and would be annulled by the judge on the complaint of the first rebellious associate. Covenants thus drawn up could give rise to no judicial action. People calling themselves the associates of everybody would be considered associates of nobody. Treatises contemplating guarantee and competition between associates at the same time, without any mention of social capital and without any designation of purpose, would pass for a work of transcendental charlatanism, whose author could readily be sent to a madhouse, provided the magistrates would consent to regard him as only a lunatic. And yet it is proved, by the most authentic testimony which history and social economy furnish, that humanity has been thrown naked and without capital upon the earth which it cultivates, consequently that it has created and is daily creating all the wealth that exists, that monopoly is only a relative view serving to designate the grade of the laborer, with certain conditions of enjoyment, and that all progress consists, while indefinitely multiplying products, in determining their proportionality, that is, in organizing labor and comfort by division, machinery, the workshop, education, and competition. On the other hand, it is evident that all the tendencies of humanity, both in its politics and in its civil laws, are towards universalization, that is, towards a complete transformation of the idea of society as determined by our statutes. Whence I conclude that articles of association which should regulate, no longer the contribution of the associates, since each associate, according to the economic theory, is supposed to possess absolutely nothing upon his entrance into society, but the conditions of labor and exchange, and which should allow access to all who might present themselves. I conclude, I say, that such articles of association would contain nothing that was not rational and scientific, since they would be the very expression of progress, the organic formula of labor, and since they would reveal, so to speak, humanity to itself by giving it the rudiment of its constitution. Now, who, among the jurisconsults and economists, has ever approached even within 1,000 leagues of this magnificent and yet so simple idea? I do not think, says M. Trollong, that the spirit of association is called to greater destinies than those which it has accomplished in the past and up to the present time. And I confess that I have made no attempt to realize such hopes, which I believe exaggerated. There are well-defined limits which association should not overstep. No. Association is not called upon in France to govern everything. The spontaneous impulse of the individual mind is also a living force in our nation and a cause of its originality. The idea of association is not new. Even among the Romans we see the commercial society appear with all its paraphernalia of monopolies, corners, collusions, combinations, piracy, and venality. The joint stock company realizes the civil, commercial, and maritime law of the Middle Ages. At that epoch it was the most active instrument of labor organized in society. From the middle of the 14th century we see societies formed by stock subscriptions, and up to the time of law's discomfiture, we see their number continually increase. What? We marvel at the mines, factories, patents, and newspapers owned by stock companies. But 2 centuries ago such companies owned islands, kingdoms, almost an entire hemisphere. We proclaim it a miracle that hundreds of stock subscribers should group themselves around an enterprise, but as long ago as the 14th century the entire city of Florence was in similar silent partnership with a few merchants, who pushed the genius of enterprise as far as possible. Then, if our speculations are bad, if we have been rash, imprudent, or credulous, we torment the legislator with our cavilling complaints, we call upon him for prohibitions and nullifications. In our mania for regulating everything, even that which is already codified, for enchaining everything by texts reviewed, corrected, and added to, for administering everything, even the chances and reverses of commerce, we cry out, in the midst of so many existing laws, there is still something to do. M. Trollong believes in providence, but surely he is not its man. He will not discover the formula of association clamored for today by minds disgusted with all the protocols of combination and rapine of which M. Trollong unrolls the picture in his commentary. M. Trollong gets impatient, and rightly, with those who wish to enchain everything in texts of laws, and he himself pretends to enchain the future in a series of 50 articles, in which the wisest mind could not discover a spark of economic science or a shadow of philosophy. In our mania, he cries, for regulating everything, even that which is already codified. I know nothing more delicious than this stroke, which paints at once the jurisconsult and the economist. After the Code Napoleon, take away the latter. Fortunately, M. Trollong continues, all the projects of change so noisily brought to light in 1837 and 1838 are forgotten today. The conflict of propositions and the anarchy of reformatory opinions have led to negative results. At the same time that the reaction against speculators was effected, the common sense of the public did justice to the numerous official plans of organization, much inferior in wisdom to the existing law, much less in harmony with the usages of commerce, much less liberal, after 1830, than the conceptions of the Imperial Council of State. Now order is restored in everything, and the commercial code has preserved its integrity, its excellent integrity. When commerce needs it, it finds, by the side of partnership, temporary partnership, and the joint stock company, the free silent partnership, tempered only by the prudence of the silent partners and by the provisions of the penal code regarding swindling. Trollong, Civil and Commercial Societies, Preface. What a philosophy is that which rejoices in the miscarriage of reformatory endeavors, and which counts its triumphs by the negative results of the spirit of inquiry. We cannot now enter upon a more fundamental criticism of the civil and commercial societies, which have furnished M. Trollong material for 2 volumes. We will reserve this subject for the time when, the theory of economic contradictions being finished, we shall have found in their general equation the program of association, which we shall then publish in contrast with the practice and conceptions of our predecessors. A word only as to silent partnership. One might think at first blush that this form of joint stock company, by its expansive power and by the facility for change which it offers, could be generalized in such a way as to take in an entire nation in all its commercial and industrial relations. But the most superficial examination of the constitution of this society demonstrates very quickly that the sort of enlargement of which it is susceptible, in the matter of the number of stockholders, has nothing in common with the extension of the social bond. In the first place, like all other commercial societies, it is necessarily limited to a single branch of exploitation. In this respect it is exclusive of all industries foreign to that peculiarly its own. If it were otherwise, it would have changed its nature, it would be a new form of society, whose statutes would regulate, no longer the profits especially, but the distribution of labor and the conditions of exchange. It would be exactly such an association as M. Trollong denies and as the jurisprudence of monopoly excludes. As for the personal composition of the company, it naturally divides itself into 2 categories, the managers and the stockholders. The managers, very few in number, are chosen from the promoters, organizers, and patrons of the enterprise. In truth, they are the only associates. The stockholders, compared with this little government, which administers the society with full power, are a people of taxpayers who, strangers to each other, without influence and without responsibility, have nothing to do with the affair beyond their investments. They are lenders at a premium, not associates. One can see from this how all the industries of the kingdom could be carried on by such companies, and each citizen, thanks to the facility for multiplying his shares, be interested in all or most of these companies without thereby improving his condition. It might happen even that it would be more and more compromised. For, once more, the stockholder is the beast of burden, the exploitable material of the company. Not for him is this society formed. In order that association may be real, he who participates in it must do so, not as a gambler, but as an active factor. He must have a deliberative voice in the council, his name must be expressed or implied in the title of the society, everything regarding him, in short, should be regulated in accordance with equality. But these conditions are precisely those of the organization of labor, which is not taken into consideration by the code. They form the ulterior object of political economy, and consequently are not to be taken for granted, but to be created, and, as such, are radically incompatible with monopoly. 20. Socialism, in spite of its high-sounding name, has so far been no more fortunate than monopoly in the definition of society. We may even assert that, in all its plans of organization, it has steadily shown itself in this respect a plagiarist of political economy. M. Blanc, whom I have already quoted in discussing competition, and whom we have seen by turns as a partisan of the hierarchical principle, an officious defender of inequality, preaching communism, denying with a stroke of the pen the law of contradiction because he cannot conceive it, aiming above all at power as the final sanction of his system, M. Blanc offers us again the curious example of a socialist copying political economy without suspecting it, and turning continually in the vicious circle of proprietary routine. M. Blanc really denies the sway of capital. He even denies that capital is equal to labor in production, in which he is in accord with healthy economic theories. But he cannot or does not know how to dispense with capital. He takes capital for his point of departure. He appeals to the state for its silent partnership, that is, he gets down on his knees before the capitalists and recognizes the sovereignty of monopoly. Hence the singular contortions of his dialectics. I beg the reader's pardon for these eternal personalities, but since socialism, as well as political economy, is personified in a certain number of writers, I cannot do otherwise than quote its authors.